Everyone thought you were just a good-for-nothing pig butcher. Even your ex-girlfriend urged you to kneel before the #1 genius and admit defeat. You laughed and drew the rusty butcheress knife from your waist. Drake, wielding a rare mortal weapon, swung at you with the force of a mountain crashing down. Just as you dodged to the side, a stream of pale blue data flashed frantically across your retina. Frowny face. Ancient artifact, bloodthirsty blade has awakened. The rusty piece of metal in your hand seemed to come to life, and a detailed skeletal diagram instantly unfolded in your mind. With a flick of your wrist, butcher skill sliced along your opponent's most vulnerable joint. Crack! The blade shattered on impact, followed by Drake's piercing scream as blood gushed from his groin. You flicked away the blood droplets, and a cold, mechanical voice exploded in your mind without warning. Ding! Blood absorbed, vitality plus 300. Cultivation breakthrough, peak of mortal stage, level 1. In this world where martial artists reign supreme, everyone considers pig slaughtering the most despicable trade, yet you are the only one who crawls into the foul-smelling pigsty every night. Others think you're a hopeless case, but in reality, you're frantically grinding monsters because with every swing of your blade, you reap 10,000 times the vitality experience. Under the dim light, the pen full of fat pigs seems to sense a tremor emanating from the depths of their souls. They huddle in the corner, trembling in terror and instinctive fear of their natural predator. The butcheress knife in your hand spins rapidly at your fingertips, and the data stream before your eyes refreshes frantically. Ding! Kill successful, vitality plus 300. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to the 9th tier of the first stage of the mortal stage. In your field of vision, the creatures before you are no longer a bloody, mangled mass of flesh and blood, but rather a series of precise anatomical diagrams of bones and muscles. The knife in your hand seemed to have come alive, severing flesh from bone in an instant without the need for force. That bald butcher who had mocked you just that morning had no idea that what he saw as mere livestock was, in your hands, the supreme path of cultivating the god-tier sword technique butcher skill. The moment you stepped out of the pigpen would be the moment you slaughtered a god. Blue Star. Fengyue City, Yun Province, Dragon Nation. The Butchers Guild training grounds. The 167th martial artist selection is currently underway. Match 30, Ji vs Drake. Starts in 5 minutes. Ji died of excessive nervousness. A wisp of blue smoke seeped into his body. Ji's eyes snapped open, and the memories in his mind told him clearly. Had he been reincarnated? This was a world of high martial arts. The original hostess' parents were both outstanding martial artists and martyrs. But he was a martial artist of mediocre talent, ambitious yet lacking in ability. His dream was to become a hero like his parents. His family ran a butcher shop, responsible for slaughtering pigs. Right now, he had passed the written exam and martial arts test, with his total score barely reaching 60th place. He had earned the qualification to participate in the martial artist competition hosted by the Butchers Guild in Fengyue City. These 60 warriors will compete for the final 30 spots to advance to the dungeon assessment. Only those who pass the dungeon assessment will be eligible to take the entrance exam for the Yun Province Martial Arts Academy. To ensure fairness and impartiality, the first place finisher will face the 60th place finisher, the second place finisher will face the 59th place finisher, and so on. This rule guarantees that geniuses have a higher chance of advancing to the next round. Unfortunately for Ji, he was drawn against Drake, the son of Elder Long of the Butchers Guild, who had placed first. Drake's strength had already reached the 5th sublevel of the first stage of the mortal stage, while Ji had only just advanced to the first sublevel of the first stage of the mortal stage. Ji naturally became a laughingstock. Everyone assumed Drake could take him out in a single move. Ji, just give up. You're no match for him at all. As Ji was gathering his thoughts, a seductive voice interrupted his train of thought. The voice sounded familiar. It was his ex-girlfriend, Bella. Bella was wearing a spaghetti strap dress, looking like a stunning work of art. Her long, silky, wavy hair fell casually over her shoulders, shimmering with a mesmerizing luster. Her delicate, oval face and fair skin were as smooth and supple as white jade. The entire association knew that Bella was now Drake's new girlfriend. Ji had been foolishly played. Bella had simply said, "We're not compatible. Let us break up." This love triangle may seem chaotic, but it's actually not that complicated. Having undergone a soul transfer, he's certainly isn't a fool now, and he has developed an intense loathing for her.
I'm talking to you.
Bella furrowed her brow.
Young Master Long's cultivation is far superior to yours. Take my advice, give it up.
Ji knew Bella wasn't looking out for his best interests at all. According to the competition rules, the faster you defeat your opponent, the higher your ranking.
The higher the ranking, the greater the reward.
Every year, the prize value between first place and 30th place differs by a factor of 100. The association distributes the prizes before setting off into the dungeon.
Bella has no room in her heart for me, only for him.
The original host was a sycophant. The way she looks at me, she has clearly taken me for granted. The more he looked at her, the angrier he got. She had already reincarnated. He wouldn't give up the forest for a single tree. Besides, he is on a path to becoming a martial artist. A woman would only slow him down when he draws his sword. I'm a man destined to become a martial god. In the future, he'll face countless terrifying alien races. He must overcome the obstacle of women, and he certainly can't back down in the face of powerful enemies. Bella coming at this moment to persuade him to withdraw clearly shows she doesn't see him as a friend, but as a pathetic sycophant.
Shift.
She shoved his ex-girlfriend out of the way and strode toward the ring.
Hey!
I'm genuinely looking out for you, but you just won't listen.
Fine.
I'll have Brother Long beat you to a pulp.
Bella was furious. She truly believed her beauty alone could make she back down.
In Bella's mind, if she told G to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. Okay, beautiful, I'll do as you say.
Fuck. Has G lost his mind?
She didn't look back. His determination to become the god of war wouldn't let him turn around or look at that vixen again. Drake was already standing in the ring. Seeing this, he sneered with contempt. Idiot.
The PA system announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Drake versus G. The match is about to begin."
We ask our colleagues from the weapons department to roll out the weapon racks.
Every contestant could select a weapon from the racks provided by the tournament organizers.
The weapons on the racks had all been hand-picked by association specialists and included everything from knives, spears, swords, and halberds to bows, arrows, and hidden weapons. In the stands sat association officials, martial artists, and some family members.
A martial artist who recognized G remarked, "He-s Ling Ling-es son?
He doesn't seem all that talented.
Theoretically, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Ha ha. Is he even his biological son? I heard Ling Ling-es nickname is the Green Elf. Maybe he-s been wearing too many green hats. Don't talk nonsense. Ling-E is our hero."
A martial artist had already drawn his sword and pressed it against the neck of the man who spoken out of turn. But even he shook his head, forced to admit that the hero's son really was a good-for-nothing. Most people didn't hold much hope for this hero's son. Only G's seventh uncle sat in a corner, smiling. It seemed he had great confidence in his nephew. 2 weapon racks were slowly rolled up behind the two of them, allowing them to choose their weapons first. Drake grinned slyly, his gaze already fixed on a broadsword on the rack.
Whoa!
He yanked it out with all his might. It was a long sword adorned with dragon patterns, weighing a full 60 gene, with a blade as sharp as a spearhead.
It's truly a stroke of luck.
Some in the stands recognized the sword's origin. It was a high-grade mundane weapon.
Drake felt a sharp pain in his thumb.
He never imagined G would possess such strength. Even a full-force strike hadn't been enough to cut G down, and instead, he ended up injured himself. It was common knowledge that he was the superior fighter. Shaking his aching hand, he said, "Pft, it must been his luck.
He won't be so lucky next time."
He scrutinized the rusty butcher's knife in G's hand. A butcher's knife, he scoffed inwardly, beginning to gather his strength for a second attack. In the stands, witnessing this clash of blades, the crowd began to discuss the scene.
"I never would thought G could block that blow. If it were me, I'd probably have been cut. Don't you guys think something is fishy?
Why is there such a huge difference in the quality of their weapons?"
"You're missing the point.
Drake's blade is a rare mortal weapon, and she actually blocked it with scrap metal. It's unbelievable."
"No, that's impossible. Drake's blade cuts through iron like butter. How could scrap metal possibly withstand it? There are two possibilities: either he is overpowering Drake with his higher level, or G's blade is also a rare mortal weapon or higher. G is only at the first level, first tier of the mortal stage. He is the greenest of the green. He is bound to be the one who ultimately fails. A guy who knew the inside scoop on the Long family's cheating continued to declare with absolute certainty, within 3 strikes, he is bound to lose. Even if G's performance exceeded expectations, public opinion still leaned toward Drake winning. This wasn't their fault. The advantage of a higher tier was simply common sense. However, there were 3 scenarios in which a challenge against a higher tier opponent could be won. First, a genius versus a mediocrity. Talent is a mysterious thing. Second, the one with more combat experience wins. Third, weapon superiority. The higher the weapon S tier, the greater its attack power. G wasn't more talented than Drake, and his combat experience certainly couldn't match Drake's. If he was to defeat the dragon, he could only rely on the bloodthirsty blade in his hand. G heard the system notification and looked intently at the weapon in his hand. This weapon, named Bloodthirsty Blade, lacked the martial might and dominance he had imagined. It was merely a rusty butcher's knife. Rust covered everything from the hilt to the blade, and it possessed not a shred of spiritual energy. The system beeped again, and information about the Bloodthirsty Blade flashed through his mind. Bloodthirsty Blade, level ancient artifact status dormant activation method: kill enemies and drain their blood. The ancient artifact rating made G smile. Kill enemies and drain their blood. That's easy, just let me kill. She felt the Bloodthirsty Blade's call, and every cell in his body awoke. The Bloodthirsty Blade resonated with G's body, and its killing intent continuously merged into him. This killing intent activated his dormant potential. He felt his cultivation level shifting slightly. He was about to break through. He'd been stuck at the first level, first realm of the mortal stage for far too long. He craved advancement desperately. He couldn't help but laugh, though his smile was somewhat unsettling. Drake saw his smile and instinctively took a step back. The killing intent radiating from G made Drake feel a twinge of unease. "Pa! Trash is trash," Drake said angrily, using the words to steel his nerves. He raised his dragon-patterned greatsword, unleashing a fierce aura. "G, that's a pathetic laugh. Die!" He charged at G once more, shouting, "Dragon Slayer slash!" Whoosh! The blade's glow descended from the heavens. The dragon patterns on its blade were faintly visible, cutting through the air with fierce momentum. Like a mountain crashing down, it tore through the air and instantly arrived above G's head. G sneered, too slow, and sidestepped effortlessly. Wielding the Ling family sword technique with a backhand grip, he swung the bloodthirsty blade in a horizontal slash. Drake felt a gale of murderous intent slashing toward his waist. The confident smile that had filled his face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. He had no choice but to pull his long sword back sharply to block, straining his lower body to the limit and using the recoil to leap backward. But boom! The moment the two blades collided violently, the dragon-patterned greatsword shattered like glass. The force of the impact gave Drake just enough time and momentum to leap backward. Unfortunately, the bloodthirsty blade hadn't been activated yet. It wasn't sharp enough and only lightly grazed Drake's vital area below the waist. It was too brutal, too fast. Drake felt excruciating pain. He screamed. "Ah! Ah!" A spray of blood shot out. The blood didn't hit the ground. A mysterious force vaporized it. It gradually vanished into the air. Absorb the first drop of blood from a martial artist of the same rank, reward plus 300 vitality. She smirked. It was the bloodthirst system, just as he'd expected. Seeing Drake's wound below his waist, he burst into uncontrollable laughter, the last eunuch of the Dragon Kingdom. "Awesome!" Bella screamed in horror. "Gee, how dare you hurt my dragon brother? What kind of international joke is this?" Drake is Elder Long's son and the top prodigy of their Butcher's Guild, and he was actually defeated in a single move by the unknown G. Gold from the trash heap? Drake clutched his groin and grumbled, "What kind of blade is that?" G arrogantly brandished the rusty bloodthirsty blade. A butcheress knife made specifically to slaughter scum like you. Drake said in disbelief, I don't believe it. How could a butcheress knife shatter a rare mortal weapon? G couldn't be bothered to explain, and he wouldn't have known how anyway. He shrugged. Since he was so full of himself, she decided to put it to the test. Which was tougher, the butcheress knife or this so-called genius martial artist-esque body? G, brandishing the rusty butcheress knife, took the initiative to attack. He pursued and hunted down this arrogant Drake with all his might. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. Pa! You're an elder bullying the weak?
G's eyes were filled with contempt.
Long Tao, one of the 8 elders of the Butcher's Guild, was also Drake's father. Rules are rules. He couldn't show favoritism even toward his own son, especially in front of the guild master. Long Tao dared not act recklessly. This wasn't the time to pick a fight. Saving Drake was the top priority. He figured he could deal with this yellow-haired brat later. He had no choice but to sheath his broadsword and say, he is already seriously injured, why won't you stop? Ji was no longer the timid martial artist he used to be, afraid of authority. Ha ha! You're a joke. If he surrendered, I would stopped chasing him long ago. Since he hasn't surrendered, it proves he still intends to turn defeat into victory, which makes him my enemy. As martial artists and warriors, we must be ruthless toward our enemies. Long Tao stammered, how dare you? This is a competition, not a battlefield. Ji sneered coldly, you senile fool. You're just favoring your own son. You. Long Tao struggled to suppress his rage, heh. Do you think I want to teach you a lesson? He had no choice but to turn around and check on his son. Doctor, hurry up. Hearing Long Tao's call, the medical staff finally ran onto the ring. Put. A self-proclaimed genius, that's all you are. Trash. A blow to the heart. Ji turned his back on them and walked away from Thunder Arena with a flourish. Drake groaned in pain, gazing at G's retreating figure with seething hatred. On the high platform, another middle-aged man nodded. This kid is decisive and ruthless, not bad at all. Is that so? I'd really like to fight him and see what he is made of. With that, the cloaked young woman left the arena. In the stands. Damn. Am I dreaming? That kid actually won, and so easily at that? A genius. Put. Ji was right, Drake is nothing but trash. Many people had long been bullied by Drake, and it felt great that Ji had avenged them today. That kid is awesome. He has got hidden depths. You can't judge a book by its cover, you really can't judge a person by their looks. Daughter, what do you think of this Ji? I think he is right up my alley, why don't I go recruit him? What do you think? Dad, what are you talking about? I think this kid seems genuine and honest. Most importantly, he is handsome, he make a great friend. You say he make a great friend, but as a husband, looking at how violent he is, he might end up beating his wife. No. A guy like that is tough on outsiders. He definitely be a gem to his own people. Ji became the center of attention at the Butcher's Guild. After all, it's not every day you get to see an ordinary person defeat a genius. Meanwhile, it was a bolt from the blue for Bella. Now that Drake had been castrated, her future happiness was gone. She stood dumbfounded beside Drake, staring at his bleeding groin, muttering to herself, I lost so badly. He did it on purpose. She clenched her fists, her heart burning with rage. Ji is truly inhuman. Just because I won TB with him, he deliberately ruined my happiness. I hate you. Tears streaming down her face, Bella caressed the man she deeply loved. Get lost. Drake was furious just seeing her. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have ended up a eunuch. She cried, feeling so wronged. She had no choice but to run away, silently vowing to take revenge. The loudspeaker blared again, the selection competition is over. All winners, please come to the stage to receive your nameplates. A middle-aged man with a dignified and noble bearing stepped down from the high platform. He was Garth, the guildmaster of the Butcher's Guild. G's match was the final one, and it was the last spot available.
30 people had secured spots, and they walked onto the stage in high spirits. He took the nameplate from the guild master's hand and noticed the unique design engraved on it. A knife, with motifs of wind and moon. It perfectly matched the style of the Butcher's Guild in Fengyue City. Ji tucked it into his pocket with satisfaction.
Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Go home and get some rest.
Tomorrow, you can all use your nameplates to purchase supplies from the various departments of the guild. After the guild master finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling the young martial artists to leave. Once everyone had left the venue, several elders immediately gathered around him.
Guild master, what is the story behind that butcheress knife the kid named Ji was holding? A female elder studied the knife as she analyzed footage from her phone. Who knows? It's just a butcheress knife, isn't it?
Check the records. A Word document was opened, and everyone leaned in close to the computer to carefully examine the list of weapons on Ji's weapon rack at the time. It was all junk.
Ah!
A rusty butcheress knife.
Holy crap! How could an ordinary butcheress knife break a weapon?
Everyone shook their heads, clearly baffled.
Old Chen.
Elder Old Chen from the weapons department replied with a smile, present.
What is going on here?
This was ordered by Elder Law and I really had no idea. However, I do know about this particular knife. We found it 10 years ago in the weapons mound at the ancient battlefield. I refurbished all the pieces made from good materials. But no matter what I tried, I couldn't refurbish this knife. I measured it with high-tech instruments and found nothing suspicious. It just turned out to be very old. Later, I got too busy and didn't have time to study it, so I just tossed it aside as junk.
Congratulations, host.
You've broken through to the mortal stage, level 1, second sub-level.
He broke through in no time? This is awesome.
The original host struggled for so many years and was still a nobody, but with the system, leveling up is like riding a rocket.
However, the current leveling efficiency isn't high.
According to the system's analysis, I must find ways to improve my comprehension. For example, cultivating advanced techniques or equipping divine artifacts that boost insight. Right now, he only knew the Ling family's heart method technique so poor it could barely be considered an entry-level practice. Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead and decided to test the system's ability to assist with cultivating new skills. System, cultivate the butcher skill.
Host, I recommend you raise it to the proficient level. It offers the best cost effectiveness.
Later on, you can advance to the great perfection level through practical combat.
He. System bro is really considerate, family-oriented, and smart.
Okay, I'll take your advice. Cultivate the butcher skill to the proficient level. Ding, 800 plus vitality consumed.
Cultivating. 2 minutes later.
Ji opened his eyes. He had already honed the butcher skill to perfection in his mind. Any animal before him was as transparent as glass. Flesh and bone separated effortlessly, and he could dissect them with ease whenever he pleased. Ji, wielding his bloodthirsty butcheress knife, arrived at the Ling family's pig pen. For some reason, the pigs who had been sleeping suddenly woke up, whimpering incessantly as if they were afraid of him. These pigs are so sentient. They were terrified at the thought of becoming someone's dinner. Faced with an endless sea of pigs, Ji was thrilled. Today I'll see just how powerful my butcher skill is, how many I can slaughter in a single night. Just then, several butchers also entered the pig pen.
A 2-meter-tall, bald butcher with a menacing aura asked curiously, Ji, you're here today? Has Uncle Seven retired?
She smiled and said, no.
Uncle Seven is taking the day off he sent me.
This bald butcher was the same age as Ji. He wasn't cut out for martial arts training, so he'd been forced to follow in his father's footsteps and work in the despised pig slaughtering trade. I heard you made it onto the association's martial arts exam shortlist today.
Congratulations.
There was a hint of bitterness in his voice.
Fighting isn't the same as slaughtering pigs. Can you even slaughter a pig?
Ji shrugged. Just a little. A short butcher named Yang Chonlu smiled and said, Young master, my son made the list too. Please look out for him. His son, Yang Wu, was Ji's childhood friend. They trained in martial arts together.
In fact, Yang Wu had even greater natural talent.
In this assessment, Ji truly surprised everyone by defeating Drake, who had been ranked first. What's more, the Ling family had produced 2 young martial artists. Of course. But then everyone saw that Ji was holding a rusty butcher's knife. Everyone shook their heads involuntarily. The bald butcher looked a bit displeased. Ji, you don't even have a decent butcher's knife. How are you going to slaughter a pig? Don't insult the butcher's trade. Hey, Baldy. You can't talk to the young master like that, Yang Chonlu said sharply. After all, while slaughtering pigs may seem simple, it's actually a highly technical craft. After learning the butcher skill, Ji knew full well that slaughtering a pig properly was no easy feat, but he was confident he could do it. Baldy, slaughtering a pig is a piece of cake. Hearing Ji's confident words, the bald guy's resentment grew even stronger. I'll bet you can't butcher a pig. Slaughtering a pig and butchering it are not on the same level. Butchering involves skillfully separating the meat from the bones and removing the internal organs, making the meat easier to sell downstream. Ji, pushed to his limits by this constant provocation, grew angry. Baldy, are you just looking to pick a fight with me? A bet? What do you want to bet? I'll bet 1,000 yuan. Baldy just wanted to talk big, but he didn't expect Ji to play by the usual rules. 1,000 yuan it is. Deal. Ji knew the bald guy was just jealous of him. After all, he was one of his own, so he decided to play along. It wouldn't hurt to teach him a little lesson. Ji walked step by step toward the herd of pigs, who kept groaning and crying out for help. They ran in the opposite direction, huddling together, their eyes filled with fear, tears streaming down their faces. Even the veterans were astonished by this scene. He was just a novice who had never even killed a pig before. Why were the pigs so terrified? Butcher skill. In Ji's eyes, he could clearly see the pig's bones, flesh, and joints. My pig friends, I won't let you suffer. The bloodthirsty blade spun ceaselessly in Ji's hand. Ji took a deep breath, and his gaze instantly became focused and sharp. He gripped the bloodthirsty blade tightly, feeling the familiar texture of the hilt. The pig in front of him seemed to sense the tension in the air and squirmed uneasily. Ji closed his eyes, visualizing the pig's anatomy. It was as if a precise anatomical diagram had appeared in his mind. After confirming the exact spot to strike, Ji stood firm, his feet slightly apart at shoulder width, his center of gravity lowered. With a flick of his wrist, the bloodthirsty blade spun nimbly in his hand, its blade flashing. Ji's movements were as swift as lightning, yet utterly precise. He swung the blade with all his might, the edge slicing into the pig's neck at an extremely precise angle. In that instant, it was as if time had stood still, with only the faint sound of the blade cutting through flesh and skin. Pig's blood gushed out like a fountain, but Ji was prepared. He quickly stepped aside to avoid it, ensuring not a single drop splashed onto him. As the blade cut through, the pig's body trembled slightly before immediately going limp. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. Butchers Guild Conference Room. 2 people stood on the raised platform. One was an old acquaintance, Guild Master Garth. The other was a mature, beautiful woman of first-time meeting. Her long, slightly curly hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, radiating a captivating sheen. Her face was like a meticulously carved work of art, her skin as smooth as porcelain, with a subtle, healthy flush. She wore a simple yet elegant business suit, its form-fitting cut accentuating her graceful figure. Most impressive of all was her combat strength D rank or higher, which would make her one of the top-tier members in the Butchers Guild. Garth said with a smile, "Everyone's here. Congratulations to all of you." He actually gave a speech that lasted 2 hours. She was already sleepy, and after all that, he was literally lulled to sleep by Garth's rambling. Zzz. Ji. A booming voice called out to Ji. Startled, he jolted awake. Is class over? All he could hear was endless laughter all around him, cackle, cackle, cackle. Ji wiped the drool from his mouth and saw Garth's long-faced expression. Only then did he realize what had happened, and his face flushed.
Alright, that concludes my remarks for today. Next, Instructor Sylvia will take the floor.
Upon hearing Garth's introduction, the beautiful woman immediately stood up and gave a slight bow.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sylvia, and I'm your instructor.
I look forward to your guidance. Feel free to reach out to me about anything. My cell number is, and my WeChat ID is the same. She took out his phone, added her number and WeChat ID,
and joined the workgroup chat. Garth shot she another disdainful glance.
"Humph," he said, then stormed out of the office.
Clap, clap, clap.
Sylvia clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Congratulations, everyone, on becoming the new generation of martial artists in our association."
Everyone began to pay close attention to what this dynamic instructor had to say.
You can apply for a training room training that will help you achieve twice the results with half the effort. You're now professional martial artists, so you don't have to go back to work for your families, nor do you have to return to school to study academic subjects.
However, you must participate in the Association S training.
Suddenly, a familiar, sweet voice asked, "Instructor, not all of us can get into the academy.
Are there any other paths forward?" It was Bella. She actually asked this practical question.
Sylvia said there were 3 paths. First, and best of all, is to pass the martial arts exam and enter the university for further study.
Second, if you don't get into the university, you can directly enlist in the national military.
Finally, as a last resort, you can work as a bodyguard for the association.
Isn't that just security work?
Yes, but in this world of high martial arts, security work is a position above the rest. In fact, after graduating from the martial arts university, the work becomes even more dangerous. They become the vanguard in the fight against alien races.
However, with equal military merit, students from the martial arts academy have priority for promotion
to positions like general, staff officer, and so on. Sylvia continued to explain the benefits they would receive at the association. You'll also have access to the library, where various martial arts manuals are sold at low prices to qualified martial artists.
There is also a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan for purchasing spiritual medicines and other necessities. Any other questions?
Everyone chattered excitedly, but for the time being, there were no further questions. Sylvia smiled and said, "Alright, you can go explore the different areas of the association and work on improving yourselves as quickly as possible. It's best to reach at least the peak of the first rank of the mortal stage before venturing into a dungeon, otherwise, it's too dangerous."
With that, she gave the order to adjourn. The conference room emptied instantly. Sylvia was the only one left in the entire office.
Watching the trainees' receding figures, she sighed, "I hope someone gets into the martial arts academy this year." The Butchers Guild in Fengyue City Hanti had a single student admitted for 3 consecutive years. If no one passed this year, she, as an instructor, would have no choice but to return to the association as a staff member. She hoped to accompany the new martial artists into the academy and become a qualified instructor. She headed straight for the training room. He wanted to test whether the training room could help him make a bit of progress toward leveling up. He currently had over 20,000 points. It really was time to burn some of them off. His cultivation level was too low. He had to improve as quickly as possible. Even Yang Wu was at the 5th sublevel of the first tier of the mortal stage.
Before long,
they arrived at the training room.
A pretty middle-aged woman was manning the front desk. "Sister Liang, we'd like to use the training room."
She pulled out his ID card.
The woman at the front desk took his ID card and glanced at it.
Sure. We have advanced, intermediate, and basic levels.
Which one would you like?"
They glanced at the pricing chart on the wall.
Advanced, 200 yuan per hour.
Intermediate, 100 yuan per hour.
Basic, 60 yuan per hour.
Top up 10,000 yuan to become a member, get 2,000 yuan bonus, plus 2 hours of free advanced training room time.
Damn! They really know how to do business. Without a word, Yang Wu pulled out his bank card. "Miss, I'll top up 10,000 yuan.
For someone usually so tight-fisted, he was surprisingly generous. The receptionist looked expectantly at G, waiting for him to say, "Charge it to my card." But he changed the subject. "Yamwoo, I'll give you 190 yuan, get me a session in the premium training room." Yamwoo did a quick mental calculation, it wasn't a bad deal, and immediately agreed to the purchase. The receptionist said disdainfully, "Room high 07, room high 08. The two grabbed their room keys and rushed over. With lightning-fast speed, G's left hand seized the wrist holding her dagger. How vicious. She wants to make me the last eunuch in Dragon Nation. If G hadn't been prepared, he really would have ended up being called Eunuchling. With a twist, the knife fell. Her face drained of color. Ah! She couldn't help but let out a moan. At the same time, G bit down hard on her outstretched tongue. Ah! Blood spurted out. But the blood was quickly vaporized. Blood-sucking, reward, vitality plus 100. Bella was no novice either, she was a master at the 5th sublevel of the first tier of the mortal stage. She unleashed her martial arts, pushing G away with a single palm strike. Her eyes already brimming with tears from the pain, she cried, "G, what are you doing?" Put. She'd be doing her acting a disservice if she didn't win an Oscar. "You bitch, you're here to avenge Drake, aren't you?" She really hadn't expected that the guy who was usually her total suck-up wouldn't fall for her beauty trap. And her cultivation advantage had no effect on G? Why? Her mind was filled with question marks. The act had to go on. So, she put on a pitiful, helpless expression. "No, sniffle sniffle, no." "Oh, you're faking it. Keep faking it. I was forced into it. Pfft, I don't love you anymore. You don't need to pretend I'm not the sycophant I used to be." G's look of contempt infuriated the tsundere Bella. "G, with your cultivation you've only just reached the first rank of the mortal stage, you're not fit to represent our guild in the martial arts exam. Young Master Long is the true genius of our Butchers Guild, he is our future." Bella coughed up a mouthful of blood and shoved a hemostatic pill into her mouth. She glared with contempt at her former lapdog. G remained expressionless, his gaze piercing. "What did Drake offer you to make you come here and try to assassinate me?" She didn't answer, she just flipped him off, showing her disdain for G. G knew he had to teach this woman a lesson today, otherwise, his reputation as young masterling would never be truly upheld. A mental image of Bella's anatomy formed in his mind, another realm of the butcher skill. He could clearly see the most vulnerable spots between her bones and muscles. In the world of martial artists, one must strike decisively. Without hesitation, she launched a punch at the weakest spot in her ribs, fast and fierce. The Ling family Beidou fist. He unleashed a full power strike. Bella's pupils dilated in terror. She never would have dreamed in her wildest dreams that a lapdog could actually bite. Humph. Trash. Bella still naively believed her level advantage would protect her, and she swung a punch at G's fist. However, his fist deftly shifted into an uppercut, one she simply couldn't block. The snow-white, supple fist ruthlessly swept out, striking her directly in the chest. The heavy blow shattered her ribs, shook her internal organs, and sent blood spurting from her mouth. Severely injuring a martial artist of the same rank, reward plus 200 vitality. The fist shifted instantly, following through with a powerful slap at a 45-degree angle toward her delicate, alluring face. Smack! A crisp sound of a slap. She was struck again, blood spurting from her mouth. Severely injuring a martial artist of the same rank, reward plus 200 vitality. Bella spun 360 degrees in the air. Time seemed to stand still for what felt like an eternity. Bella lost all will to resist in agony. His power was too overwhelming, and his strikes were too precise. A mortal stage, level 1, 5th tier master being brutalized? Was she now at the 6th tier or higher, perhaps even the 9th tier? No, that is impossible. Before the assessment, he'd just taken a test. He'd only recently advanced to mortal stage, level 1, 1st tier. Covered in blood, Bella collapsed to the ground and moaned, cursing, "Gee, have you gone mad?" She stomped hard on her lower abdomen. Ah! She was scared, truly terrified. Now she realized that this time, G's love had turned to hatred. If he really had lost his mind, he might actually kill her. She'd seen it all on TikTok, cases of husbands killing their wives and cooking them, or families wiped out over dowry disputes. Wah! G, spare me. I beg you. Spare you? Have you ever thought about sparing me? The moment you stabbed me with that knife, there was no turning back, she said with a cold smile. Bella's body trembled uncontrollably from the pain, and she realized she'd been struck in a vital spot. She simply couldn't muster any strength now. I didn't kill you with a single punch. That's already showing I'm being gentle with a lady. You? Now, who sent you here? G opened the camera on his phone to start recording. Bella stammered, Mr. Long. Mr. Long. She was terrified and confessed everything exactly as it had happened. After Drake was severely injured by G, he wanted to return the favor tenfold. He had given Bella $300,000 to carry out this mission, promising to pay her another $700,000 upon its successful completion. She believed that, as a mortal stage, level 1, 5th tier cultivator, she could walk away unscathed even if she failed. But the reality was, she kept pressing down harder with his foot. He was truly furious. In the past, I've given you far more than $300,000. I've had your best interests at heart all along, but you'd do this to me just for money? At this point, she had no choice but to come clean. I'm sorry, G. I've never liked you. I just. Gold digger. G had reached his conclusion. This woman was nothing but a gold digger, capable of anything for money. Say no more. The whole incident with Bella had wasted half an hour. Still, getting his $310,000 back made it worth it. With the 500 vitality Bella contributed, she now had a total of 2,200 vitality and 2,200 killing intent. She now had to figure out how to level up quickly. After all, those two scumbags might come back for revenge at any moment. He was able to defeat Drake, a challenge above his level, precisely because of the bloodthirsty blade in his hand. And he defeated Bella because he had mastered the butcher skill. The butcher skill, as a life skill, has no level requirements. Essentially, anyone can learn it. Based on this experience, integrating life skills into martial arts is a major advantage. Having realized this, she did a somersault and landed steadily in the center of the spirit gathering array. He closed his eyes and began his cultivation. He immediately felt countless streams of spiritual energy surging toward him. Ding! 8 low-grade spirit stones. This location increases cultivation speed by 5. What a great place. This 190 yuan was well worth it. System, please help me increase my cultivation level to the highest rank. Consumes 900 vitality points. Ding! Current level successfully advanced, mortal stage, 1st tier, 3rd heaven. Consumes 300 vitality points. Consumes 300 vitality points. He felt an endless stream of vital energy flowing into his body, steadily increasing his strength. Ding! Current level successfully advanced, mortal stage, 1st tier, 4th heaven. Continue. Consumed 300 vitality points. Consumed 300 vitality points. Current level successfully advanced, mortal stage, 1st tier, 9th realm perfection. Warning, warning. You cannot advance any further. Forcing a breakthrough will destabilize your foundation. Stop advancing your cultivation. If you wish to continue advancing your cultivation, you must engage in actual combat and reach a certain level before you can advance further. At this time, the breakthrough consumed a total of chi and blood points. She suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted a golden glow. Clearly, his body had been unable to control the power immediately after the upgrade, causing it to radiate outward. His chi and blood surged within his body, and his chi and blood power had received a massive boost in such a short time. Ha, I wonder if I can knock out a pig with a single punch now? He remembered there was a testing room in the basement of this building. Why not? Let us give it a try. But cultivating for so long had left him exhausted, and he hadn't gotten any rest last night.
He still had 20 minutes left in the cultivation room. So he rested in the cultivation room for 20 minutes. He still had to go back to work at the slaughterhouse tonight to earn some money. She walked out of the training room, just as Yang Wu, who had finished his session next door, was also coming out. Yang Wu asked in a low voice, "Bro, were you doing that in there just now?" "What that?" "Don't play dumb." "I heard a woman's heavy breathing, moans, and even her begging for mercy." "I never would guessed you were that fierce." She seemed to get what he was getting at. "Is your head full of nothing but that stuff? I'm a guy, after all." "Put. Or maybe you've been getting a little too cozy with your left hand in the training room?" Yang Wu didn't answer, he just gave a chuckle. "You're no better." They chatted as they walked and soon reached the testing room. "Bro, you just took the test a few days ago. Why are you back so soon?" She smiled and placed his right hand on a peculiar stone. Beneath the stone lay a formation. Through the stone's conductive properties and the formation, it could measure the tester's cultivation level. The stone began to glow. Before long, several characters appeared engraved on it: mortal stage, first tier, peak. Yang Wu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. First tier, peak. Aren't you supposed to be at the first tier, first sub-tier? She didn't respond, he just smiled a brilliant smile. "No wonder you were able to defeat Drake, who was at the 5th sub-tier." "That's impossible. You were clearly still at the first sub-tier just a few days ago. There is no way you could risen to the peak in just a few days." She didn't respond, and he didn't know how to respond anyway. But Yang Wu filled in the blanks himself. The formation must have made a mistake, it must be. That Drake was just unlucky. You try it too." Yang Wu nodded and held out his left hand, his dominant hand. The formation activated, emitting a brilliant light. Mortal stage, level 1, 6th sub-level. Yang Wu's smile was uncontrollable. "It really worked. What are you thanking me for?" "I heard you making noise in the next room just now, and my physical desires flared up, but my reason overpowered them. However, during my cultivation process, the yang energy within me unleashed my potential. It actually allowed me to break through so easily." Yes, just a few days ago he was still at the 5th level, and now he'd broken through in just a few days. This also proved that he was a genius. Without the system, Ji might not necessarily be his equal. "Why don't we go test our strength?" Yang Wu was very confident. After all, strength was his forte. He stood before the testing platform, assumed his stance, gathered his qi in his dantian, and rapidly channeled qi and blood power through his left hand. Yang family Bagua fist. His fist slammed into the testing stone like a cannonball. Boom! The shockwave from the punch messed up Ji's hair, who was standing next door. The numbers on the display kept climbing, 580 yen. Ji stared in astonishment. "This? Bro, you give it a try too." "Hey, kid. Don't let these things look so worn out. They're real treasures collected from ancient battlefields." A slender man greeted Ji enthusiastically. The look in his eyes made it clear he'd set his sights on something. "Okay, let me take a look first." Ji replied, reaching out to pick up a sword sheath to examine it. In a dim corner, a pile of worn-out sword sheaths lay quietly. She picked up a weathered sword sheath from the pile of tattered sword and knife sheaths. It had weathered the test of time. Its original luster had long since been eroded by the passage of years, leaving it mottled and faded. The material of the scabbard seemed ordinary, yet it faintly exuded an air of antiquity. Its surface was covered with scratches and dents, as if recounting the countless fierce battles it had once endured. The worn edges resembled those of a weathered old man who had witnessed too many ups and downs. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the scabbard was engraved with special runes. Though somewhat blurred, one can still sense the mysterious power they contain. They occasionally flicker with a faint glow, as if responding to some unknown call. Some runes resemble ancient totems, their lines twisted and enigmatic, seeming to hide endless mysteries. Others resemble mysterious incantations, exuding an aura that inspires awe. "Ha ha! Young man! You really know your stuff." This scabbard was discovered deep within an ancient battlefield.
As she ran his fingers over the scabbard, he felt a sense of familiarity. A killing intent. Yet within that killing intent lay a sense of serenity. A suppressed power? Or a nurturing, peaceful force? How much for this junk? Ji knew that when buying things, he had to act nonchalant so the merchant wouldn't overcharge him. Ha ha! He held up 5 fingers. 5,000? The shopkeeper shook his head. 50,000. Upon hearing that price, Ji immediately turned and walked away. Young man, this is an ancient artifact. Having been in business for many years, he wasn't about to let this young man not even 20 years old get the better of him. Look, this is a lynxy leather scabbard, a type of leather found only among the alien races. Shopkeeper, a scabbard like this isn't something an ordinary martial artist would use. And as for butchers, they don't even use scabbards when slaughtering pigs. No one would ever buy this. Well. She held up 1 finger. 10,000? Young man, you're really not being serious. She said with a smile, no, I mean 1,000. He knew that haggling was part of the deal at a second-hand shop. The shop owner's face turned red and green. He was nearly driven to a faint by such a steep haggle. Young man, you're haggling way too hard. Although he said this, the truth was that this batch of goods wasn't worth much anyway. The items in this area were indeed brought back from the battlefield, but when they were collected, they were priced by the Jin literally at scrap value. The average unit cost was less than 100 yuan. However, Ji wasn't some housewife at the market. He knew merchants needed to make a profit. He noticed on the price list, leather restoration, 5,999 yuan per session. Restoration, 5,999 yuan. Let us bundle them together. 6,999 yuan. The refurbishment cost is only 99 yuan, so this way he can still make over 6,000 yuan. The owner gritted his teeth and said, "You're really good at haggling, young man. I'm impressed." He had already handed over the payment QR code, afraid that Ji might change his mind. Ji was also afraid the owner would change his mind, so he paid immediately. Soon, a craftsman came out and placed the scabbard into the machine for restoration. He cleaned away all the dust, grime, and bloodstains. The damaged areas were patched with pieces of cowhide. The craftsman's skills were excellent. The repair was completed in just 1 hour, and the scabbard was as smooth and shiny as new. She took the refurbished scabbard and smiled slightly. He drew the bloodthirsty blade from his waist. The rusty blade suddenly emitted a faint red glow, as if interacting with the scabbard. The blade slid into the scabbard. A perfect fit. It felt so right. They truly were a pair. She sensed their shared history. This worn-out scabbard had once been the guardian of that butcher's knife. It had accompanied the butcher's knife through countless years, witnessing the passing and rebirth of countless lives. The shop owner watched the scene in astonishment. Young man, you actually have a matching blade. He truly regretted it now. He assumed Ji was buying it for his collection, but who knew he already had a blade that fitted perfectly. She slung the bloodthirsty blade over his back and sheathed it in its matching scabbard. This way, he wouldn't accidentally cut himself. Moreover, he sensed faintly that this was the bloodthirsty blade's call. The scabbard would nourish it. Having snagged this treasure at a bargain price, she hummed a tune as he walked toward the knife shop. That guy Yang Wu was still over there picking out goods. All the weapons here were yellow tier. Weapons of yellow tier quality or higher could be used on the battlefield to slay the alien races. However, weapons above yellow tier were already ridiculously expensive. He ran his hand over the bloodthirsty blade on his back. It looked like junk now, but once activated, it would become an ancient divine weapon. But activating it could only be done through slaughter. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He really hit the jackpot. He reached the knife shop in just a few steps, but Yang Wu was nowhere to be seen. "Miss, where did that chubby guy go just now?" The shop clerk gave him a strange look and whispered, "He went out with a beautiful woman. I heard they're going to have a duel." "What?" According to the clerk, he just set his sights on a yellow rank star dragon blade. A beautiful female martial artist also walked in and set her sights on the star dragon sword. They both liked that same sword, even though the shop actually had better ones in stock.
Ouch. If this kept up, Yang Wu would end up being humiliated.
He had no choice but to take off his white briefs and wave the white flag of surrender.
Put. You fatso, you piece of trash.
Yang Wu was so furious his chubby face turned bright red. A real man doesn't fight a woman.
Humph. Bullshit. You went all out against my sister during the assessment. Yang Wu furrowed his brow and looked intently at this strikingly handsome woman.
Oh, so you're her older sister, Dina?
That's right. Dina was the second-ranked prodigy in the Butchers Guild and one of the few with a chance of successfully enrolling in the Provincial Martial Arts Academy.
Yang Wu ranked 6th in strength and was nicknamed Number 6.
That was an exam that determined our personal fates.
Besides, I merely defeated her, she only suffered minor injuries.
How can you call that going all out?
Dina raised her long sword, her face ashen, and said she couldn't take the martial arts exam, and now she has to marry someone she doesn't love.
Don't you think you've ruined her life? What a stretch.
Yang Wu had heard about this incident from others as well. Dime, marrying Juneng isn't a bad choice, he is a decent guy, after all. I know she is a supporter of Drake, but didn't you know that guy has become Dragon Kingdom's last eunuch? Yang Wu raised his broadsword to prevent this crazed woman from charging at him again.
Oh, so the rumors are true that guy named Ji really did castrate Drake?
If you don't believe me, he is right here, you can ask him yourself.
Dina turned her head, fixing the laid-back bystander with a piercing glare.
Humph. Having spotted Ji, she immediately somersaulted through the air and swung her blade down from above, aiming straight for him.
Damn it! A fight broke out at the drop of a hat. What a hot-headed woman!
Ji drew the bloodthirsty blade with his right hand, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He'd been just looking for someone to spill some blood, and now here was a willing victim, right at his doorstep.
Clang!
The rusty butcheress knife blocked her fierce strike head-on.
Clang! Metal clashed against metal.
Her blade suddenly shattered, breaking into several shards that flew toward Dina.
Dina's face paled at the sight, her pupils dilating. She never imagined the opponent's butcheress knife could be so powerful.
Shards of steel slashed across her hands, and fragments embedded themselves in both her left and right shoulders.
Blood spattered everywhere. Blood-sucking, vitality plus 400. Dina was knocked flying. What kind of knife is that? A butcheress knife. Dina, go buy a new knife, and then we'll fight again.
She didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerability, but he was also craving blood, so he had no choice but to make her buy a new one.
Dina was injured, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled. Ha ha. No wonder you were able to defeat Drake. If you lose today, you don't deserve to be number 1 in the Butchers Guild. Seeing this crazy woman laugh, she felt a bit disappointed she didn't seem to want to fight anymore. Hey! Are you going to fight or not? Your sword is a bit too weird.
Once I have a good weapon that suits me, I'll play with you some more.
Then we'll fight to the death.
Dina issued her threat and dashed back to the shop. But Yang Wu had already slipped inside while he and Ji were exchanging blows. He quickly paid and bought the Star Dragon sword.
Early yellow rank. And it cost a whopping 200,000 dragon coins.
The beautiful woman was so furious she stomped her foot.
You fat pig.
Yang Wu slipped out the back door and dragged Ji to the library to look for secret manuals.
Hey! Do you really have to be so sneaky? Ji said disdainfully.
Yang Wu, however, didn't seem to care at all. He shrugged, whatever.
I can tell you're up to no good. Pfft, a dog's mouth can't grow ivory. We've been friends since we were kids.
Just by the way you wiggle your butt, I can tell if you need to take a dump or pee.
Ji narrowed his eyes, studying Yang Wu's subtle expressions. Ahem. Let us go. The library.
It had 3 floors in total.
The secret manuals in local libraries were all yellow rank martial arts techniques.
Even at the mortal stage, one could only cultivate yellow rank techniques, but each stage had 3 levels: high, medium, and low. With his system, Ji looked down on level 1 martial arts, so he went straight to the 3rd floor. Sitting in front of the computer, he entered keywords to search for books. Yellow tier advanced. Yellow tier advanced martial art, heavenly crippled leg, 100,000 dragon coins. Yellow tier advanced martial art, Dugu sword technique, 150,000 dragon coins. Yellow tier advanced martial art, grand sword technique, 110,000 dragon coins. His eyes were spinning. He never imagined there were so many martial arts techniques. He had to add more keywords. Ji closed his eyes and discovered he had learned the Ling family sword technique yellow tier, advanced, the Ling family inner cultivation method yellow tier, low level. The Ling family Big Dipper fist yellow tier, low level. And butcher skill life skill proficiency. Although his family's martial arts techniques were a bit low level, combined with the butcher skill, they would actually boost his combat power significantly. Everything in the world has its benefits. Nothing you learn is ever wasted. His current footwork based on the Ling family sword technique was too slow. If he wanted to improve his martial arts, he'd have to learn some better footwork techniques. I'll just have to learn some footwork techniques that feel right for now, to get by. The martial arts manuals exchanged for killing intent in the system are only ever higher tier, never lower. Ji typed the keyword footwork into the keyboard. Yellow rank advanced martial art, heavenly cripple footwork, 100,000 dragon coins. Yellow rank advanced martial art, flying dance, 150,000 dragon coins. Yellow rank advanced martial art, years and pear blossoms step, 200,000 dragon coins. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. Of course, I could also share my cultivation insights with you. Ji was truly baffled by her. In the martial arts world, competition is inevitably a matter of life and death. Not even the slightest bit of resources should be given away. Why was Dina being so kind? Could it be? Had she fallen in love with him? Just as Ji was lost in his wild thoughts, Dina had already pulled out the manual and notebook. Stop letting your mind wander. I'm just short on money, and there are things I want to buy. She stared at her intently, feeling a bit embarrassed that she guessed his thoughts. All he could do was give a silly grin. Haha. Beautiful Dina, you're truly both beautiful and kind. Get lost. Hurry up and transfer the money. I've got things to do. The two of them chatted and laughed as they completed this strange transaction. For just 110,000, she bought the item she had her heart set on. Ji, naturally, couldn't hide his smile. Dina left the library, glanced back with a smile, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upward. Silly boy. She didn't notice her mysterious smile at all. He walked to the library's study room to examine this secret manual. System. Manual cloud drifting step entered. This had become his go-to ever since he acquired the system. It allowed him to memorize and practice with ease. Would you like to practice? You currently have 4,500 vitality points available. Practice. The techniques and methods of this footwork style poured into his mind non-stop. It could be divided into 3 stages. Stage 1, you can easily jump to a height of 3 or 4 stories. Stage 2, you can hover in place for 10 seconds and move sideways. Perfection, these movements are nearly silent, allowing for stealth. Dina could jump that high and execute a blade technique that descended from the sky. It seemed she had just completed stage 1 of her cultivation. Enter training mode. But why is the system constantly deducting vitality? He realized something was increasingly off. Did a horse trample him? His expression went from a 40,000-point smile to a face as sour as a dried bitter melon. He wanted to cry but had no tears left. 110,000 points had truly vanished into thin air. This movement technique was created by the Carefree Fairy and developed specifically for female warriors. Men want to learn it? Right now, probably only Drake could master it with ease. However, just as he was sinking into despair, the system's notification sounded. It's tough, as expected, for a man to practice this. It's like trying to haul an ox up a tree. Consumed plus 1,000 vitality.
successfully grasped the mantra for cultivating this movement technique. Note, this movement technique is suited for female warriors to cultivate. First is physical condition, second, body weight. So, if you wish to continue training, will the vitality cost also increase by 50? Do you wish to continue training? Damn it! I've really been screwed over.
But if I don't train, 110,000 will go down the drain, and 1,000 vitality points will be wasted.
Once I master it, all I can do is go out and kill a few more people.
I'll just work a little extra shift tonight and slaughter a few more pigs.
Dina, I will definitely avenge this.
After making that vow, he immediately silently chanted in his mind, train.
Training the cloud drift step technique consumes plus 1,000 vitality. Female technique buff, forced training doubles the consumption.
Training progress, stage 1, 25 consumes 1,000 points.
Cultivation progress, stage 1, 50. Cost, 1,000 points. She broke out in a cold sweat. That's a huge drain. Cultivation progress, stage 1, 100. Cost, 2,000 points. Success. Stage 1 completed.
Thank goodness she could go kill pigs to earn points before heading out for the dungeon assessment, otherwise, that woman would warn him out. Xi would have to continue tomorrow, he'd already used up all his vitality for the day.
Since I'm out of points anyway, why not find someone to practice on and drain some blood? He flashed a sinister smile and left the library building. He walked to the entrance of the alchemy pavilion and set up a stakeout.
Dina, having pocketed 110,000 from her arch-rival Xi, happily arrived at the pill pavilion to purchase some urgently needed supplies.
Owner, get me a 100,000 family bucket support package.
The elderly man was hunched over, clearly very old. It had been a long time since anyone had come to buy this package. In this high martial arts world, wealthy people wouldn't touch low-grade pills like these. Those without money, however, couldn't afford them. It was truly a catch-22. Running this business only allowed for a modest living, otherwise, he would be retired long ago. He adjusted his reading glasses and took a closer look.
Wow! He never would have guessed it was such a pretty young girl. The family bucket support package.
Dina repeated her order, and the shopkeeper finally smiled. A big customer had arrived.
Sure thing. Don't let his age fool you. He moved with surprising agility and quickly brought over a box.
Young lady, here's your family bundle.
Dina glanced at the elixirs inside, nodded, paid, and left the elixir pavilion. She'd come in such high spirits, but little did she know.
The moment she stepped outside, a figure plummeted from the sky, charging straight at her.
Take this. The Ling family sword technique. Xi.
His rusty butcheress knife was easily recognizable. But he leaped all the way up to the 3rd floor. Had he mastered the cloud drifting step? At that moment, Dina had no time to worry about the medicine box in her hands. She dropped it carelessly and drew her long sword to block the attack. It wasn't exactly a sneak attack. She had shouted, "Take this," beforehand.
Clang!
Xi couldn't help but laugh when he saw this beauty unleash such a flashy move. Dina accelerated toward him, her anger flaring even more at his mocking gaze.
D-Clan whirlwind slash.
She leaped high into the air, her long sword spinning to propel her even higher.
But this was a duel. It wasn't a game of chess. Enemies don't just stand still and let themselves be chopped down.
Xi also unleashed his lightness skills and leaped backward. One executed a Mount Tai crush, while the other leaped high into the air, perfectly dodging the attack. Her long sword slammed violently into the floor.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air.
People in the surrounding buildings were startled and poked their heads out to see what was happening.
Yang Wu poked his head out from the 2nd floor of the library. Is that old hag destroying public property again?
After all, by this point, she had already leaped out of their line of sight.
You coward! Dina cursed. Hey! Miss Dina, you're a liar. The guilty party is accusing first. That's not fair.
After all, Dina felt a little guilty. To stop Xi from blabbing, she immediately ran toward him and continued her attack. Boom! 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 Dina was out of breath, gasping, "You sure can run fast." Ji had been toyed with by this woman. Now, humiliating her in front of everyone like this was truly satisfying. He focused intently. He'd long since figured out her moves. This wasn't over yet. "Dina, I'm getting serious now. You'd better watch out." Put. Bring it on. Ling family Northern Dipper Fist. Dina's swordplay was incredibly domineering, but against G's nimble footwork, she was completely helpless. She swung and missed again. She sidestepped the blade and landed a punch right in Dina's lower abdomen. The force reached a staggering 600 newtons. Dina felt as if her heart, liver, spleen, and lungs had been jolted out of place. Her internal organs were all out of alignment. It hurt. She licked her lips and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood-sucking, vitality plus 200. Dina felt her whole body go limp, and her sword plunged violently into the ground. "Today, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." She unleashed a flurry of punches. Boom! 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 Every punch landed squarely. Dina spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Blood-sucking, vitality plus 600. Dina lost too much blood, her vision blurred, and she fell flat on her back. Her gaze drifted to the young man, who was still smirking. Damn it! By now, a crowd had gathered to gawk at the spectacle, including Yang Wu. The world of martial arts. As long as you're a martial artist, there is no distinction between men and women. Nor does this world have laws requiring one to take a life to save another. They all abide by the law of the jungle. The strong prey on the weak. After all, he gained combat experience and a significant boost to his vitality. This was payback for her having tricked him. Let us go home. He and Yang Wu strolled leisurely back home. Those present who knew Dina immediately brought medicine to treat the female martial artist. Someone remarked, "Dina is the number 2 seed in the martial artist selection, and she was actually defeated by that guy with the butcher's knife, and he did it with his bare hands." Don't you guys know? That guy with the butcher's knife is the kid who beat the number 1 seed, Drake, yesterday. What's his name again? Ji. He's the son of the Ling family of butchers. No wonder. Is it that our butchers guild is getting worse and worse, or is this Ji just an oddball? I don't think the guy with the butcher's knife is that strong, it's just that this year's rookies are terrible. By then, Dina had regained her strength after being given a healing pill. Hearing these people gossiping and talking nonsense, they were being so disrespectful. But she said nothing. She put on her mask, picked up her long knife, and quietly left the scene. Some people faintly noticed that this heaven-sent beauty had tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. The sun was setting in the west. Ji returned to his home, not far from the pigsty, but the door was locked. However, Uncle Chi didn't usually lock the door, and at this time of day, he would always be waiting for Ji to come home for dinner. He furrowed his brow, feeling a bit uneasy. Not in the habit of carrying a key, he had no choice but to retrieve it from under the second vase on the left by the door. He unlocked the door. Sure enough, the house was empty, and there was no aroma of food. On the dining table, an old box made of rosewood stood out strikingly, with a white piece of paper tucked beneath it. She picked up the note to see what it said. It was Uncle Chi's handwriting. It read, "Ji. Uncle 7 has waited a full 20 years, and finally, I've made my public appearance. I don't know if I'll be able to return after I leave this time. This is my choice, accept it silently. Remember, under no circumstances should you look for me, and under no circumstances should you ask around. I'm leaving you a family heirloom, be sure to keep it close to you at all times, it will protect you. I've entrusted the family affairs to Yang Chonglu, he is a man you can trust. If anything comes up, you can turn to him. Focus on your cultivation with peace of mind. Remember, this world is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak, it's not a matter of either you die or I die. Signed, your Uncle 7, who loves you most." Ji looked at this brief, familiar letter and felt a sense of emptiness, as if the family had lost its backbone.
What had he gone off to do, being so mysterious?
Ji carefully folded the letter, found an envelope, and placed it inside. He had a truly bad feeling that he would never see Uncle Seven again.
Just like his parents, who had suddenly left when he was very young, never to return.
He had to get up early tomorrow, so he'd have to skip the pig slaughter.
He'd just have to obediently rest for the night.
After dinner, Ji returned home and went to bed early. The soothing spiritual energy slowly emanating from the Earth Spirit Stone quickly calmed him down.
After a night's rest, she felt exceptionally refreshed.
When he woke up, he felt as if his body had been nourished all night long.
Seventh uncle had truly left him a treasure.
Yang Wu, on the other hand, was in poor spirits.
Yang Wu, what is up with you?
You look terrible.
Hey!
We're going to the Martial Artists Association.
I bet we'll see martial artists from our class all over the city.
As everyone knows, female martial artists have killer figures.
He was way too excited.
She rolled his eyes at him. The bus they were riding on left right on schedule. It certainly didn't wait for anyone. They soon left the Butchers Guild and headed toward the eastern part of the city.
Ahem. Sylvia's cough came from the stage. She was probably doing a sound check.
Today she was dressed formally, with a beautiful, mature style. Yang Wu's gaze was already fixed on her ample bosom.
Ouch! Yang Wu felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and finally snapped back to reality. Gee, what are you doing? Cough, cough, I asked. Where your eyes are wandering?
Only then did Yang Wu realize his old habit had resurfaced, and his chubby face flushed red.
A slender lady is a gentleman's ideal.
Put. Even if you had the guts of a leopard, you still wouldn't dare confess your feelings. It was as if Yang Wu had been struck at his weakest spot. He hung his head like a beaten dog and stared at his phone.
Hello, everyone. It looks like you're all in good spirits. Sylvia began to speak.
I received a notice from the Martial Artists Association yesterday afternoon and posted it to the group chat right away. I just received the detailed rules for the event from the organizing committee this morning. She handed the printed copy of the rules to the person at the front of the line, asking everyone to pass it along.
This event is sponsored by the Long Group for the Martial Artists Association.
They've donated 100 million in prizes, which have already been placed at various assessment points throughout the training grounds. Once you arrive at the association, you'll be randomly assigned to the trial grounds to begin your training.
This is an excellent opportunity to face real exotic beasts as part of your trials. After more than 2 hours, they finally arrived in front of a 20-story skyscraper.
At the top of the building, several eye-catching characters read, Fengyue City Martial Artists Association.
The bus slowly pulled into the parking lot behind the building.
The parking lot was incredibly vast, and behind it stood several smaller buildings, with a small hill rising behind them. Dozens of buses were already parked there, along with many private cars. The private cars were mostly luxury vehicles, including U8s, Maybachs. 80 guilds were participating this time, with a total of 3,000 participants. Among the commercial professional associations were our own Butchers Guild, as well as the Agricultural Association, the Fisheries Association, the Forestry Association, and even major associations like the Light Industry Association and the Heavy Industry Association. The family clans and martial arts sects numbered as many as 5,000 people, yet there were only 5 major sects, truly a wealth of talent. This trial was akin to the city-wide exams taken by high school students on Earth during college entrance exams. However, in the high martial arts world, such events are optional after all. This is an extremely expensive endeavor. Only an economically developed city like Fengyue City, with people willing to foot the bill, has the capacity to host such an event. The Fengyue City Martial Artists Association collected a total of 50 million from its members to pay the state for the Mortal Stage trial grounds. In the past, these trials were typically held 3 months later. But this time, the Long Group sponsored 100 million as prize money and demanded that it be held today. The Long Group really does act with lightning speed. The venue was already set up, plastered with the group's promotional ads everywhere. After all, most of these martial artists would eventually return to Fengyue City to live and work. Daily life in Fengyue City is inseparable from Long Group's products. Led by Sylvia, they made their way toward the venue. Hey! Young Master Ling. Those gorgeous girls? 30 alluring young women stood together on the left, creating a truly beautiful sight. Even Ji was taken aback by their beauty. They saw the words Qinxian Pavilion written on their bus. Then they spotted a group of Spartan warriors, each over 180. Their muscles were so well defined they seemed to burst from their skin. Fitness Association? The sight was truly dazzling. Sylvia puffed out her cheeks. Hey, can't you guys act like you're not a bunch of old ladies visiting the Grand View Garden? Yang Wu laughed. We really don't get out much, do we? He wasn't exaggerating after all. The Butchers Guild was a unique industry that operated in the shadows, working exclusively at night. Look at me. Aren't I pretty? Pretty. Sexy and confident. Yang Wu praised her directly. Exactly. I almost forgot something. If you end up in the same trial arena, I hope you'll work together. After all, the world of martial arts is extremely dangerous. There might be people with ulterior motives, and some might even kill indiscriminately just Tozai's treasure. Sylvia continued to warn them, girls, you have to be especially careful. You can never be too cautious. Some of the female disciples looked over and nodded in agreement. They certainly understood Instructor Lu's meaning. Their elders back in their clans had warned them as well. After all, female martial artists generally weren't as strong as men on average, so they feared there might be some lecherous types out there. However, don't be too nervous. After all, this is just a trial, not an actual battlefield. Soon after, they entered the spacetime portal hall. The trial site was located in another dimension, and they had to travel through a wormhole to reach it. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. A blinding white light filled his vision. Dungeon system. Ding. Congratulations on successfully traversing the wormhole and entering the C1 level dungeon, Evil Forest, ID C1. This voice was very different from the bloodthirsty system. The bloodthirsty system sounded like a great demon speaking, while this dungeon system sounded like a child's mechanical voice. Whoosh. After a loud bang, his eyes lit up. Before him, he stood at the edge of a cliff, and the place known as the Evil Forest slowly unfolded before him like a terrifying painting. The forest was permeated with an eerie, dark aura, as if it were a cursed realm. Tall, twisted trees reached toward the sky like menacing demonic claws, their branches intertwined to form a labyrinthine maze from which it was nearly impossible to find one's way out once inside. The leaves were an eerie dark green, shimmering with an ominous glow in the dim light, as if each one concealed an unknown evil. A damp mist permeated the forest. It seemed almost alive, flowing slowly, at times coalescing into vague human shapes, and at other times dissipating into the air. A stifling heat enveloped the entire forest, making it feel suffocating and oppressive. That the ground was littered with rotting leaves and dead branches, emitting a pungent stench. Every step felt like stepping into a trap filled with danger. From time to time, spine-chilling sounds echoed from the depths of the forest, perhaps the roars of unknown beasts, or the whispers of malevolent creatures. In the darkness, pairs of red eyes glowed. Evil creatures hidden within the forest were watching the intruders, waiting for the right moment to launch a deadly attack. A river meandered through the forest. Its waters were a murky, dark red, as if stained with blood, and gave off a strong, fishy stench. Small hills loomed faintly at the edge of the forest. Their outlines were blurred by the mist, resembling sleeping behemoths that might awaken at any moment to devour the intruder. Quest: find 5-star cards. Suddenly, the sound of 1,000 horses galloping echoed through the air. Are those horses? Ji wondered. No, there couldn't possibly be horses deep in the forest. Ji was standing at the edge of a cliff. He couldn't step back. A fall would mean plummeting into an abyss. He drew the bloodthirsty blade. From deep within the woods behind him, several pig-like beasts burst forth. It was massive, standing there like a small hill. Its thick limbs were like solid stone pillars, steadfastly supporting its heavy frame. Its body was covered in a thick, coarse coat of dark fur. Its head was broad and massive, and its two small eyes flashed with a ferocious red glow, like burning embers, revealing boundless savagery and brutality. Long fangs jutted out sharply from its mouth, razor sharp enough to pierce through steel with ease. When she saw this pig-like beast, he thought to himself, "This is right up my alley, slaughtering pigs." He had originally assumed he could effortlessly go on a killing spree. But little did he know, each one was bigger than the last. Second-tier beast, charging porcupine. Attack power, over 1000 ox force. Special move, brave charge. Strategy, kill it. If you run, it'll catch up to you in the end. Yet, as it moved, the earth trembled beneath its feet, emitting a dull rumble, as if proclaiming its power and invincibility to the world. Its roar was deafening, like thunder, capable of instantly striking fear into the hearts of the timid as if it were a howl rising from the depths of hell. This pig-like beast not only possessed astonishing strength, but its speed was also not to be underestimated. It's a rampaging war machine. G gripped the bloodthirsty blade he couldn't back down. This was the butcheress pride. 100 meters. 80 meters. Cold sweat drenched G's forehead. Butcher skill. These pigs are just a bit bigger. Kill. He shouted at the top of his lungs, just to steel his own resolve. With a light leap using the cloud drift step, aiming for the neck of the charging porcupine, he swung down with all his 666 brute strength. A bright crimson glow erupted from the blade. The charging porcupine was highly intelligent. It swiveled its head and rammed straight into G's body. Now was the moment to see if he was brave enough. He had no choice but to charge forward, but the pig's head blocked his path to the neck. G gave a cold smile. "You beast, now you've seen me." He grabbed the porcupine's ear and swung across its neck like a swing. He raised his blade and struck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing this porcupine's hide is way too tough. But this is the cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Don't forget, this is a butcheress knife. 1 inch. 2 inches. The bloodthirsty blade finally sliced through its neck, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The bloodthirsty blade glowed red, frantically absorbing the blood of the rampaging porcupine. Its massive, mountain-like body kept wasting away. Ding! The evil bloodthirsty blade system chimed once more. Killed 1 rampaging porcupine, vitality 1000 plus, killing intent 500 plus. With the first one out of the way, the second was a piece of cake. I'm a veteran player, no need to hold back. I activated the cloud drifting step and began slaughtering the herd of porcupines. This is the true power of the pig slayer. Killed 1 rampaging porcupine, vitality 1000 plus, killing chi 500 plus. Killed 1 charging porcupine, vitality 1000 plus, killing intent 500 plus. After killing 20 in a row, she was completely exhausted. Panting heavily, the other charging porcupines, terrified by the onslaught, fled backward in tears, terrified of becoming the next victims of this psychopath. A bottomless abyss. Falling into it, even if it hit the water, would mean certain death. And even if he survived, he'd be left with barely a shred of health. System, why did you teleport me here? The system seemed to ignore him. He asked again, "System, can you save me?" "Yes, just hold down the wristband and silently say, 'Surrender,' to leave the dungeon." "No, I'm just helping you land safely at the bottom of the cliff." "I don't have that permission." The explorer has to figure this out on their own. As if the system could be trusted, that's as likely as a sow climbing a tree. Humph. The bloodthirsty system suddenly spoke up. Startled, G immediately said, "Bloodthirsty brother, I wasn't talking about you." G looked at the forest behind him. "These massive tree trunks could barely make a single boat. I hope they can help me absorb some of this impact. If I don't get knocked unconscious right away, I can use the cloud drift step to jump sideways, and I'll have a 50% chance of making it out okay." Having calculated his timing, he pulled a compressed biscuit from his backpack. He began to gnaw on it. "It's too hard. I wasn't planning on eating it unless it was a matter of life and death." He gazed at the ceaselessly flowing waterfall. It was truly spectacular.
Boom of faint explosion. Slowly, the sound grew closer, boom. She furrowed his brow and turned to look. A cloud of dust was billowing from deep within the forest. Humph, humph, gurgle, gurgle, roar, roar. A foul-smelling gale pierced through the gaps between the trees. The bloodthirsty blade reacted instantly, emitting a dark crimson glow. A killing intent slowly seeped out. This was the aura of killing intent, something Ji knew all too well. That gale carried within it an endless stream of murderous intent. This killing intent was so powerful it had taken on a physical form, transforming into a tangible gale. Ji gripped the hilt tightly, the cold sweat from his palms soaking it. Before long, the sounds grew closer, and he saw countless towering trees in the forest being uprooted. In the darkness, two enormous, blood-red spheres stared directly at Ji. This was the killing intent of a blood feud. She sucked in a sharp breath and instinctively took a step back. They were the eyes of a monstrous beast. The area around the eyes was already soaked through. Humph, humph, gurgle, gurgle, roar, roar. The gale slashed toward Ji like a blade. The giant trees in its path were all shattered by the gale. Debris flew everywhere. A massive, terrifying creature appeared. Ji raised the bloodthirsty blade to block the gale's onslaught. His entire body felt as if it were being sliced by a blade. Had it not been for the countless trees that absorbed the initial blow, he might already have been reduced to ashes. A charging porcupine. At least 3 times larger than the one he just killed. It was utterly staggering. Ding! The system alert sounded. Peak Tier 3 Beast, Rampaging Porcupine Adult Female. Attack Power, over 10,000 Ox Force. Special Move, Brave Charge. Blood and Guts. Countermeasure, Wait to Die. Ji laughed. Even the system looked down on him. However, the aura of the bloodthirsty blade had already told him, its blood is incredibly nourishing. The level gap was just too great. There was no way he could go head to head. Oink, oink, snort, snort, grunt, grunt. The massive charging porcupine spotted Ji and sniffed the air. Oink, oink, snort, snort, grunt, grunt. It looked as if it had spotted an enemy. Drawing on his experience as a pig slaughterer, she realized the sow had just finished nursing her young. What's more, her milk was completely depleted, and some of her teats were still swollen. Could it be that she was the mother of those 20 raging porcupines? She is here to seek revenge. It seems today, it's either you die or I die, Ji muttered to himself. The great charging porcupine seemed to understand his words. The higher the level, the greater the sentience. Oink, oink, goor, goor, hoo, hoo. Its right front leg kept stomping the ground. Charge bravely forward? She had to take a chance. He immediately ran toward the riverbank. The great charging porcupine began to accelerate, sprinting at full speed. Boom! As it ran, the ground erupted with explosions. Any low-level creature struck by this charge would surely die. Ji heard the porcupine's roar. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Jump. Cloud drifting step take off. He leaped toward the river at a 45-degree angle. As long as he fell into the river, he would surely be swept away by the rapids. Falling into the water at the bottom of the cliff meant a near certain death. Not jumping and fighting this massive monster head-on meant certain death. Fortunately, Ji had eaten a compressed biscuit, so his stomach wasn't empty. He mustered every ounce of strength. In the blood-red eyes of the rampaging porcupine, there was only Ji. After all, it was a beast. It had already lost its sanity. Boom! The rampaging porcupine also leaped off the riverbank. The porcupine's killing intent bore down on Ji. He was, after all, highly sensitive to such energy. 3, 2, 1 kill. Gathering all his strength from his lower back, he did a somersault in midair. A slash from the air. Ji knew one strike wouldn't be enough to kill this monster. But the blade descending from the sky wasn't meant to kill it. Butcher skill. He had identified the weakest spot on this porcupine's head. He gripped the hilt with both hands. Stab. The blade had just pierced the narrow gap between 2 bones in the boar's skull. Blood spurted out. Blood-sucking, vitality 500 plus. The great charging porcupine let out heart-wrenching screams, oink, grunt, roar. Splash!
The massive rampaging porcupine fell into the river, sending a huge splash of water into the air.
The splash was so big it completely engulfed G. Its first instinct was to shake G off. Cough, cough.
G had thought he'd narrowly escaped danger. How could this porcupine still have this trick up its sleeve? He had no other choice but to brace for the impact. Gripping the bloodthirsty blade with both hands, he mustered his last ounce of strength and raised the blade to block the oncoming gale.
Clang! The gale slammed directly into the bloodthirsty blade. G, don't give up.
She felt a familiar voice echo in his mind.
Who?
The earth spirit stone on his chest gradually began to glow with an emerald light. A gentle spiritual energy radiated out. In that moment, G's body was instantly filled with power. The emerald green glow purified the gale unleashed by the porcupine's attack. Evil energy, blood energy, and killing intent vanished rapidly.
Empowered by G's strength, the bloodthirsty blade was brimming with power. It emitted a faint red glow. The red light actually sliced through the gale.
The gale weakened considerably, sweeping past G on both sides and tearing his clothes to shreds. This was a strike in which it had exhausted all its life force. It hurled G toward the shore. He struck the river's surface at a 45-degree angle, just like skipping a stone.
1 skip. 2 skips. 132 skips.
G was swept onto the shore.
Boom! He crashed into a massive pine tree. Guh!
G coughed up a mouthful of black, congealed blood. His head was spinning. Just before losing consciousness, he heard the system's prompt. Killed 1 level 3 peak rampaging giant porcupine, vitality plus, killing intent plus? Congratulations on activating the killing intent points reward exchange feature. Win Moon City Martial Artists Association, Time-Space Travel Hall. All martial artists participating in the trial had already entered the wormhole space. The staff leading the groups were all at their computers, recording which dungeon each of their trainees had entered. This would make it easier for everyone to accurately retrieve their trainees 7 days later. The more Sylvia looked, the more she felt something was amiss.
G, level C1 dungeon, Evil Forest, ID C1. Yang Wu, level C1 dungeon, Evil Forest, ID C1. Dina, level C2 dungeon, Moon Split Cave, ID C1. Xiaozhenggu, level C2 dungeon, Moon Split Cave, ID C1. Lu Dei, level C2 dungeon, Distant Island, ID C1. Zhang San, level C2 dungeon, Distant Island, ID C1.
The other 24 members were all assigned to level C3 dungeons. After reviewing the records, Sylvia sprang to her feet with a whoosh, her expression grave. Frowning, she stormed up to the podium and demanded, "Why were 2 of us assigned to a C1 level dungeon, and 4 to C2? 3 people were seated on the podium. They were Long Yukai, the representative of the Long Group. Tu Qianshan, director of the organization department of the Martial Arts Association. And Fan Ming, a technician for the Martial Arts Association." Tu Qianshang took the list, which clearly read, Fengyue City Butchers Guild member list. G, ranked mortal stage, level 1 beginner martial artist, first heaven.
He glanced at the system list again. This G, she actually entered the C1 level dungeon, the Evil Forest? What on earth is going on? Even that Yang Wu is only at the 6th heaven. Fan Ming, why did this happen? Since this was his responsibility, he booted up his computer. He logged in to check the situation and discovered that the beautiful woman's words were indeed true. I don't know. You don't know? Sylvia was frantic. Her hand had already gripped her crescent blade. Hurry! Get them out of there. After all, martial artists like those from the Butchers Guild could only venture into C3 dungeons for practice at this stage. Even entering a C2 dungeon carried a 50-50 chance of casualties. Wouldn't entering C1 be tantamount to suicide? Theoretically, the survival rate is only 20%. That 20% assumes fighters play it safe. The more cautious they are,
the higher their chances of survival. Simply put, the harder you try, the faster you die. After all, C1 isn't a completely hopeless place. There are some spots where you can hide. Fan Ming was also at a loss, not knowing where to put his hands.
Tu Qinshan sighed, "Miss, I'm sorry.
Once it's activated, there's only one way out. The martial artists themselves must say, 'I surrender,' before they can leave." After all, when faced with overwhelming power, these novice martial artists whose resolve is weak usually choose to surrender.
"Miss, since it's come to this, let them toughen up a bit.
If they ever become real warriors and go to the battlefield, they'll face even more terrifying foes." Hearing that they could choose to give up on their own, Sylvia felt much more at ease. After all, this was just a trial, not a major exam, and certainly not a real battle. If they failed, all they'd lose were their prizes. Just then, an elderly man nearby walked over and said with a smile, "My beautiful young lady, if our disciples encounter them, they'll lend a helping hand as well. Rest assured." Sylvia noticed the old man had snow-white hair and a youthful face, exuding an ethereal aura.
"Butcher's Guild, Sylvia. It's a pleasure to meet you, senior." "Haha, Alchemist Guild, Wu Gon."
Long Yukai gave a sly smile and quietly slipped away from the scene.
About 1 hour later,
she felt a stinging pain in his arm, as if something very sharp and thin had pierced him.
Startled awake by the pain. Ouch, another prick.
The scene before him almost made him think he was already dead.
"Fairy. Which fairy realm are you from?"
The first thing Ji saw when he opened his eyes was a beauty who looked like a fairy.
"Where's my necklace?"
Ji cried out in panic.
Mina pointed to a pile of items not far away. "Everything you were carrying is over there." It was covered by a heap of torn rags.
He pushed the rags aside. The necklace, the bloodthirsty blade, and its scabbard were all there, but his travel bag was gone. That gale had already shredded most of his belongings. He picked up the necklace and saw that the Earth Spirit Stone pendant had turned from imperial green to white, devoid of its spiritual energy. He knew that this Earth Spirit Stone had exhausted its spiritual power to protect him. Without its protection, Ji would have been blown to pieces. That damn pig was truly ruthless. It had used up all its life force to trade one life for another.
The moment he placed the Earth Spirit Stone around his neck, Mina immediately took a few steps back. Her expression was strange, too.
"Your blade radiates such intense killing intent.
It makes people feel very uncomfortable."
"What kind of blade is it, exactly?"
Mina asked, furrowing her brow.
Ji was already used to it. He didn't feel uncomfortable. It turned out that the Earth Spirit Stone had been suppressing the bloodthirsty blade's killing intent. The blade's own emanation was simply too terrifying.
The more you kill, the more killing intent it absorbs?
The thought flashed through Ji's mind. He put on the Earth Spirit Stone necklace, picked up the bloodthirsty blade, and sheathed it. The linksy leather scabbard truly served to block killing intent and evil energy.
Immediately, the pressure weighing on Mina's heart vanished. "It's just an old butcher's knife,"
Ji replied casually, not wanting to explain. After all, they weren't close. She understood, too, that in the martial arts world, everyone had their own secrets, and it wasn't proper to pry. Ji realized that Mina, who seemed like a fairy, had essentially saved his life.
"Thank you, Miss Chen.
Someday, Ji, will definitely repay this favor." She walked over to Ji and retrieved her silver needles. You said it yourself, you owe me a favor." She felt that this outfit suited him well. Every piece of clothing he was wearing was brand new.
"Did this young lady see every inch of me?"
He felt a pang of embarrassment. Mina saw his strange expression and rolled her eyes at him. The thought of such a beautiful girl washing him from head to toe and helping him change was incredibly alluring. He couldn't help but blush, his heart racing. Mina guessed what this man was thinking and said with a sly smile, "Pfft." Suddenly, a burst of rapid laughter came from the trees. "Ha ha ha."
Someone jumped down from the large tree behind them.
It was a man wearing clothes very similar to his own, with a build not too different from his. Though he wasn't exactly handsome, he exuded an air of integrity. The moment he saw this man, Ji immediately realized that the clothes on his body belonged to him.
Everything made sense now. Ji immediately clasped his hands respectfully and asked, "What is your honorable name, senior brother?" "Chung Feng." "It was I who helped you bathe. You didn't really think it was junior sister, did you?" Ji cleared his throat awkwardly. "No, I really didn't. How could I dare to even think of insulting immortal Chun?" Mina's eyes had already narrowed to slits. "Humph. My senior brother can read minds, so don't try to pretend." Not wanting to put himself on the defensive, Ji immediately clasped his hands in a bow to thank Chung Feng. "Thank you, Chung Feng, for saving my life." "Thank you for the clothes." Chung Feng waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. It turned out the two of them had heard a loud noise nearby. They rushed over immediately and, upon reaching the riverbank, witnessed the moment Ji was struck by the gale. Ji had been knocked onto the shore. As disciples of the Alchemist Guild, saving lives and healing the wounded was their duty, so they came to Ji's aid. It seemed these two were good people. Mina changed the subject. "Ji, as a peak martial beginner, why did you enter a C1 dungeon, and how did you defeat a peak 3rd tier beast?" Through pulse diagnosis, members of the Alchemist Guild could determine the rank of martial artists at or below their own level. Peak martial beginner corresponds to the peak of the 1st tier of the mortal stage. The mortal stage has 3 levels: martial novice, martial practitioner, martial master. "I don't know either." Ji was at a loss as well. "Whereas your partner?" For safety reasons, the Grand Assembly always deliberately pairs participants in groups of 2 for the trials. A chilling thought crossed Ji's mind, and he shook his head helplessly. "Killed by a beast?" He shook his head again. Ji couldn't sense any killing intent from these two, and they had saved his life. So he recounted his experience. Chang Feng's expression turned serious. "You weren't framed, were you?" That was a possibility, but at the time, he simply assumed it was a system glitch. Mina said without hesitation, "Senior brother, let us take Xu with us. It's too dangerous for him to go alone." Chang Feng hesitated slightly. "Star cards always appear in pairs, and it's hard to split them with him." "2 at a time? If one person could get 2 at once, wouldn't that give them a shot at first place?" Chang Feng was torn, and Ji didn't want to either. Mina didn't press the issue. She took a few pills from the medicine pouch at her waist and tossed them to him. "These are health restoration pills. Here, take care of yourself." Chung Feng also took out some compressed rations from his backpack. "I hope you make it out alive." Jiwang T1 to be coy, he accepted the supplies they offered. "As long as I, Ji, make it out alive, I will definitely repay this favor." This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. After the two from the Alchemist Guild left, Ji let out a sigh. Conspiracies and schemes weren't what he needed to worry about right now. Staying alive, boosting his strength was the top priority. Now that he had plenty of vitality and killing intent, it was time to level up. He had to find a quiet place to train first. He stood on the porcupine's carcass, listening to the gentle murmur of the water. An image flashed through his mind. During his fall, he spotted a cave behind this massive waterfall. Could there be some treasure in there? The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the river's surface, like a golden ribbon. It was beautiful. It stood in stark contrast to the eerie, terrifying forest. At such a low level, venturing into the evil forest at night would be suicide. Resting in the cave first and leveling up was the wiser choice. He gathered some dry branches to use as torches. He walked around to the side and reached the edge of the cliff by the waterfall. Sure enough, there was a passageway. He followed the path inside. He remembered that during his descent, the cave had been at the same elevation as the forest. He looked up. The terrain here was recessed, and 200 meters further on, it jutted out. It formed a cave resembling the water curtain cave. Ji observed carefully and noticed many vines hanging down from the rock wall. He gave them a few hard tugs. The vines were stiff and elastic. So, he climbed up to investigate. Within a few minutes,
he finally made it to the cave behind the waterfall. It was pitch black inside, with only the faint glow of the setting sun filtering through the waterfall. He took a deep breath. Ha! It smells wonderful. What is that scent? The scent was refreshing and invigorating. At the cave entrance, Ji used the principle of friction to start a fire. He lit a torch. Step by step, he ventured inside to explore. His flashlight, lighter, and other belongings had all fallen into the river, so now he was like a caveman. She clutched the torch tightly in his hand. The flickering flame seemed particularly bright in the pitch-black surroundings, yet it could only illuminate a small area directly in front of him. He slowly stepped into the cave, his footsteps light and cautious with every step. He could hear a faint echo rippling through the cavern. At the cave's entrance, a chilly breeze swept over him, carrying a damp, musty scent. The torchlight flickered erratically, casting Jia's silhouette onto the uneven cave walls. His shadow would stretch out at times and twist at others, as if a mysterious ghost were dancing. As he ventured deeper into the cave, the surrounding darkness grew thicker, as if it were about to swallow him whole. Occasionally, water droplets fell from the cave walls, emitting a crisp drip-drop sound that rang out with extraordinary clarity in the silent space. Jia's eyes scanned the surroundings warily, not missing a single corner where danger might lurk. The torchlight struggled valiantly against the darkness, trying to dispel the endless gloom, yet it seemed so small and powerless. His heartbeat was clearly audible in the silence, a mix of tension and anticipation. Crunch! Ji had crushed something underfoot. He slowly lowered the torch toward the ground. He wished he hadn't looked. The sight gave him quite a start. Human bones. Suddenly, he heard a dense swarm of whistling sounds cutting through the air. What? A bird-like creature charged at him. He heard the system prompt. Tier 2, entry-level monster, blood-sucking bat. Attack power, over 500 newly. Special move, blood-sucking. Countermeasures, slash. Fire attack. Alerted by the system, Ji snapped to attention and quickly drew the bloodthirsty blade. Ling family sword technique. The blood-sucking bat was sliced in two. Pathetic. Killed one blood-sucking bat, vitality 1000 plus, killing intent 500 plus. However, the sounds were growing more intense. Countless blood-sucking bats were swarming toward him. However, although these bats surrounded Ji, they seemed afraid of something. They didn't dare to get close. Was it the torch in his hand? Ji chased after these blood-sucking bats, slaying them. Killed one blood-sucking bat, vitality 1000 plus, killing Ji 500 plus. Killed one vampire bat, vitality 1000 plus, killing intent 500 plus. Killed one vampire bat, vitality 1000 plus, killing intent 500 plus. He was exhausted, chasing the vampire bats as they flew. They were flying way too fast. He was gasping for breath. Seeing that they weren't attacking, he actually thought they'd been intimidated by his aura. Humph. Beasts are just beasts. He plopped down and sheathed the bloodthirsty blade. Just then, the blood-sucking bats charged at him again. He had no choice but to swing his blade. Killed one blood-sucking bat, vitality 1000 plus, killing intent 500 plus. After doing this a few times, he discovered a pattern. It turned out these blood-sucking creatures weren't afraid of fire at all. They were afraid of the bloodthirsty blade. Since they were all bloodsuckers, the bloodthirsty blade was indeed a bit more sinister. He had no choice but to thrust the bloodthirsty blade into the ground, just like a mosquito coil. The blood-sucking bats stayed far away, slowly hanging upside down from the cave ceiling, not daring to move a muscle. The scene was eerie. Moreover, before long, many blood-sucking bats fled toward the cave's exit, and some even died naturally. Damn! Is this what they call the cycle of mutual generation and restraint? Killed one vampire bat, vitality 1000 plus, killing intent 500 plus. Jia's attempt to break through to the next realm was excruciating. After all, it was his first time. The first time is always painful. He was drenched in sweat, but the muscles in his body were constantly transforming, as if an endless supply of power were merging into him. His skin also grew harder, and his physical strength received a significant boost. Every stage he advanced was highly beneficial to his body. After reaching mortal stage 2, he would become a martial practitioner in essence, a true warrior. The kind who could take the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to mortal stage 2 initial. Please continue to gain combat experience to advance further. G understood this principle well. Cultivation progress must be tied to real-world combat experience, otherwise, one's foundation would be unstable, posing a major threat to the path of martial cultivation. G looked at the rusty bloodthirsty blade. It was time to activate it. System, activate the bloodthirsty blade. First activation of the bloodthirsty blade consumes 10,000 plus vitality. At that moment, an endless stream of blood-red gas merged into the bloodthirsty blade. The bloodthirsty blade vibrated violently. It began to glow a deep, crimson red. The rust spots on the bloodthirsty blade began to flake off. The bodies of the blood-sucking bats falling all around turned into a mist of blood. The slightly stronger vampire bats are frantically flying out of the cave. The blood mist continuously gathers above the bloodthirsty blade, swirling around it. An ancient character is imprinted on the bloodthirsty blade, the character for blood. This script had long since been lost in the Dragon Kingdom. However, Ji was able to read this character. Blood. The character blood emitted a dark red glow. The blood mist slowly merged into the character, and the rust on the blade's surface gradually flaked away. With the appearance of this blood, the bloodthirsty blade's murderous aura began to converge within the character. Witnessing this eerie scene, Ji could only stare in shock. Bloodthirsty blade. Is it a cursed weapon? This is so strange. He had always thought this weapon was just a butcher's knife. Buzz. The bloodthirsty blade emitted a buzzing sound, as if responding to Ji. Ding! Congratulations, host. The bloodthirsty blade has been successfully activated for the first time. Additional damage, 1000 newtons. Additional blood-sucking ability, regain 1 point of power for every 100 enemies killed. The blood-red glow on the blade of the bloodthirsty blade faded. It had simply become a slightly heavier butcher's knife again, except now it was engraved with the ancient character for blood. Ji was both shocked and delighted. Shock, this blade is a bit sinister. Delight, this blade's stats have improved significantly. However, no matter what, this blade had saved his life countless times and had already become an integral part of his martial arts journey. It was Ji's cherished blade. At that moment, the system voice sounded again. Bloodthirsty blade, stage 1 technique, bloodthirsty frenzy. Exchanged for 10,000 killing chi points. Note, bloodthirsty frenzy is the introductory sword technique for the bloodthirsty blade. Enhancing its power, it consists of only 3 moves. Blood drinking spirit gathering art, exchanged for 15,000 killing chi points. Note, blood drinking spirit gathering art, an introductory technique. Significantly increases stamina and defense. Do you wish to exchange? Ji knew this was his only chance to survive in this dungeon. Yes. Congratulations. You have successfully exchanged for the bloodthirsty blade and the blood drinking spirit gathering art. 25,000 killing chi points deducted. Balance, please kill promptly. Vitality plus, killing chi 1000 plus. As his killing chi points decreased, the aura of the bloodthirsty blade grew weaker. This was a major discovery for Ji. At the same time, the cultivation techniques for the bloodthirsty blade and the blood-drinking spirit-gathering art kept flowing into his mind. They were imprinted there like a mental brand. Moreover, it felt as if a master were inside his mind, constantly nagging at him and guiding him through the basics. System, cultivate the blood-drinking spirit-gathering art to the beginner level. Yes. Cultivating. Ji's body began to change. It felt as if the blood within him had suddenly come to a boil. It circulated ceaselessly through his body, unblocking even the finest capillaries. The run and do meridians were filled with blood. Spiritual energy kept flowing into the space between his eyebrows. As blood and spiritual energy combined, the cells within his body underwent a second growth. Fat was constantly being burned.
His body underwent an unparalleled enhancement. This was the very physique a martial artist sought. With the bloodthirsty Blade S assistance, cultivation efficiency increased by 100, total vitality consumed 5,000 plus. Blood drinking spirit gathering art successfully mastered the basics. This sensation made Ji even more eager to master the bloodthirsty blade. System: cultivate the bloodthirsty blade to the basic level. Yes. Cultivating. Ding. The bloodthirsty blade vibrated and sprang into Ji's hand. With the System S assistance, Ji raised the bloodthirsty blade and slashed down with all his might. Repeat. Raise the bloodthirsty blade and slash down with all his might. Just that one move. He swung it over 10,000 times. With the bloodthirsty Blade S assistance, training efficiency increased by 100, total vitality consumed 5,000 plus. Successfully mastered the basics of the bloodthirsty blade first move, a simple downward slash. Whoa! Ji's expression was distorted into that of a startled cat. Is this even a sword technique? 10,000 killing chi points and 5,000 vitality. It feels like such a waste. Ji looked outside the cave and saw bats fluttering about. And it wasn't even dawn yet. After all, he had to make the most of his time to train. Improving the cloud drifting step, which allows him to leap out of attack ranges, and mastering agile footwork was essential. System: training cloud drifting step. Training in progress. Female cultivation technique buff: forced cultivation doubles resource consumption. A severe headache struck, and Ji's body began to act uncontrollably. The flashlight he was holding slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The flickering light shone particularly brightly in the pitch-black cave, yet it could only illuminate a small area directly in front of him. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. Ji found himself in a warm, bright room. The room's layout was very familiar. It was the home where he had once lived. "Why am I here?" Ji asked indifferently. His heartbeat suddenly quickened, and an indescribable emotion welled up inside him. The dining room. A dining table stood there, laden with all kinds of delicious food. What excited Ji the most was that every dish, most of which featured pork, was among his absolute favorites. Garlic-flavored spare ribs, dried tangerine peel pork meatballs, braised pork, and greens stir-fried in lard, radish and pork bone soup. 4 dishes and a soup, with all-you-can-eat white rice. Ji's eyes welled up with tears. He could almost see his mother's busy figure in the kitchen, carefully preparing these delicacies for him. He slowly walked toward the dining table and reached out, wanting to touch those familiar dishes. Just then, a familiar voice rang out beside his ear. "Xiao Ji, you're finally back." Ji jerked his head up and saw his mother. Her face was radiant with a gentle smile, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. He could hardly believe it. He would never forget her voice, her appearance, or her smile. Ji's beauty and grace, as well as his handsome features, must have come from his mother. Tears streamed down his face. "Mom!" Ji couldn't help but walk toward his mother, throwing himself excitedly into her arms as tears welled up in his eyes. He held his mother tightly, feeling that long-missed warmth. "Silly boy, don't cry. Come taste the food Mom made." Mom gently patted Ji on the back and said tenderly. She sat down at the dining table, picked up his chopsticks, and placed a piece of pork in his mouth. That familiar flavor instantly spread through his mouth, transporting him back to the good old days. However, just then, another figure appeared in the room. Ji looked up and saw his father Linglingy. A smile graced his father's face, and his eyes were filled with pride. "Ji, Dad is so happy to see you looking so healthy," Linglingy said. Tears welled up in Ji's eyes once more. He stood up and threw himself into his father's arms. "Dad, I missed you both so much." The three of them sat together around the dining table, savoring this rare moment of reunion. Ji's heart was filled with happiness and contentment. He seemed to forget where he was, forgetting all his worries and dangers. He was already hungry, so he kept eating the food in front of him. "It's delicious." Mom smiled and said, "If you like it, eat a little more. From now on, I'll cook your favorite dishes every day." Our family will live here forever, never to be separated.
The warm atmosphere and familiar smells had him completely captivated.
Who doesn't love the warmth of family?
She was just about to agree. Deep down, a voice kept reminding him.
Gee, wake up.
It was another version of himself.
Your parents are already dead. All of this is too unreal, it must be an illusion.
The original GS will refuse to accept this reality, but now it was the G who had traveled through time who was in control. His senses slowly returned.
Fake? Ling Ling looked at G in surprise. What do you mean, fake? You're all an illusion.
He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. The soul that had traveled through time told himself he absolutely must not fall for this. No, this isn't real. I can't let myself be trapped by an illusion. G opened his eyes, his gaze filled with determination. He stood up, looking at the figures of his mom and dad, his heart filled with reluctance.
Mom and Dad, I know you aren't real. But I'll always remember you. With that, G turned and walked toward a doorway.
His heart was filled with courage and resolve he would use his own strength to shatter this illusion and return to the real world.
Ji! Xiao Ji!
Amid the cries of his parents, she stepped out the front door, and the scenery around him began to blur.
The warm room, the delicious food, and the figures of his parents gradually vanished into the darkness. Buzz!
Ji's whole body jolted, and he snapped back to reality. He stared blankly for a few seconds, then immediately grabbed his flashlight.
Inside the small cave, he witnessed a terrifying scene.
Dozens of people stood there like stone sculptures.
Some were men. Some were women.
Their expressions were all blissful.
Some were laughing heartily. Some were crying. Eerie.
This eerie feeling emanated from the small cave itself, which was covered in strange runes stretching from the ceiling all the way to the entrance.
Was this an illusionary array?
At the far end of the cave stood a raised platform. On it lay a white, egg-shaped stone, constantly emitting a golden glow.
Was it a monstrous egg? Or just a regular stone? The scent must have been coming from that stone. Driven by curiosity and the feeling that this egg was calling to him,
She slowly made his way toward the platform. He carefully steered clear of the human statues. With just a tiptoe, his body leapt onto the platform as light as a feather.
This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. She, quick as a flash, reached out to grab it. The white creature was incredibly agile and immediately turned away. Squeak, squeak. A strange sound echoed through the cave, reverberating endlessly.
Ji's vision blurred, and a stunningly beautiful woman appeared before him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The beautiful woman walked toward him with graceful poise, as if she were a fairy stepping out of a painting. Her features were exquisitely lovely, her eyebrows like new moons, their gently arched curves exuding a natural charm. Her skin was as smooth and delicate as white jade, radiating a soft glow in the sunlight. She wore a form-fitting white gown. The soft fabric clung tightly to her shapely figure, accentuating her slender waist and voluptuous curves. The neckline of the dress was slightly open, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin and delicate collarbones, sparking the imagination. The hem of the dress swayed gently with her steps, offering a tantalizing glimpse of her long legs. Every step seemed to carry a seductive rhythm. She exuded a faint, delicate fragrance, a scent reminiscent of orchids and musk that intoxicated both the senses and the soul. Ji was mesmerized.
A temptress who seduces men. Wasn't this the very image of the goddess he'd always imagined? However, he knew this was an illusion, so he bit his tongue once more.
The pain of the bite snapped him back to reality. Then he saw a tiny white bat circling above his head. Its entire body was as white as snow, as if formed from the purest moonlight. Its tiny body was only a few feet long, yet it exuded an innate air of dignity and mystery. Its wings, as thin as cicada wings, shimmered with a delicate silver glow in the dim light, as if woven from the finest silk. Its head was dainty and delicate, with two large, round eyes like dazzling black gems, sparkling with curiosity and liveliness. Its tiny mouth was slightly parted, revealing a row of sharp, slender teeth. Though it had not yet displayed the ferocity of an adult phantom bloodbat king, it still hinted at a latent danger.
What kind of creature is this? Just then, the System's voice sounded once more.
A Tier 1 exotic beast, the phantom bloodbat.
Attack power, over 100 newly. Special moves, illusion, bloodsucking. Action plan, kill.
Just as G was about to slay this slender white bat,
it actually landed on his shoulder. It let out another squeak.
He sensed not a shred of malice. It seemed to be trying to win him over.
And, to be honest, it was pretty cute.
G still couldn't bring himself to kill it.
Does it think I'm its mom or something?
It's an animal's instinct to regard the first living creature it encounters as its mother.
Suddenly,
from where the white stone egg had been, there was a loud boom.
It began to crack.
Then, one after another, explosions rang out behind him.
Boom! Boom! She turned around to see the humanoid statues shattering one after another. The scene left G completely dumbfounded. Soon, the sounds stopped.
The ground was littered with corpses.
Were these humanoid statues actually people? The thought sent a chill down his spine. If he hadn't broken free from the illusion, would he have met the same fate as these corpses? It was too eerie.
G immediately hurried away from the scene. Otherwise, if the illusion struck again, he didn't know if he'd be able to escape. He hadn't taken more than a few steps.
G's leg was grabbed.
His eyes bulged in terror as he whipped his head around. He saw a corpse lying on the ground clutching his calf.
A zombie? The corpse's clothes looked somewhat familiar, as if he'd seen them somewhere before.
"Junior brother, save me, the corpse moaned in a low voice.
Junior brother? Only then did G realize.
It turned out the clothes he was wearing were exactly the same as those on this male corpse. So this man must be a disciple of the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild had done him a favor. He helped the man to his feet.
The man was tall, though now emaciated.
His face was haggard, almost like a skull. She checked his pulse. He was still alive.
"Are you from the Alchemist Guild?" The half-dead man nodded slightly. The small cave felt too eerie, so she helped him out.
They made their way to the main cave.
He took supplies out of his backpack, including water, elixirs, and Western medicine.
He gave him everything. It was truly a case of desperation leading to desperate measures. The man had a strong constitution. In less than half an hour, some color had returned to his face.
"Young man, what is your name?"
His voice was still a bit hoarse.
G. He saw no reason to hide it.
He didn't recognize this man. Seeing that his weapon was actually a butcher's knife, he surmised that this man wasn't from the Alchemist Guild.
So he asked again, "G? Why are you wearing the robes of our Alchemist Guild?"
She recounted everything he could about his experiences over the past 2 days, keeping the rest to himself.
"Cheng Feng, you're in here too," the gaunt man exclaimed in surprise.
It turned out that this corpse was a disciple of the Alchemist Guild, Cheng Feng's older brother, Cheng Yu. He had arrived at this dungeon a year ago. As soon as he entered this cave, he was bewitched by an illusion and couldn't find his way out. But he didn't tell Ji exactly what had bewitched him. She didn't feel comfortable pressing him for details.
This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading.
The evil forest was now bathed in sunlight. It was already 9 a.m. She hadn't intended to take this strange yet adorable white bat with her. But it just kept following her up. She couldn't bring herself to kill it. So she had no choice but to take it alone.
Was it a sense of maternal love? She wasn't sure.
Outside the waterfall, the body of the porcupine that had been running wildly the day before was now covered with enormous eagles, which were relentlessly tearing into its flesh. These eagles love to eat animal carcasses. They're the forest's scavengers. Cheng Yu was last year's contestant, but since Ji had started 3 months early. To be precise, he'd been trapped for 9 months. In the illusion realm, his life drained very slowly. It would likely take a year for him to die. The illusion array slowly absorbed their vital essence and blood to nourish the little bat's egg. If it had been a full year, he would surely have starved to death. Those who survive great calamities are bound to have good fortune later, such as fate. These were all Chang Yu's speculations.
Do you hate Xiaobai? She asked offhandedly. Xiaobai was the nickname Ji had given to the little blood bat.
Chang Yu shook his head and smiled faintly. Having escaped the repetitive, blissful storyline, Chang Yu had now returned to the real world. It felt like a lifetime had passed. He also scavenged quite a few valuable items from among the corpses.
Originally, he planned to give them all to Ji.
But Ji had absolutely no interest in them after all. None of them could enhance his strength. As for Chang Yu, he treasured the phantom blood bat eggshell as if it were a priceless treasure, carefully putting it away. For an alchemist, it was a true treasure. It could serve as an ingredient for a potent painkiller.
This time, our mission is to collect 5 star cards, she stated.
Chang Yu readily agreed to help. He opened the map on his wristband, a mission point in the evil forest called Lonely Mountain. There's a mad white tiger on Lonely Mountain. Tigers are solitary creatures, so they're relatively easy to deal with, Chang Yu said matter-of-factly. Ji understood the saying that one mountain cannot harbor 2 tigers.
And so,
they arrived at Lonely Mountain. It wasn't very high, but the trees covering its slopes were exceptionally dense.
With a tiger present, there likely wouldn't be any other ferocious beasts.
As someone who'd been through this before, Chang Yu knew exactly what to expect. According to him, although the mad white tiger was a mid-tier, second-stage creature with 1,000 units of brute strength, it didn't possess any particularly powerful spells. This meant that, unlike the terrifying gale force spell attacks of the charging porcupine, the danger level was greatly reduced.
A roar.
They heard the tiger's low growl. It seemed they were getting close. Ji drew the bloodthirsty blade.
Xiaobai was safely tucked away in the pocket of his backpack.
Chang Yu was too weak to attack right now. He could only provide medical support. Parting a patch of grass, they saw a white tiger devouring an elephant.
Was this its lair?
A cave lay right before them, nestled within a small earthen mound. On top of the mound was a box. Ji's eyes narrowed to slits as he stared at the box.
Star card.
He must kill the mad white tiger now to have a chance at getting this box. The system voice sounded once more.
Peak Tier 2 Beast, Mad White Tiger.
Attack power, over 1,500 ox strength. Special moves, death-dealing pounce, bloodthirsty maw, tiger's fierce wind. Countermeasure, the stronger it is, the stronger you become. You must fight with everything you've got. You have no chance of escaping. For Bloodthirsty Blade, this was the perfect opportunity to activate testing the waters for the very first time. It seemed that his biggest miscalculation this time was that the tiger was at the peak of Tier 2. However, with Bloodthirsty Blade's boost, killing it would be a piece of cake. On the contrary, Chang Yu was worried about his life-saving benefactor.
Ji, be careful.
Although he didn't have a system prompt, everyone in the Alchemist Guild possessed secret techniques that allowed them to determine the opponent's level.
Ji nodded.
He had to strike while the tiger was feeding, catching it off guard.
Bloodthirsty Blade.
First form. Bloodthirsty Blade radiated a terrifying killing intent. The mad white tiger whipped its head around. It had sensed this intense killing intent.
Beasts are far more attuned to danger.
A few beads of cold sweat beaded on Ji's forehead. After all, being stared down by such a massive king of the forest was truly no pleasant experience. Red killing intent radiated from the mad white tiger's eyes. Those eyes had a terrifying, otherworldly glow.
Roar, roar, roar equals fatal pounce. The mad white tiger charged rapidly toward Ji, its hind legs propelling it forward with tremendous force.
As it leaped, the tiger's front claws flashed with a chilling light.
Ji also leaped high into the air, empowered by the cloud-drifting step.
With a single stroke, he brought his blade down from the heavens, slashing toward the tiger.
It was like a red meteor.
In the white tiger's eyes, it was as if it had seen the god of death.
Roar, roar, roar equals tiger's fierce wind. A powerful gale actually erupted from the white tiger's mouth. Even a peak second-tier tiger possessed magical abilities. Too bad. It was too weak. Having survived the battle against the rampaging third-tier porcupine, for Ji, this was a joke. Slash. The gale was split in two. The frenzied white tiger was also cut in half by a single stroke, its body torn apart. Even in its final moments, the frenzied white tiger couldn't fathom how this seemingly weak human could be so ferocious. That single stroke shattered even its core. It was too fierce. He hadn't expected much from that strike. No flashy moves, no boost from inner energy or spiritual energy, yet it still packed that kind of destructive power. Sheng Yu was also left speechless at the sight. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. She was also quite confident even if he wasn't called handsome guy, he certainly shouldn't be described as creepy. His eyes flashed with anger as he asked in a low voice, "Oh? Just how sleazy is G?" "Put. That sleazy guy, running after a girl but like a puppy, looking as hesitant as a dog." "Yeah, exactly, a bootlicker." A muscular guy pulled out a photo. It showed exactly the scene they described. A photo of Ji fawning over Bella, just as he said. She was holding a pile of clothes, carrying several bags, and walking right behind Bella. And he looked like he was thoroughly enjoying it, the very picture of a fawning guy. A bag-carrying fawning guy. What do you guys think, is that sleazy? As men, we're supposed to be the ones chased by girls. For guys like the muscle-bound types, it's usually the women who chase the men. After all, lots of women are into muscular guys. So, they're used to having women throw themselves at them. If they wanted to, they could have a different girl every night. As for Ji, he was a bit handsome, sure. But his public image was that of a chubby guy, and he had absolutely no self-confidence. Ji couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't that they were deliberately slandering him, the original host really was exactly as they described. "What do you want with him?" Sheng Yu remained calm. He had to figure out their motives. They looked at the emaciated man and asked, smirking to themselves. "Bro, you really don't know? Someone's offering $1 million for his head. He's only at the peak of the first stage. Anyone with a bounty on him will go after him." As soon as Ji heard this, he was taken aback. He'd been participating in official tests recently and hadn't told anyone about his current strength. The peak of the first stage of the mortal stage was his true strength before he entered this world. He had no idea who had managed to investigate him so thoroughly. Ji's mind was filled with countless questions. "Why are you telling us something this confidential?" The muscle-bound man laughed. "Dead men usually keep their secrets." Just then, a dumbbell-like weapon was hurled at Sheng Yu. Sheng Yu ducked and dodged the attack. "Highway robbery? Are you trying to steal our star cards?" Ji realized immediately. "Ha ha. Looks like you guys aren't stupid after all." The muscle-bound man and his crew were habitual highway robbers. They had absolutely no qualms about it. They had no idea that this malnourished-looking guy possessed such elusive footwork. He managed to dodge their lethal strike. Ribs. Not bad. Although Sheng Yu didn't have the stamina to counterattack, he was still good at dodging. The big guy's attacks were too slow. As the bloodthirsty blade was drawn, a murderous aura constantly radiated from it. The muscle-bound guy standing in the back saw this and pointed at Ji, saying, "You're Ji. Come on, $1 million. He let out a contemptuous, sinister laugh. He pulled out a whip and lashed out at Ji. Whoosh, crack. It struck the bloodthirsty blade. The force was so fierce it actually forced Ji to retreat. Oh, such heavy power. The muscle-bound man laughed. "Your girlfriend must really like ass, huh?" Whoosh, crack. He kept lashing the ground, growing more excited with every word, his grin growing more sinister. His whole point in spouting such perverted, lewd remarks was to provoke Ji's anger and make him lose his composure. To make Ji show a weakness.
However, he didn't know that the Bella in that photo was no longer G's type. It had absolutely no effect on him. Ha ha. G, you're such a coward. He looked at the calm G and continued his verbal assault. Pa. G channeled his energy into the bloodthirsty blade, silently chanting in his mind, "Bloodthirsty blade." He shot forward like a bullet, hurtling toward the muscle-bound man. The muscle-bound man's whip-based defense was virtually useless. What? Empowered by the bloodthirsty blade's gonchi, the bloodthirsty blade ignored his ordinary physical defenses. It came crashing down from above, slashing through the air. Crack! The muscle-bound man stared at G in shock as the long whip in his hand was severed. His jaw dropped. What kind of blade is this? G sheathed the bloodthirsty blade and said indifferently, "A butcher's knife made to slaughter beasts." A gash ran from the muscle-bound man's left shoulder to his right waist. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He lost consciousness already dead. He fell heavily backward. Killed one martial artist of the same rank, vitality plus 2000, killing intent plus 1000. Ah Yong! The other muscle-bound man screamed, abandoning his pursuit of Chunyu. He rushed frantically toward this Ah Yong. Ah Yong's eyes had already lost their light, not a trace of life remained. Whoa! Ah Yong, you can't leave me. Hatred ignited a murderous aura in this man's eyes. Ji! How dare you kill my Ah Yong? You'll die a horrible death. Ha ha! Speak! Who ordered you to do this? She stood beside him like a god of death, pointing his finger at the man. Ji's face was already covered in Ah Yong's blood, making him look every bit the god of death. The muscular man, enduring the pain of losing his wife, picked up his dumbbell and swung it at Ji. The bloodthirsty blade clashed against this strange weapon. A terrifying clang of metal on metal rang out. Clang! They exchanged blows again and again. Clang! Clang! The muscle-bound man was astonished his stamina was depleting far too quickly. His opponent, however, showed no noticeable decline in stamina. In fact, he seemed to grow more excited the longer the fight went on. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. The handsome man's head rolled across the ground like a bowling ball. His blood vaporized and was completely absorbed by the bloodthirsty blade. Ji picked up the two men's backpacks. Sure enough, he found some good stuff. 2 star cards, some rations, steroid injections, and a manual titled Secrets of Bare-Handed Muscle Building. There was also a USB drive. This was what Wei Chang had told them to give to Wei Ro. Why did he trust us? Chunyu shook his head. He had no choice. He had nothing left to live for. This USB drive must contain a shocking secret. But the fact that he entrusted it to strangers suggests it might not actually be a secret to most people. Or perhaps he believed the rewards we'd receive for delivering it to Wei Ro would be immense. Ji stowed the items in his backpack. He planned to sort through them after leaving the dungeon. After all, this matter wasn't his top priority. They continued along the river. Traveling along the river, they had no trouble replenishing their water and food supplies. There were still plenty of edible, common fish in the river. As the sun set, the necromancer's pool came into view not far ahead. Chunyu took out a pill and said with a smile, "This pill is highly toxic. Just toss it into the necromancer's pool, and it'll poison most water attribute beasts to death." Ji took the poison. So what would happen if a person ate it? Cheng Yu's lips curled slightly. You can try a little bit. What? She certainly didn't dare to try it. After all, it was poison. This poison primarily targets the gills of aquatic beasts, preventing them from absorbing oxygen from the water. Does your alchemist guild use poisons as well? This question made Cheng Yu blush bright red. I traded for it from someone else. At this very moment, Yang Wu had also been unluckily assigned to the evil forest. He had the misfortune of spawning on a small island in the middle of the necromancer's pool. Covered in blood and wielding a heavy broadsword, Yang Wu stood on the shore of the island. And there, the necromancer's pool was eerie. In the mysterious and eerie evil forest, the necromancer's pool seemed like a cursed place, exuding a chilling, sinister atmosphere. Unlike the crystal-clear river water upstream, the water in the necromancer's pool was a dark, inky green, as if condensed from countless dark forces. The lake's surface was as still as a giant black mirror, without a single ripple, yet it gave off an oppressive sense of unfathomable depth. A thin layer of mist hung over the lake, drifting slowly like ghosts, at times coalescing into all manner of eerie shapes, and at others dissipating into the air. In the lake lay two strange islets, like two forgotten, mysterious realms. Yang Wu stood on one of the islets. His figure appeared exceptionally small against this eerie backdrop. The islet was barren and silent, its ground strewn with jagged boulders and withered branches, devoid of any sign of life. On the other islet, a treasure chest sat quietly. The treasure chest radiated a mysterious glow, as if beckoning the brave to open it. He believed this was the box containing the star cards. However, the lake surrounding this islet concealed countless aquatic monsters. These monsters came in all shapes and sizes. Some had sharp teeth and razor-sharp claws, while others possessed massive bodies and immense strength. Yang Wu had already tried this over the past 2 days. The moment he entered the water, he was attacked by countless water attribute beasts. The beasts were endless, there was simply no end to them. Fortunately, as long as he remained on the small island, he was safe. It was like a prison in the middle of the lake. At night, a chilling sensation would wash over him. He always felt as though ghosts were lurking nearby, keeping him awake all night long. However, these undead posed no threat to the martial artists of the Butchers Guild. On the contrary, they actually provided a certain benefit. After all, the cultivation techniques they practiced were all centered on slaughter. Only practitioners of fire attribute techniques or those of the most vigorous and yang-oriented styles would lose yang energy here. He stared blankly at the lake, cursing himself for being so reckless. He'd voluntarily taken the purple bracelet on his wrist and ended up in a C1 level dungeon. He picked up a strange grass root from a small island and began to eat it. This grass root was quite unique. It was bitter, but very beneficial to the body. After eating the root, his strength surged, and he leaped back into the lake to battle the strange beasts within. These fish-like monsters attacked only with their teeth. Simply put, they were man-eating fish. They had strong attack power but weak defense. He discovered that the small knife was much more effective against these creatures, while his long sword was actually useless. This was his 9th charge in 2 days. The distance was only about 100 meters. He retreated after just 10 meters on his first attempt. By the 8th attempt, he made it to 50 meters. His mother had given him this small knife before she left. "Mom, I love you." Kill. Red blood slowly seeped into the dark green lake water. Countless piranhas were sliced in half and floated to the surface. The fish were huge, at least 1 meter long. They looked just like little sharks. Ah! Oh no! And there were constant sounds from beneath the water, like someone trying to slaughter a pig. Yes, it was Yang Wu's agonized screams. 50 meters. 60 meters. The piranhas grew denser and denser, and something even more terrifying appeared. A water monster. He-2 water monster, mid-tier level 2 underwater beast, strength, 1000 Nyoli, special move, horizontal charge palm. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. I'm still so young I haven't even held a girl's hand yet. Facing the He-2 water monster's full power strike, this strange thought crossed Yang Wu's mind. No! Yang Wu mustered all his strength and somersaulted to the left. The dark energy wave from the horizontal charge palm grazed his right hand. Ah! The bones in his right arm were shattered. Using the recoil, he continued to flee. Yang Wu's left hand was his dominant hand. The injury to his right hand wound completely stripped him of his combat ability. The He-2 water monster moved with astonishing speed underwater. It struck out at him with another palm strike. Another full power attack. Damn it! He had no choice but to give it his all. Even if he died, he'd just have to accept his fate. His martial arts weren't up to par. He was a martial artist, he wasn't afraid, but under this overwhelming pressure, his whole body was trembling. He was already exhausted. He thrust his small knife forward, praying to the heavens for a miracle. Bloodthirsty mad blade, first form. The water's surface was cleaved apart, and a crimson blade of light flashed by. The Hichu water monster kept wailing, "Wah, ah!" The blade of light slashed violently through the center of the Hichu water monster's palm. Although it didn't make a sound, blue liquid spurted out. Wow! The Hichu water monster's eyes bulged out of its head. It had no idea what to do, just waiting for death like a fool. One of its palms had been severed, a blow that effectively ended its life. Though it didn't kill it instantly, it had lost the very means to survive and all its fighting ability. Yang Wu was utterly stunned by this scene and could only watch as a familiar figure descended from the sky. It was the butcher's knife. Ling Ji. He glanced at the distance, at least 200 meters from here to the opposite bank. How did he fly over? His lightness skills had improved so much. Yang Wu stared at his childhood friend in disbelief. Moreover, the force behind that slash was immense, brimming with dominance. Ji used the recoil from severing the palm to propel himself backward, somersaulting in the air. Another slash, aimed at the head of the terrified Hichu water monster. Kill! The Hichu water monster was split open from the crown of its head to its perineum in a single stroke. How terrifying! Killed one Hichu water monster of the same rank, vitality 2000 plus, killing intent 1000 plus. Only then did Ji have time to smile and say, "I never would have guessed it was you." Yang Wu was also speechless. "I never would have guessed it was you either. Let us get back to shore first. Tell me what happened." The two quickly returned to the shore. Yang Wu took a healing pill and, trusting Ji, swallowed it. "Your lightness skills are incredible. What kind of martial art is that?" She smiled and said, "We had just arrived here when we heard someone screaming like a pig being slaughtered. At first, we didn't know it was you. To get a better look, I used the cloud drift step to leap up into a tree. Little did I know I'd discover you were in danger. So I jumped down from the treetop and unleashed a pig slaughtering blade strike from above." At that moment, a terrifying sight appeared on the lake's surface. Dead fish were floating everywhere, countless varieties of piranhas. What happened? Ji pointed to the riverbank behind him and said, "That's his handiwork." It turned out that Cheng Yu had poisoned the water. Cheng Yu used his lightness skills to leap from one dead fish to another as he rushed over. Why were you assigned to the C1 Evil Forest too?" Ji asked curiously. Yang Wu seemed a bit dazed and distracted. "Sorry," he muttered, "that's what happens when you show off." "Huh?" Yang Wu then recounted everything that had happened at the Martial Artists Association to Ji in full detail. They looked at the bracelets in their hands. Purple, that's the key to this place. It wasn't random at all. It could have been arranged by someone, Ji said, a light bulb going off in his mind. Yang Wu frowned and asked, "Who? Who is trying to kill you?" Ji knew that the landing spot of his purple wristband was even more bizarre, right at the gap between two levels. It had truly been a narrow escape. If it hadn't been for his quick thinking, using the charging porcupine's body as a shield, he probably would have met his end yesterday. Just then, Cheng Yu jumped over as well. He had overheard their conversation. "You're absolutely right, wormhole travel can be controlled. That's common knowledge. May I ask who you are?" Yang Wu asked directly. "I am Cheng Yu of the Alchemist Guild." "Hello, brother Cheng Yu. I'm Yang Wu, Ji's close friend." The two of them standing together looked rather odd. After all, Cheng Yu had been trapped for 9 months and was now skin and bones. Yang Wu, on the other hand, was burly and stocky. One fat, one skinny. It was quite a comical sight. If Ji looked into it carefully, he could deduce that this was a conspiracy. It was the long group he offended Drake. Had Drake pulled some strings, trying to use others as pawns? However, this was just his guess. He had no evidence. If they were lucky enough to make it out, they could always pin the blame on the staff members who handed out the bracelets. The excuse, a work error. Damn it! Yang Wu knew exactly what was going on, yet despite being covered in blood, he remained unflappable. He patted Ji on the shoulder. All right. Maybe this misfortune will turn out to be a blessing in disguise. After all, taking on challenges beyond one's current level leads to much faster improvements in cultivation and martial arts than gradual, step-by-step training. Humph. Ji understood that now was not the time to figure out whose fault it was or who was to blame. Getting out alive was the top priority. Rapidly improving through force was the second priority. Yang Wu recounted the situation here once more. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ji's right foot had already landed on the carcass of a strange fish 80 meters away. He leaped. Ha! It was like a dragonfly skimming the water. Not a single sound? Had Yang Wu been scared out of his wits? Was it really just a He2 water monster? Or were He2 water monsters also afraid of Cheng Yu's poison? His mind immediately relaxed. He bounced repeatedly. Suddenly, a shout came from behind him. A chill ran down his spine. Ji, watch out! Sensing danger, he slashed backward with his blade, spinning his body 360 degrees. He tore through a soft, spongy mass with a single strike. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw it was a He2 water monster. Had it actually sneaked up to ambush him? So cunning! Killed one river diagram water monster of the same rank, vitality 2000 plus, killing intent 1000 plus. At the same time, from all directions, more than a dozen river diagram water monsters leaped out. Was Ji surrounded? They were playing dirty, not only launching sneak attacks, but now trying to encircle him. Ji landed steadily on the corpse of the river diagram water monster he just killed. He brandished the bloodthirsty blade, taking them down one by one. 1, 2, 12. Yang Wu was so terrified he collapsed onto the ground, sobbing, "Why, young Master Ji? You can't die." Cheng Yu sighed as well, truly a prodigy of the Tao. Both of them had experienced the He2 water monster's strength firsthand. They thought she could easily handle one or two, but 12 He2 water monsters acting in concert, that wasn't simply 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Their combined power was truly terrifying. Yang Wu drew his dagger and struggled to his feet. "Brother Cheng Yu, if we don't make it out of this dungeon today, please deliver a message to my father for me." Cheng Yu understood his intention and shook his head. "Don't make a needless sacrifice." "No, he is my brother." Yang Wu was about to jump into the water. Cheng Yu flicked his fingers rapidly, unleashing a flurry of finger strikes. Yang Wu stood rooted to the spot, stunned. His acupoints had been sealed. He felt helpless and useless, he who had once been the prodigy of the Ling family's current generation. His eyes welled up with tears. And now, watching his childhood friend face danger alone, he hated himself. He felt a sense of regret, as if to say, if you don't work hard when you're young, you'll only grieve in old age. However, Ji, who was right in the thick of it, showed no panic. His calm expression carried a hint of coldness and murderous intent. 12 He2 water monsters struck simultaneously. Pressure closed in on him from all directions. If hit, forget about the second tier of the mortal stage, even a third-tier cultivator would be killed. Cloud drift step. She had been waiting for this bunch of fools to strike first. By striking second, he'd have the upper hand. He leaped into the air. His hunch was correct. None of the water monsters had anticipated that their enemy would jump or even fly. A height of over 10 meters was more than enough to dodge their combined attack. Moreover, the force of their combined strike was terrifying. The collision of their attacks was bound to generate significant recoil. Boom! Wah! Wah! They let out agonized screams. They were knocked back. Ji immediately channeled his chi into his right hand, the first form of the bloodthirsty mad blade. As he descended, he slashed at the head of the nearest He2 water monster directly in front of him. Wah! The He2 water monster screamed in terror. Kill! A faint blood-red glow emanated from the blade. A gash ran from the beast's head to its belly, spewing a torrent of blood. Killed one river diagram water monster of the same tier, vitality 2000 plus, killing intent 1000 plus. At that moment, countless palm strikes were already coming at him from behind. Wah! She gave a cold smile and dove beneath the water's surface. The palm strikes from the He-2 water monsters shattered the slain corpse. It turned into a mist of blood. Enraged that this single human had killed one of their own, the monsters let out furious cries of wah, wah. Two He-2 water monsters immediately dove down to give chase. Ji knew he had no advantage in the water, so he quickly surfaced on the other side and scrambled onto the carcass of a piranha. 5 He-2 water monsters remained on the surface upon seeing Ji emerge. They immediately launched a barrage of attacks. Strange. Their palm strikes simply couldn't hit this human. A smile tugged at the corner of Ji's mouth. He immediately used his lightness skills, leaping repeatedly as he raced toward the small island. Squeak, squeak. For some unknown reason, the He-2 water monster's balance plummeted drastically, and they simply couldn't hit him. In the blink of an eye, Ji had already quietly leaped onto the small island. Squeak, squeak. A tiny white creature returned to Ji's backpack. It was Xiao Bai. Ji patted Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, you're really amazing. Xiao Bai was a young illusion blood bat, and it possessed illusory abilities as well. However, the success rate for casting illusions on opponents of a higher tier was too low. Still, at the very least, it could cause the opponent to feel dizzy and lose their sense of balance. This caused those He-2 water monsters to be completely unable to focus, making it impossible for them to hit their targets. However, it might not be effective against highly intelligent species like humans. Over the course of a day and a night, they developed a strong bond, and Ji had even fed it a little of his own blood. They developed a certain sense of telepathic connection. Ji knew he had acquired a valuable treasure. It was just that it was still young and of a low level, so it couldn't be of much help for the time being. This display of power quickly drained Xiao Bai's stamina. The enemy's dizziness was only temporary, but it was enough for Ji. She sat cross-legged and began to enter a state of spiritual tranquility. System. I want to level up my cultivation. Ding. Received. You currently have Vitality Plus, Killing Intent 7000 plus. Cultivation level, Mortal Stage, Early Second Tier. The bone-penetrating pill can assist in improving your cultivation. Feel free to use it. She took a bone-penetrating pill and swallowed it in one gulp. As soon as it reached his stomach, a warm current flowed through his limbs and bones. It turned out this pill acted directly on the bones. Cultivating. Suggestion: consume 5000 vitality to upgrade your cultivation level. Agreed. For a martial artist at the mortal stage, second tier, the bone extracting pill boosts cultivation efficiency by 100 and accelerates bone cell division. Great. I'll follow your plan. Ji's blood drinking spirit gathering art began to circulate. 5000 vitality consumed. So reaching the second stage of the mortal stage places even higher demands on the skeletal system. This bone unbinding pill truly is the best spiritual elixir for the second stage. While he was still sensing the pill's effects, a notification of success sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the first sublevel of the second stage of the mortal stage. Cultivation in progress. Ji realized that without this pill, 5000 points of vitality would likely have only been enough to advance one level. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the second tier, second sub-tier of the mortal stage. His overall strength increased by 20, and his flexibility increased by 20. She cracked his neck. The pleasant sensation made him not want to stop. Since he still had 10,000 points of vitality left, using them to practice the second form of the bloodthirsty blade was also a good choice. He drew the bloodthirsty blade and planted it into the ground. System: I want to practice the second move of the bloodthirsty blade. Yes. The sequence of the second move steadily imprinted itself in Ji's mind. The second move of the bloodthirsty blade, a horizontal slash. Note, also known as sweep the 1,000 armies. The heavier the killing intent around you, the more powerful this move becomes. The first move was designed to deal with a single target.
The second move is for mass slaughter?
For G, it was like just when he was about to doze off, someone handed him a pillow. With the Bloodthirsty Blade's assistance, training efficiency is increased by 100%. Total vitality consumed, plus.
Ding! Beginning training.
The Bloodthirsty Blade suddenly glowed, beginning to absorb the killing intent from the surroundings.
This made G's eyes light up.
With the system's assistance, G raised the Bloodthirsty Blade and swung it fiercely in a horizontal slash.
Again! And again!
With just this one move, he swung it over 20,000 times.
Ding! Training successful.
The lake was filled with countless strange beasts and monstrous fish that had died under mysterious circumstances. The killing intent in this lake was practically endless.
G sneered. These 11 He2 water monsters, instead of playing soccer, they come to surround and kill this young master. They were asking for it.
Full of confidence, he walked to the shore. The 11 He2 water monsters on the shore glared menacingly, wah, wah.
Gurgle. The Bloodthirsty Blade was drawn from its sheath.
G began chanting the incantation for the second move of the Bloodthirsty Blade technique, and the killing intent from all around immediately surged toward the Bloodthirsty Blade. The He2 water monsters on the shore could not sense this killing intent.
The water monsters laughed eerily and simultaneously unleashed their ultimate moves, charging at G.
The Bloodthirsty Blade grew redder and redder, as if overloaded with killing intent, trembling uncontrollably. Just as the palms of the 11 He2 water monsters were about to strike G.
Sweep the 1,000 armies.
The Bloodthirsty Blade slashed horizontally, trailing a blood-red glow.
Boom! Boom! 11 consecutive explosions rang out.
All 11 river diagram water monsters were killed in a single strike by this terrifying creature. Even in their final moments, they never would have imagined such a thing could happen. They had been invincible in these waters, yet now they'd been wiped out by a mere human.
Wah wah, they let out pitiful wails.
After the blood-red blade sliced through the water monsters, it continued to strike downward toward the lake's surface.
Boo! It smashed through, creating a wall of water. Whoa! That move was fierce, a battlefield divine technique. G couldn't help but mutter to himself.
Killed 11 river diagram water monsters of the same tier, vitality plus, killing intent plus. Seeing the stats skyrocket, G had just one word: awesome. He spun the Bloodthirsty Blade in a cool move before sheathing it behind his back.
On the small island across the lake, 2 onlookers stared in utter disbelief. Damn! Am I dreaming? When did she get this strong? Yang Wu couldn't help but pinch his own cheek. Ouch!
Chun Yu kept muttering, this can't be possible.
Just one swing and...
He remembered how difficult it had been for him to defeat river map water monsters of this level before. It had taken him over a dozen rounds. While they were still in shock, G had already returned.
Hey! Ha! Only then did they snap out of it. Young Master Ling, how did you do that? I'm a genius.
She didn't want to explain, and it would been hard to anyway. Cheng Yu didn't ask, he just patted G on the shoulder. He finally realized what kind of being had saved him. She pulled out a star card and tossed it, along with a bone-stripping pill, to Yang Wu.
Here you go. Yang Wu held the star card.
I'm not worthy of this, and besides, my right hand is badly injured. I'm not in a position to keep fighting.
I'm here. Don't worry. Yang Wu didn't accept the items, shaking his head.
This doesn't mean much to me. Ji understood what he meant. Only what one earned through battle was meaningful. That was true training.
What's this one? A bone-shattering pill. Cheng Yu's eyes lit up. Is this a gift? This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Chun Yu called out to Yang Wu, stopping him from swallowing the pill. This pill isn't meant to be taken like that. Your cultivation level is too low right now. Taking it would be a waste.
During the first stage of the mortal stage, cultivation focuses primarily on the flesh and blood. Taking a blood-gathering pill would only serve to supplement one's cultivation. The bone-shedding pill is most effective when taken at the peak of the first stage, just before breaking through to the second stage. Moreover, each type of pill can only be taken once in a lifetime. Taking it multiple times would actually be harmful to the body. Upon hearing this, Ji couldn't help but swallow hard with a gulp. What would happen? At best, you'd lose all your martial arts skills. At worst, your body would explode and you'd die. Thank goodness I wasn't greedy back then and only took one, he secretly rejoiced. Chen Yu pointed to the strange plant on the ground and said, "This is blood dragon grass. Its roots are the main ingredient in the blood-gathering pill." Only then did Jiang Wu realize that what he'd been taking these past 2 days were actually medicinal herbs. Start by taking the roots of the blood dragon grass. Wait until your cultivation reaches the peak of the first stage, and then take the bone-shedding pill when you're breaking through to the second stage. Yang Wu was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Such kindness on their very first meeting. No, it's fate that we met. Yang Wu clasped his hands in gratitude. He turned to Ji and said, "I'll stay here to cultivate. Without even realizing it, you far surpassed me. I need to work harder too." Since there were suitable herbs here to help him improve rapidly, Ji had no choice but to agree. However, he was also curious. This godforsaken place is called the Spirit of the Dead Pond. Yet I haven't seen a single spirit of the dead so far. Both of their expressions turned strange. Yang Wu said, "No, don't you feel a chill in the air since we got here?" Ji really didn't feel any discomfort at all, so he could only shake his head to indicate he didn't. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow, as if he figured it all out. "I think it's because your butcheress knife carries such heavy killing intent. The undead here are so weak that they don't dare come near you." She thought about it carefully. Even low-level vampire bats had been killed by its aura. These low-level spirits, with no offensive capabilities, were no threat to him at all. He stopped dwelling on the issue. The rest of their journey was what mattered most. Open map. He opened the map on his wristband and showed it to them, planning their next destination. Chen Yu pointed out several locations where star cards could be easily collected. Hit these spots, and you'll become the top star card collector. The prizes for the top 3 are quite valuable. However, Ji believed that since a bounty had been placed on him, he was now the target of everyone's attention. There would inevitably be many obstacles along the way as he collected star cards. Getting 6 star cards would be just enough to pass. He'd have to find a different path. He pointed to 2 locations on the map, Senmo Ridge and Fox Spirit Mountain. The system indicated that these locations contained a large number of treasures, but only those who had obtained 5 star cards could unlock them. Fox Spirit Mountain primarily held defensive gear and elixirs. Senmo Ridge mainly contained divine weapons. These 2 locations didn't require star cards but offered equipment instead. The tournament organizers had arranged this so that martial artists could focus on one location during the final 2 days based on their needs and reap certain benefits. I think that while no one else has gone to these 2 locations yet, I should head to one first. My chances of getting the treasures are higher that way. Then I'll go to the second one on the last day. Chen Yu thought it over carefully and said, "If you can think of this, so can others. What makes you think you'll get first dibs?" Star cards always appear in pairs. Others will have to team up in groups of at least 2, so they'll have to split them evenly. Tell me, how many cards do you think each of them has at most right now? Chang Yu had a sudden realization. Right. I'd guess they have at most 3 cards each, and at the very least, they'll have to spend another day searching. But you're different, you already have 6. Exactly. Ji wore an inscrutable expression. He really was asking for a beating. So should we go to the Forest of Demons first? That's where the divine weapons are stored, and it'll be the most crowded place to snatch at the very last moment. Ji shook his head. Let others fight over divine weapons. I can become a war god just with my butcheress knife. Yang Wu heard him and was puzzled. Young Master Ji, your cultivation has greatly improved. You absolutely must find a divine weapon that suits you. It wasn't that he was ignorant, nor was he stupid. In fact, common sense dictated that even if the butcheress knife were a divine weapon, it couldn't be used indefinitely. First, the butcheress knife is too short, limiting its attack range. Second, the butcheress knife is too ugly, it lacks the aura of a master. Third, a weapon like the butcheress knife isn't paired with any advanced martial arts manuals. Finally, it won't allow the user to reach great heights. Ji wasn't convinced. There was no way he could just tell anyone that this was the bloodthirsty blade, a divine weapon from ancient times equipped with a system. Yang Wu had always had his best interests at heart, so he patted Yang Wu on the shoulder. "Alright, I know my limits. Brother Chang, let us head to Demon Fox Mountain." He really didn't want to analyze it any further. Defense and elixirs were more important than a divine weapon. Besides, when it came to the divine weapon, there would inevitably be the largest crowd vying for the treasure. At that time, with him currently wanted, there would surely be many people eager to claim his head. It would be a bloodbath. Cheng Yu didn't press the matter, respecting his decision. The two leapt off the small island. They set off toward Demon Fox Mountain. Along the way to Demon Fox Mountain, there were several star card storage points. They slipped right past them. Throughout the evil forest, explosions and the clanging of metal could be heard from time to time. Masters from various sects were battling monstrous beasts here. After 2 hours of sprinting, they finally spotted a stone stele inscribed with the words, Demon Fox Mountain. They had arrived. The mysterious and eerie Demon Fox Mountain. The mountain seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness, exuding a spine-chilling aura. Ji drew the bloodthirsty blade, its cold steel glinting. A faint aura of killing intent emanated from it. The first-tier demon foxes were immediately scared off. Cheng Yu grabbed his hand. "Calm down." Ji looked at Cheng Yu in confusion. His subconscious was screaming, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Although these demon foxes are all beasts, from what I know, they're very intelligent and kind. Ji, of course, disagreed. "We're martial artists, we can't afford to be soft-hearted. Besides, I'm a butcher." It seemed Cheng Yu had recovered significantly. The strength with which he held Ji's hand was not something an ordinary person could muster. The strength and warmth of his hand spoke volumes about his stance. Ji wasn't made of stone. His expression softened, and he said with a smile, "All right, as long as these cute little foxes don't attack us, I won't kill them." Cheng Yu nodded. Starting from the stone stele at Demon Fox Mountain, they began to venture into this mysterious and peculiar mountain. Awo, awo. Howl, howl. You. The cries of various demon foxes echoed ceaselessly. Occasionally, the forest would resound with a fox's howl, as if declaring its territory. However, there was not a trace of malice in it. It actually sounded quite soothing. Ji had expected it to be terrifying, but the sounds actually delighted him. It was beautiful, just like a chorus of singers. It was so enchanting that one could lose track of time. No wonder Cheng Yu reacted this way, otherwise, it would have been a real shame for Ji to harm these little spirits. The goodwill Cheng Yu radiated allowed them to pass unhindered. If Ji had acted alone, the ground here would surely have been littered with corpses. If he fought his way up, his vitality would have skyrocketed. The mountain wasn't very high, and the fox spirits cleared a path for them, leading straight to the summit. Another stone tablet, Fox Peak. The mechanical system voice sounded again. "You have reached Fox Peak. Congratulations on completing the Evil Forest quest. You have obtained a total of 6 star cards. You are entitled to select 2 items as rewards. You may choose 1 piece of defensive gear and 1 support potion." After the prompt finished, the scenery before them began to change. A maze. Without completing the quest for 5 star cards, you simply couldn't see the items here. He saw dozens of treasure chests scattered across the mountaintop, in 2 colors. One type was purple, containing defensive gear. The other was red, containing potions. Looking at all these treasures, Cheng Yu sighed, "I'm such a failure. Being trapped in this maze is such a shame." He wasn't wrong with his talent. He would have finished the entire trial in 1st or 2nd place. While at the waterfall cave, Ji had seen him tear up their monthly cards with a heavy heart. It really was a shame he counted no fewer than 11 of them. These treasure chests showed no signs of having been opened, indicating they were the very first group to arrive here. Ji couldn't wait to search for defensive gear. After all, he'd never worn any in his life. These were the kinds of items only prestigious clans could afford to buy. In the martial arts world, everyone scrambles for divine weapons. Attack is the best defense, that's the rule. He carefully read the descriptions. There were only 8 pieces of defensive gear, the other dozens of treasure chests all contained elixirs. Detailed list. Transcendent green hat, high level yellow rank. Increases insight by 10. Increases defense by 5, with an additional 10 bonus to head defense. Drawback: it's a bit ugly, but as long as you're not afraid of being mocked, it's a divine artifact. By the time she got to this point, he'd already lost interest, or perhaps it was because his father had been mocked for wearing a similar treasure. He had no choice but to take a look at the next item. Flame robe, high level yellow rank. Increases fire attribute defense by 10. Increases defense by 10. Drawback: wearing it often makes people feel restless and irritable. Ji shook his head and continued reading. Until he reached the 8th item. Gale Speed Sandals, high tier yellow. Increases agility by 10. Increases defense by 10. Drawback: the appearance is too ugly, and they're prone to non-combat damage. Non-combat damage? That's just wear and tear from walking around. Increasing agility was exactly what you wanted most right now. The cloud drift step was just too slow. Select Gale Wind Sneakers. The treasure chest opened automatically after he made his choice. He couldn't wait to swap into his new shoes. Ji felt as light as a swallow. These were all treasures. He dared not even voice his amazement. Only kids have to choose, grown-ups take it all. I'm 18 this year. He drew the bloodthirsty blade and slashed at another treasure chest nearby. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. A blue light suddenly shone around the treasure chest, activating a protective magic array. An astonishing force burst forth from the magic array surrounding the treasure chest. Boom! It slammed violently into Ji's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! This magic array is so powerful. Chunyu covered his eyes, not daring to look at this idiot. These treasure chests are all protected by magical arrays. However, if you're at the mid-spirit martial realm or higher, you might be able to break them open. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ji was frustrated. You didn't ask me, and besides, it's good to teach you a lesson for acting so impulsively. Ji didn't speak to Chunyu anymore. He checked the condition of the bloodthirsty blade. It was completely unscathed. It really was tough. It was just that he hadn't unleashed the bloodthirsty blade's full power yet. Even if he could harness just 10% of the bloodthirsty blade's power, he could shatter these magical arrays along with the treasure chests. The dungeon system on his bracelet chimed. Second tier beast, 3-tailed snow fox. Attack power, over 1000 newly. Special move, mental healing. Countermeasure, do not harm it. Ji had already drawn the bloodthirsty blade, so he was taken completely by surprise by the prompt, do not harm it. However, Xiaobai had already sprinted off in pursuit. Chase it! Ji activated the cloud drift step and leaped after them. Chunyu followed close behind. That 3-tailed snow fox was incredibly fast. If he hadn't just acquired the Gale speed boots, he wouldn't have been able to keep up at all. As he chased, she thought to himself, I must learn more advanced movement techniques. The 3-tailed snow fox was fleeing toward the other side of Fox Peak, a steep mountainside. If Ji hadn't stopped in time, he would have nearly plunged off the cliff. Suddenly, Xiaobai followed it and flew down. What's going on? Chengyu finally caught up. Ji shook his head. I don't know. Chengyu hadn't fully recovered his stamina yet. Running this fast had left him gasping for breath. He looked at the cliff and said puzzledly, logically, 3-tailed snow foxes shouldn't harm humans. Why did it snatch the medicine from your hand? Just then, Xiaobai flew swiftly and quickly caught up. However, the disparity in their levels meant he was likely at a disadvantage. Xiaobai, come back quickly.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, they vanished halfway up the mountainside. Chase them. Although this cliff was steep, there were many footholds, likely a secret passage used by these demon foxes. Following the three-tailed snow fox's trail, they leaped down. For them, a single elixir wasn't worth the risk. They were doing this all for Xiao Bai. After spending 2 days with Xiao Bai, Ji had already come to regard him as a companion. Both of them were incredibly agile. They leaped down like parkour athletes. Before long, they caught up to the spot where the foxes had vanished. There they found a hidden platform, surrounded by dense foliage, a very secluded spot. It would be impossible to spot from the outside. It truly was a hidden realm. Squeak, 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 you. Those were the cries of Xiao Bai and the three-tailed snow fox. Strangely, however, their voices sounded very mournful, as if they were calling for help. Ji turned on his flashlight. He drew the bloodthirsty blade and cautiously stepped into the cave. Whoosh! Xiao Bai darted quickly in front of them, his expression somewhat strange, making everyone feel on edge. It was leading them inside. After just a few steps, they were startled by the scene inside. There were dozens of three-tailed snow foxes. Cheng Yu frowned and patted Ji on the shoulder. Be careful. However, Xiao Bai kept looking back, urging them to hurry. To their surprise, the dozens of three-tailed snow foxes parted to the sides. At the end of the cave, a massive three-tailed snow fox lay on a large boulder. The System's voice rang out. Peak Tier 3 Mythical Beast, Three-tailed Snow Fox. Attack power, over 2000 newly. Special move, mental healing. Countermeasure, do not harm it. Status, giving birth. Suddenly, Cheng Yu ran toward the Peak Tier 3 three-tailed snow fox. Hey! She shouted when he saw what Cheng Yu was doing. There! The three-tailed snow fox was undergoing a life or death birthing process. Its body trembled violently with pain. The three-tailed snow fox's fur, once as white as snow, was now soaked with sweat and blood, appearing disheveled and soiled. Its three tails hung limply at its sides, having lost their former agility and luster. Its eyes were filled with pain and helplessness. Those once bright and lively eyes had now lost their sparkle. The little fox was struggling to push its way out. Part of its tiny body was already visible, but its head remained trapped inside. The three-tailed snow fox strained with all its might, each effort accompanied by a painful moan. Its abdomen contracted violently as it tried to deliver the little fox, but each effort seemed to grow more difficult. A torrent of blood gushed from its body, staining the hay beneath it red. Its face was as pale as paper, and its breath grew fainter and fainter, as if the flame of life were gradually dying out. Her lips trembled slightly, emitting faint whimpers, as if confiding her pain and reluctance to the world. A strong, pungent smell of blood filled the cave, intertwining with the three-tailed snow fox's faint breathing to create a heartbreaking atmosphere. The air around her seemed to have frozen solid, and time itself felt unbearably long in that moment. The three-tailed snow fox's body was utterly exhausted, yet her maternal love kept her going. Dozens of three-tailed snow foxes were continuously casting their spells to provide spiritual healing. Without this spiritual healing, she would likely have died long ago, but unfortunately, it could only offer spiritual relief. Maternal love was what kept her going. As an alchemist and, more importantly, a healer, Cheng Yu instinctively made the most accurate judgment. She finally realized that the three-tailed snow fox that had snatched his elixir had done so to lure them here to save this three-tailed snow fox in labor. Suddenly, a terrifying howl rang out from outside. Whoa! G's heart skipped a beat. Wolves are coming. He knew that wolves were the natural enemies of foxes. Suddenly, more than a dozen massive gray wolves leaped inside. These gray-gold werewolves were all powerfully built, with sleek, muscular lines exuding strength, showcasing tremendous explosiveness and agility. Their fur was predominantly gray, but not a single, uniform shade. Instead, it featured variations in depth, as if stained with dust from countless battles or imbued with the mysterious hues left by traversing the mist forest. G's gaze sharpened as he unleashed Sweep the Thousand Armies. Bloodthirsty blades slashed violently across, but there was not a trace of killing intent here. It wasn't nearly as exhilarating as the slaughter at the necromancer's pool.
Still, this move was earth-shattering.
It drove all 8 wolves back in an instant. What was truly terrifying was that their wolf king was clever. He actually organized them into a formation to launch a relentless wave attack.
The assaults came one after another.
After unleashing 5 consecutive moves, she was left gasping for breath.
These wolves are way too strong. Surely I'm not going to end up as their dinner today along with these 3-tailed snow foxes. This place is too narrow, it's really hard to fight here.
Hum.
A sound rang out, and she felt a surge of energy, as if he'd taken a stimulant. His strength kept rising. It was the 3-tailed snow fox's healing. They promptly restored a lot of his health and mana. Since Sweep the 1,000 Armies lacks the killing intent to support it, I might as well use the first move. A low, rumbling roar shattered the silence as more than a dozen gray-gold battle wolves slowly closed in from all directions. These gray-gold battle wolves were agile and lithe, each exuding an aura of wildness and ferocity. They changed their tactics too. The number of attacking wolves had increased, and their formation had shifted.
Are you kidding me?
They're this smart. A cruel, savage glint flashed in the battle wolves' eyes, and their sharp fangs gleamed coldly in the darkness, as if craving the taste of blood. They closed in on Ji step by step, each step carrying a heavy sense of oppression, as if the very earth were trembling beneath their feet. Ji gripped the bloodthirsty blade tightly in his hand. His gaze was firm and resolute, without a trace of fear. The bloodthirsty blade shimmered with an eerie red glow in the moonlight, trembling with excitement as if sensing the impending battle. As the first gray-gold battle wolf lunged, the fight erupted in an instant.
Time it right.
The war wolf, like a streak of gray lightning, opened its gaping maw and lunged fiercely at Ji. Ji sidestepped, swinging the bloodthirsty blade in his hand with the momentum. A spray of blood shot out, and the war wolf let out a piercing scream before crashing heavily to the ground. Killed 1 gray-gold battle wolf of the same rank, vitality 2000 plus, killing intent 1000 plus.
However, the other gray-gold warwolves were not deterred by this scene. Instead, they lunged at Ji with even greater ferocity. The first move really works. She found it more advantageous to concentrate his strength on this opening move. She darted left and right through the pack of wolves, his figure as elusive as a ghost. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand whirled up and down, each swing unleashing a storm of blood and carnage. Moreover, he was fortunate to have a pack of foxes healing him, keeping his strength at a steady, ever-rising level like a performance-enhancing drug. A battle wolf launched a sneak attack from behind, but she seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He spun around abruptly, driving the bloodthirsty blade straight into the wolf's heart. The battle wolf's body twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground, never to move again. Killed 1 gray-gold battle wolf of the same rank, vitality 2000 plus, killing intent 1000 plus. But the gray-gold battle wolves didn't give up. They kept launching attacks, and she gradually began to sustain some wounds. However, he couldn't feel any pain at all. She felt he couldn't go on like this. He had to kill the Wolf King. He charged toward the Wolf King's pack, unsure if he could break through their defensive formation. He roared, "Snow Fox, can you help me? Help me hold off these young wolves."
The 3-tailed snow foxes were incredibly intelligent, and for the sake of their king, they were willing to give their all. Pairing up in twos, they charged toward the wolves. The red glow on the blade grew ever more dazzling, as if it were about to illuminate the entire dark wilderness. Ji, like a god of war, launched a fierce counterattack against the Wolf King. Using the cloud drift step and aided by the snow foxes, he broke through the defensive line.
Now it was a one-on-one showdown with the Wolf King. He knew this Wolf King would be no easy opponent.
The gray-gold Wolf King was tall and formidable. Its body was even more massive than that of an ordinary gray-gold warwolf, with muscles bulging like hard rock, and every breath seemed to stir the air around it. Ji, wielding the bloodthirsty blade, stared at the Wolf King with unwavering resolve. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and the wounds on his body still throbbed faintly, yet there was not a trace of hesitation in his gaze. The bloodthirsty blade trembled slightly in his hand, as if it, too, sensed the life-or-death battle that was about to unfold. The Wolf King struck first, darting toward Ji like a golden bolt of lightning. Ji sidestepped, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand swept across the Wolf King's flank, sending a shower of sparks flying. The Wolf King let out a furious roar, spun around, and lunged once more.
Its movements were swift and ferocious, each attack carrying a deadly threat.
Ji showed no fear. He deftly dodged the Wolf King's attacks while searching for an opening to counter. His feet moved swiftly, leaving a faint trail in their wake. Every time he brushed past the Wolf King, he could sense the powerful aura radiating from it, yet his fighting spirit only grew stronger. Ji silently chanted in his mind, "Butcher skill." After these few exchanges, he had already figured out the Wolf King's weak points, muscle structure, and skeletal structure. Ji's eyes were filled with determination and resolve. He knew this was a battle for life and death. Only by defeating the Wolf King could he survive. Bloodthirsty Blade, first form. In a fierce clash, Ji mustered every ounce of his strength and plunged the bloodthirsty blade deep into the Wolf King's heart. The Wolf King let out a final, defiant roar before collapsing heavily to the ground. Ji panted heavily as he looked at the dead Wolf King, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him.
This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading.
Ji and Shen Yu had both entered Xiao Bai's illusion. A familiar beautiful woman appeared before them. This stunning, sexy woman was Xiao Bai in her transformed form. In the waterfall cave, it had absorbed the memories of those nutrients.
It understood human greed all too well. It knew better than anyone what men desired. This illusory beauty was flawless and absolutely breathtaking. "Xiao Bai, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Bai couldn't speak human language. It merely transmitted a burst of brainwaves.
A scene flashed through their minds. The figures of two third-tier, peak-level three-tailed snow foxes. One was the one that had just given birth. Her belly was still swollen at the time. The other was presumably her mate. They were surrounded by a pack of wolves, gray-gold battle wolves. The male three-tailed snow fox was torn to pieces by the pack while trying to protect his mate. The female three-tailed snow fox wasn't faring much better. She was already gravely wounded. Her eyes revealed determination, pain, and helplessness. The scene shifted. It showed Ji and his companion arriving at Demon Fox Mountain, where they had not disturbed or killed a single demon fox. The scene shifted again. It showed the events that followed after the little fox snatched the elixir from Ji's hand. The three-tailed snow foxes were highly perceptive. They could tell from Ji and his companion that they were kind and good-hearted. The little fox was fighting for their queen with everything it had. It knew the gray gold war Wolf King would not spare them. He was primarily after their treasures. A few sparkling red crystals. To repay their debt of gratitude, the mother three-tailed snow fox was willing to give this gift to Ji and his companion. Back to reality. Chen Yu couldn't snap out of it for a long time. He didn't know if what he saw was the same as what Ji saw. The snow foxes had already brought over some red crystals.
"What is this?"
It was Ji's words that finally snapped Chen Yu back to reality.
"Whoa!"
He picked one up and examined it closely, sensing the aura emanating from the crystal. A treasure. It's a snow fox crystal. Chen Yu explained that this snow fox crystal was a crystallization of their secretions, produced only by those of third tier or higher. It acts as a stimulant. The gray gold battle wolf wanted it. It could boost its combat effectiveness, strength, and endurance during battle. In any case, it was a really powerful support treasure. How could humans use it? According to records, embedding it into a breastplate could enhance a person's attributes. There were a full 20 of them here. Chen Yu didn't hesitate, stuffing 10 of them into his luggage. Ji followed suit. They'll definitely come in handy later. Squeak, squeak. They looked up to see a few more snow foxes carrying something over. A box. Star cards? Ji opened it and, sure enough, found 2 star cards inside. These snow foxes are really mischievous. They actually brought all these good things back in their mouths. Ji didn't hesitate, shoving the star cards into his pocket. That made 8 in total. He had a very good chance of breaking into the top 10 rankings. The female three-tailed snow fox let out a few low growls, apparently hinting that Chen Yu should take the Zihe with him. It had a strong, bloody smell, but seeing how Chen Yu treated it like a treasure, he carefully put it away. I've struck gold. This is a very high-grade skincare ingredient. Realizing he let it slip, he looked at Ji sheepishly. Ji smiled faintly. You helped deliver it, it's all thanks to you. Chang Yu didn't beat around the bush. Ji, if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Whatever I can do to help, I will. The moon had risen. They had no choice but to stay here and rest for the night. Xiaobai took the Spirit Awaken pill and entered a state of tortoise-like stillness. Ji, covered in wounds, was in no condition to practice cultivation and could only rest properly. The three-tailed snow foxes unleashed their special abilities to help him recover. In that moment, all the pain in his body vanished instantly. He began to reflect on this experience. He had saved Cheng Yu by accident. Cheng Yu had helped him descend into the pool of the dead, which gave him the chance to save his brother Yang Wu. It was Cheng Yu's persuasion that kept him from attacking any of the demon foxes. Only by doing so could he trigger this hidden dungeon. Only then could he gain more combat experience, obtain the Snow Fox Crystal, and acquire 2 star cards. In the grand scheme of things, everything comes down to cause and effect. Revenge must be exacted, and kindness must be repaid without delay. That night, Ji reaffirmed his moral principles in life and conduct. A sliver of morning sunlight pierced through the mist. Ji's body had already recovered 90%. A group of 3-tailed snow foxes lay utterly exhausted. Even beasts repay kindness. How rare, how rare. The 2 quickly leaped down and sprinted toward the foot of the mountain. The trial was nearly over, only 2 days remained. It was time to head to their final destination, Senmo Ridge, and cause a real ruckus. Wind Moon City Martial Artists Association. The bodies of some of the fallen, along with those who had surrendered, had already been returned to the association's headquarters ahead of schedule. The bodies of Lu De and Zhang San from the Butchers Guild had also been teleported back. Sylvia looked at the 2 corpses and couldn't help but shed tears. She was furious. Damn it! This is absolutely despicable. Some of the martial artists who had returned after surrendering stood silently by her side, waiting for the final news. VIP Lounge. Long Yukai sat on the sofa smoking a cigar. Rings of smoke drifted through the air, sometimes round, sometimes heart-shaped. He seemed to be in a very good mood. In contrast, the 2 people sitting across from him wore worried expressions. Ji's body still hasn't been teleported back, but 2 muscle-bound guys ended up dead instead, said a young man with a soft, effeminate voice, his tone filled with anger. Fairy, are you out of your mind? I'm just smiling, and you're already trying to silence me by killing me. Is that reasonable? It was the first time Ji had encountered such a headstrong girl, and he could only ask her in exasperation. At the same time, his hand had already gripped the hilt of the bloodthirsty blade, just in case she actually did something foolish. Humph. You're laughing at how ugly I am, aren't you? Fairy Yiming spotted the butcheress knife behind Ji. So you're that Ji the butcher who was wanted by a bounty? Ji was surprised she knew about him, just how many people were out to kill him. That's exactly who I am. Fine. Since you've managed to survive this long, your martial arts must be pretty good. You dared to laugh at me, so be prepared to die. As she spoke, Fairy Yiming swung her long sword. Ling Xian's sword strike. What a sharp move! The technique was incredibly precise. So fast. Ji marveled at how the martial arts of prestigious sects truly were in a league of their own. However, she lacked combat experience and hadn't even noticed Ji's shifting stance. She simply sidestepped, effortlessly dodging her attack. Then he landed a punch right on her wrist. Ouch! The long sword fell to the ground. All show and no substance. Ji said contemptuously. These people were born into a life of comfort. Some were naive, some were dim-witted. Their martial arts might be useful against mindless beasts. But when facing a true master, their techniques were exposed as crude and riddled with flaws. Tears welled up in the corners of Meng Xianzi's eyes from the pain. Damn it! Sister Xianzi, I've done you no wrong. Why did you stab me with your sword? You're that 1 million who wouldn't want to take you down. The tall, slender, yet handsome man from the other group finally snapped out of his daze.
Oh, so you're Ji. The 1 million weakling?
But that strike just now, no matter how you looked at it, didn't seem like the work of a martial arts novice. Judging by your performance, your cultivation level should be around the mid-stage of the martial walker realm.
This man had a keen eye. Chun Yu stood to the side, enjoying the show.
After spending a few days with Ji, he knew Ji was no pushover, he was a force to be reckoned with. Just watching the drama unfold, he wasn't worried about Ji in the slightest. She didn't answer, he just gave a cold smile.
You lot, have you nothing better to do? Why must you come and bother me?
Fairy Yiming picked up her long sword.
Young Master Yun Tian, let us take them on together.
Young Master Yun Tian drew the long spear from his back.
Fairy, you'd better stand aside and just watch my performance.
She sensed that this man was no pushover. She drew that sharp butcheress knife. The bloodthirsty blade emitted a faint red glow, and a thick aura of killing intent wafted out. The killing intent from slaughtering the entire family of the Grey Gold Warwolves hadn't even dissipated yet, it was truly terrifying. With the first move of the bloodthirsty blade, she launched a preemptive attack.
Clang!
Young Master Yun Tian leaped into the air, the tip of his spear meeting the bloodthirsty blade.
Sparks flew in all directions. The impact left his arms trembling and weak.
I'm clearly at the mid-stage of the second level of the mortal stage, why do I feel like I'm no match for him?
Boom! Boom!
After exchanging several rounds of blows, back and forth, his strength was simply no match for GS.
Why aren't you helping?
Fairy Yiming nodded. She was using her martial arts, but having been caught off guard earlier, she was being very cautious this time. Bloodthirsty blade used the recoil from the spear to deliver a horizontal slash at the long sword.
Clang!
The long sword was knocked to the ground once again. Seeing her in such a sorry state, her comrades could only shake their heads and join the fray. Yun Tian's companions saw that the three of them were each holding their own against him.
I told you, none of the three of you are a match for him. Stop blabbering and come help. The man scoffed, I'm not about to do something so humiliating.
Alone, he faced the three hostile enemies. GS' gaze was cold and piercing as he fixed it firmly on the three before him. He stood tall and straight, yet exuded a calmness born of life's hardships. The butcheress knife in his hand reflected a cold, sharp glint in the sunlight. Its blade still seemed to carry the lingering scent of blood from days past. The two women both held long swords. One wore a pink gauze skirt. Her face was delicate yet bore a hint of ferocity. The sword in her hand had a slender blade, and its hilt was inlaid with gemstones that sparkled dazzlingly in the sunlight. Her gaze revealed a resolute determination, as if she would not rest until she achieved her goal. The other woman wore tight-fitting black armor, her hair tied high, giving her a dashing and heroic appearance. Her sword was broader and thicker, its blade radiating a cold glow. Every swing carried a fierce momentum. The young Master Yun Tian held a long spear. One of them was tall and burly. His spear shaft was thick, and its tip was incredibly sharp, glinting with a metallic sheen. If the fight continued like this, victory was far from certain. She steeled his resolve to unleash the second move of the bloodthirsty blade, sweep the 1,000 armies. The killing intent in the Senmo Ridge was overwhelming. Using this move, he likely had no time to wait. She had already chanted the incantation, and the surrounding killing intent converged upon the bloodthirsty blade.
A blinding red light erupted.
The three were terrified. They sensed that this killing intent was so terrifying it had taken on a physical form. They all retreated immediately.
Sweep the 1,000 armies.
A murderous blade of light slashed toward the three. They had only one thought in their minds: death. The man who had been standing on the sidelines watching the spectacle drew his sword a split second earlier to share the blow with them.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Both long swords shattered. Immortal Fairy Yiming's hand was slashed, and blood spattered. Drains the vitality of martial artists of the same rank, vitality 100 plus. The other three were unharmed, but their hands went numb.
Want more?
Jia's single sentence sent shivers down their spines.
I reckon most people will head to the forest of demons everyone else after the divine weapons.
Fairy Yiming said, gasping for breath. It seemed her injuries were quite severe. A reliable weapon, especially a divine weapon, is highly coveted in a high martial arts world.
She smiled faintly. I don't care about divine weapons, I'm here to kill. At that moment, G's murderous intent sent a chill down everyone's spine. Even Fairy Yiming shuddered and took a few steps back. Kill people? Who exactly? Of course, I'll kill those who want to kill me, those who overestimate their abilities. G's piercing gaze struck fear into everyone's hearts. Shen Yu introduced his fiancée to Ji. This is my fiancée, Yimeng.
Ji, he replied, clasping his hands in a bow.
Yimeng introduced everyone around her.
This beautiful lady is Fairy Yimeng, the daughter of the head of Qinxian Pavilion.
Pointing to the slender, handsome man wielding a gun, she said, young Master Zhang Xiaolan of the Qinggang Yun province branch. Another was, young Master Zhang Bailuan of the Qinggang Yun province branch.
Young Master Lu Xiao of the Honggang Yun province branch.
Fairy Fan Li Fang of the Honggang Yun province branch. She wasn't really listening, he just nodded along in time with the flow to show goodwill.
This showed that Yimeng already considered him one of her own, which was why she was going to such lengths to introduce these martial arts masters to him. Ji, a martial artist from the civilian world, was someone they looked down upon. However, Ji's sweep the thousand armies move had already shattered most of their arrogance.
At the very least, they weren't entirely confident they could block it. None of them dared claim they'd win in a 1-against-3 situation. It was getting late. They didn't waste any time and quickly jogged toward the mountaintop. After all, snatching the divine weapons was the main purpose of this trip. No one knew if anyone was already at the summit. Everyone wanted to get the weapon that suited them best.
The path through Senmo Ridge was treacherous. But following Changyu from the Alchemist Guild, they were all in high spirits. He carried potions to repel insects and snakes, saving them a lot of trouble. Ji, however, had a different mindset. Every drop of an enemy's blood was precious. He fought his way through, slashing at every snake he saw and killing countless pythons and venomous snakes. Suddenly, a figure in black leaped out from ahead and, without a word, scattered some powder over the group. The figure moved stealthily and swiftly, immediately vanishing into the forest.
Chase him! Yimeng Xianzi shouted.
There was no response. Instead, Yimeng grabbed her hand.
Watch out, it's a trap!
No sooner had the words left her mouth than they heard the unpleasant sound of snakes flicking their tongues all around them. It sent chills down their spines.
Crash! A huge tree on the right toppled over.
A python as massive as a roller coaster silently emerged. Its massive body resembled a moving mountain, winding and coiling through the valley, blocking out the sky and the sun.
The python's scales were like giant metal shields, gleaming with a cold and eerie light.
Each scale was taller than a person, arranged tightly together like impenetrable armor. Its eyes were like two enormous lanterns, emitting a sinister, terrifying red glow, as if capable of piercing through the fear within every living creature. When its gaping maw opened, it spewed a nauseating, fishy stench. Its sharp fangs were as thick as massive beams, seemingly capable of devouring the entire world with ease.
The system alert sounded again. Mid-tier 3 beast, Black Forest Python. Attack power, over 3000 newly. Special move, Divine Dragon's Tail.
Countermeasure, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark.
Ji was observing this giant python.
Upon seeing the colossal serpent, Fairy Yimeng showed no fear whatsoever and was the first to launch herself into battle. Her movements were as graceful as a falling petal as she raced toward the colossal beast.
Are you crazy? The crowd shouted in unison. However,
the python's reaction was lightning fast. Its thick, powerful tail lashed out like a bolt of lightning, instantly gripping Fairy Yimeng. Under the python's immense strength, the Fairy of Dreams could barely move. Her face turned deathly pale, and her life hung by a thread.
Only then did she feel fear. Help! Help!
Seeing this, the crowd roared with fury and sprang into action.
Magical treasures shimmering with various lights and fierce spells rained down upon the python.
For a moment, the valley was bathed in blinding light, and the deafening roar shook the very earth.
She sighed and, with no other choice, joined the battle without hesitation. Wielding the bloodthirsty blade, he moved as swiftly as lightning, darting in and out of the Python's range to find the perfect moment to strike. Enraged by the group's attacks, the python twisted its body frantically, spewing black poisonous mist from its mouth wherever the mist touched. Plants withered instantly. Its massive tail swept across the battlefield like a whirlwind, making it difficult for the group's attacks to land effectively. But G was not intimidated by this terrifying scene. Empowered by the butcher skill, he quickly located the python's vital spot. Seizing the moment while the python attacked others, he leaped ghost-like above its head. He raised the bloodthirsty blade high, channeling all his strength into the blade. Clang! Faster than lightning. Before the snake could even react, it was struck by the blow. The blow struck right at its heart, the very vital point. Snake blood spattered everywhere. Severely wounded a black forest python of a higher tier vitality 500 plus. With its heart pierced, it had only one fate left, death. He pulled out the bloodthirsty blade. Activating the cloud drifting step, he ran along the snake's body. Bloodthirsty blade, first form. An arrow as fast as lightning was split in half by a single slash. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows fired in rapid succession. Clang! 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 The sneaky archer sighed, 1 million, that's really hard to come by. Ha ha ha. Number 6, didn't you say you could take out G with a single arrow? Put. If you're so tough, go ahead and try. I told you I saw him kill those 2 muscleheads from the Fitness Association. He is not someone to mess with. Muscleheads? They're just a bunch of trash relying on brute force. Ha ha ha. They chatted and laughed, completely ignoring the other 10 people. Hey, hey, hey. Whoever sprinkled snake luring powder on us, come out here. Zhang Xiaolan said angrily. Oh, the Qing gang, young Master Zhang. On the path of martial cultivation, a few petty tricks are inevitable. Put. Zhang Xiaolan had already drawn his long spear. A move called Flying Dragon enters the dream. A dragon's roar echoed the sound of the spear cutting through the air. This man's footwork was extraordinary. He effortlessly dodged the lethal strike. Young Master Zhang, your footwork is too slow to hurt me. If I were you, I'd just go ahead and choose a divine weapon. Zhang Xiaolan, at the mid-stage of the second level of the mortal stage, couldn't even land a hit on his opponent. He dethroned 20 consecutive strikes, yet they'd all been easily dodged. The sleazy man chuckled, we're all friends here. As long as you don't help G, you're free to pick any weapon you like. He pointed to the bracelet on his wrist. Everyone looked at the bracelet, which was already displaying a countdown, 3 hours and 5 minutes. These people might be foolish, but they weren't stupid. Their greatest fear was that some of them would use their own slots to claim weapons, only for these others to come and snatch them away. Shameful. Zhang Xiaolan had fought this expert for hundreds of rounds but couldn't find a way to defeat him. Ji narrowed his eyes as he watched their performance. He knew these people were just waiting for the others to go after the treasure before launching an attack on him. However, his head was only worth 1 million. Sending 8 people to kill him made no sense at all. Meng Xianzi was injured and could only rest on the sidelines. Panting heavily, she said, they're right. Even if they had the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, they wouldn't dare harm us. That's right. If they dare kill any of our people, as soon as any one of us steps outside, they'll be hunted down by all the major sects, Meng analyzed. Let us go pick some out first. The 2 women were, in fact, the boldest. After verification, they each chose a sword they were familiar with. The Hongji sword. The Cold Ice sword. Although both were rare high-grade yellow rank weapons, there were far more powerful ones available on the market. They knew the best ones had already been taken by the others. Seeing that the 2 hadn't made a move, the others immediately stepped forward to select divine weapons as well. Ji had already used his quota at Demon Fox Mountain. He had come here solely to snatch a divine weapon. Cheng Yu also didn't have a quota. He whispered, their cultivation levels are all higher than yours. Avoiding a fight is the best strategy. Ji shook his head. Brother Chang, do you really think they'll let me off the hook? He was just an obscure martial artist, and his clan was merely a minor branch under the Butcher's Guild. Killing him would be no burden at all. Before he could finish speaking, a cloud-piercing arrow shot toward Ji. Ji reacted quickly, swinging the bloodthirsty blade horizontally to chop off the arrowhead. But this arrow was incredibly heavy. Ji was knocked back several steps by the recoil. What was going on? This was on a completely different level from before. In that split second, the 6 men had already surrounded Ji. This Huang Zhongbao is truly formidable. The master archer was now wielding the divine weapon he just acquired. Seeing the power of this new weapon, the two of them felt even more confident. Go ahead, all 6 of you, come at me together. Ji really wanted them to attack as a group so he could unleash his sweep the thousand armies move. But they had their pride. They disdained attacking in a mob and decided to take turns facing Ji one-on-one. The other 5 isolated the rest of the group from Ji, preventing them from intervening. Seeing this, Fairy Yimeng grew anxious. Why aren't you stepping in to help? Ji is our friend, after all we've fought together. He is our comrade in arms. The others kept their heads down, pretending to examine the weapons they acquired. As long as Yimeng supported her, are you even human? Cheng Yu shook his head helplessly at his fiancée. Forget it. Yimeng drew her frost sword, determined to rescue her benefactor. Shan Yu, who had actually received the favor, remained remarkably calm. Menger, don't worry. He'll be fine. Over there, they had already exchanged dozens of rounds of combat, and he had run out of arrows. Humph. I lost. An archer has an archeress pride. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I win. However, Ji sneered, since you've lost, you must leave something behind for me as a memento. You want my Huang Zhongbao, the archer said angrily. Are you stupid or just foolish? When every arrow you shot was filled with murderous intent, and you were determined to kill me, it was either you die or I die. Ji's words were already brimming with murderous intent. Cloud drifting step. Descending from the sky, a single strike of the bloodthirsty blade slashed toward the archer. Die. He reflexively blocked with Huang Zhong's bao. Poor Huang Zhong's bao, it was cleaved in half by the bloodthirsty blade. Bang! The archeress skull slowly split open from the crown to the base. He stared at Ji in disbelief, his mouth trembling. You? Blood gushed from the wound. Killed a martial artist of equal rank, vitality 2000 plus, killing intent 1000 plus. Ji sheathed his blade and turned to leave. The archer was now split in 2. Terrifying. Neither side had ever witnessed such a scene. Shan Yu and the expert who had witnessed Ji kill the 2 muscle-bound men showed no surprise. Brother One, someone called out. This man must be his fellow disciple. He was clad in black combat gear, his stride steady and powerful. He crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze betrayed a hint of disdain, yet also revealed boundless fury. Damn it! Ji, even though Brother One chose not to kill you, you still went ahead and killed him. Ji was baffled. This is self-defense. As long as he still has arrows, he'll keep ambushing me. He slowly drew the long sword from his waist. The blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. He sensed that this man was about to attack. With a loud roar, he pounced on Ji like a fierce tiger charging down a mountain. Ji, however, remained unflustered. He sidestepped, deftly dodging the fierce blow. Immediately, he counterattacked, thrusting his sword forward like a bolt of lightning. It had the effect of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning sword. The two exchanged blows, their weapons flashing back and forth as tension filled the air. However, with every contact, the electric current sent a tingling sensation through Ji's entire body. Clang! The two weapons clashed once more. They locked eyes, both filled with murderous intent. Ji, if you kill yourself, I promise to leave you a whole corpse.
A devilish smile curled at the corner of G's mouth. The bloodthirsty blade's killing intent had already fused completely with his body. His intent could be summed up in 2 words: kill. Moreover, fueled by this murderous intent, the sword's feeble lightning power was utterly powerless against him. I don't understand. I've done you no wrong. Why are you trying to kill me? Is it just for this measly pile of filthy money? It was about the money at first, but now that you've killed Brother One, I Zhao Weiyang have a blood feud with you. Do you know why? He was my sister's future husband. Zhao Weiyang, clad in a white robe and wielding a long lightning sword, moved with an air of grace and a touch of handsomeness. His swordplay was light and agile, his attacks unfolding as smoothly as flowing clouds in water. Ji remained calm and composed, carefully observing his opponent's sword techniques, searching for an opening. A life and death duel is different from a martial arts competition on a stage. In a life or death duel, there are virtually no rules. Both sides can resort to any means necessary to kill their opponent. There are no referees, no so-called fairness, only life and death. In such a duel, any tactic may be employed, including sneak attacks and the use of hidden weapons, because survival is the sole objective. Zhao Weiyang had not yet cast aside his own life and death. He lacked the conviction that he must die. Finally, he realized his opponent was a demon, and he grew afraid. In that single moment of hesitation, she found his opening. With a sudden burst of power, the bloodthirsty blade clashed with his opponent's long sword, pressing down from top to bottom. A crisp clang of metal rang out. Zhao Weiyang was forced to his knees, his thunderbolt longsword now pressed down upon him. His scalp prickled. This sensation, however, only drained him of even more strength. The blade's edge was already pressing against his shoulder, sinking deeper and deeper into his flesh, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Blood-sucking, one opponent of the same rank, vitality 500+. The power of the bloodthirsty blade grew stronger and stronger. The thick, suffocating aura of murderous intent left him gasping for breath. He was terrified. He had several girlfriends waiting for him to come home, and several casual partners waiting for him to party night after night. Gee, spare me. I'll give you $1 million. Ha ha. I'll give you $1 million, just let me die. Ha. I'll burn you. Joss paper from the Tian Ditong Bank. In a moment of mental confusion, Zhao Weiyang was sliced in 2 by Ji. Killed one martial artist of the same rank, vitality 2000+, killing intent 1000+. The other 4 felt their scalps prickle with fear. Didn't he, the wanted poster, say he was just a no-name martial artist at the peak of the beginner stage? Or a penniless civilian martial artist? How could he be this strong? The man with the best lightness skills spoke up. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Another one was already so scared his legs gave out, and he plopped down onto the ground. Zhao Weiyang was our strongest, and yet he was killed by this kid. G's eyes had turned blood red, and his voice sounded like that of a god of death. Who else is there? Let us, all 4 of us, go at him together. We can't accept another casualty. We've really taken a huge hit this time. The other 3 nodded in agreement. They drew the weapons they just received and surrounded Ji. One of the experts was a burly man wielding a thick staff. It's the Heavenly Wolf Demon Staff. Yimeng looked at the weapon in his hand and said, Brother Chengyu, it's not fair for the 4 of them to attack just one person. The Gon Chengyu, on the other hand, smiled, they'll die even faster this way. Yimeng had always trusted his judgment the most. Since he was confident, she must have been overthinking it. Still, she wasn't entirely convinced that a martial artist from the outside world could take on 4 sect martial artists. The burly man's every swing produced a whooshing sound, but he wasn't foolish. He was waiting for his teammates to act. The expert who had been completely intimidated moments ago was a woman. To be precise, she was a she-demon. She wore a red robe and wielded a pair of short blades. Assassin's blades, Yimeng continued to comment from the sidelines. The other one looked quite old. He had likely used Western medicine to unlock his body's latent potential, causing him to age rapidly. He held an iron cane and walked slowly toward Ji. His movements seemed slow, but every step was imbued with profound inner energy. With a gentle swing of his cane, a powerful force surged toward Ji.
Iron Canely. The final master was the man with exceptional lightness skills. He wore black combat attire, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. He held a long spear, its tip glinting coldly. Dragon subduing spear. The master of lightness skills let out a loud shout and was the first to strike, thrusting his spear toward Ji like a dragon emerging from the sea. She sensed his opponent's formidable presence, but he did not flinch. He deftly dodged the spear's attacks while searching for an opening in his opponent's defense. At that moment, the other three joined the attack as well. However, they showed no coordination whatsoever. They were clearly a hastily assembled, disorganized group. Humph! A rabble! During a fierce clash, she skillfully employed the cloud drifting step, leaping directly behind them. They happened to be aligned in a single horizontal line. Ji smirked inwardly. Muttering incantations under his breath, the killing intent of the Senmo Ridge began surging toward the bloodthirsty blade. They had fought their way here, slaying countless beasts and demonic serpents along the way. The blood-red killing intent swiftly converged on the character blood inscribed on the bloodthirsty blade. Sweep the 1,000 armies. 3 divine weapons shattered. The beautiful woman, the burly man, and the old man were instantly cut down in a single swing. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. C1 at the exit of the evil forest's wormhole. Everyone had been teleported back. Those waiting had been in high spirits, but little did they know. When they saw the returning group, they realized many were missing. Some had been sliced in half, their bodies reduced to gruesome fragments. These were the elite members of major sects and guilds. The dragon-patterned spear lunged toward Ji. He knew his nephew, Huangwan, had surely been killed by this man. He had to avenge him. She sensed a thick aura of murderous intent and a colossal surge of spiritual energy. He felt an endless pressure. It was suppression on an absolute level. Could he really die here? Seeing this, Sylvia reflexively drew her crescent blade. She leapt to Ji's side and slashed viciously at the dragon-patterned spear. Clang! Though she couldn't T-block it, the strike caused the spear to veer off course. The spear plunged into the wall. Thick smoke billowed. Impressive! No one had any idea of Sylvia's true strength. A spirit martial realm expert. Actually attacking a mortal stage noob. Don't you have any pride? It was clear she wasn't as strong as this old man. It turned out Sylvia was also a spirit martial realm practitioner. Ha ha! You old geezer, attacking without saying a word. Sylvia was nearly driven to fury. She didn't know what was going on, but as a martial arts instructor for the Butcher's Guild, she had to protect her student with all her might. Hey! This kid killed one of our men. I'm going to avenge him, he said, pointing at the man who'd been cut in half. At that moment, before she could explain, 3 more men stepped forward, pointing at Ji and shouting insults. They all drew their weapons. Yang Wu had also returned unscathed. He immediately drew his long sword and stood in front of Ji to protect him. Sylvia and Yang Wu stood like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, the 2 guardian deities. This gradually calmed the murderous intent that had originally filled Ji's mind. A suction force on his chest was also working at full strength to draw away his killing intent, transforming it into a peaceful energy that nourished him. It was the Earth Spirit Stone that brought him back to his senses. Instructor Liu, Yang Wu, he called out their names involuntarily. 1,000 words failed him. Looking at the 4 spirit martial realm masters, he saw that they hadn't flinched. Especially Yang Wu. What a true brother. Soon, 3 more middle-aged men and women approached. They were the instructors from the Hong Gang, the Qing Gang, and the Alchemist Guild. They were likely spirit martial realm masters or higher. They blocked their path. They had learned what had happened from their own disciples. Hey! 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 Do you want to make a scene? Wu Gon, the instructor from the Alchemist Guild, said with a cold laugh. Ji is a murderous maniac. He killed a total of 7 people in the dungeon. Brother Wu Gon. Wu Gon shook his head. Pfft, do you really think we're stupid? he pointed at the disciples behind him. With so many disciples here, there's no need to lie. You. Fairy Yimun, hands on her hips, said, "That's right. It was these people who ganged up on Ji, only to be killed in return." Ganged up on him, only to be killed in return? Everyone looked as if they'd just heard the funniest joke of 2024. As if he could do that. Pretty lady, this isn't your business, don't butt in. After all, since Meng was wearing the Alchemist Guild's robes, they didn't dare be rude. Then, Yun Tian, Zhang Xilan, and others also stepped forward to testify. Moreover, they pointed at the man with astonishingly agile footwork, claiming he had drugged them to make the python swarm attack them. He was the real menace. Pa! We at the Wind and Rain Pavilion would never do such things. Foamer, come here. That man was Lai Foam, the son of the Wind and Rain Pavilion's pavilion master. That's right. I didn't do it. Do you have any evidence? They truly had no evidence he'd been masked during the operation, and everyone only recognized his fighting style. There were no surveillance videos there, nor had he left any fingerprints. The crowd gritted their teeth in fury. If that's the case, he has killed many people, that's a grave crime. Cheng Yu stepped out of the crowd. He was so gaunt he looked like a skeleton. I can vouch for him, he is a good person. Everyone only saw him wearing loose-fitting Alchemist Guild robes, they couldn't recognize who he was at all. But they did recognize the face of one woman. It was Meng, a master from Qinxian Pavilion, who was holding onto this skeleton. Some had already guessed who this person was. Brother! Are you Cheng Yu? Cheng Feng's lips trembled uncontrollably, he was both nervous and excited. One of the reasons he'd chosen to enter the C1 Evil Forest was to search for Cheng Yu, who'd been missing for nearly a year. Because he'd spent so much time looking for him, neither he nor Mina had gone to the Forest Demon Ridge, or even Fox Demon Mountain. That's because this was where everyone had last gathered, and those who'd emerged from the previous event all said they hadn't seen him appear. So they'd given up on the treasures to go look for him instead. Cheng Yu knew this wasn't the time to be making a big show of family ties. He simply nodded to confirm his identity. Then he recounted how he'd saved Ji and everything they'd seen along the way. He also pointed out that these people had received a wanted notice from the martial arts world to kill Ji. They had brought this upon themselves and had no right to blame Ji. However, he knew his limits. There were certain secrets he wouldn't reveal, such as the matter of the illusionary blood bat. Now, the illusionary blood bat had consumed the Spirit Awakened pill and was sleeping peacefully in Ji's backpack. Hey! Hey! You were the one who struck first, okay? Ji said contemptuously. Yiming Xianzi pursed her lips. Humph. You're ruthless. If you have time, come to our Qinxian Pavilion for another match. I just don't believe I can't beat you. Ji hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Yang Wu eagerly agreed with a lecherous grin, sure. We'll definitely be there. Put. Who asked you, you fatso? Yang Wu felt a bit embarrassed after being snubbed. Ji just smiled without saying a word. The people at Qinxian Pavilion overheard their conversation and realized the young lady was just joking, she wasn't an enemy. Everyone sheathed their weapons. An announcement rang out. Fellow martial artists, the 2024 Fengyue City Martial Arts Association Dungeon Trial has concluded. We will now proceed with the final rankings announcement and the awards ceremony. Please welcome Mr. Tu Qianshan, Organizing Director of the Martial Arts Association, to the stage to present the awards. A tall, imposing man appeared on the high platform. Thank you all for your hard work. We will now announce the trial rankings. Please look at the screen. The big screen displayed. First place, Wind and Rain Pavilion, Lu Bing, 15 star cards, kill count. Second place, Alchemist Guild, Mina, 12 star cards, kill count, 8,500. All the way down to 8th place. 8th place, Butcher's Guild, Ji, 8 star cards, kill count. Wow, wow, wow. The entire audience gasped at this kill count. After all, this figure proved that this person had taken many lives. These figures were provided by the wristbands and were error-free.
From 9th place through 10th place, all participants had 8 star cards, with kill counts below 5,000. It was already incredible that the Butchers Guild could produce someone with 8 star cards. Yang Ji patted Ji on the shoulder enviously, "You're really something." However, members of other guilds and sects looked at him as if they'd seen a demon someone had actually gone out to kill.
She didn't pay much attention to those ranked 11th through 100th. Among them, there was a familiar name on the list, Dina. She ranked 89th.
There was also Chiu Xian'er, who had just secured the 100th spot. She was also from the Butchers Guild. Furthermore, surprisingly, the few remaining members from the Senmo Ridge had all made it into the top 100. Even that brainless Meng Xianzi made the list, ranking 95th. Talent is truly an indisputable thing. Some have it, and some simply don't. After all, everyone in the top 100 holds a rank badge. When the next official dungeon trial rolls around, the martial arts exam will prove extremely valuable.
It's safe to say these are the top martial artists in Fengyue City. The prizes for the top 10 are incredibly generous.
Not only do they receive cash rewards, but they also get high-level weapons. First prize, 300,000 dragon coins in cash, Star Dragon Armor entry-level spirit artifact plus 20 physical defense, plus 10 counterattack power.
Note, counterattack power refers to the force that the equipment reflects back when the wearer attacks an opponent. GS 8th rank.
100,000 dragon coins in cash, Blood Dragon Armor entry-level spirit artifact plus 15 physical defense, plus 12 counterattack power.
Not bad. Dragon armor is generally comparable.
Ji was already quite satisfied. After all, he'd done his research.
These items start at 1 million dragon coins. Their final value depends on their quality.
After Ji received his award on the high platform, they lined up to head to the parking lot and boarded the bus to leave the Martial Arts Association.
They were heading back home.
When everyone got back on the bus, they noticed 2 empty seats. Only then did they realize they had lost 2 companions,
Lu De and Zhang San.
When Sylvia spoke of them, her tears flowed like a waterfall.
"It's my fault. I didn't lead them well."
Ji knew they must have been manipulated by the long group. He and Yang Wu were lucky.
They made it back alive.
Yang Wu felt a bit embarrassed as he recounted his own experience. After all, without a single star card, he had to play it safe in the C1 dungeon, otherwise, he would died.
He couldn't even get past a tiny necromancer pool. "Yang Wu, have you made any progress these past few days?" Yang Wu smiled and said, "Of course. I've advanced 2 levels and am now at the 8th level of the first tier of the mortal stage."
He added in a low voice, "I've gathered plenty of blood spirit grass roots, enough to last." It seemed his breakthrough was just around the corner. The others began discussing it animatedly. Most of them were at the 7th level of the first tier of the mortal stage. Only Dina, who had been rapidly leveling up by defeating monsters, had reached the peak of the first tier of the mortal stage and was on the verge of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Chiu Xian'er, who had always kept a low profile, revealed that she had already broken through to the first level of the second tier of the mortal stage. However, her performance in the Butchers Guild selection wasn't particularly outstanding. This was truly a stunning revelation. But right now, the one stealing the spotlight was, of course, RG. Everyone pressed him for details on his current cultivation level. He had no choice but to reveal it: mortal stage, level 2, realm 2. "No way." Bella said, "Ji, the test before the selection trials showed you'd only just reached the early stage of mortal stage level 1.
How did you advance so quickly?"
Ji really couldn't stand her. He didn't respond.
But his best friend, Yang Wu, chimed in, "Pfft. Bella, you're really missing out.
You know, we tested him before we left, and he was already at the peak of the first tier of the mortal stage.
It's perfectly normal for him to have broken through." Hearing this, everyone finally understood. Originally, everyone had thought Ji was nothing more than a myth. He was able to defeat Drake, who was at the 5th sublevel of the first stage of the mortal stage, using only the power of the early first stage of the mortal stage. In fact, anyone who made it this far was, by definition, a martial arts prodigy. 2 hours later, the bus had returned to the Butchers Guild's administrative area. 30 had gone, 28 returned. However, from the very first day one swore to become a martial artist, the day of one's death in battle was already predestined. They walked into the conference room with their heads held high. This was the first time in 18 years they had achieved the best results. Garth and several elders were already seated at the head of the table. Long Tao's smug demeanor made Ji feel distinctly uncomfortable. Chairman Xiao began by delivering an hour of empty rhetoric. He then said, "Please come forward to receive your prizes for the 167th Martial Artists Selection Competition." It wasn't that the Butchers Guild was dragging its feet for a relatively poor guild like this. Preparing the prizes took time, and they were fulfilling their obligation to distribute them before the martial arts dungeon exam. First place, Ji. Second place, Dina. Third place, Xiao Xian'er. Fourth place, Xiao Zhanggu. 29th place, Drake. 30th place, D. Mei. Drake. Everyone was surprised to hear the names Drake and D. Mei. No wonder the guild waited until now to distribute the prizes. After all, the dungeon assessment in Fengyue City could be deadly. The final rankings were determined by the martial artists who survived the longest, with candidates filling in the gaps. Ji gritted his teeth when he heard his name. Lu De and Zhang Sanshi were assigned to Dungeon C2 by the Long Group, so they weren't necessarily going to die. To secure their own spots, they actually caused the deaths of 2 people. Drake and D. Mei walked in from the back room. They looked radiant. D. Mei, in particular, was almost frighteningly beautiful. She had an extra touch of delicacy compared to her older sister, Dina. After they took their seats at the very back, staff members began distributing prizes. As the host, Ji was the first to receive his. The first place prize was impressive. 20 health restoration pills, 10 chi restoring pills, all kinds of spiritual medicines, including some Western medicines and emergency treatments. There was also a custom-tailored outfit. It was even embroidered with his name. A bit tacky. Plus 2 cards, one was a training room membership card loaded with 100,000 yuan, and the other was a bank card also containing 100,000 dragon coins. It amounted to no more than 300,000 in total, but for a cash-strapped association, it was a generous gesture. He glanced at Yang Wu sitting next to him. He placed 6th. Yang Wu had only one card, a 30,000 cultivation room membership card. The lower the ranking, the fewer the rewards. Garth spoke again. "I paid out of my own pocket to buy prizes for the 3 martial artists who placed in the top 100. Ji. Dina. Xiao Xian'er. Please come up on stage." The voice echoed through the air, filled with anticipation and encouragement. The eyes of the crowd below all focused on the 3 who were about to take the stage. Ji's face was resolute, his eyes flashing with confidence. He strode steadily toward the stage, step by step, as if carrying an unstoppable aura. He was struggling to suppress the burning desire within him to kill Drake. Dina, with her graceful figure and a faint smile on her beautiful face, walked elegantly onto the stage. Xiao Xian'er, lively and adorable, her eyes brimming with excitement and curiosity, skipped and hopped her way toward the stage. The appearance of the 3 made the atmosphere even more electric. People whispered to one another, buzzing with speculation. "It can't be anything good. Chairman Xiao is usually so stingy," someone murmured. Garth, however, smiled. He had heard the remark but brushed it off. "I'm being very generous this time." Looking at these 3 outstanding martial artists, his heart was filled with satisfaction. He knew that these young martial artists represented the hope of the future. Ji accepted a dark green box. He couldn't wait to open it. It was truly simple and unadorned, a heart-protecting mirror. The ox head heart-protecting mirror, early Shen tier. The 2 ox eyes were empty, allowing gems to be set into them. Physical defense plus 20, heart protection plus 30. A thought struck Ji. He could use the crystal he obtained from the 3-tailed snow fox to embed in the chest guard and enhance its abilities. He noticed that the other 2 had received chest guards as well. However, their grades weren't as high as his. It seemed that Chairman Xiao had a deep affection for the 3 of them and wanted to do everything in his power to protect their lives. All right, the award ceremony is over.
I'll go over your schedule for the next 2 months. After 7 days of closed-door discussions, the Butchers Guild, which had previously conducted intensive training camps, realized things were very different this time. There were many prodigies, each with their own ideas. So, they devised a bold plan. Plan name: Set Them Free. All 30 people broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. It was clearly just a cost-cutting measure. Make them fend for themselves. Sylvia was the first to speak up in opposition. President, I object. This makes it very difficult to ensure that everyone reaches at least the peak of the first tier of the mortal stage. As far as she knew, only Chiu Xian'er and Ji had achieved this goal. The others were still a bit short of it. Long Tao stood up and said sternly, Sylvia, this isn't your place to speak. Sylvia was undeterred. No, I'm their instructor. Garth smiled. Little Lou, you haven't even listened to their own opinions. What's the rush? If you agree, please raise your hand. Whoosh. In an instant, every single hand shot up. You guys? Sylvia couldn't believe it. Very well. Since we lack the ability to tailor our teaching to individual needs, we'll just have to let them take the initiative and tap into their own potential. As soon as Garth finished speaking, he was the first to leave his seat, preparing to slip away from the back. Ji launched the first attack. His movements were as swift as lightning. In an instant, he charged in front of Drake, the bloodthirsty blade in his hand slashing down with ferocious force. The bloodthirsty blade was already heading toward Drake's head with the momentum of a mountain-splitting blow, sending shivers down the spines of even the onlookers. Drake showed no fear. He merely gave a cold smile, his expression brimming with confidence. With a light flick of his long sword, he parried Ji's ferocious strike. Ji was stunned by how much Drake's cultivation had improved. As blade met blade, a crisp clang rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. Today I'm going to take his head. Drake's voice was so eerie it sent chills down one's spine. Drake unleashed the demon-banishing sword technique, thrusting like a serpent toward Ji's vital points. Ji sidestepped, deftly evading the lethal strike. Seizing the momentum, he swung his bloodthirsty mad blade once more, slashing at Drake with tremendous force. Drake hurriedly raised his sword to block, and the two were once again engulfed in a fierce battle. Their figures crisscrossed across the arena, the flashes of blades and swords creating a dazzling spectacle. Every collision unleashed tremendous force, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Their speed and power grew ever greater, as if two invincible war gods were engaged in a life and death struggle. Ji's bloodthirsty blade exuded a frenzied aura with every swing. It seemed capable of tearing the air apart. Drake's evil repelling sword technique, on the other hand, was agile and incisive, with moves so unpredictable they were nearly impossible to fathom. The two traded blows, evenly matched, and the battle reached a stalemate. The audience watched in awe, deeply captivated by this spectacular duel. Bella exclaimed in surprise, Young Master Long, when did you switch to a sword? And that sword technique is so fluid it looks ordinary, but it's actually flawless. Yang Wu had originally had absolute confidence in Ji, but the more he watched, the more uneasy he became. Young Master Ji, hang in there. Sylvia, speaking from experience, could tell at a glance, they both reached the second tier of the mortal stage, and both are incredibly skilled. They were awed by the pair's strength, and at the same time, their blood was boiling from the intensity of the battle. In their eyes, both Ji and Drake were true powerhouses. Their fight was a visual feast, one that would be unforgettable. Second by second, time ticked by, yet Ji and Drake continued to battle fiercely. They were both drenched in sweat, but there was not a trace of fatigue or hesitation in their eyes. Drake, I can't believe you've improved this much. Ji had to admit the truth. Humph. Are you poor folks really that stupid, or are you just pretending? As long as you have enough money, resources are practically unlimited. That's right. This dungeon trial had taught everyone an important lesson. Cultivation often depends on resources. Martial artists from major sects have two advantages. First, their cultivation techniques are formidable. Second, they have abundant cultivation resources. Pay to win. Exactly. In the future, the gap between you and me will only keep growing. Drake said confidently. They exchanged blows while they spoke. Jia's stamina was beginning to wane. If it weren't for the bloodthirsty blade's abundant killing intent, he might have already been at a disadvantage. He knew it would be difficult to defeat Drake today. However, he spotted Drake's weakness, that sword. Ji channeled his spell, contained his killing intent, and launched a full power strike. Drake also knew this was the final move that would decide the outcome. He knew this wasn't a life or death duel today, but given how fast he was spending money, he'd surely outpace an ordinary person and be able to kill Ji sooner or later. 72nd form. Kill. It was their final, decisive clash. The seats here were smashed to pieces, and many people had been forced outside to watch through the windows. What a thrilling battle! Clang! Both weapons emitted a golden glow. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Drake's sword snapped. Sylvia immediately stepped in front of them both. You can stop now. Your weapons are both broken. The clear water sword. Drake stared in shock at his broken sword. He demanded once more, "What kind of knife is that of yours?" She replied nonchalantly, "A butcheress knife made specifically to slaughter beasts like you." "Humph. I lost to that butcheress knife of yours last time, and now again. Your victory is dishonorable." Dishonorable? So spending real money isn't cheating? You dead broke bum. Ji knew Sylvia was there today, so he had no chance to kill him. Pointing his knife at his opponent, he said, "If you like spending money, go find a more powerful weapon, and then we'll fight again." "Fine, let us meet in the martial arts exam dungeon." Drake, under Sylvia's protection, quickly left the scene. He was afraid this guy would chase him down and kill him, just like last time. Instructor Shershur, Lu De, Zhang San, this guy killed them. You're standing in my way, can you really live with that? Sylvia shook her head. We have no evidence, and since the president let him in, there must be a reason. We have to trust their decision. Before he could retort, the others rushed over. Ji, you're amazing, no wonder you're ranked 8th in Fengyue City. Hey, when are you going to spar with me? These people had gone from looking down on him to facing reality. He truly had what it took to be the #1 fighter in their Butchers Guild. Beating Drake the first time could be called a fluke, but 2 victories in a row could only be attributed to sheer skill. Only Bella, unsure of the emotions churning inside her, sat in the corner crying. Ji looked at his phone screen and smiled. Yang Wu leaned in curiously. She pushed him away with one hand. Have you any manners? Yang Chonlu's face darkened as he grabbed Yang Wu by the throat with one hand. Hey! How did I raise you? You have absolutely no manners. Cough, cough. I was just curious what young Master Ling saw that made him laugh so lewdly. Pa! She then told them about Chengyu. He had come to regard these two as family and trusted them completely. Yang Wu pushed his father's hand away, panting heavily as he said, I want to go to the Alchemist Guild too. Alright, you and Brother Chengyu are friends as well. Uncle Yang Chonglu, starting tomorrow, will leave the slaughterhouse. For the next 2 months, I'll take Yang Wu with me to gain some experience. What do you think? Yang Chonglu nodded. You've offended the Long family. Staying here 1T gets you killed, but they'll definitely cause you trouble. Taking the initiative will be more beneficial for improving your cultivation. Yang Wu downed a bowl of soup in one gulp. Ah, that's refreshing. It's delicious. As he opened a bottle of mutai, he said, right, and I think the Alchemist Guild must have even better cultivation resources. He was right, and she didn't mind his brothers getting a chance to improve further. They devoured their meal in a flash. They even licked the bowls clean. They downed the wine in one gulp as well. Such was the power of home-cooked meals. They helped them relax after their recent tension. The next day, Yang Wu pulled up in his Wuling Hongguan pickup truck at Ji's front door. Ji had already been ready to leave for a while. With the help of alcohol the night before, he slept soundly and hadn't done any cultivation at all. A balance between work and rest is the true key to learning anything. He loaded his luggage into the trunk. Ji noticed that Yang Wu Han Ti brought his long sword. "Where's your long sword?" Yang Wu turned his head from the driver's seat and said with a wry smile, "I don't think it's suitable. After this trial, I feel a short sword suits me better." Ji nodded in agreement and got into the passenger seat. The Wuling Hongguan quickly pulled away from the house and headed toward the southern part of Fengyue City. He finally had time to reflect on the events of the past few days. System, how much vitality and killing intent do I have right now? Ding! Vitality plus, killing intent plus. Hearing those numbers, Ji jumped in fright. He was already tall, and with the car's low ceiling, that sudden jump. Boom! Ouch! Startled, Yang Wu slammed on the brakes. "Young Master Ji, what are you doing?" She kept rubbing the spot where he hit his head against the roof, groaning in pain. "It's nothing." "Oh, right, we all left the Butcher's Guild now, so please don't call me young master anymore." "Yes, young master." Ji didn't like that title. There was no one else in the whole world who, like him from a family that had fallen on hard times, was still being called young master. He believed that as long as the system stood by him, becoming a god of war was not just a dream. Before they knew it, the small truck had arrived at the entrance to the Alchemist Guild. An SUV they'd arranged to meet was already waiting for them. It was a U8. Beep. Yang Wu honked the horn. A head popped out of the U8's driver's window. "Come with me." It was an old acquaintance, Cheng Yu's younger brother and Ji's benefactor, Cheng Feng. Cheng Yu sat in the passenger seat. The U8 roared to life and shot off like an arrow. Not to be outdone, Yang Wu floored the gas pedal. The small truck felt like a sports car. Whoosh! Whoosh! They left all the other cars on the road in the dust. Wow! Even a Wuling Hongguan can go as fast as a plane. That's awesome. She sat quietly in the car, his gaze passing through the window and resting on the mysterious and beautiful Alchemist Guild. As the car sped forward, the scenery of the Alchemist Guild unfolded before his eyes like a magnificent painting. In the distance, the rolling mountains resembled the spine of the earth, shrouded in a thin veil of mist, now visible, now hidden, like a fairyland. Bathed in sunlight, the contours of the mountains appeared exceptionally soft, as if sketched by nature with the finest brushstrokes. In the valley, lush trees thrived, their various shades of green emerald, deep green, and jet black interweaving to form distinct layers, resembling a giant piece of jade. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, rustling softly, a beautiful melody played by Mother Nature. Unidentified wildflowers bloomed among the grasses, their vibrant colors dotting this sea of green like a constellation of stars. Within the Alchemist Guild, a clear stream flows gently, its waters glistening with a silvery sheen under the sunlight. It feels like a forgotten utopia. After more than an hour's drive, a mist suddenly began to appear ahead. They followed the U8 through it. It's protected by a formation. They entered the cluster of ancestral homes nestled in the valley. The sight before him instantly enveloped him in an atmosphere of ancient simplicity and mystery. This cluster of ancestral homes sat cradled in the valley, as if it were a treasure settled there over the ages. The ancient buildings were arranged in a harmonious, staggered pattern. Their black tiles and white walls exuded a unique charm in the sunlight. They reached a three-way intersection, and U8 ran down the path on the right. Soon, they stopped beneath a towering temple hall. Two large characters were carved above the entrance: Chang Mansion. Yang Wu couldn't help but swallow hard. That's awesome. Cheng Yu, being extremely polite, ran over to help she open the door. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. The Chang family kitchen. Humph. They actually sent cured meats as a gift? How tacky. The servant carrying the supplies said with disdain. A middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat overheard him and said, "Oh, cured meats are great. Bring them here." Ali, cured meats are such a common ingredient, we have plenty of them at home. Head chef Ali didn't argue. He opened the burlap sack. It was filled to the brim with cured meats, their rich aroma wafting out and invigorating the senses. "It smells so good." Excited and delighted, Ali asked,
who sent this?
Seeing the head chef's excitement, the servant replied, puzzled, 2 young men from the butcher's guild next door, the ones who slaughtered the pig. I heard their young master US benefactors. Ali picked up a string of cured sausages, held it to his nose, and took a whiff. Along with the sweet, meaty aroma, there was a faint scent of spiritual energy. Spirit pearl returns to jade. That's right, spirit pearl returns to jade. The servant asked curiously, what do you mean by spirit pearl returns to jade? What on earth is that? Isn't it just pork? Ali shook his head. Spirit pearl returns to jade is a special breed of pig. It's very difficult and expensive to raise. They're fed spiritual herbs and drink spiritual water as they grow. He pulled out another piece of pork and nodded. That's right. There's no mistake. You go around calling others poor, but a single piece of this pork is worth a year's salary for you. And even with money, you can't necessarily buy it. The Alchemist Guild was a wealthy family. Even their servants earned an annual salary of 200,000. This is a top-grade ingredient, a highly nourishing food that serves as a spiritual elixir for the two family. The servant looked incredulous. Should we tell the family head? Otherwise, it wouldn't look good if he got the wrong idea. Hey! With the family head as cultivation level, he can sense the spiritual energy inside without even opening the bag. Ali had already taken out some high-quality mountain spring water and begun slicing some cured pork for tonight's dinner. Yang Wu followed Chang Jiping and the others to the trial chamber. He had always thought the gift his father had sent him was a bit meager. Fearing that the head of the Chang family of the Alchemist Guild might be displeased, he felt anxious and uneasy. Soon they arrived at a hillside. On the wall stood a stone stele inscribed, Chang Family Trial Chamber. Chang Jiping placed his hand on a protruding stone on the wall. Hum! A rumbling sound echoed. The stone door slowly swung open. The interior was spacious, capable of holding at least 5,000 people. Wow! Their resources are truly vast. Yang Wu knew that even their own Butcher's Guild, though several times larger in population, had a trial arena only half the size of this one. He couldn't help but exclaim, what an impressive trial arena! The martial artists of the Alchemist Guild were well cultivated, neither related by external circumstances nor disheartened by personal setbacks. Chang Jiping smiled and said, I invited you here so you could test your strength and various physical metrics. After all, my family has several types of acupoint sealing techniques, and we tailor our teaching to each individual's aptitude. Just as he finished speaking, hundreds of martial artists rushed in from all directions. Startled, Yang Wu gripped his weapon. Ji, on the other hand, remained calm. He sensed no killing intent from these people at all, only a sense of joy. Our formation is quite advanced, and activating it all at once consumes a massive amount of energy. Since we're activating it anyway, let us have everyone participating in this trial come over for a test. Chun Yu hurried to explain. Ji immediately understood the Chang family had been waiting until now to conduct the test specifically for his arrival. They were truly loyal and honorable and frugal. The formation activated. Their martial artists went to line up in various groups for the test. Chun Yu, take these two to be tested. Once they're done, have them come up to the office to find us. Yes, father. Chun Yu took out 2 pills and handed them to the pair, saying, these are manifestation pills, a testing agent unique to our Alchemist Guild. They provide a more accurate assessment of the tester's cultivation level, rank, and potential ceiling, and make it easier to test muscle structure, spiritual blood, spiritual bones, and spiritual roots. Through AI analysis, they can even recommend which weapons a martial artist should use. That's the difference. Their Butcher's Guild's test can only measure 2 things, cultivation level and strength. Yang Wu was startled. If I paid out of my own pocket for a test, would it cost 10,000 per test? The corner of Chang Yu's right eye twitched slightly as he said casually, about 20,000 to 30,000. But since we're conducting bulk testing here at the Alchemist Guild, it's 8,000 per person. What a money-grubbing bunch! As everyone knows, selling medicine is the most lucrative industry in the world. Following young Master Chun Yu really is like having a backdoor. They soon arrived at the first station.
Cultivation plus strength. Cheng Yu went first to demonstrate for them. Result, Mortal Stage, Level 2, Peak Martial Practitioner Strength, 1200 Nyoli.
He couldn't help but look at his own arms, now as thin as bamboo stalks, and sigh, that has 350 Nyoli less than last year's strength.
Yang Wu rolled up his sleeves. My turn. He threw a punch with all his might. Result, Mortal Stage, Level 1, 8th Realm Late Martial Novice, Strength, 600 Newton Force.
Ji, not wanting to make him too jealous, threw a light punch.
Result, Mortal Stage, Level 2, 2nd Realm Early Martial Practitioner, Strength, 888 Newton Force. Yang Wu pouted, why is the gap between you and me getting wider and wider?
Ji ignored the chubby kid and followed Cheng Yu to the next test.
Primordial Spirit Test.
They both swallowed the manifestation pills. 10 minutes later, the pills began circulating through their bloodstreams.
Ding. Ding. Ding.
The primordial spirit stone being tested emitted an unusual sound, buzz, buzz, buzz. It radiated a purple divine light.
Countdown begins.
This scene made even those sitting in the office lose their composure, as they all stared at the screen.
987654321. Result, male. Constitution? 5-star rating. Note, 5 stars have no upper limit.
The primordial stone kept emitting a yellow glow.
It drew the attention of many onlookers. Is it broken? 5 stars. Someone noticed something was off.
After all, even the most accomplished among them didn't possess such potential.
Ding. Spiritual blood level? Spiritual root level? Spiritual bone level? Muscle level, top tier, all around. AI prediction, this person's cultivation ceiling, infinite. Suitable for using any weapon. Recommendation, cannot provide valid advice.
She was initially shocked when he saw these results, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was able to make an ancient divine weapon like the bloodthirsty blade recognize him as its master. It seemed the original hostess' potential was truly limitless. Why the test couldn't detect it? He really had no idea. He didn't want these people to pay too much attention to him, so he deliberately smiled and said, "Oh my.
That's strange. Maybe I took the wrong pill, or the machine is broken."
With so many question marks, the best explanation for ordinary martial artists was simply that the machine was broken. It would be hard for them to explain how an outsider could possess a 5-star talent. In Fengyue City, that's a genius who comes along once in a decade.
Office.
Several old men, staring at the results, could no longer sit still.
A genius. Definitely a genius.
No, or maybe the machine really is broken. Even senior brother Chang only scored 4 stars.
Right. Those two are martial artists from the Butchers Guild. How could they produce 2 geniuses in a row?
Chang Jiping gave a wry smile, just good luck, I suppose. In the Cheng family, his 2 sons Cheng Yu and Cheng Feng were the highest ranked. However, Cheng Yu wasn't eligible to take the martial arts exam this year. He'd have to wait until next year. Only Cheng Feng could take it this year. All their hopes rested on this one son. One elder said dismissively, "Jiping, you can't put too much faith in AI. If these tests were useful, why aren't they used for the martial arts exam or even the national exam?" Cheng Jiping walked to the window, his back to them, and said, "The higher-ups probably place more trust in a martial artist's innate qualities. Diligence, hard work, bravery, fearlessness in the face of death and luck. Especially luck. No test can measure that. You and I both know the principles of cultivation. Often, success isn't determined by effort and talent alone. Serendipity is a crucial factor as well. Cheng Yu had the best talent in his class, but if he hadn't been trapped in the evil forest for a year, he wouldn't have lost 2 years of his life.
How many 2-year periods does one have in a lifetime?"
Hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. He continued, "Look at Ges had excellent fortune. He was originally framed, but by a stroke of luck, he ended up in the evil forest and saved Cheng Yu.
That's fate and his good fortune. Still, we could have simply paid him as a reward. Why do you think he should train here with us?
Chang Jiping looked out the window at Ji, who was walking toward them in the distance. Smiling, he said, or perhaps it's a stroke of luck for our alchemist guild as well.
Who can say for sure? The elders were quick to grasp the meaning. They understood immediately. So many? What do they mean? Perhaps they're just an unpredictable variable. Chun Yu led the two of them into his office. She took the initiative to clasp his hands and ask, "Head of the Chang family, do you have any advice regarding my cultivation? Also, I don't understand what all these symbols in my data mean."
Chang Jiping smiled as he looked at Ji's handsome face and exclaimed, "Youth is truly formidable."
He reached out to take Ji's pulse, while several elders watched their family head intently, their eyes filled with curiosity. "How is it?"
His true chi flowed through Ji's pulse, penetrating every fiber of his body. It coursed through his spiritual blood, spiritual roots, and spiritual bones. Yet even his healer's serene true chi was repelled. Generally speaking, a healer's true chi blends most easily with anyone's body to aid in healing. A very powerful seal it prevents others from probing. No wonder the tests combining the primordial spirit stone with the AI system yielded no results. A master whose cultivation level surpasses mine cast this seal upon him. Upon hearing this startling revelation, Ji couldn't help but shudder. "I've been sealed?" As for the others, what stood out to them was the phrase, "whose cultivation level surpasses Chang Jiping's." After all, Chang Jiping was one of the few individuals in Fengyue City with the highest cultivation levels. However, this won't harm you. One thing is certain, you can practice any cultivation technique. Chang Jiping kept his word and took out a manual from his spatial ring, the Spirit Void Star puncturing technique.
Ji accepted the manual. Just look at those 4 characters. He knew this manual must be something extraordinary. He didn't open it. System, scan the Spirit Void Star puncturing technique. Scan successful, Ling Su Dian Xing Ju, agile and ethereal, making its attack trajectories difficult to predict. Dian Xing implies precision akin to striking a star. Every pressure point strike hits the vital spot, as awe-inspiring as stars shining in the night sky. Alchemist Guild, Qingfeng Apartments. Surrounded by medicinal fields, it was a very pleasant place. Ji and Yang Wu settled in. "Hey! Dad, they've already agreed to let us train at the Alchemist Guild for over 2 months. Upon hearing the news, Yang Chonlu jumped up in excitement. "Dad, you're so stingy you only gave them 1 box of cured meats. The Cheng family had said they were delicious, so I promised to send over a whole cartload." "A whole cartload?" Yang Chonlu was so furious he nearly coughed up a gene of blood. "What's wrong? Are you really that stupid, or are you just pretending? That pork is very precious. How could our family possibly afford a whole cartload?" Yang Wu was taken aback. He'd always thought his father was stingy.
Yang Chonlu had no choice but to explain the origin of the cured meats to him in great detail. A spirit pearl in exchange for jade. That single box is worth 300,000 dragon coins. Yang Wu slumped onto the sofa in shock. Cold sweat broke out all over his face. What do we do? What do we do? The next day, they began their cultivation routine. The Alchemist Guild didn't have separate cultivation rooms, but the apartment was surrounded by medicinal gardens. These gardens were already strewn with spirit stones, which enhanced the spiritual energy of the herbs. They had been assigned this herb garden apartment precisely so they could cultivate here in peace. After his battle with Drake, Ji realized his repertoire of techniques was far too limited. The Ling family sword technique was too clumsy. It was no match for his opponent's agility. The first and second forms of the bloodthirsty blade were highly effective when overwhelming an opponent. But against a true master, they still fell a little short. System, cultivate the third form of the bloodthirsty blade. Yes. The sequence of the third form continuously integrated into Ji's mind. With the bloodthirsty blade's assistance, cultivation efficiency is increased by 100%. Total vitality consumed, plus. Ding. Beginning cultivation. The character blood on the bloodthirsty blade emitted a dazzling red light and began to radiate a murderous aura. With the system's assistance, Ji raised the bloodthirsty blade and executed a fluid, seamless series of sword techniques. Repeat. And repeat again. In just this one sequence, he swung the blade over 20,000 times. Successfully mastered the basics of the bloodthirsty blade. Third move, falling leaves of the frenzied blade. Note, releasing the bloodthirsty blade's killing intent enhances the user's abilities. This move combines both offense and defense. Facing another exceptionally talented, pay-to-win master like Drake, he had not the slightest hesitation. Very good, she thought to himself with quiet satisfaction. He retrieved the borrowed acupoint sealing technique, the Lingshu Dianqing Ju, from his memory. Host, this technique provides a supportive boost to the butcher skill. Please strive to master it to the highest level. Okay, please help me reach the beginner level. Yes. Cultivating the Lingshu Dianqing Ju consumes vitality plus 10 plus 20 plus. Its hard sweat was already beating on Ji's forehead. 30 plus. A diagram of human acupoints appeared in his mind, followed by diagrams of animal acupoints. Countless pieces of knowledge poured into his mind, and his spiritual sea was filled with countless acupoint diagrams. Unexpected it's this hard. 50 plus. Who knows how much time has passed? Ding. 100 successfully mastered the introductory level of the Spirit Void Star pointing technique. Ji decided that the introductory level was sufficient after all. This technique could be upgraded through practice. This was a last resort means of self-preservation, not a method for killing others. Learning the basics for now was enough. Ji used his spiritual sense to examine his condition after a series of intense battles. His cultivation had weakened slightly. He sat cross-legged and began to enter a state of spiritual stillness. System. Assist me in upgrading my cultivation. Ding. Received. Mortal stage, Tier 2, Second Heaven. With the assistance of a level 1 bone shedding pill, cultivation efficiency is increased by 100. Cultivating. Upgrade cultivation. Consumes 5,000 vitality. Ji's blood drinking spirit gathering art began to circulate. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the mortal stage, Tier 2, Third Realm. Cultivation in progress. Upgrade cultivation. Consumes vitality. Broke through to the early stage of the mortal stage, Tier 2. Cultivation level up. Consumes vitality. Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to the mortal stage, Tier 2, Fourth Heaven mid-stage Marshall Walker. Rest period ended. You have successfully broken through to the next stage. Please accumulate more practical combat experience before advancing further. As Ji broke through from the early to the mid-stage, the energy in the surrounding area rippled. This drew the attention of Yang Wu and Chang Yu, who were cultivating nearby. Wow! You leveled up so fast, I'm really jealous. Hearing Chang Yu's voice, Ji opened his eyes. Exactly. I just memorized the Flame Sun Heart Sutra and was just starting to try practicing it, and you've already leveled up again. Yang Wu was truly frustrated. He was a genius too, but the gap between geniuses could be this wide. Ji didn't know how to explain it, so he changed the subject. He took 3 items from his luggage and said, Chang Yu, can I embed Snow Fox crystals into my Blood Dragon armor entry-level spirit artifact and Minotaur breastplate? Yeah, sure. We have skilled craftsmen here who can handle that for you. Then I'd appreciate it if you could take care of that for me. Ji handed the items to Qingyu. It was just a small favor, so Qingyu naturally didn't refuse. He called over a servant, who took the items to the workshop and had the craftsman upgrade them. They'd actually been cultivating for a full day and night, and everyone was exhausted. Yang Wu was lying on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Click, click. TikTok live chat. Many people were offering to avenge her brother. Ro BB, just tell me who the enemy is, and I'll avenge you. You scum, how dare you kill Muscle's strong brother?
You'll die a horrible death. Kill him. Kill him. Yang Wu replied, Ro BB, I'm a martial artist too, I'll avenge you. Suddenly, a soft, sweet voice rang out from his phone, top donor, thank you. But you really can't help me. Yang Wu patted his chest and declared, I definitely can, I'm invincible. Really? Roru BB blew him a passionate kiss. Yang Wu felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Roru BB, if I avenge you, will you be my girlfriend? Ro blushed slightly. Okay. Whoever helps me get my revenge, I'll be her girlfriend. Just then, she received a piece of paper. A name was written on it, RG. She stared at the name, gritting her teeth, yet even that terrifying expression wasn't unattractive. Clenching her fists, she declared, whoever helps me get my revenge, I'll do anything for them. This was the promise of a major influencer with 1 million followers. But when Yang Wu heard the name Ji, his eyes bulged. Cheng Yu, who was sipping tea, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the name Ji, spraying tea all over the face of the top donor. Conversely, she sensed trouble brewing. A stunning female influencer with 1 million followers had issued a bounty on his head. Seriously, terrifying. At least 1 million people wanted his head. Who is this woman? Ji asked sternly. Yang Wu panicked, stammering, I. Cheng Yu drew his long sword, handed it to him, and said with a smile, as the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. Yang Wu was so scared he dropped the sword and glared at Cheng Yu with contempt. He had no choice but to tell them everything he knew. The one called Roru BB was an influencer with 1 million followers. Her real name was Wei Ro. She was a newcomer to the entertainment scene in Fengyue City. Not only was she tall and slender, but she could also sing and dance. She had gained some fame in the city. However, her older brother was even more famous. Her brother, Wei Chang, was a member of the Fengyue City Fitness Association, as well as a newly debuted local entertainer and martial artist. His total followers across all platforms reached a staggering 10 million. After all, his triple identity had helped him amass a massive fan base. According to Wei Ro's account, her brother Wei Chang had participated in this season's martial artist dungeon trial hosted by Fengyue City, but was killed during the trial. Another martial artist traveling with him, named Yong, was also killed. Both of them were the pride of the fitness association. Just a moment ago, someone handed her the name of the person who killed her brother, and it was made public. It was Ji. Ji, did you really do it? Yang Wu asked. Yeah, do you pick a specific day to kill someone? Anyway, that guy named Wei Chang committed suicide. Cheng Yu recounted what happened that day. Once Yang Wu understood all this, he realized he couldn't blame Ji. Who was it? Who leaked this information? There were only 3 people in the know. Ji himself, Cheng Yu, and one other Lai Feng. First, Cheng Yu had been with them the whole time. Second, Ji had done him a favor. It must have been Lai Feng who let it slip. Cheng Yu agreed with this assessment as well. However, online public opinion was already running rampant. It was likely that countless posts would soon flood the internet, and by then, countless people would be out to hunt Ji down. Ji remained quite calm. He knew they were quite safe within the Alchemist Guild. The best course of action was to find Wei Ro herself and set the record straight. Moreover, he had Wei Chang's mementos in his possession. He remembered Wei Chang's instructions to give them to his sister, Wei Ro. By taking this step, he had already anticipated that Ji would inevitably face this situation. No wonder he was so certain Ji would deliver the keepsake for him. What a pity, what a pity. Cheng Yu, what do you think? He shrugged. It's the only option, but I have a hunch there's a major conspiracy at play here. I must report this matter to my father. Ji agreed. Sure enough, once the head of the Chang family learned of this matter, even if it was just at the critical moment, he would call upon him. With his prowess as one of the most formidable figures in Fengyue City, he could command the situation and handle the matter himself. As for what was on the USB drive, they had to get to the bottom of it. Cheng Yu first notified his father.
After Chang Jiping understood the situation, he nodded. Your approach is the best. When that young lady learns the truth, having someone explain it to her will be the best possible outcome. Will you help us? He didn't agree right away. Just go ahead and do it. Chen Yu nodded, went to his room, grabbed a laptop, and returned to their apartment. She took out a red plastic bag from the bottom of the suitcase. Inside were only a book and a USB drive. He looked at the book, Secrets to Building Muscle Without Weights, and smiled. Without further ado, he summoned the system to scan the book's contents and store them in his spiritual sea. After Chang Yu returned, he plugged the USB drive into the computer. He opened Drive E. There were just a few folders. The study materials folder contained videos of men and women from Japan, men with men, and even animal-human sexual acts. Unbearable to look at. He heard the sound of someone gulping. A room at the Fengyue City funeral home. Wei Ro had just finished her livestream and was gazing mournfully at her brother lying in the coffin. His head had already been stitched up. He had died a gruesome death, yet for some reason looked very peaceful, with the corners of his mouth still turned up slightly. Brother, I miss you so much. She sobbed softly. Brother, if you have any grievances or unfulfilled wishes, appear to me in a dream. I'll do everything in my power to make them come true. Clap, clap. A crisp round of applause came from outside the door. Get out. Wei Ro seemed to know who had arrived. Little Ro, you're being unfair. I'm completely devoted to you. As long as you give the nod, Wei Chang's wishes are my wishes, and Wei Chang's enemies are my enemies. A muscular man with a somewhat handsome face walked in. Pa! The pot calling the kettle black. Wei Ro turned around, pointed at him, and shouted, if you hadn't egged my brother on to use those steroids to boost his strength, he wouldn't have died. You have no evidence, so stop making wild accusations. Besides, in the fitness world, who gave him his reputation and status? It was me. And in the entertainment and live streaming industries, who gave you your status? It was me, Lu Jing. Without me, you two siblings would be just ordinary people, Lu Jing sneered coldly. His expression was utterly sinister. He showed no sorrow whatsoever over his brother's death. On the contrary, he had come here now to pressure Wei Ro into marriage. I don't like you. I'm not my brother. I don't like muscle-bound guys. Lu Jing took a deep breath. You're so tempting. I wonder what it would been like to have you in front of your brother. Just thinking about it gives me a thrill. With a whoosh, Wei Ro drew her sword. A cold gleam flashed instantly, as if it could slice through the air. He drew a long black whip and lashed out at the sword. Lu Jing's martial arts were far superior to hers. The whip coiled around her sword like a long snake. Wei Ro's hand was pulled by his immense strength, and her arm began to go numb. Her pretty face was flushed with blood. She couldn't hold on any longer. Clang! Lu Jing snatched her sword away. The whip whirled, flinging the sword all the way to the doorway, where it lodged itself in the wall. What incredible strength! Help! Help! Wei Ro retreated in terror. Lu Jing's eyes were filled with lechery. Had he taken some kind of drug? He had to vent this rage. Scream all you want. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Wei Ro refused to give in. She'd rather die than marry the man who had killed her brother. She shook her head and burst into laughter. Lu Jing, even as a ghost, I'll never let you off the hook. No sooner had she spoken than she charged toward the wall, hurling her head into it. Suicide? Lu Jing remained unflustered. If I want you alive, you'll live. If I want you dead, you'll die. His long whip lashed out, slicing through the air. This lash wasn't meant to kill her, but to wrap around her neck and gently pull her back. The force was perfectly measured, not enough to strangle her, but just enough to deprive her of oxygen and make her pass out quickly. Lu Jing possessed more than just brute strength. His control over his power had reached the pinnacle. It was clear he was a master of his craft. He simply intended to knock this woman unconscious and execute her right there. It was a matter of life and death. Let that girl go.
A deep voice rang out from the doorway. He furrowed his brow. The area outside the door was clearly filled with his men. There was no way a stranger could have interrupted him. He still possessed a martial artist's instinct for danger. With one hand still gripping Wei Roa's neck, he turned his head to see who was bold enough to interrupt his business. "Come out." "Ha ha ha." Two men appeared at the doorway. One was dressed in white hanfu, the uniform of the Alchemist Guild. The other was also unusual, wearing plain martial artist's attire, the kind you'd find on Pinduoduo for 200 yuan a set. What stood out most was the weapon on his back, a short knife, a butcher's knife. "Who are you?" They were straightforward and gave their names. "Alchemist Guild, Chengyu." "Ji." Lu Jing knew that Chengyu was the prodigy of the Chang family in the Alchemist Guild. And Ji was the guy who had killed Wei Chang. "Chengyu, this has nothing to do with your Alchemist Guild." Although Chengyu was very thin now, his gaze was still intense. "Let go of Miss Wei Ro." Lu Jing wasn't about to back down, so he refused to let go of the woman. "I'm Lu Jing. Lu Guoqiang is my father." He arrogantly declared his father's name. "Get lost." She didn't recognize this man. He wasn't afraid of anyone, not even the King of Heaven himself. Upon hearing that word, Lu Jing's entire body began to tremble violently against his will. In Fengyue City, his father's name was as thunderous as a clap of thunder once mentioned. Who wouldn't tremble? Lu Jing's heart was filled with arrogance and rage. He lashed out with his long whip, which whipped toward Ji like a venomous snake. Ji's gaze was like a blazing torch. Seeing this, his eyes instantly hardened, and without hesitation, he drew the bloodthirsty blade. This is the perfect chance to try the third move. Frenzied blade, falling leaves. The blade emitted an eerie glow, as if it yearned for battle. Killing intent slowly seeped out from the blood. He hadn't used his killing intent points to purchase martial arts techniques. He saved them specifically for this move. After all, this move depletes killing intent. Moreover, without a second activation of the bloodthirsty blade, there would be no more advanced techniques. Ji gripped the hilt tightly, his entire body radiating a powerful aura. The long whip danced through the air like a spirit snake, crackling with each swing, each movement accompanied by a piercing whistle. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. Chengyu had surely seen through this hidden weapon attack. His 3 silver needles flew toward him. The 3 black flying needles were deflected. Hey, you can't beat me, so you're actually using hidden weapons." He knew full well that if they all attacked him at once, he wouldn't fare well. His wounds ached, but he had to give his all to perform his lightness skills. He had no choice but to somersault and leap out the door. Ji and the others didn't give chase. They were tending to Wei Roa's injuries. Chengyu slipped a pill into Wei Roa's mouth. The medicine worked well. She regained consciousness within a few minutes. Before she passed out, she had heard the name Ji. Now, standing to the side was a man carrying a butcher's cleaver on his back. She was certain this was the man who had killed her brother. However, she had no weapon in her hand at the moment. If she did, she would have drawn her sword and killed him on the spot. It was only then that she took a good, close look at the girl's face. She was truly beautiful, with a very distinctive look. She had the aura of a major movie star. However, despite such a pretty face, she immediately started cursing. Too loud. Ji sighed. "You forced my hand." He performed a series of finger techniques, fast as lightning. But a few of the strikes landed on the girl's alluring chest. "Calm down. I've just sealed a few pressure points. Let me speak first." Now she had no choice but to listen quietly as they spoke. She recounted what had happened in the C1 Evil Forest, involving Wei Chang and Yong. He also took out the item Wei Chang had meant to give her from a red plastic bag. As Wei Ro listened, her expression kept changing. She desperately wanted to speak, but with her acupoints sealed, her face flushed with blood. Yet, her crimson cheeks made her even more alluring. "Do you want to speak?" Wei Ro blinked repeatedly to indicate yes. She pressed a few more acupoints in quick succession. She immediately felt much lighter all over, and her breathing became smooth and easy.
After taking a few deep breaths, she accepted the book and the USB drive. Tears welled up in her eyes. Secrets to building muscle without weights. These are my brother's insights on building muscle. Brother sniffle, sniffle, sniffle. Ha! No wonder there was no author listed on this book. It turned out Wei Chan was the author. What a genius! She had already memorized the contents. He knew just how amazing this book was. Sniff, sniff, sniff. You're saying it's true my brother committed suicide? Hey, if I'm lying, may I lose a tooth? Put. That's just something you'd say to a kid. Still, she was familiar with the Alchemist Guild. Everyone said its disciples were upstanding individuals. Upon closer reflection, and she was a smart girl, she realized her brother's expression before he died had been peaceful, not like someone who'd been murdered. Especially when compared to a young's severed head, it was obvious. Do you know why my brother chose to die? They shook their heads. The USB drive held the truth. She walked over to the central control computer, opened the files, and examined them carefully. Her expression kept changing. At times, her face flushed. At times, she looked furious. At times, she wept. Could she have gotten too worked up and lost her mind? She asked. No way. Chen Yu believed this girl was very strong-willed. Even if she were to lose her mind, it would have happened the moment she saw her brother's body. Soon, Wei Ro stood up. She took out the USB drive and a red string, then threaded it through the drive. She pulled down the front of her shirt, revealing her ample cleavage. She found himself involuntarily drawn to the sight, unable to look away. She hung the USB drive around her neck and covered it with her shirt, afraid anyone might notice it. Indeed, keeping it there, close to her body, was the safest place for it. Have you had enough of looking? Wei Ro frowned at Ji. Ahem. Miss Wei, now that the truth is out, I hope you'll go live and help clear my name. Her eyes twinkled. Are you scared? I'm not afraid. Men hate nothing more than being told they can't do something by a woman. But with so many followers, rumors are the scariest thing. Wei Ro knew when to stop. Not only was he not the murderer of her brother, but now he'd been dragged into a whole mess of trouble by the siblings. Alright, after my brother's 7th day memorial service tomorrow, I'll go live to set the record straight. She nodded and asked casually, is there anything else you need our help with? After all, they'd already seen the contents of the USB drive and knew they were involved in far too many matters beyond her control. Wei Ro looked at Ji, a hint of hesitation and distrust in her eyes. Too many men had coveted her body. She said softly, why are you helping me? Don't you have some other motive? No, I'm just afraid something might happen to you. If it did, I'd never be able to clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Looking back now, Wei Chang was a very clever man. It's such a pity he died so young. Even on his deathbed, he could still think so clearly and devise a series of schemes. He had a man he'd just met help his younger sister. He knew that as long as he died at Jia's hands, his sister would definitely make it public online. Knowing how terrifying online harassment can be, Ji would surely return his belongings to Wei Ro to clear her name. That way, Ji would have to protect her. There must have been two other conditions. First, he knew how formidable Ji's martial arts skills were. Second, Chen Yu's background was so formidable that he was the only one capable of helping his sister. It was all so meticulously interconnected. We've seen the contents of the USB drive. You want to avenge Wei Chang, but it's too dangerous. Don't do anything so foolish. Since Yang Wu had previously been training in the wrong direction, this is a critical time for him to improve. Moreover, after reviewing the materials on the USB drive, she could tell this matter was no simple affair. He didn't want his brother to take such a risk. If he hadn't gotten himself so deeply entangled in this mess, he wouldn't have put himself in danger either. She firmly insisted that Yang Wu stay at the Alchemist Guild to train, hoping he could advance to the second tier of the mortal stage within these 2 months. Although the minimum requirement for the martial arts exam is the peak of the first stage of the mortal stage, advancing even one minor level results in a significant boost in strength, which would greatly increase his chances of passing. The disadvantage for martial artists outside of sects and clans is that many get stuck at the peak of the first stage of the mortal stage, while those from sects and clans have long since broken through to the second stage. For example, Chang Yu has reached the peak of the second stage of the mortal stage. Geniuses can typically reach the mid-stage of level 2. Most of them have already broken through to level 2. Now, this chubby guy is also a genius. With the same training environment as the other geniuses, hopefully he'll give it his best shot. Chang Yu drove off in his U8 SUV and quickly disappeared into the crowd. After Chang Yu left, the room at the funeral home instantly fell into silence. Wei Rou and Ji stood facing each other, the atmosphere awkward and tense. That butcher he's actually pretty handsome when you really look at him. Wei Rou's cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes darted around nervously, unsure where to rest her gaze. She bit her lower lip gently, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt, her heart filled with tension and anxiety. "Brother Ji, I'm sorry." Ji also seemed a bit flustered. He lowered his eyes slightly, not daring to meet Wei Rou's gaze. His hands were clenched into tight fists as he struggled to stay calm, but his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The two stood there in silence, neither of them speaking. The air seemed to have frozen, only the sound of their breathing was clearly audible. As the seconds ticked by, the awkward atmosphere grew thicker and thicker. Ji cleared his throat. "It's not your fault." Wei Rou lifted her head slightly, glanced at him, then quickly looked down again. "If you can help me avenge my brother, I'll definitely repay you," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Ji scratched his head. He hadn't expected this girl to be so grateful, though he wasn't sure if she meant it. After all, this was the funeral parlor's memorial hall. It felt a bit eerie. It wasn't that they couldn't afford a hotel, it was just that chatting in the memorial hall offered better value for money. She was safer here, after all, with security guards nearby and Ji protecting her. That Lu Jing could show up at any moment to harass Wei Rou, and if they stayed at a hotel, it would be inconvenient for Ji to protect her. Back when Wei Chang was around, she wasn't afraid. Now that Wei Chang is dead, that sleazy man has become even more brazen. Lu Jing has an astonishing background. His father is the chief of the Fengyue City Public Security Bureau. No wonder he acts with such impunity. This Lu Jing is a drug dealer. Not only does he sell flour, but he also supplies the Fitness Association with foreign steroids and other performance-enhancing drugs banned in Longhua. Moreover, Lu Jing is backed by a Fengyue City crime syndicate called the Druggate. He truly straddles both the underworld and the establishment. Now that she has crossed him, Ji is in trouble. There are only two options: either take down this drug scum or leave Fengyue City forever. Bloodthirsty Blade, the bloodthirsty system is training her to walk the path of invincibility. There is only one choice: take down this drug scum. One night, Wei Rou, who had lost all her loved ones, felt for the first time that there was someone who wasn't just after her beauty. Someone who was protecting her. Beside her brother's body, she opened her heart to another man. Was this a desecration of his memory? She didn't know. "Can I call you Brother Ji?" Ji looked into her sincere eyes and smiled. "Of course. I'm just grateful that a big star like you doesn't look down on a fat guy like me. Why would I look down on you?" She burst out laughing with a click, her dimples truly beautiful. It was the first time he'd seen her smile since her brother Wei Chang's death. Sunlight streamed into the memorial hall. Today marked the 7th day since Wei Chang's passing. Wei Chang's fans trickled in one after another to pay their respects. Ever since his death, people had been coming every day, muscle-bound men and many beautiful young women. As the sole family member, Wei Rou accepted their condolences. The steady stream of guests suddenly thinned, and Ji, standing in a corner, grew alert. Today, he had to protect Wei Rou at all costs. Tomorrow, he could clear his name on her livestream. If anything were to happen to her, he'd be held entirely responsible. His strength alone was limited. But he trusted Chang Yu and the others to get the job done. Just then, dozens of men in black suits jogged into the memorial hall. Several of them shooed the guests away, shouting, "Get out! Get out now!" Each of them looked menacing, wearing sunglasses, and carried a certain air of authority.
Wei Ro looked at them, furrowed her brow, and snapped, "What are you doing? Get out of here."
A man with a rat-like face stepped forward respectfully and said, "Miss Wei Ro, the boss sent us to protect you."
"Put. Get lost. I don't need protection from trash like you."
He. A repulsive laugh echoed from the doorway as Lu Jing walked in.
Ro, have you thought this through?"
Wei Ro trembled all over, pointing at him as she shouted, "I'd rather die than go with you." Lu Jing didn't truly intend to marry her, he just wanted her as his mistress. For a proud woman like her, that was an insult.
"Hey! If you want tea, drink the toast, you'll have to drink the penalty."
He told his men, "Keep an eye on the door, don't let a single person in."
"Yes, sir."
Lu Jing rubbed his hands together, grinning lecherously as he approached Wei Ro.
Wei Ro drew her long sword and shouted, "Lu Jing, are you even human? Today is my brother's 7th day memorial, how dare you come here to cause trouble?"
"Pfft, I wasn't afraid of Wei Chang when he was alive, and even as a vengeful spirit, he is no match for me."
"Ha ha."
Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent radiated from a corner of the memorial hall. No one had noticed it at first, but in the face of such palpable killing intent, even ordinary people couldn't help but tremble.
"Who is there?" "Your dad." Clang!
A dark red flash of a blade hurtled toward Lu Jing. He wasn't one to back down either. Sensing the killing intent, he immediately drew his long whip and lashed out at the blade.
Boom! The black assassin shouted, "Protect the gang leader."
They were all behind him, drawing their weapons axes.
"The Axe Gang? Who are you? How dare you run amok in front of our poison sect?"
Ji stepped out of the shadows. A handsome man with a wild, savage aura emerged, someone who inspired both admiration and fear.
"Brother Ji."
"Sister Ro, protect yourself." Wei Ro nodded, did a somersault, and landed to Ji's left rear. Ji's gaze was as sharp as lightning as he looked at Lu Jing and said, "You guys are really brazen, daring to use the character poison in your gang's name.
Aren't you afraid of Longwei's laws?"
Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. In Fengyue City, if I, Lu Jing, say two, no one dares to say one. Lu Jing's fearless demeanor filled Ji with utter disgust.
Ji stood in the memorial hall.
His expression was stern, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Lu Jing and the dozens of poison sect disciples he brought with him, each wielding an axe. The atmosphere in the memorial hall instantly became tense, as if even the air were about to freeze solid. Lu Jing's face was grim and vicious as he swung his long whip repeatedly. He bellowed, "Ji, today is the day you die.
Attack!"
The poison sect disciples immediately surged forward like a tidal wave, their axes glinting with a cold, icy light in the dim glow. She gave a cold snort. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, his figure darting out like lightning. The bloodthirsty blade continuously emitted a crimson glow. Muttering incantations under his breath, he channeled the second form of the bloodthirsty blade technique, sweep the 1,000 armies. A century's worth of killing intent from the spirit hall surged toward the bloodthirsty blade.
It was too much, far too much.
Even Ji himself felt a twinge of fear. He gave the bloodthirsty blade in his hand a sharp flick, sending a fierce blade aura shooting out, instantly forcing back the few poison sect disciples at the very front. These were the poison sect's elite, and yet they actually withstood that strike. However, the 7 lower-ranked disciples behind them were wiped out in a single move. Killed 7 low-level martial artists. Reward, 3 500 plus vitality, 1 400 plus killing intent. Slicing 7 black-clad figures in half sent a shockwave through their ranks. Nevertheless, having long been trained to regard death as nothing, they charged once more. The killing intent that had accumulated in this spirit hall over the years was truly immense, flowing endlessly into the bloodthirsty blade. Ji unleashed another sweeping strike that cut through 1,000 troops. He killed 5 more. Killed 5 low-level martial artists. Reward, 2 500 plus vitality, 1 000 plus killing intent.
It seemed the remaining ones were all experts.
Ji immediately unleashed the third move of the bloodthirsty blade. The disciples felt a powerful force sweep toward them. They staggered backward in unison, their faces etched with terror. Ji didn't pause, weaving through the crowd like a ghostly apparition. His swordplay was exquisite, every strike carried lethal power. Although the poison sect disciples outnumbered him, they were thrown into disarray under Ji's assault. The axes and the bloodthirsty blade clashed repeatedly, producing crisp sounds as sparks flew in all directions. Some of the lower quality axes were shattered in a single strike. One poison sect disciple seized the opportunity to ambush Ji from behind, raising his axe high and swinging it viciously at him. She seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He sidestepped and effortlessly dodged the blow. Then, with a backhand slash, he pierced the disciple's chest. The disciple let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground, his blood staining the floor red. Kill one martial artist of the same rank, reward 2000 plus vitality, 1000 plus killing intent. This disciple was a key member of the group. With the skilled fighters all slain, many of the lower-ranked followers were terrified. One of the key members, noticing the situation, shouted, "All beginners, get out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, most of them fled, leaving only 6 people inside the memorial hall. Seeing that his men had been unable to break through despite their prolonged assault, Lu Jing was furious. Wielding his long whip, he charged at Ji himself. The whip whistled through the air as it struck Ji with tremendous force. Ji's eyes narrowed as he raised the bloodthirsty blade to block the blow. With a thunderous clang, both men stumbled back several steps. Ji steadied himself and sneered, "First a group attack, now a sneak attack. You poison sect members are truly shameless." Pa! At that moment, the other 6 men also charged forward, closing in on Ji. He ignored the other 6 and charged at Lu Jing once more. The principle of capture the leader first was now of the utmost importance. They engaged in a fierce duel inside the memorial hall, exchanging blows back and forth, neither giving an inch. The poison sect disciples wanted to step in to help, but they were intimidated by Ji's overwhelming presence and dared not approach easily. As the battle progressed, Ji gradually gained the upper hand. His swordplay grew increasingly fierce, and every move sent shivers down the spines of the poison sect disciples. The third move really gets better the more I use it. Real combat is the best test of a martial arts technique. This move was created solely for killing. In real combat, adaptability is key. He had always been constrained by the moves themselves. In fact, the 3 moves of the bloodthirsty blade are profound and versatile. Whether used in sequence, the first, second, and third, or alternating between the second and third, they all yield unexpected results. In fact, combining the incantation of the second move with the charging power of the first can deliver a fatal blow to a single opponent. Finally, during a fierce clash, she executed one of the scenarios described above. He chanted the incantation, and countless waves of killing intent surged into the bloodthirsty blade. This surge of killing intent amplified the power of the first move. Lu Jing let out a blood-curdling scream as the long whip in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. The shock sent his internal organs reeling. What kind of blade is this?" he said, clutching his chest. Ji repeated his usual line, "A butcheress knife made specifically to slaughter beasts like you." "Pa! You lot, hold them off for me. I'm going to call for reinforcements." The 6 senior disciples of the poison sect rushed forward to shield Lu Jing. Lu Jing ran to the doorway and pressed a red button inside a black box. "Ha, Ji, you'll meet a terrible end." She paid no heed. Instead, he seized the opportunity to launch his final attack. Like a ferocious tiger among a flock of sheep, he charged left and right through the poison sect disciples. Wherever the bloodthirsty blade struck, poison sect disciples fell one after another. Killed 6 martial artists of the same rank, reward, vitality plus, killing Chi 6000 plus. Moments later, calm returned to the memorial hall. Not only had a terrifying master come to attack, but there were many of them. If he didn't kill Lu Jing now, the opportunity might be gone in a moment. A fleeting chance. Ji, enduring his internal injuries, pointed a finger at Lu Jing's throat. This pressure point would surely take his life instantly. Kill one martial artist of the same rank to receive a reward of 2000 plus vitality and 1000 plus killing intent. Clan leader. Jing Clan leader.
Everyone present wore expressions of anguish, panic, agitation, grief, and rage.
A figure used the shoulders of those poison sect minions as stepping stones, moving at high speed, a sword in hand, pointing it at Ji.
"Brother Ji! Watch out!"
Wei Ro shouted, just to warn him. She sensed the opponent's killing intent and immediately grabbed Lu Jing's corpse to block the attack.
Boom!
Lu Jing's corpse was blown to pieces.
Damn it!
Ji had already used that momentum to retreat into the memorial hall.
"Who are you?" Crack! Crack!
Several skilled fighters appeared one after another beside him.
"How dare you kill someone right in front of me?"
Ji could sense that these men meant business. Their strength might even surpass his own. They were all men in their 30s, each with a piercing gaze.
But she refused to back down.
"I'm fearless. No one can stop me from killing whoever I set my sights on."
"How arrogant!" A trembling underling from the poison sect stammered, "Elder Huang, this man is named Ji.
He killed our gang leader. You must avenge our fallen brother."
Elder Huang kicked the underling aside with a single kick. "Do you think I'm blind? The ground is littered with corpses. Do I really need you to tell me?"
This Elder Huang, whose name was Huang Kuei, was Lu Jing's cousin. In truth, he was secretly delighted. As long as he killed the man who had slain his cousin, the poison sect would be his.
"Ji, you killed my cousin. Today, you must pay the price." Huang Kuei's expression gave him away. It was far too fake. Ji let out a cold laugh. "You look so happy. Why don't you thank me?" Huang Kuei was seething with rage. He waved his hand and ordered, "Nonsense! Surround him. Don't let him leave here alive." The poison sect's elite fighters rushed forward, surrounding Ji with fierce intensity.
Ji calmly faced the onslaught, moving with agility as he retreated to Wei Ro's side.
He whispered, "We're trapped here. It's too dangerous. Wait a moment. Let us jump out the window. At least that way, we'll have an escape route."
Wei Ro clutched his hand tightly and whispered, "My brother's body. Your brother wouldn't want to see you put yourself in such danger."
"You want my life? Come on, let me see what you're made of," Ji said defiantly. Huang Kuei let out a cold laugh.
His sword flashed with a cold light as he lunged at Ji.
"Jump!" Wei Ro leaped out the window, leaving the memorial hall. She darted out after her.
He wasn't trying to escape the will of the bloodthirsty blade. Wouldn't allow it. He simply wanted to find more advantageous terrain, a position that was easy to defend and hard to attack, and one that would better protect Wei Ro. He dodged the sword's attack.
Huang Kuei roared, "Chase them!"
Some leaped out the window, while others searched for a way to pursue them from outside. The funeral home was built on the outskirts of Fengyue City. This location was actually closer to their assistance association, and he had often come here to play as a child. Behind it lay a large hill.
He pulled out his cell phone and sent out a distress signal.
He believed this wasn't just a matter of the poison sect. It might attract some terrifying creatures.
"I'm sorry,"
Wei Ro said, her voice trembling with tears. "I shouldn't have dragged you into this."
Ji had suffered, or perhaps this was simply karma.
The moment he killed a Yong, he knew he'd have to face all of this.
Soon, guided by his memories,
they quickly reached a dirt embankment. The area was wide open, and behind it lay the main river of Fengyue City, a place where Wei Ro could jump into the river and escape.
Huang Kuei led several hundred men in a charge. To prevent Ji and his group from escaping, they spread out to encircle them.
When it rains, it pours. Another group rushed up the slope. Another group of men in t-shirts rushed up. One of them had a receding hairline and was clearly the leader. Upon seeing the man, Huang Kuei said respectfully, "Greetings, uncle-in-law." This man was Lu Jing's father, Director Lu. If his gaze could kill, Ji would have died 100 times over.
"You killed my son. I demand you pay with your blood."
Director Lu's aura was vast as the sea. It felt very familiar.
An aura even stronger than Sylvia's. Wei Ro's face turned deathly pale. "We're really going to die."
Ji had already drawn the bloodthirsty blade and chanted the incantation, only to discover that the killing intent on the small hill was surprisingly weak.
This was truly not looking good. They were vastly outnumbered and outclassed. Was this really going to be the end so soon? However, martial artists all share one fatal trait: they love a challenge. Huang Kuei said contemptuously, "Uncle, let me avenge my cousin." He knew his nephew was at the mid-third tier of the mortal stage, and the intel he had indicated that this Chi was only around the mid-second tier of the mortal stage. "Fine, chop him into mincemeat for me." Huang Kuei simply wanted to show off in front of his henchman and Director Lu, the leader of the righteous faction. That way, he could rightfully take over as the leader of the poison sect. Ji chuckled. A fool had come knocking on his door to die, and it would buy him some more time. He glanced at the time. Chang Yu had been gone for over an hour and would likely be back in about 45 minutes. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. Ji was sent flying dozens of meters by that whip strike. Boom! He slammed violently into a large pine tree. Guh! He coughed up fresh blood once again. Director Lu couldn't wait any longer. He immediately unleashed his lightness skills, determined to take Ji's head. A long whip lashed out toward the top of Ji's head. At the last possible moment, a familiar crescent blade swung toward him. Clang! Ah! It was Sylvia, but it seemed her martial arts prowess wasn't a match for Director Lu as she, too, was knocked back. "Beautiful lady, if you're going to meddle in this, do you know who I am?" Sylvia replied dismissively, "I don't know who you are, but I know you're a bully who preys on the weak. There's an unwritten rule in the martial arts world: a master one major realm higher must not attack a junior." "Humph. That she killed my son, don't I have the right to strike back?" Sylvia couldn't really explain it either. "Ha, Guoqiang, you're here too?" Director Lu's full name was Lu Guoqiang in Fengyue City. Very few dared to address him by his given name. He turned his head and exclaimed, "Chang Jiping." Behind him were more than a dozen people, including Chang Yu and Chang Feng. Then, more familiar figures appeared from behind. Dina, Xiao Zhonghua, and others. Had seen Sylvia had brought quite a large group. Many members of the Butchers' Guild had arrived. Lu Guoqiang sensed trouble. Ji clenched his fists. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. The Fitness Association would surely return. If they came, he'd be in even greater danger. After all, he'd killed a Yong, Wei Chang, and their supplier of cultivation potions Lu Jing had also died at his hands. Just then, a group of people approached, and they made quite an impressive sight. It was as if they'd just mentioned Xiao Chao, and here he was. They were all muscular individuals, both men and women. The Fitness Association. There were several hundred of them, all heavily muscled. They received Lu Jing's distress signal and brought reinforcements. Unfortunately, by the time they reached the foot of the mountain, they already learned that Lu Jing was dead. Their president, Shi Deliang. He colluded with the poison sect to rapidly boost his underlings' cultivation levels through steroids. As a result, his underlings' cultivation levels were even higher than those of disciples from ordinary martial arts sects. Thanks to this advantage, they attracted many martial artists to join their ranks. He also made a hefty profit on the markups, killing two birds with one stone. Ji, Changyu, and even Wei Rou had all seen the evidence, including the USB drive gathered by his older brother. Damn it! He couldn't have predicted this scene before he died, could he? If he hadn't died, he'd truly be Zhuge Liang reincarnated. Shi Deliang stood 1.95 meters tall, wielding a massive sledgehammer. Those muscles, truly terrifying. Who's she? Get him out here to die. He couldn't back down now, so he stepped forward. Who the hell are you? Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst out laughing. A muscle-bound guy pointed at Ji and shouted, "You're holding a butcheress knife just looking at you, I can tell you're Ji. President, this piece of trash give him to me, and I'll take him out in 3 moves. Gun, be careful, even your older brother died at his hands." Humph, Ion was all bark and no bite. Aegon pulled out his long staff. The invisible serpent staff. The staff spun ceaselessly, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh. "Take this." "Oh, so you're the younger brother of the guy I defeated." Bring it on.
Although she spoke lightly, he didn't dare underestimate this Agon.
Agon didn't exude much killing intent, which showed that his internal energy cultivation was very stable.
His muscles were powerful and robust, and his weapon was even more lethal than his brother's. There were many advanced martial arts techniques involving the staff he had to test the waters first. The two weapons collided rapidly, sparking sparks from the friction. Both weapons were capable of head-on clashes, and their power was astonishing.
30 consecutive moves. In G's eyes, Agon was in no way inferior to a Young in any aspect. Moreover, his staff technique was incredibly profound.
However, his own martial prowess had improved significantly. In the past, he'd been able to defeat a Young, so defeating this Agon would be no problem. First form of the bloodthirsty Mad Blade. He swung down from above. The invisible long snake staff parried the strike horizontally.
Bang!
Agon's upper body was powerful, but unfortunately, his lower body was weak. His knees buckled, and he fell to his knees.
How can you possess such power?
This was the power bestowed by the bloodthirsty blade.
This is the difference between us. I'll send you to join your brother. Crash! The invisible long snake staff snapped in two.
The bloodthirsty blade sliced down from the crown of Agon's head.
No! Blood spattered everywhere.
Kill one martial artist of the same rank, reward 2,000 plus, killing intent 1,000 plus.
Agon!
The members of the fitness association cried out. Everyone drew their weapons and charged toward G. The poison sect members, watching from the sidelines,
joined the fray as well. Lu Guoqiang and his men followed suit.
Wow, if this were live streamed, we'd definitely have over 50,000 viewers.
Wei Ro couldn't help but blurt out. You're still thinking about the live stream right now? I'm amazed.
Che, these people are after you, they want to harm me.
You little vixen.
Ji knew that with Chang Jiping and Sylvia present. The higher-ups wouldn't intervene. Ji had no choice but to let them see what a true master was capable of. A crimson glow flared from the bloodthirsty blade.
Sweep the 1,000 armies.
Without much killing intent to back it up.
It could only knock back a few people at a time.
Dina, Garth, and Xiao Xian leaped to G's side. Wei Ro had actually braced herself for trouble. She knew that if she killed Lu Jing, something major would happen, but she never imagined it would be this serious. Lu Jing was the man who had indirectly killed her brother. His death gave her a sense of satisfaction, and she was deeply grateful to Ji. As the situation spiraled further out of control, she had no choice but to leverage their media influence. She pulled out her phone and started a live stream. She usually had a base audience of 10,000 viewers when she went live.
Ro, what is going on? You're surrounded by so many people. Director Lu. I've seen Director Lu. He. So many muscle-bound guys, are they getting ready to fight?
There's a lot of blood on the ground.
What a scene. More and more people are showing up. Where is this? Should we go save her?
Wei Ro said excitedly, I am surrounded by people.
There are so many of them, it's terrifying.
Her voice was sweet and coquettish as she acted coy in front of her fans.
The number of online viewers skyrocketed to 50,000. Does anyone know where this is? I'm going to save BB. Yeah, add me.
Plus.
Same here.
A few die-hard fans were already rallying everyone to go rescue her. Wei Ro played hard to get, no, I want to put my fans in danger. Just ignore this, let you all sit back and watch the show.
I'm a guy. I'm a guy plus one. I'm a guy plus two. I'm a guy plus. I've got it, it's the hill behind the Fengyue City funeral home. People kept flooding the chat.
Wei Ro really didn't want them to come, she just wanted them to see these people's faces and preserve the evidence. Public opinion would ensure her victory. Just then, they started fighting. The scene was bloody.
Immediately, the live stream was taken down by the platform. The screen went black. Fan 1, damn it, they won T, let us watch. We have to blow the whistle. He sent out a call to action in the Ruru BB fan group 1 and Dolly Chang group 1. Ruru BB is in trouble right now. True fans, come out. Address, the hill behind the Feng US City funeral home. Fan 2, this is way too serious. We have to call the police. Fan 3, Director Liu is here, so maybe it's not a problem? Fan 4, with Director Liu involved, this must be a major conspiracy. We have to report it to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Fan 10, bro, I'm driving right now. Anyone heading there can hop in with me. Pickup point is the Martial Artists Association. The phone at the Feng US City Discipline Inspection Commission rang non-stop. Director Chen, puffing on a Huazi cigarette, Lu Guoqian, you're really bold. Deploy the 1st and 2nd squads. Also, contact the military Colonel Chen Xin. A handsome young man rushed off to relay the order. Chen Xin, we need you to come over and assist. What is going on? It's chaos. Feng US City is in chaos. Calling him directly meant the situation was extremely serious. Soon, people all over Longwei were discussing it. The provincial bureau immediately got in touch with Lu Guoqian. What the hell is going on in Feng US City? Nothing, everything's under control. By this point, the battlefield was already in a state of panic, with shouts of battle piercing the sky. It was all too obvious. He was scared, too. Lu Guoqian was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. One after another, Roro BBS fan warriors also arrived at this hilltop, creating a deafening din. Director Chen also led a team and set out alongside Chen Xin's unit. Lu Guoqian received another call. This is a major crisis. Why are you so panicked? We received word that the Discipline Inspection Commission and the military are on their way to the back mountain. Lu Guoqian gave a cold smile. He was confident, as long as I stick to the story that we're here to assist in arresting members of the poison sect, no one can touch me. He looked at Ji, whose eyes were bloodshot with rage. This man had to be taken into custody. He'd figure out a way to eliminate him later. He ordered his men to stand by and watch. Let the Fitness Association and the Poison Sect kill each other, it would be dismissed as a feud. Ji, the members of the Poison Sect, and the Fitness Association were all unaware of these developments. They were fully focused on the battle, which was growing increasingly intense. Ji, wielding the bloodthirsty blade, stood unshakable like a god of war. His eyes blazed with fierce fighting spirit as he fixed his gaze on the Poison Sect members and Fitness Association opponents before him. The Poison Sect members, their faces contorted with fury, brandished all manner of exotic weapons and lunged at Ji like venomous snakes. The members of the Fitness Association were not to be outdone. Relying on their powerful physiques and fierce techniques, they relentlessly launched attacks against Ji. However, Ji showed no fear. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand glinted with an eerie light in the sunlight, as if craving the nourishment of blood. Faced with so many enemies, he remained calm. This was an excellent opportunity for real-world combat practice. He could further hone his ability to seamlessly switch between the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd moves of the bloodthirsty blade, integrating them with the butcher skill to see if he could strike with even greater precision. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Chang Yu and the brothers of the Butcher's Guild swept in like a whirlwind. Chang Yu wielded a long sword whose blade radiated a biting chill. He led the charge, plunging into the enemy ranks. "Brother, I'm here to help you." "Brother Chang Yu, it looks like your stamina has recovered significantly." This was his first time engaging in combat since entering the evil forest, and his strength had already recovered to 50. The brothers of the Butcher's Guild were all incredibly fierce. Some wielded axes, others carried clubs, and they engaged the enemy in a fierce melee, like tigers among sheep. Dina and the other core members, on the other hand, wielded long swords. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Ji's morale soared. He let out a loud roar and swung his bloodthirsty blade with even greater ferocity. Both sides watched Huang Kuei's strange behavior with curiosity. Someone shouted, "Head of the Chang clan, what kind of potion has that Huang Kuei taken? Why is his aura so terrifying?" Chang Jiping stroked his beard, gazing at Huang Kuei with a meaningful look. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He actually dared to take that.
Many turned to look at him, and even Ji was curious. That's the miraculous elixir developed by the land of cherry blossoms.
The 5 poisons boundary breaking pill.
The 5 poisons boundary breaking pill is meant for martial artists who have reached a level they cannot break through. Those who take it can immediately break through several levels in a short period. The side effect is that once they stabilize, they remain permanently at that level and can never advance further.
Haha, that's right, it's the 5 poisons boundary breaking pill.
Huang Kuei, radiating murderous intent, laughed and said, "As long as I can defeat Ji, even if I die, it will be worth it." He knew full well that he was nothing more than a lackey in his clan. Only by helping Director Liu avenge the murder of his son would he be allowed to become the leader of the poison sect.
He wasn't born to be a villain.
He had once failed the martial arts exam 6 times in a row. He didn't like being a soldier or a police officer either. The underworld, that was his true calling. After all these years, his cultivation had remained stagnant. He knew he could never break through. He had purchased this single pill through secret channels, paying an astronomical price for it. Now was the moment to prove its worth.
"Ji, if you're a man, fight me one-on-one."
Huang Kuei's face was contorted with agony, but his words were all the more terrifying. After listening to their analysis, Ji merely gave a cold laugh.
"Pa! How dare you look down on me?"
Lu Guoqian was now at a loss. He knew the disciplinary inspection team and the military were on their way. He had to find a way to make all this seem natural and distance himself from it.
Boom!
In his rage, Huang Kuei's power became even more ferocious, and he advanced in rank repeatedly. Mortal stage, level 3, 5th tier. Mortal stage, level 3, 6th tier. Mortal stage, tier 3, peak.
Sylvia was also panicking. She'd been through this before. Was he about to break through to a major realm?
However, just as everyone thought he was truly about to break through to a major realm.
Put!
Huang Kuei spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura slowly stabilized.
It stopped? Ha ha ha! My power! It's so strong.
Ji, prepare to die. Huang Kuei unleashed that strange footwork, his figure flickering like a ghost as he instantly appeared right in front of Ji. His face was filled with arrogance as he attempted to grab Ji's throat with his bare hands, seeking to flaunt his power and arrogance, clearly trying to show off in front of everyone. However, Ji's icy eyes now held a look of deep contempt. That gaze was like a cold, piercing arrow, shooting straight at Huang Kuei and causing an inexplicable wave of revulsion to well up within him. Ji's gaze revealed not only disgust but also a chilling ferocity, as if telling Huang Kuei that his provocation would come at a terrible cost. Die! Huang Kuei roared, his hand snapping toward Ji's throat like an eagle's talon. Ji, however, showed not the slightest sign of panic. He shifted his body slightly to the side, deftly evading Huang Kuei's fierce grab.
"You're just a show-off. You can't beat me by relying on brute force."
She launched a counterattack in an instant, his fingers darting out like lightning as he executed the Spirit Void Star Puncture technique. His fingers tapped rapidly and precisely at the acupoints on Huang Kuei's arm, attempting to disrupt his attack and induce temporary paralysis. Sensing Ji's finger attack, Huang Kuei hurriedly withdrew his arm. At the same time, he clenched his other hand into a fist and, with a whooshing sound, slammed it violently toward Ji. Ji neither dodged nor flinched. He clenched his fist as well and unleashed his own fist technique. His fist was like a cannonball fired from a barrel, carrying immense power and an unstoppable momentum as it collided head-on with Huang Kuei's fist. With a thunderous boom, their fists crashed together, and the air seemed to ripple with a visible disturbance. Both Ji and Huang Kuei took a few steps back, but they quickly regained their footing and charged at each other once more. Ji's finger techniques flitted around Huang Kuei like a nimble butterfly, constantly darting about his body in search of an opening to strike. Watching Ji's performance from above, Cheng Jiping smiled and said, "This she is truly a martial arts prodigy."
"That's right.
Very few in our valley have mastered this technique, and he has even incorporated his own interpretation into it. It's truly remarkable," said another Alchemist Guild elder.
Back to the battle at hand.
Huang Kuei's fist techniques, meanwhile, were like those of a ferocious lion. Every punch carried immense power and explosive force, each aimed at delivering a fatal blow to Ji. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't land a blow on Ji's vital points. He constantly varied his attack patterns, at times launching fierce punches, at other times slashing with his palms. His movements were agile and ferocious, but Ji always managed to skillfully parry his attacks with sharp reflexes and superb technique. The two traded blows on the battlefield, their fists and fingers crisscrossing in a flurry of strikes. The onlookers couldn't help but be captivated by this intense unarmed combat. Their eyes were fixed firmly on the two, afraid to miss a single thrilling moment. That Ji is a true genius. Sylvia covered her mouth in shock. Ji actually knows the Alchemist Guild's divine techniques, and he is holding his own against a peak martial artist. That's terrifying. If it were me, Huang Kuei would have killed me long ago. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. Lu Guoqiang, holding a powerful bow, glared at Ji with murderous intent. When the crowd followed the trajectory of the attack, he immediately adopted a look of righteous indignation. This beast has endangered public safety in Fengyue City and committed violence in broad daylight. He deserves to die. Guards, arrest every single member of the poison sect. Yes, sir. His subordinates responded immediately. They surrounded the poison sect disciples. Now that they were isolated and their two ringleaders were dead, these men had no choice but to surrender. They were fitted with silver shackles. Master fighters like Chang Jiping were baffled by the turn of events. Only Ji understood at that moment. Sacrificing the pawns to save the king. And that king was none other than Lu Guoqiang himself. Before long, Director Chen from the Discipline Inspection Department and his team arrived. Seeing so many people gathered and the situation still unclear, he knew he couldn't casually ruin a bureau chief's reputation. He walked over to Lu Guoqiang and whispered, "Bureau Chief Lu, please come back with us. We need your cooperation with the investigation." Lu Guoqiang still approved of his approach and nodded, indicating he would leave with him immediately. His subordinates took the poison sect disciples away. He left under military escort. To the onlookers, it looked just like a routine law enforcement operation. Many people began to applaud, cheering for Director Lu. They had all arrived later and hadn't witnessed Lu Guoqiang's true colors at the beginning. Director Lu is mighty. Long live Director Lu. Amid the crowd's cheers, Lu Guoqiang left the small hill. Ji, having expended too much energy this time, was having Chang Yu treat him. The system chimed in once more. Killed 20 low-level martial artists. Reward, 5000 plus vitality, 2000 plus killing intent. The Fitness Association members were surrounded by Wei Ro's fans. Outnumbered, they dared not make a move. Once your Deliang and the other civil servants had left, he immediately said, "Ji, you killed 2 of our disciples in the dungeon. How are you going to settle this score?" It was only then that Wei Ro's fans realized that this man, covered in blood yet undeniably handsome, was the one who had killed Wei Chang. They all glared at him with hatred, but strangely, Wei Ro was actually standing right beside him. "Wei Ro, have you lost your mind? He is the one who killed your brother." Wei Ro stepped forward, her usual playful smile and gentle demeanor gone. Pointing at Sterling, she shouted, "You're the real murderer who killed my brother. Hey, hey, hey! Don't just make up stories." The coroner said my brother's body had been failing for a long time. He knew he was about to die. It was suicide. But you, the real murderer, made my brother and the others take steroids to boost their cultivation. You ruined his body. And you made him take flour to relieve the pain. Death was his final release, freeing him from your control. Everyone knew that the toxin in flour was addictive and shouldn't be consumed. Lunga was a drug-free nation, so this was a grave crime. Do you have any evidence? Humph. Just wait a moment, someone will be coming for you very soon. The evidence on the USB drive has already reached the relevant authorities. A small fish like him will eventually be arrested. Sterling, consumed by anger and humiliation, flew into a rage. The muscles in his right arm bulged as he unleashed a burst of strength. He swung a punch at Wei Ro.
This kind of attack was far too slow. Even Wei Ro, whose martial arts skills were mediocre, wasn't he afraid with agile footwork, he could easily dodge it. There was a loud crack. His arm snapped off. Seriously injured a high-level martial artist, reward, 2000 plus vitality. Only then did Sterling realize what had happened. He immediately stepped back. Ji, how dare you hurt me? Sterling pointed at Ji and shouted, "This is between Wei Ro and me, it has nothing to do with you. Why did you interfere? Pfft, you even want to hit a woman? Don't you have any dignity left?" Ji replied casually. "You." However, with countless hostile stares fixed on him from behind, he didn't dare retaliate. His disciples immediately ran over, trying to help him retrieve his arm. Boom! Killed a low-level martial artist, reward, 250 plus vitality, 100 plus killing intent. You. Anyone else wanna go? She said, pointing the bloodthirsty blade at the Fitness Association members. Seeing Ji's ferocity and cruelty, the muscle-bound men didn't dare step forward. Many even took a step back. You've got to avenge your senior brothers. Someone in the crowd said, "We're just here to work out, why should we have to risk our lives?" As soon as he spoke, some of them started running down the mountain. However, they were blocked by Wei Ro's fans. They had all drawn their weapons, hoping to show off in front of their girlfriends. None of you are allowed to leave. Wait here for the Martial Artists Association to pass judgment. It wasn't long before a few people arrived on the scene. They were members of the Fengyue City Martial Artists Association. Judging by their attire, they were high-ranking officials. The Martial Artists Association is here. Who is it? It's the law enforcement squad. Yuan Shen, Captain Yuan. Yuan Shen's arrival made Sir Dellen uneasy. Yuan Shen, this is none of your business. President Shi, we received your complaint, and the evidence is irrefutable. The association has decided to remove you from your position and revoke your Fitness Association's eligibility for this year's martial arts examination. What? The martial artists from the Fitness Association were stunned and enraged. On what grounds? You used illegal methods to boost your cultivation levels, which violates our country's laws and regulations. The martial artists were left speechless. I hereby announce that, starting today, I'm suspending my live streams. I won't go live again until I've been admitted to the Yun Province Martial Arts Academy. Wei Ro's gaze hardened. Upon hearing her words, she felt a shift within himself. He stopped in his tracks and glanced at her. He whispered, "Good luck." He knew this was likely the unfulfilled wish of Wei Chang. Wei Ro grabbed his hand and looked at Ji with deep emotion. "Thank you. You've helped me understand the true meaning of being a martial artist, and I've come to understand my brother as well." Ji gently pulled his hand away and followed Chengyu as they left. Chengyu smiled and said, "This Wei Ro is pretty great. Seeing as she has a bit of affection for you, it's worth taking a chance." Ji gave a cold chuckle. "If you like her, go for it." Hey, you know I have a fiancé." Wei Ro finished singing her final song, Lone Warrior, for her fans, and tears streamed down her face. On the chat screen. "I love you. I love you. I love you." The messages flooded the screen non-stop. Then many others followed suit. "I want to become a martial artist too, and follow our Ro BB. Perhaps this is the power of an idol." It turned out that most young people in Longhua had been complacent and unconcerned about the world's troubles. Wei Ro's transformation had begun, bringing about a subtle yet profound change. From then on, enrolling in martial arts academies across the country became all the rage. The wind continued to blow. People carried on with their lives. And dreams no longer seemed so far away. Wei Ro's natural aptitude was average, but she was exceptionally talented. At 17, she entered Qinxian Pavilion, the sect with the largest number of female disciples in Fengyue City. Her musical talent was exceptional, and she was taken in as a private disciple by a mysterious elder. She began cultivating the demon sound.
Sherdelin looked at the overwhelming evidence, his heart filled with despair. He wanted to force Lu Guoqiang to confess his crimes, but his arm had already been broken.
His mouth had been beaten to a pulp by Lu Guoqiang's henchmen. Sherdelin, just cooperate. If you do as we say, we'll take good care of you. Naturally, he agreed.
His son was still young, and his daughter hadn't yet come of age. He was betrayed in one fell swoop by the disciples who had once cherished him so dearly. He was charged with a total of 67 crimes, including forcible indecent acts, trafficking in contraband and narcotics, and murder, all of which were substantiated. With the assistance of law enforcement agencies such as the Public Security Bureau, the cancer within the Fitness Association was eradicated in one fell swoop.
Lu Guoqiang's methods were ruthless. He shifted all blame onto the poison sect.
Since his younger son, Lu Jing, was already dead, all the blame was pinned on him. Under his direction, the toxic sect had no choice but to confess. She ran into Wei Chang in the evil forest, adding another chapter to Feng City's campaign against organized crime. If he hadn't brought out that USB drive full of incriminating evidence, these facts would likely have remained buried in the dungeon.
This is what they mean by heaven's net is vast but never misses its mark. Lu Jing is dead, Sherdelin is dead. However, Wei Chang miscalculated one thing: Ji wasn't killed. After all, he killed a Yong and hates him for it. The Alchemist Guild's Council Hall. Chang Jiping held a meeting with the heads of the other two major families. You've all heard about the funeral home incident. I want to recruit this guy, Ji, into our Alchemist Guild. He has a rare talent. Chen Jing, head of the Chen family, said with a laugh, a Ping, you really know how to play your cards. Not at all, not at all. Wu Jie, head of the Wu family, opened his folding fan and waved it casually. I've seen that video of Ji, too. He is a genius. He can fight opponents of higher ranks. However, as you know, joining our Alchemist Guild requires not only martial arts skills but also a natural aptitude for studying medicine. His understanding of acupoints is on another level. He has only been studying for a few days, yet he can already perform the Spirit Void Point Star technique. You're right. Geniuses are highly sought after talents across all sects, and the Alchemist Guild is no exception. However, given his personality, he certainly refused to represent our Alchemist Guild. His heart lies with the Butcher's Guild. As the supreme leader of the Alchemist Guild, Wu Jie's opinion carried the most weight. He said, we in the Alchemist Guild don't care about such empty titles. We only care about character and medical expertise. Guild Master, does that mean you agree? It's up to you. Also, I received a notice from the Martial Arts Association. The Fitness Association has had its quota revoked this year, and we've even allocated a spot in the martial arts exam. Wow, who is getting that spot? Chang Jiping was thrilled. Chang Yu, I suppose. He has got the skills. Chang Jiping couldn't help but laugh. Brother Wu, thank you so much. What is there to thank me for? He played a part in this too. He deserves it. Chang Jiping left the council chamber overjoyed, eager to share the good news with his son, Cheng Yu. Upon learning he secured a spot on the martial arts exam, Cheng Yu was overcome with excitement. Father, I will certainly not disappoint you or the Valley Master. At that moment, Ji was resting in his apartment. Suddenly, a messenger from the Alchemist Guild arrived. Young Ji, our guild master cordially invites you to a meeting. Ji furrowed his brow. What is this about? The messenger smiled. You'll find out when you get there. Ji hesitated for a moment but decided to go anyway. Upon arriving at the Alchemist Guild, Wu Jie got straight to the point. Ji, do you want to take your medical skills to the next level? She replied, my heart lies with the Butcher's Guild. I'm afraid I can't grant your wish. Wu Jie burst out laughing. Don't be so quick to decide. Hear out the terms first. Hearing him disparagingly call him a butcher, she grew displeased. Old man, I couldn't care less about becoming one of your disciples. All I want is to pass the martial arts exam and learn more powerful, comprehensive martial arts at the Martial Arts Academy. The old man, who had mocked him, pointed at him and scolded, look at this disrespectful youth. We can't accept someone like that. Pa!
I only respect those who deserve it, people of high virtue and prestige like Guildmaster Wu and Clan Head Chang. As for a petty person like you? Forget it. GS prowess had been evident to all along the way, yet in the eyes of these prestigious clans, it was worth nothing, which was infuriating. Wu Jie glared at the old man, his voice trembling as he said, "Chen Dongsheng, get out. You've completely disgraced our alchemist guild."
Chen Dongsheng was furious. "Gu Master, I'm not wrong.
In my opinion, even if he stands out among martial artists in the outside world, he wouldn't have the slightest advantage over our sect's disciples." She had absolutely no intention of joining their alchemist guild, and being spoken to like this by one of their elders would make even a Buddha lose his temper.
Find a mortal stage practitioner to test him. Dad.
I'll take on this arrogant, clueless oaf. From behind Chen Dongsheng stepped a tall man with a face covered in pockmarks, a man who could only be described as ugly.
"I, Chen Baiqiang, will return the favor."
Cheng Yu whispered, "He is very powerful, you need to be careful."
He. "Chen Baiqiang, do you want to fight with bare hands or with a weapon?"
She was brimming with confidence, not because he was underestimating his opponent, but because he was becoming increasingly proficient in the Lingshu Dianxing Ju. This was one of the Alchemist Guild's top-tier martial arts techniques. "Pig Butcher, I want to take advantage of you, let us stick to hand combat." It sounded good enough in theory, but since he'd been called Pig Butcher, he might actually be skilled with a blade. He'd chosen hand-to-hand combat, he must have had his own ulterior motives. But that suited Ji just fine. In the golden autumn, the wind swept through the Alchemist Guild. The two stood on the fighting platform, the tension reaching its peak. The air around them seemed to have frozen solid, a gentle breeze brushed by, yet it could not dispel the pervasive aura of deadly tension. Their gazes locked, and it was as if sparks of electricity were flashing through the air.
Chen Baiqiang, who considered himself the Alchemist Guild's top martial artist, struck first.
His body shifted, and he darted forward like a ghostly apparition, his speed jaw-dropping. His fingers were slightly bent, their tips glinting with a cold light, the opening stance of the Spirit Void Star Puncture technique. In an instant, he closed in on Ji, his fingers striking at the vital acupoints all around Ji's body like a sudden storm. Each strike carried a fierce burst of energy, as if it were tearing the very air apart. Ji, however, remained completely unflustered. His gaze was focused and resolute, his feet firmly rooted to the ground. Just as his opponent's attack was about to strike, he shifted his body slightly to the side, dodging the fatal blow with the grace of a willow tree swing in the wind. Immediately afterward, he launched a swift counterattack, his right hand darting out like lightning as he executed the Spirit Void Star Puncture technique in kind.
"The Spirit Void Star Puncture technique?" Chen Baiqiang exclaimed in surprise.
"Chang Jiping, how dare you teach our secret art to an outsider?"
Chen Dongsheng snapped.
Chang Jiping smiled coldly, "We all consider him a member of our Alchemist Guild. Now that he has joined, he is no longer an outsider." Yu Chen Dongsheng pointed at this old rogue, at a loss for words, yet it seemed he had a point.
At that moment,
Jia's fingers, like nimble elves, traced wondrous trajectories through the air, launching a counterattack aimed at Chen Baiqiang's acupoints. The two exchanged blows back and forth, their figures darting rapidly through the valley, leaving behind only a series of blurred afterimages. Their fingers were like twinkling stars, constantly colliding and intertwining, emitting a series of crisp crack sounds, as if performing a wondrous symphony of fingertips. Every strike contained immense power and exquisite technique. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were all swept up by the surging energy radiating from them, swaying and trembling in unison. Seeing that his prolonged assault had yielded no results, Chen Baiqiang couldn't help but feel a surge of impatience. He let out a mighty roar, and his inner energy surged like a tidal wave, converging on his fingertips. His fingers instantly burst into a brilliant glow, their speed and power soaring to an entirely new level. Like a raging lion, he launched an even more ferocious assault against Ji.
She sensed the immense pressure from his opponent, yet his heart remained utterly fearless.
He took a deep breath, immersing his mind completely in the battle and entering a state of ethereal clarity. In that instant, he seemed to merge with his surroundings, able to clearly perceive the slightest nuances in his opponent's every movement. He skillfully applied the subtleties of the Spirit Void Star Puncture technique, using softness to overcome hardness and ingenuity to counter brute force. At the critical moment, she spotted a fatal opening in his opponent's defense.
A flash of determination gleamed in his eyes as his fingers shot out like lightning, striking Chen Baiqiang's vital acupoint with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! Chen Baiqiang let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. Severely injuring a martial artist of the same rank, reward 500 plus vitality. In agony, he pointed at Ji, unwilling to accept his defeat. His finger-piercing the void move had only left him severely injured. It lacked any accuracy and had missed its mark entirely. She spun around and launched another attack. Go easy on him. A slender, delicate hand blocked his strike. Mina. He lost. Do me a favor. Let us call it a day. She said with a smile, of course, Fairy Aunt Rong must grant me this favor. Mina nodded gratefully. She remembered that Aunt Rong was a term of praise for her, so she returned the smile. He said coldly to Chen Baiqiang, I'm doing this for Fairy Mania's sake. I'll let you off today. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Yang Wu grinned lecherously, grinning like an idiot non-stop. His face was flushed red, and he was drenched in sweat. His expression kept shifting between light and dark. This terrified Cheng Yu and the others, leaving them at a loss. They called out for someone to bring Ji back. Yang Wu seems to have lost his mind. She was startled given the Alchemist Guild's medical expertise. For him to say such a terrifying thing, the situation must be quite serious. Chang Jiping took his pulse and shook his head repeatedly. He'll have to get through this on his own. Your chi and blood are in disarray, and your face keeps changing. You must be plagued by a mental demon. The Supreme Yang physique is particularly vulnerable to those afflicted by mental demons. What do you mean? Cough, cough. I suspect that this young friend, Yang Wu, grew up watching adult films from the gambling kingdom, and those perverse thoughts have taken root in his subconscious. Upon hearing this, Ji shuddered and nearly fainted from shock. Head of the Chang clan, is there a way? Chang Jiping stroked his beard and said cautiously, I have no solution, unless. Unless what? Unless someone dares to enter his dream to rouse him. Then, with proper rest, he can recover to about 60% of his former self. When she heard the word dream, he recalled that sensation. Wasn't it just an illusion? He thought of Xiao Bai. However, entering his dream carries risks. I fear his dream demons are too powerful. Anyone who intrudes faces certain death. Before he could finish, Ji interrupted, Head of the Chang clan, you stand guard for me. I'm going to save him. Xiao Bai. A small white bat flew over from a corner. It had awakened its spiritual energy, creating an even deeper mental connection with Ji. She sat down gracefully beside Yang Wu and began meditating. A soft ooh sound. His consciousness began to warp. Chang Jiping looked at the white bat and cried out in surprise, a young illusion blood bat? He seemed to understand everything. He immediately sent the others away and took it upon himself to guard them. Brother Wu, you're so handsome and so fierce. I'm madly in love with you. A coquettish voice had already reached G's ears, sending a tingling sensation through his entire body. A flash of light appeared before his eyes. He saw. Yang Wu and a woman with a seductive gaze were exchanging flirtatious glances. Disgusting. A young sound rang out. Xiao Bai, the illusion blood bat, also entered. Its screech startled the woman, causing her to roll off Yang Wu. As she rolled, she slipped into a strange kimono-like garment. She felt that this woman looked familiar. Wasn't she teacher Song, the woman he and Yang Wu used to watch when they were kids? Ms. Ali suddenly flashed a menacing look and pounced toward Ji, attempting to use her seductive arts to lure him. Pa! You're old and ugly. It won't work on me. Ji's resolve was as firm as a rock. He remained completely unmoved by her actions, his eyes filled only with calmness and determination. Xiao Bai transformed into a seductive woman and drew her long sword. She lunged at Ms. Aoi. Just then, Xiao Bai burst forth like a bolt of lightning, her long sword glinting coldly in her hand. Xiao Bai's swordplay was fierce. Her body darted swiftly as her sword strikes rained down on Ms. Aoi like a sudden storm.
Ms. Aoi panicked and tried to defend herself, but Xiaobai's sword was simply too fast and too fierce.
In just a few strokes, Xiaobai's sword struck teacher Song's vital points with precision.
She let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed lifelessly. There was no blood, it was all an illusion. She watched the scene unfold without the slightest hesitation. Wielding his long sword, he strode forward and, before teacher Song had completely drawn her last breath, brought his blade down, ending her life once and for all. Killing a nightmare demon of the same rank, reward 3000 plus killing chi. At that moment, Yang Wu lay there like a corpse, completely devoid of yang chi. Before entering, he had already checked what usable items the system offered for exchange. This was his first time using it. System: exchange for a vial of divine sea elixir. Consuming plus killing chi, exchanging for divine sea elixir. Ji received a vial of elixir in his hand. He unscrewed the cap and poured the liquid forcefully into Yang Wu's mouth. The potion worked instantly, and his wounded soul was immediately restored. Cough, cough. Yang Wu coughed a few times and came to. What happened? Pfft, you pervert. She didn't answer him, he just cursed under his breath. A soft hum echoed. Ji's eyes slowly opened. Young friend Ji, how are you feeling? We look forward to seeing everyone perform outstandingly in the martial arts exam dungeon assessment and achieve excellent results. Yours sincerely, Sylvia. October 29, 2024. Meanwhile. Xiao Xianer, got it. Xiao Zhe, got it. Yang Wu, got it. Drake, yeah, got it. When she saw Drake's message, he inexplicably flew into a rage. He was determined to kill him during this dungeon run if he got the chance. To avoid trouble, he replied politely anyway. She, got it. Chang Jiping of the Alchemist Guild personally led his team to the Martial Artists Association. After all, both of his sons were participating this time. He personally pinned a Outer Sect Disciple badge on Ji. I know you've always been reluctant to join our Alchemist Guild and deliberately skipped the medical exam. I know you spend all your free time studying in our medical school library, so I'm sure you have a solid understanding of medicine. I think you deserve this Outer Sect Disciple badge. Ji was overwhelmed by the honor, Master Chang. Chang Jiping was grateful to him for saving Chengyu by a twist of fate. Chengyu had been given the opportunity to take this exam. Moreover, recognizing his abilities, he was determined to take him on as a disciple. This would be a great asset to the Chang family. Ji understood his reasoning and was also grateful for his tolerance toward him, as well as for his kindness in helping Yang Wu by extension. They were even. Chengyu treated him like a brother, and he, in turn, was like a kind father to him. Having never known a father's care, he truly longed for a father's love. Chang Jiping didn't want to put too much pressure on him, so he patted him on the shoulder. Go with confidence. The Butcher's Guild is your home, and the Alchemist Guild, the Chang family, is your home too. Ji gave a faint smile. He really didn't know what to say, but he silently vowed that if anyone from the Chang family ever faced trouble, he would definitely help. Ji looked exceptionally handsome today. On his chest, he wore not only the badge representing an outer door disciple of the Alchemist Guild, but also the martial artist's badge signifying the top fighter of the Butcher's Guild and the 8th-ranked fighter in Fengyue City. Hanging from his back was the Lingxi leather scabbard, which was now brimming with spiritual energy more than ever before. The upgrade to the bloodthirsty blade had also enhanced the quality of the Lingxi leather scabbard. It was quite magical. It had become much more high-end. Let us go. Yang Wu followed Ji back to Sylvia's side to report in. Everyone was present. The badge on Ji's chest made him the coolest guy in the room. He became the center of everyone's attention. Ji, looks like you've had quite an adventure, Dina said, pointing at the badge on his chest. I wouldn't call it an adventure, I just saved a disciple from the Alchemist Guild. Another member said, Ji, if we run into each other in the dungeon, please look out for us. Of course. Someone else asked, Ji, what is your current cultivation level? Late Marshal Walker, I'd say. That fast? I'm still in the early stages. I just broke through. Drake, now dressed in flashy attire, sneered, "Che, just trying to show off." He walked over, sword in his left hand, arms crossed over his chest, his voice sharp, "G, wanna have a go?" G already had one hand on the hilt of the bloodthirsty blade. Sylvia frowned and stepped forward to stop a pointless fight. "Drake, you can't cause trouble here." "Humph." G knew this wasn't the time to kill him. Either in the dungeon, or at some point in the future. "Drake, I'll collect what you owe me sooner or later. But you'd better find a higher tier weapon before you come after me again, otherwise, you'll just say you lost because of your weapon. That'd be too embarrassing." Drake's hands were trembling. Lately, he'd been spending a fortune to acquire divine weapons, and that sword alone cost several times more than other weapons. If it weren't for the support of a powerful family, he would given up long ago. Before they could continue their conversation, the hall's public address system came to life. "Congratulations to everyone for making it to our Yun Province martial arts exam." Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned toward the elevated platform. There stood an elegant woman, holding a microphone. She wore a simple yet dignified black dress, its cut perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. Her long hair fell naturally over her shoulders like a waterfall, a few fluttered gently in the breeze, adding an extra touch of enchanting charm. Her features were delicate and beautiful, her fair skin was as smooth and fine as white jade, glowing with a subtle radiance. Beneath her arched eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes sparkled with a gentle yet determined light, as if capable of seeing into everyone's heart. Her high, straight nose gave her facial features a more sculpted appearance. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly in a warm smile, putting everyone at ease and instantly easing the tension among the candidates present. "I am today's host, Instructor Wen Shi from the Yun Province Martial Arts Academy." Instructor Wen Shi cleared her throat gently and began her speech. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain spring flowing through the valleys, yet it carried a unique charm that drew everyone in the room into its spell without them even realizing it. Judging by her appearance, she was around 28 years old, a sight that made even Ji, who was usually emotionally composed, feel his heart race involuntarily. "She's still got it." Yang Wu blurted out involuntarily, "That instructor is truly beautiful." Once the hall had quieted down, Instructor Wen Shi continued, "Please listen carefully to the rules for this year's martial arts exam. Tonight's martial arts exam, like in previous years, would consist of 2 parts. First round, dungeon assessment. 70 candidates would be screened, with 30 advancing to the next round. Second round, internal assessment by the Yun Province Martial Arts Academy, consisting of a written exam and a skills test. Those who pass both rounds will be admitted to the academy. Yun Province is a small to medium-sized province in Longwa, comprising a total of 16 cities. Therefore, 16 level B3 dungeons will be opened for the assessment. You will be randomly assigned to a dungeon, divided into red and blue teams, and face off against each other. We use wristbands to record each participant's assessment results. Finally, the list of qualifiers will be determined based on the rankings derived from their performance during the competition. The Butchers Guild has 3 100-level martial artists, Ji, Dina, and Xiao San. This is in the history of the Butchers Guild. According to the registered list, the individual cultivation levels of the Butchers Guild members are as follows. 1. Drake, Mortal Stage, 2nd Tier, Peak. 2. Ji, Mortal Stage, Level 2, 8th Realm. 3. Xiao Xianer and Xiao Zhenggu, Mortal Stage, Level 2, 7th Realm. 4. Dina, Mortal Stage, Level 2, 6th Realm. 5. Di Mei and Yang Wu, Mortal Stage, Level 2, 2nd Realm. Of the 23 who followed, 8 were at the early stage of the 2nd tier of the Mortal Stage, having just broken through, while the rest were all at the peak of the 1st tier of the Mortal Stage. Xiao Xianer was the quickest to make her selection. She chose her cousin Xiao Zhenggu and Drake, whom she considered the strongest. "Drake, I'm warning you, be sensible. If it weren't for Uncle Long Tao's sake, I wouldn't have chosen you. I'm way stronger than you. It's your good fortune that you picked me," Drake said with a smile. Humph. The 3 of them were the first to head over to claim their team bracelets. Dina, the female Guanyu, had a rather cold personality, few friends, and truly somewhat peculiar ways of thinking. Many people, wanting to avoid the risk of not being assigned to a team, still sought her out to ask her to lead them. She first selected her younger sister, Dee. For her remaining spot, she was really hoping to find a teammate with ranged attack or healing skills. Ji was surrounded by a group of beautiful women. He raised his hand to avoid not knowing where to put it. He couldn't clear his name if he were accused of something like that. Ji. A familiar, booming voice called out. Yes, Changyu. Ji seized the opportunity to escape and squeezed his way out of the crowd of beautiful women. Changyu stood several people. They were all old acquaintances, Changfeng, Mina, and Chen Baixiang. She said cheerfully, "Have you made your choices yet?" The female warriors of the Butcher's Guild were thrilled to see that these people were all warriors from the Alchemist Guild. These were all skilled practitioners of medical arts. Upon seeing them, Dina immediately walked over at a brisk pace. With a stiff, expressionless face, she said, "Hello, I'm Dina from the Butcher's Guild." The group, well-mannered as they were, nodded in response. Originally, she had thought that she and her younger sister were quite beautiful, but in the presence of Mina from the Alchemist Guild, she could only play the role of the younger sister. "Hello, big sister." To her surprise, Mina actually bowed to Dina, a truly thoughtful gesture. She noticed none of them wore the level 100 badges on their robes. Mina clasped her hands in a formal gesture. "Alchemist Guild, Mina. Big sister, are you still looking to join a party? We're really short one teammate who knows medicine." Ha ha. She never would have imagined this girl to be so blunt. "But I think your team lacks a bit of spirit. I'd suggest you find a guy to join your party." That dig made her feel a little awkward. "Chengfeng, these two girls are great, why don't you join their party?" Mina teased. Chengfeng, having been called out directly, felt a bit annoyed. Hey Mani. That's not very fair." "What? Two such pretty girls on the same team as you? You should be smiling in your sleep." "That's true, but..." However, he thought these two girls weren't very strong, which would affect his performance and chances of advancing. Dime's personality was very different from her sister as she immediately stepped forward. "Hi, Brother Feng, my name is Dime." Her sweet smile made it impossible for Chung Feng to refuse. He shook hands with the pretty young woman. "Cheng Feng, these two girls have decent combat skills, but they're not the sharpest tools in the shed. You should join them and give them a hand," she chimed in. "Is that a compliment or an insult?" Dina said angrily. Seeing the two of them, Feng could only laugh awkwardly. Chunyu cleared his throat twice and said, "I think she has a point. Your martial arts and medical skills are top-notch, but your teamwork leaves something to be desired. Joining a team with two airheads will be great practice for improving your organizational skills." Hey! Both men were saying the same thing, and Dina felt wronged, but she knew everyone she knew was single-minded. Since both Ji and Big Brother have said so, I'll just play both sides. Without further ado, he dragged the two beauties off to register and pick up their wristbands. "Nini, you'll team up with Ji, they're a group of medical martial artists." Chunyu had always been the leader of this Alchemist Guild group, and Mina was satisfied with his arrangement. After all, she hadn't yet thanked Ji for letting her have the wind element core, so this would serve as her way of repaying him. "Since Brother you says so, I'll join you guys." Ha ha. Yang Wu laughed, "With Miss Chen joining us, we'll be even stronger." He was truly delighted Mina was so gorgeous, it made his heart race. But Ji poured cold water on his enthusiasm. "Hey, Yang Wu, did I say I wanted to join you?" "Whoa! You're turning me down, bro? Are you trying to pull off that one-man two-women move like Chung Feng? I knew you were the type to get carried away by looks." Seeing that Ji remained unmoved, he genuinely feared Ji wouldn't accept him. Rubbing his belly, he said doubtfully, "Young Master Ling, I was just joking. You have to let me join you, otherwise, if you don't get into the martial arts academy, you won't have my company, and you'll be so lonely." Ji just smiled without saying a word. Yang Wu grew anxious and continued, "Fine, as long as you let me join you, I'll be your laborer, I'll handle all the heavy lifting." She continued to smile without speaking.
Don't be so unreasonable, I'll be the one cooking from now on. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Next group. Butcher's Guild, G, Yang Wu Alchemist Guild, Nina form a party. The staff member verified their identity codes. They took 3 bracelets out of a box. Since they were all taken from the same box, there was no way they could have been tampered with. This time, they definitely wouldn't be assigned to a place that was neither here nor there. Bracelet number 1 is for the team leader. She slipped the purple gold bracelet designated for slot 1 onto his wrist. Immediately, they heard the system prompt that same little girl's mechanical voice, ding. Seed number 8 selection, team. Loading information. Yang Wu and Mina each took a bracelet as well. They just grabbed them at random. They were all team member bracelets, so there was no difference. You're heading to wormhole number 8. It opens in 3 minutes. Yang Wu grabbed the corner of G's shirt. What's up? Don't you remember last time? We ended up all over the place. G tapped his wrist with the blade of his sword and shook his head. Your 2 wristbands are already linked to my team. I can track you, and you can find me too. Last time, someone tampered with the system. This time, it's arranged by the Yun Province Martial Arts Academy. They don't have the capability to do that. You're right. Yang Wu gave a sheepish grin and stepped aside, feeling uncomfortable under Mina's disdainful gaze. The system alert sounded. Yang Wu swallowed hard. Here they come. Mina was brimming with confidence, her gaze unwavering. He closed his eyes, looking relaxed. He had a feeling that ever since the bloodthirsty blade had joined him, everything had become shrouded in mystery. He'd grown accustomed to an unpredictable future. 10. 9. 8. The wormhole's energy surged, radiating light. Space began to warp and twist. 3. 2. 1. Whoosh. The 3 of them vanished into the wormhole. Their vision went black, and they felt an intense sense of pressure far stronger than last time. This space was definitely larger than the ones they'd encountered before and far more dangerous. Flash. Congratulations to Fengyue City's number 8 for entering B1 Dungeon, Wild Desert. You are the captain of team number 66, with team members, Yang Wu and Mina. Captain benefits: 1. Receive 10% of your team members' scores as a reward. 2. You have specific captain quests. 3. Receive an additional 20% of the cash value of any treasures obtained by your team members, paid in cash. Captain's responsibilities: protect your teammates. If a teammate voluntarily withdraws, 20 points will be deducted for each teammate who dies, 50 points will be deducted. Withdrawal mechanism: say surrender into your wristband to be teleported out of the dungeon. Note, after surrendering, your score will be reset to 0. Their wristbands emitted a faint red glow. This was proof of their team status. If they were on the blue team, it would likely emit a faint blue glow. The organizers are quite considerate, aren't they? Mission announcement: Team 66 is assigned to the red group. Assessment period: 7 days. Main quest: Team Red must obtain the Pyramid Star. Successful team members will each receive 100 points. The warrior who secures the Pyramid Star will receive an additional 100 points. After reading the information panel, she snapped back to reality, already feeling a burning heat throughout his body. She felt relieved to see that the other 2 were right by his side. As it turned out, the wild desert was truly wild. Here, a suffocating heat washed over him, as if it were about to melt everything in its path. Looking around, the boundless desert stretched to the horizon, its undulating sand dunes resembling golden waves, glistening with a blinding light under the scorching sun. Every grain of sand seemed like a burning ember, radiating intense heat that made it feel as if the soles of their feet were about to be scorched. High in the sky, the sun hung like a giant ball of fire, unashamedly pouring down its heat. It's fucking hot. Yang Wu was fully immersed in the moment and felt the heat immediately. The sunlight beat down unimpeded, making everything in the desert glare so brightly it was almost impossible to keep one's eyes open.
The air was thick with dry, scorching heat. Breathing it in felt as if one's throat and lungs were being seared. In this desert, a of dread permeated every corner. Gale force winds howled by from time to time, whipping up clouds of sand and dust to form a massive sandstorm. The sandstorm was like a roaring beast, lashing out at everything in its path. In an instant, it could completely obscure a person's vision, plunging them into endless confusion and fear. In the sandstorm, tiny grains of sand lashed against the body like bullets, causing waves of stinging pain as if the desert were issuing a warning to intruders. Not far away. On the desert's surface, bones of all kinds are scattered everywhere, some eroded by wind and sand until they're barely recognizable, while others still retain some of their original shape. These bones vary in size. Some may have belonged to animals that once got lost in this desert. Their lives ended in this cruel environment, becoming part of the desert itself and adding an eerie, terrifying atmosphere to this wild land. Mina gazed into the distance, shaking her head repeatedly. Where are the pyramids? In the distance. Deep within the desert, one could occasionally hear strange sounds like the howling of the wind, or perhaps the whispers of some mysterious creature. These sounds echoed across the vast desert, heightening the eerie atmosphere and causing one's heart to race involuntarily, as if unknown danger might strike from the darkness at any moment. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. Who's there? The bloodthirsty blade in G's hand hadn't tasted blood in a long time. It craved it. Unlike before, when activating it would suppress the killing intent, now the blade only unleashed its killing intent when G deliberately triggered it. Suddenly, a melancholic yet commanding melody rang out. A tragic, mysterious female voice echoed, "OD. But EOT approve if we OT 5. All life returns to D. Pa. Pa." This background music had already struck fear into the hearts of the Red Team members. Hey, hey, hey. Stop playing tricks. G couldn't take it anymore. He unleashed the bloodthirsty blade's killing intent, directing it straight at that idiot across from him. Bro, that guy over there is terrifying. The man turned off the speaker, afraid that G might harm him. Xiaoshu, why did you turn it off? Xiaoshu pointed at G's back, a demon. Someone from the red team had already said, Pain. Pain from Lishui City. Huang Chong looked at G in surprise. Brother G, you're amazing, you're not afraid of his demonic voice. Demonic sound? G really didn't feel a thing. Whether it was the protection of the Earth Spirit Stone or the killing intent of the bloodthirsty blade suppressing it, he simply felt nothing at all from these so-called demonic sounds. While they were terrified when they heard it, Ji, on the contrary, felt irritated and excited. Pei En sheathed his bow. Who are you? How dare you not be afraid of Xiao Shu's demonic sound? Only then did Ji take a good look at this arrogant man. The man stood 1.8 meters tall, with orange-dyed hair and a black cloak. He carried a sword at his side and a longbow slung over his shoulder. What caught Ji's attention most was the emblem on his chest. A large one. First place in Lishui City. I'm Ji from Fengyue City. I'm Pain from Lishui City. My brother, Xiaoshu. Pain, why did you shoot an arrow at your own brother? Pain seemed quite interested in this Ji and showed not a hint of hostility. This time, Ji spoke to him calmly. A faint blue glow emanated from his wristband. He appeared to be a formidable opponent. Xiaoshu pointed at Huang Chong and blurted out, that damn Huang Chong killed our divine bird. Huang Chong said plaintively, I didn't mean to do it. They won't even accept money as compensation. They're insisting I pay with my life. Huang Chong recounted the entire incident in great detail. As it happened, he was hunting on Lishui's Lishan Mountain, a form of spiritual practice for him. He spotted what they called a divine bird killing a lark-eared rabbit. Since the lark-eared rabbit was a spirit beast, he concluded the bird must be evil, so he drew his bow and shot it. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Some said Huang Chong was right. Others argued, we're all divine beasts, why should you side with the other one? But Mina raised the crucial question. Why, when Huang Chong has been so cooperative and taken responsibility, are you still pressuring him at every turn and demanding he kill a bird to atone for his life? Xiao Shua's face immediately flushed red when he saw such a beautiful girl speaking to him.
Looks like he's just a greenhorn.
Why yes, he was so nervous he couldn't form coherent sentences. Payan was so furious he clenched his teeth in frustration. He smacked Xiaoshu on the head so hard that a bump immediately swelled up.
Ouch!
It turned out this bird was the divine bird Jinwu, and its blood was highly nourishing. His older brother had been wounded by the ice palm, an attack of extreme yin and cold. Every month, he had to drink a little of the golden crow's blood just to make his body feel a little better. Now that the divine bird was dead, his older brother would soon have no more of the bird's blood to neutralize the cold energy within him. He was doomed. Everyone finally realized the gravity of the situation. Mina pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, I believe it's possible to treat him even without this potent tonic.
Deshu, his face flushed crimson as he gazed at the beautiful woman, whispered, Jinhua, do you really mean that?
Of course. Payan was a bit skeptical. What makes you say that?
Our shaman says there's no other way. Mina scowled. Is the shaman that great?
He might be good at treating curses and deadly poisons, but when it comes to this kind of yin-yang imbalance, he is completely useless.
How dare you insult the shaman? Yang Wu, observing that this man truly had no regard for a lady, retorted, have you heard of the Alchemist Guild?
Of course. Our Miss Chen is one of the finest members of the Alchemist Guild.
Xiao Shu was overjoyed. He absolutely loved this kind of ethereal beauty. Miss Chen, are you serious? Mina nodded. However, his condition is terminal.
I believe he must be treated at our Alchemist Guild.
Could you introduce us to him?
She furrowed her brow.
For this illness, see my third uncle.
After leaving the dungeon, you can find him at the Alchemist Guild. Just tell him I recommended you. Xiao Shu immediately dropped to his knees and bowed in reverence to his goddess. One after another, martial artists from other cities entered the dungeon.
System notice. Martial artists, the time has come. Begin the assessment.
The red team and blue team split up and took two separate paths. There were many opportunities within the dungeon, and splitting up increased their chances of finding them.
2 hours passed.
The groups grew increasingly scattered. This was a tacit understanding among them, allowing everyone to spread out and seek their own opportunities. 6 days later, they would gather at the pyramid for the final push. Yang Wu was at the water source, having already filled numerous containers with water, which hung from his entire body.
At that moment, the wristbands of all three rang out simultaneously. Peak Tier 3 Exotic Beast, Alien Marching Ant.
Attack power, over 2000 Neo-Lia special moves, Surging Wave, Lethal Bite, Formic Acid Spray.
Countermeasure, Fire Attack, Kill. An alien marching ant had already reared its head. They saw that.
The alien marching ant was a terrifying creature, quite large, about 5 centimeters long. Its body was a deep blackish brown in the sunlight, its hard exoskeleton shimmered with a metallic sheen, as if it were a miniature suit of armor shrouded in dark power.
One glance at its exoskeleton was enough to tell how hard it was.
The ground began to tremble slightly, and tiny grains of sand rolled away from beneath their feet, as if foreshadowing the impending danger. They were certain there was more than just one. The three of them formed a circle, standing back to back, their eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Sweat dripped incessantly from G's forehead. His breathing grew rapid, and his heart pounded wildly in his chest, as if it were about to burst through his ribcage. Mina's eyes were filled with fear, but she forced herself to remain calm, clutching a dagger tightly in her hand, ready to counter any possible attack at a moment's notice. Yang Wu, meanwhile, kept adjusting his stance, his muscles taut, preparing for the battle ahead.
The rustling sound grew louder and louder, like a prelude to death playing in their ears.
They could almost feel the marching ants beneath the ground surging rapidly toward them. The invisible pressure made it almost impossible for them to breathe. Thousands upon thousands of alien marching ants emerged from the sand. Mina, who suffered from trypophobia, felt a chill run down her spine.
G.
She clutched G tightly with her other hand. Damn it, last time I ran into thousands of killer fish and a horde of He2 water monsters, and now it's thousands of marching ants. I really am a magnet for trouble. She gave a wry smile. I think it's all the same. Heaven has given you such great talents that even the heavens are jealous of you and want to wipe you out.
You two still have the nerve to chat? Think of a solution. Mina's voice trembled slightly. A fire attack? Didn't you get a system prompt? Ji remained calm. Right. Only then did they realize this. So, what should we do? We only have coalescence orbs.
Yang Wu had already taken out the cooking flamethrower and fuel a matter of life and death. If we run out, we'll just have to eat raw food or go steal someone else's coalescence orbs.
He loaded the coalescence orbs into the flamethrowers. Yang Wu, your supreme yang constitution can come in handy now.
Yang Wu heard the prompt and had a sudden realization.
Although he couldn't yet harness his supreme yang spiritual energy, he could still release it.
Yang Wu sheathed his dagger and formed a hand seal with his right hand.
Flame Yang Heart Formula.
An endless stream of yang energy converged upon him, and the yang energy in his dantian began to stir. A crimson star-like glow appeared at the tip of his right index finger.
Protect me.
Ji and Mina grabbed their weapons and took up defensive positions on either side of him.
Kill.
The tip of his finger touched the core spirit stone of the flamethrower.
The supreme yang and pure yang energy ignited the coalescence balls.
This brought the combustion efficiency to 100%.
Even the coal ash erupted in a fiery explosion.
Spiritual energy ignited the flames, which shot directly at the marching ant swarm.
Rustle. Countless alien marching ants were struck down. It's still not enough.
The firepower wasn't sufficient.
There was no other way. Yang Wu's cultivation level was still too low.
She had no choice but to charge.
Manny, protect Fatty.
Facing the tide of alien marching ants surging toward him, a flash of resolve crossed G's eyes. With no other option left, he gripped his weapon tightly and roared, "Kill!"
He then unleashed his signature move, Sweep the 1,000 Armies.
His body moved like lightning as he spun rapidly.
His weapon, imbued with immense power and a fierce aura, swept toward the alien marching ants like a whirlwind. Wherever the blade passed, a black wave was instantly repelled.
The ants' severed limbs flew in all directions, and in an instant, the sandy ground was littered with their shattered bodies.
Killed 20 Tier 3 abnormal beasts, reward, Vitality Plus, Killing Intent Plus. Awesome! Another swing.
Killed 15 Tier 3 abnormal beasts, reward, Vitality Plus, Killing Intent 7500 Plus. They're quite clever. They're starting to maneuver and spread out.
Sweep the 1,000 Armies.
Killed 5 Tier 3 beasts, reward, Vitality Plus, Killing Chi plus 2500. However, these alien marching ants seemed endless. No sooner had a group fallen than more surged in from all directions. They charged forward one after another, fearless, and the dense swarm made one's scalp tingle. GS4 was covered in beads of sweat, and his breathing had grown rapid, but his gaze remained unwavering. He swung his weapon relentlessly, unleashing Sweep the 1,000 Armies time and again, temporarily driving back a portion of the ants each time. Kill 2 Tier 3 monsters, reward, 2000 plus Vitality, 1000 plus Killing Chi. Mina and Yang Wu were also fighting fiercely alongside him, their faces equally etched with tension and exhaustion.
This one we can't keep this up. Let us fight our way back. Ji shouted.
So the three of them began to move slowly backward, continuing to attack the ever closer ants while searching for a possible escape route. Their footsteps left deep imprints in the sand. Every step was an arduous struggle.
Damn it!
The alien marching ants followed close behind, showing no sign of ceasing their attack.
Ah!
Their vision went black. It truly felt as if they had fallen into hell.
For that split second, they nearly stopped breathing. Boom! Boom! Boom!
They had fallen onto soft ground.
The pressure from the sand and gravel left their entire bodies aching. Are you guys okay? Mina was the first to speak. I'm fine, just sore all over.
Yang Wu turned on his flashlight. The first thing that caught their eyes was a patch of sandy ground riddled with holes.
It was a sand cave.
There were many marching ants, but they all looked dumbfounded, which was very strange.
Strange in a way that was almost cute? It was so crowded. Whoa! Xiaobai's cry.
Xiaobai was already flying overhead, having activated its ultrasonic stun attack.
Xiaobai!
You saved us! It seemed Xiaobai had used its special ability to stun these army ants.
G's spiritual sense picked up a lovely young girl's voice.
Brother G, you stinky bug has gone dumb, but your stamina won't last much longer. Let us hurry up and get out of here. G was overjoyed Xiaobai could actually communicate with him through spiritual sense. What a truly extraordinary spirit beast. He signaled for them to follow behind him. The sand cave varied in width. Some smaller side passages were barely wide enough for 1 or 2 army ants to squeeze through. These openings resembled the entrances to an intricate maze, branching out in all directions. The main entrance, however, was much wider, with a diameter of about half a meter. From the depths of the pitch-black opening came the faint rustling of marching ants like an ominous whisper in the darkness. They could only crawl forward, a damp, faintly sour odor wafting up from the ground. The walls inside the tunnel were not smooth but covered with traces of the marching ants' passage. Those dense, crisscrossing scratches resembled ancient runes, chronicling the ants' bustling activity. The walls were composed of a mixture of compacted sand grains and a sticky substance secreted by the ant colony. In some places, a translucent, resin-like substance could be seen, a secretion the army ants used to reinforce the tunnel walls, shimmering with an eerie glow in the dim light. The passages inside the tunnel resembled an underground labyrinth, crisscrossing in every direction and undulating up and down. Some passages slope upward, leading to nest chambers beneath slightly elevated patches of sand. Others drop steeply, as if leading into an endless abyss. Occasionally, tiny grains of sand fall from the ceiling of the passage as a result of the marching ants' activity above. Each grain that falls sounds like an alarm bell ringing in this silent cave. Nest chambers are scattered throughout the passages, varying in size. The smaller chambers resemble tightly packed storage rooms, filled with food scraps collected by the army ants, along with fragments of insect exoskeletons, plant fibers, and other debris all piled haphazardly together, giving off a putrid stench. The larger chambers serve as the marching ants' nurseries, where one can see countless white. Yang Wu, standing nearby, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of panic. He recalled the countermeasure he'd learned earlier, and with a flash of inspiration, sprang into action. Holding a specially designed flamethrower, he aimed it without hesitation at the queen ant's mouth and launched his attack. Flames roared out of the night in an instant, surging toward the queen ant with searing heat. The hissing sound of the flames echoed through the cave. However, the queen ant was no pushover either. Facing Yang Luo's attack, she reacted swiftly, tilting her massive head slightly to try to dodge the direct impact of the flames. At the same time, her powerful jaws began to snap open and shut, emitting a warning woo-woo-woo sound. Seeing this, Nina refused to be outdone. With a flick of her wrist, several flying needles shot toward the queen ant's eyes like lightning. A series of crisp clang sounds rang out as the flying needles bounced off one after another. The hard exoskeleton surrounding the queen ant's eyes remained completely unscathed. Nina was startled, but she didn't give up. She swung her hand again, firing a continuous stream of flying needles in an attempt to find a weak spot in the queen ant's defenses. At that moment, G snapped back to his senses. Gripping his weapon tightly, he let out a loud roar and charged toward the ant queen. He leaped high into the air, swinging the bloodthirsty blade with fierce momentum toward the ant queen's head. Sensing G's attack, the ant queen's massive body shifted slightly, using its hard exoskeleton to block his strike. The blade struck the queen ant's exoskeleton, sending sparks flying, but failed to inflict any substantial damage. The queen ant was thoroughly enraged and let out a furious roar. Immediately afterward, she unleashed her ultimate move, Surging Tide. Instantly, a massive swarm of marching ants surged from the cave, flooding toward the three of them like a black tide. Ji, Mina, and Yang Wu were instantly trapped. They were completely surrounded by the marching ants, with a dense swarm of ants closing in on them from all sides. Just as they thought they were as good as dead. Xiaobai stepped forward once more, his beautiful red eyes glowing. The surrounding magnetic field shifted immediately, and the air seemed to twist.
The worker ants' eyes turned blood red, no longer under the Queen's command. They were instead controlled by Xiao Bai and began to turn on each other, maiming and killing one another. A loud roar echoed. Ji shouted, "Don't panic. Keep attacking the queen, she is the key." Yang Wu was stunned by the scene. He knew Xiao Bai had saved him last time and was deeply grateful. He started shouting, "Xiao Bai, I love you. I'll wait for you until you've grown into a human, and then I'll marry you." "What?" Xiao Bai jumped in fright. The ants all turned their gaze toward Yang Wu at once. Xiao Bai quickly regained her composure and immediately took control of these foolish ants. "Put! Fatso, hurry up and help out, this queen ant is way too strong." Yang Wu realized his mistake. He drew his short sword and charged at the queen ant. She seized the opportunity created by the two of them attacking the queen ant from both sides and charged at her once more. Bloodthirsty Mad Blade, fourth form. Gathering all his strength, he thrust the blade viciously toward the queen ant's mouth. A frenzied flash of blade light. This time, the blade finally penetrated a little, but not deep enough. Killed a 4th tier exotic beast, reward, vitality 2000+. The ant queen writhed in agony, and her attacks grew even more frenzied. She kept spraying formic acid, filling the cave with a pungent stench. She, Mina, and Yang Wu had no choice but to dodge the formic acid attacks while continuing to battle the marching ants and the queen. "We can't give up, we have to defeat it," Ji encouraged his companions. He had set his sights on the queen's crystal behind the queen. The three of them worked together. Yang Wu used his flames to pin down the marching ants and the queen. Mina looked for opportunities to attack the queen's eyes, and she kept trying to strike the queen's mouth. Without the help of her worker ants, the queen began to run out of stamina. With her mandibles injured and unable to use her ultimate move, the queen ant felt a deep sense of despair. She couldn't fathom why the humans knew all her weaknesses. Damn it! After the queen ant sprayed formic acid once, her mandibles opened slightly, revealing a tiny opening. Ji's eyes were sharp and his hands quick, mustering his last ounce of strength. He thrust the bloodthirsty blade deep into the queen ant's mandibles. The queen let out a piercing scream, her body convulsed violently. She's dead. Killed 1/4 tier exotic beast. Reward, 5000+ vitality, 2500+ killing intent. As the queen's struggles gradually subsided, the marching ants around her began to fall into chaos. They knew their queen was dead. Would they come after them for revenge? What should they do? Their souls were under someone else's control. Mina, who had put in the least effort, immediately pocketed the queen's crystal. "Let us get out of here." Once those marching ants outside return and see their queen is dead, they'll go berserk. Though exhausted, they had to run. They swallowed some elixirs to boost their stamina. They followed the direction in which Xiao Bai had flown. Before leaving, the mischievous Yang Wu set the queen's chamber ablaze. Now, the marching ants returning from outside to rescue the queen would be like moths flying into the flame. Awesome! They ran to a small sand dune outside. The system voice rang out. "Congratulations to Captain Ji at the Ant Nest Assessment Point, 2000 individual points, plus 100 bonus points. Teammates, Yang Wu, 600 points, Mina, 400 points. Lying back, he reveled in the agonized screams of those marching ants rushing to their deaths. Kaka, kaka kaka, kaka, Yang Wu burst out laughing. The usually reserved Mina was amused by this fat guy. It was also the joy of having narrowly escaped death. Hee hee, hee hee. Ha ha, ha ha. Xiao Bai was mentally and physically exhausted. It seemed he had truly pushed his body to the limit to save them. Ji fed him a pill. It was bright red. What kind of medicine is this? Blood essence. Blood essence from 10,000 beasts. He had Cheng Jiping prepare it for him, knowing this day would come. The originally white bat began to turn bright red. Waves of vitality kept flowing into Xiao Bai's body. He broke off some more queen ant crystals and fed them to it. Xiao Bai's eyes grew heavy and glassy. It seemed it was about to fall asleep again. Ji carefully placed it inside his backpack. He had learned from Mina that this queen ant crystal was a spiritual elixir capable of breaking down all harmful impurities.
It served as an excellent ingredient for alchemical pills. Adding it to a typical formula could raise its grade by at least one level. By feeding it to Xiaobai, its detoxifying properties would help purge the blood poison from its body. After all, feeding it essence of 10,000 beasts for so long must have left many impurities.
Mina sat down beside him, watching the sunset.
Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the slopes of the sand dunes took on a delicate, warm golden hue, as if painstakingly painted by nature with the finest brushstrokes. The once sharp ridges of the sand dunes were now enveloped in soft light, becoming rounded and poetic. As the sun gradually sank, the colors in the sky kept shifting. The beautiful scenery calmed them both. It felt so comforting.
"What's the matter, you're being so sentimental?"
"No need for all those polite words.
You helped me in the evil forest and at the Alchemist Guild. You're my savior."
Mina smiled with satisfaction. They'd already become quite close.
This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. It's nothing. But I bet that ant nest has already collapsed.
Yang Wu cooked with great pride.
This was definitely thanks to his efforts.
Tens of thousands of alien marching ants had been wiped out.
Yang Wu asked curiously, "Where are your blood dragon armor and minotaur breastplate?" Ji smiled. "I ended up giving them away." "To whom?"
"Chang Yu and Chang Feng.
Their physical constitutions are too weak. They'd be no good without proper armor."
Ji actually knew that this armor would slow him down, but he believed that, in martial arts, nothing can
withstand speed.
The Chang brothers had helped him before, so he wanted to repay their kindness immediately. Besides, he didn't feel there was any need to wear the armor. Now that they were here, in this desolate desert where not even a dog would venture. It was scorching hot during the day. How could he possibly wear armor?
Late at night,
Ji and his group had been walking for 2 hours. Ji led the way, with Yang Wu bringing up the rear. The nighttime temperature was extremely low, truly a wild desert. Still, this was much more comfortable than marching under the scorching heat.
System, map. Yes. You are in the eastern part of the Mad Desert, the Labyrinth Corridor.
The wind and sand here are fierce. Small sand dunes are blown around, and their paths are so erratic that it's impossible to find north.
The compass keeps spinning. There's magnetic interference, so it's completely useless.
Plus, the sky is full of stars, but not a single one is particularly bright. It's so uniform it looks a bit fake. There's no star like the North Star to guide us.
Neither high-tech nor natural navigation methods can help us find our way.
Mina's eyes glazed over as she gave a wry smile. What terrible luck, 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck. I read the walkthrough before. The hardest part of this dungeon's first stage is the ant nest, and the second stage is the labyrinth corridor, and we managed to run into both at the same time.
Yang Wu, that chubby guy, was surprisingly nonchalant.
He shrugged. "Manny, we're used to it by now. They'd been making their way here the whole time without encountering much that was easy. Starting off by facing a genius opponent, being framed and dragged into the city's hardest dungeon, being hunted down by experts, the Memorial Hall incident. What's happening now is only to be expected. There hasn't been any artificial interference yet, so things are going according to plan." Ji was also in a good frame of mind, remaining very calm.
She said calmly, "The chubby guy is right. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it.
The harder and more dangerous it is, the greater the rewards.
Doesn't the fact that we obtained the Queen Ant Crystal prove this point perfectly?"
Seeing her two companions in such a composed state put Mina's mind at ease. She actually felt a bit ashamed. They were both just ordinary martial artists, yet she, as a sect disciple, was so afraid of death.
"Right.
So how are we going to get through this stage?"
"Young Master Ling, young fatty."
The tension had left her face, making her look radiant and captivating.
"The sun, that's right, the sun."
Ji knew that the key to this dungeon was the sun. With the sun to guide them, they could determine their direction. When the sun rises, head in the opposite direction of the sun, and you'll find your way out of the sand maze.
Although traveling in the morning is very arduous, I suspect this maze was designed to trap martial artists who travel at night.
Logically speaking, a place like this is bound to be full of dangers.
Traveling in the morning actually makes it easier to spot hazards. Both agreed with Ji's assessment.
So, they rested where they were. Time passed quickly, and the sun rose in the east. They were ready to move forward. Retracing their steps, they discovered many corpses that had long since dried up. There were the remains of mythical beasts, ordinary animals, and even human bodies. These human corpses must have belonged to martial artists trapped in the maze. Yang Wu searched the bodies as if they were a treasure trove, looking for anything useful. Food was definitely out of the question after all. These bodies had been there for at least a year, and it was impossible to say how much was still edible. Yang Wu's eyes sparkled like an explorer who had discovered a treasure in the desert as he eagerly rummaged through the decaying corpses. His hands moved swiftly, searching through the corpses' clothing, their packs, and the surrounding sand, leaving no corner untouched that might hide a treasure. In a pile of sand beside a corpse that appeared relatively intact, he felt a hard object. Excitedly, he dug it out. It turned out to be a dagger with a unique design. The dagger's hilt was inlaid with an unidentified gemstone, which shimmered with a mysterious glow in the afterglow of the setting sun. The blade was incredibly sharp, though weathered by the passage of time. It still radiated a cold gleam, as if recounting its former glory. Yang Wu handled the dagger for a moment, then, satisfied, tucked it into his pouch. Mina let out a startled cry. Li Hua's dagger. What kind of treasure is this? Yang Wu asked with a smile. She burst into tears, sobbing. She knelt in the sand, her hand resting on the body. She is my cousin, Fan Li Hua. What? She had died 5 years ago while taking the martial arts exam. I never imagined she'd be right here. My condolences. She unhesitatingly snatched the Li Hua dagger. On a small pebble, she carved Fan Li Hua's name. After burying the body, she placed the pebble with the name engraved on it as a gravestone. She knelt down and bowed several times. Cousin. Cousin. I've finally found you. Ever since she was a child, this cousin had taught her Chinese, math, and English every winter and summer vacation. She'd been her private tutor. Next, Yang Wu discovered a tattered ancient text in the backpack of another corpse. The paper had yellowed with age, but the characters were still clearly legible. One word was written on the cover, Chunyang Pom. Yang Wu carefully opened the ancient text and found it contained records of mysterious martial arts techniques and cultivation insights. He dodged repeatedly, and none of the projectiles managed to harm him in the slightest. Mina's silver needles had already been launched toward her opponent. Whoosh! Medicine King's flying needles? Someone from the Alchemist Guild? The person firing the projectiles from a distance said. She made no attempt to hide her identity. I am Mina of the Alchemist Guild. Who are you, you vermin, to dare throw hidden weapons at this? 3 figures emerged from behind a sand dune. The 3 were hideous and had menacing expressions. At a glance, one could tell they were no good. We are disciples of the poison scorpion sect of Kun City. Their gloomy gazes and malevolent expressions seemed to foreshadow a new crisis about to unfold. Their appearance made the already unpredictable desert journey even more perilous, forcing Ji and his companions to redouble their vigilance and prepare for any trouble that might arise. My name is Luo Xian, said the ringleader. These 2 are my men, Mo Li and Zhang Xiao. Luo Xian eyed Mina from head to toe and smiled a lecherous grin. Fairy, you're truly stunning. I like what I see. Hee hee. Hee hee. His henchman laughed in a rather pathetic way. Get lost. 3 silver needles had already flown toward Luo Xian. He simply gave a light flick of his wrist. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 silver needles fell to the ground. Petty tricks. Mina clenched her fists. She never imagined that this surprise attack would have absolutely no effect on this man. Everyone in the Luo family is someone special except for you, you good for nothing. She pointed at Luo Xian and scolded, see, Ronaldo, Little Luo, and Big Luo are all soccer stars. You're so ugly you might as well be called Ugly Luo. You. Click. Mina smiled. Her earlier pessimism that her throwing weapons were completely useless began to fade. Ugly Luo, let me ask you this, are you after this map? What secret does it hold? You're not worthy of knowing the map's secret.
Luo Xian shot a contemptuous glance at his two henchmen and said with a smirk, "You hick, calling yourself young master? And besides, I've got my eye on this alchemist guild lady's body. Do you two want to watch? Ha ha ha. Shameless." He was looking down on Ji and Yang Wu. This was the worst decision they'd ever made in their lives. Ji was enraged by this arrogant, lecherous scoundrel. He shoved the map deep into his chest, determined never to hand it over. The bloodthirst blade had already sensed his rage. The character for blood flickered incessantly, radiating a blood-red glow. These three scoundrels were indeed skilled fighters. Sensing the killing intent, their expressions shifted instantly from smug grins to grim determination as they drew their weapons. Ji executed the cloud drifting step. His figure flickered like a ghostly apparition as he instantly charged toward the three men. His speed was blinding, kicking up a cloud of sand like a gale sweeping through the desert. Ji launched the first attack, aiming directly at Luo Xian among the trio. However, Emoli reacted with lightning speed. He sidestepped and raised his weapon horizontally, forcefully blocking Ji's fierce opening strike. Clang, the clang of metal on metal. The sound of clashing metal rang out across the open desert, echoing with a grim, deadly aura. Ugh, sput. He spat out a trickle of blood. This kid is no pushover. Emoli thought to himself in surprise. The three of them immediately realized that Ji was no ordinary opponent. There is something strange about that butcher's knife of his. Let us go at him together. Immediately, the three launched a counterattack, forming a triangle to surround Ji. Luo Xian struck first, swinging his long whip like a venomous snake toward Ji. The tip of the whip sliced through the air, emitting a series of crack sounds. Ji darted aside, deftly evading Luo Xian's attack. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xiao, wielding twin swords, closed in rapidly from the other side. The glint of her blades flashed as she lunged straight for Ji's vital points. Ji remained unflustered. Using the exquisite footwork of the cloud drift step, he weaved through the gaps in their attacks, sometimes sidestepping, sometimes parrying the blades with his arms. Emoli, Luo Xian, and Zhang Xiao realized they were no match for Ji. Who are you? He. I'm your grandpa. Ji of Fengyue City. Grandpa? The trio's true killing intent flared. Emoli and Zhang Xiao exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. They decided to use a combined technique against Ji. Their coordination was flawless. Emoli leaped high into the air, bringing his greatsword down with tremendous force in a downward slash, while Zhang Xiao swept low from the ground. Their twin swords, like two silver vipers, one high, one low, cut off Ji's retreat. They shouted in unison, "Poison Scorpion unites the 8 directions." Faced with this tightly coordinated attack, Ji dared not let his guard down for a moment. He focused his concentration, mustered all his strength, and unleashed a move called Horizontal Slaying of 1,000 Armies. Clang! The weapons collided. Afterimages streaked through the air as they clashed with Emoli and Zhang Xiao's attacks. For a moment, the battle was deadlocked, with dust and sand swirling and obscuring their figures. Seeing Ji embroiled in a fierce battle, Yang Wu joined the fray without hesitation. With a loud roar, he charged at Emoli like a tiger descending a mountain. "I'll be your opponent," Luo Xian said with a cold smile. "Come." Yang Wu channeled his pure yang qi. Every swing of his blade was accompanied by a whistling wind. Mina was not to be outdone. Her movements were as light and nimble as an agile swallow, darting swiftly across the battlefield. The flying needles in her hand shot out continuously, aiming for Zhang Xiao's vital points. Luo Xian's scalp prickled with fear. He retreated rapidly, switching from offense to defense. Meanwhile, Emoli let out a loud cry, "You actually have the nerve to kill Zhang Xiao." Ji had no intention of letting them off the hook. Without a word, he unleashed a sweeping strike aimed at both of them. This time, Luo Xian retreated to defend himself, but Emoli was in for a world of pain. His weapon, after being struck repeatedly, shattered. What? Immediately, 2 flying needles shot toward him. Ah! Emoli's right eye was pierced, and blood spurted out. Luo Xian's scalp prickled at the sight. "Wait, we surrender."
Hearing that even their leader had surrendered, Emoli had no choice but to kneel and surrender as well.
Please, spare us. G's bloodthirsty blade was pressed against Emoli's neck. Speak.
Emoli glanced back at Luo Xian, who had his head bowed, showing no intention of resisting. Gritting his teeth, he said, "This is a treasure map belonging to one of our sect's masters." The bloodthirsty blade pressed against his skin too close for comfort, leaving a trail of blood. "Hero, be careful, be careful. I'll tell you." It was a long story. 500 years ago, the poison scorpion sect produced a prodigy named Robin. His cultivation was terrifyingly high. He was among the top combatants in Dragon Nation. But after he traveled to another realm and returned, his personality had completely changed. He left the sect and severed ties with the national team. Many years later, he returned to the poison scorpion sect, handed a map to his younger cousin, and then ascended to heaven. He left without a single word. The sect leader spent his entire life searching for the treasure, but everyone remained convinced that Robin must have hidden some miraculous artifacts. After all, he was someone who had traveled to another realm. Later, discord arose within the poison scorpion sect, and Robin's map was divided into 4 pieces. 3 of them went missing. They received word that one of the thieves had been hiding in the wild desert, but who would have known that this man would enter the labyrinth corridor and die of thirst? Emoli pointed at the corpse. "The clothes on this body belong to our poison scorpion sect. This map is ours." After hearing this, she kicked him across the room with a single blow. "Get lost. You can find treasure on the ground, but you can't get it by begging heaven and earth." These 3 thought they were invincible because of their combined technique. If they'd been humble enough to negotiate with G and his group from the start, they could have surely traded for it with something reasonable or even gotten it without spending a single coin. There's no going back now, and with one of them dead, they've lost both the battle and the war. Luo Xian's voice trembled. "How can you give this map back to us?" "Oh, give it back. Ha, you're really funny. It's mine now. It's no use even if you try to take it. No, no, no. I can keep it as an antique. However, if you hand over the other 3 pieces, this young master can take the lot of you on a treasure hunt. If you manage to gather the other 3 pieces and bring them here, we'll go on the treasure hunt together and I'll take a quarter of the spoils." Hearing this shameless reply, Luo Xian could no longer contain himself and stood up. Pointing at Ji, he shouted, "You're shameless." But he knew cursing was useless, so he had no choice but to reluctantly agree, for now after all, everyone already knew who had it. Once he actually gathered the other 3 fragments, he find a master to kill them and reclaim this one. "I don't have the authority to accept your proposal, but I'll go back to the sect and tell the sect master he'll decide." "Emoli, let us go." They walked off in the opposite direction. Mina put away the 2 silver needles in her hand and muttered to herself, "The poison scorpion sect's combined technique is really powerful." "Not really, we broke through it easily." "No, they were just throwing it together on the spot. They hadn't practiced their combined technique for very long. If we ran into their true masters, we'd be in danger." "But is the poison scorpion sect a heretical cult?" "No, the name sounds a bit sinister, but they've long since fallen apart. The faction participating in the martial arts exam now definitely belongs to the righteous school." As Mina said, many sects that sounded like cults had been wiped out, dismantled, and absorbed by the national forces in the early days of the liberation. However, there were still some hidden deep in the mountains and dense forests, and with those, you never knew. She took out a bottle of water and sipped it carefully. Getting lost in the maze meant they had to cherish every drop. Mina suddenly covered her mouth. "How is that possible?" "When, Manny? Our wristbands don't work here." "No wonder that guy just called for surrender. He didn't log out of the dungeon." "Magnetic interference. That Luo Xian, he wasn't afraid we'd leave the dungeon through the system, which is why he attacked us to steal the map." With that, their only hope of survival was to find their own way out. 1 hour. 2 hours. They'd been walking for who knows how long, even using the sun to navigate. They couldn't find a way out. Yang Wu said frantically, "Look, we were right here an hour ago. There was the bottle he'd thrown away. They had to come up with another plan before continuing. All around them were sand dunes towering like walls, rolling endlessly, seemingly without end. At first, they tried to retrace their steps by memory, but every path that seemed familiar only led to new confusion around the next bend. The sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth. The searing heat made them restless and steadily sapped their strength.
This isn't going to work.
We need to come up with a special way to find the exit, she said, panting, his eyes revealing determination and a hint of anxiety.
This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading.
The three of them, drenched in sweat, had been walking for a full 3 hours. After a long and arduous effort, they finally noticed a change in the pattern of the sand dunes ahead. The passage gradually widened. As they climbed over a dune, a vast expanse of sandy terrain opened up before them. In the distance, the edge of the desert met the blue sky. The familiar system voice sounded.
System reconnecting.
They had successfully found the exit to the maze. Joyful smiles spread across their exhausted faces, and they supported one another as they made their way out of the desert.
Connection successful, map repositioned, Cactus Garden. Cactus Garden? Yang Wu blurted out without thinking.
Before their eyes unfolded a unique and wondrous landscape of a cactus garden, as if it were a mysterious fairyland hidden within the desert. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was filled with cacti of every shape and form. There was a vast variety of cacti, varying in height, thickness, and shape. Some were as small as shrubs, clustered together to form a patch of green mounds. Others soared skyward, their stems thick and straight. Some of these cacti have broad, thick leaves covered in sharp spines that glisten silver in the sunlight. They store water and nutrients in the desert's dry air. Many are even edible. Some taste like fruit, while others are used as beverages.
Heaven! Yang Wu, dinner's ready.
G's mood had improved considerably, even after navigating the labyrinthine corridors that had nearly cost him his life. Now they had arrived at the most comfortable and resource-rich spot in this dungeon. This time, things weren't as bad as they could have been.
Got it. He pulled out his pocket knife and ran off to harvest some edible cacti.
This was the first time Mina had felt truly at ease since arriving here. She paid no mind to the two men present. She took out a hand towel and began to wash herself. By this point, they were all a mess, covered head to toe in wind and sand. She undid a few buttons to make cleaning easier. Her graceful, curvaceous figure, now partially revealed, was incredibly alluring. Seeing this, G's emotions ran wild. His blood pressure spiked, and his heart rate shot up to 150. His face was already bright red.
Mina heard the roar of the Imperial engine and looked in the direction of the sound. She awkwardly locked eyes with G.
Realizing her behavior was inappropriate this time, she covered her chest.
Have you had enough of looking?
No. Teased by this, she nearly fainted with anger. She wasn't the type to beat around the bush. I never would have thought you and that fatso were cut from the same cloth.
Don't talk trash about me. Yang Fei's voice drifted over from nearby.
G swallowed hard and turned his face away.
Come on.
It's just that a gentleman admires a graceful lady. I'm a normal guy. Next time, just dress a little more conservatively.
Humph.
She smoothed out her clothes and sat down.
All right, sis is a fairy, sacred and untouchable. Don't even think about my body from now on.
Got it, fairy.
G let her have her way.
Just then, Yang Wu returned with a large haul of cactus. It looked absolutely delicious. They all picked up the prepared cactus flesh and began to eat. Yang Wu seemed to be in a good mood. Some pieces were heart-shaped, others star-shaped. Sweet and juicy. Delicious. For nearly a day, the three of them had been able to drink only water in tiny sips, so eating this cactus flesh as juicy as fruit was truly an unparalleled treat.
Mina took it a step further. She used the cactus flesh as a facial mask. Women really do love beauty. She even covered her arms with it.
That fatso followed suit, plastering his whole body with it. G, however, wasn't nearly as beauty-conscious as they were. He sat firmly in meditation, processing the knowledge stored in his sea of consciousness. Who knows how much time had passed?
Ah! A girl's scream. The sound jolted Ji out of his deep meditation, and the cactus flesh on Yang Wu's face had already dried up. Where's Mina? Yang Wu also jolted awake. The two of them looked around frantically but couldn't find Mina anywhere. Had she vanished? Ah, her voice was slightly hoarse, a scream that had left her voice raw, a scream of agony. The two of them immediately ran toward the source of the sound. The sound was coming from the direction of the cactus, which towered as high as a cloud. Behind the massive cactus. There they saw Mina's back, her head bowed as she wept. Wah! As they approached, a heart-wrenching scene met their eyes. Beneath the colossal cactus, a nauseating stench of decay permeated the air. In the corner, a woman's corpse lay motionless, like a broken doll forgotten by the world. Her body was half submerged in a pool of dry, blackened blood. Her skin had turned a lifeless grayish white, as if all her blood had been drained away. In some places, the flesh had already begun to rot, and livor mortis had set in on the exposed skin. Her eyes were wide open, though the eyeballs were cloudy and lifeless. They still seemed to hold the terror and despair of her final moments, staring fixedly in one direction as if witnessing the descent of an unspeakable horror. Her clothes were in tatters, with ragged strips of fabric barely clinging to her body, covered in stains and blood. The clothes looked familiar. They were the uniform of a female apprentice from the alchemist guild. On the sand and soil around her were strange scratches, as if made by frantically clawing with sharp nails. It seemed she had been trying to escape from something terrible in her final moments. What terrified Ji and Yang Wu even more was that the bloodstain on the corpse was coming from her private parts. It was certainly worse than being abused and defiled. Young Master Ling, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Even Yang Wu, who was used to slaughtering pigs, felt a bit queasy. Mina, who is she? Mina wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said painfully, her name is Chen Sisi. She is a martial artist from our family. As she spoke, she reached for something to cover the body. Wait. She found this strange. Normally, as long as someone wore the Martial Arts Association bracelet when entering the realm, the system would teleport the body out upon death, yet this corpse was still here. Maddie, check her left hand for the bracelet. Mina snapped out of her daze. She immediately checked both the left and right hands of the corpse. She saw that neither hand was wearing anything, not even the pretty wrist guards that girls like to wear. All of her valuables were gone. Yang Wu, go look around to see if you can find the wristband. Although Yang Wu was a womanizer, he was only interested in living, breathing women. He still felt some fear toward corpses. Okay, I'll go look. Mina was still very upset. As long as we found the bracelet and got her back to the association, someone would definitely investigate, and I was confident we'd find the real killer. He surmised that the killer had seen the girl traveling alone and struck without mercy. First, he knocked her unconscious, then removed the bracelet to prevent her from surrendering and leaving. He didn't even let the body leave. Only then did he sexually assault her. Yang Wu searched everywhere, though he didn't really expect to find anything. The killer wasn't stupid. He probably knew how to dispose of the body and destroy the evidence. Destroying the crucial bracelet would have been enough to cover his tracks. He looked up at the towering cactus. I'll climb up and take a look, maybe I'll find other clues. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the spines of these giant cacti were as thick as a pen and incredibly hard. Even a man weighing 180 kg like him could step on them without any trouble. Like a sturdy colt, he quickly scaled to the top. It truly was an endless desert. He examined every inch of the area, afraid of missing even the tiniest spot. Don't let his imposing stature fool you. He was very thorough and reliable in his work. The bracelet itself emitted a faint red or blue glow. He wisely decided to wait, confident that once darkness fell, the bracelet would be impossible to hide in this vast desert. Ji reassured her, we'll wait until dark, then go look for the bracelet together. That's the best plan. We're not professional investigators. We don't have the ability to uncover the truth. Mina realized this was the only option, but she silently vowed that once she found out who did this, she would avenge her tribesmen. As night fell, the temperature in the desert plummeted. It's freezing. Yang Wu muttered. Stop complaining and let us hurry up and find the bracelet, Ji urged.
The three of them spread out, searching carefully.
Mina suddenly shouted, "I think I see a light."
Ji hurried over.
"Is it the bracelet?" she asked anxiously.
"I'm not sure, let us go take a look," Mina said as she cautiously approached. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a glowing insect.
That was a false alarm. Yang Wu sighed in disappointment. He was still perched on the massive cactus.
"Don't get discouraged. Let us keep looking," Ji encouraged everyone. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, blowing sand into their eyes. This wind couldn't have come at a worse time. Yang Wu rubbed his eyes. After the wind died down, a faint red glow could be seen beneath a cactus in the distance. They surmised that the culprit had buried the bracelet under the sand. Heaven's net is vast but never misses its mark. A timely gust of wind had revealed the secret buried beneath the ground. Yang Wu was quick-witted. From his vantage point high up, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the light. If he hadn't spotted it, the next time the wind picked up, it might have buried the secret once again. Yang Wu pointed toward the distance and exclaimed with delight, "Look! Isn't that the bracelet?" Ji ran in the direction he was pointing and picked up the bracelet. "I finally found it. Now we can get justice for Chen Cece." Mina's eyes glistened with tears. She was just as fast as Ji. Ji made an okay gesture. Yang Wu climbed down, using the cactus spines for support.
She sighed and said, "Thank goodness the killer didn't damage the bracelet." Mina's mood improved considerably. "Are you really unaware of this, or are you just pretending? Dungeon bracelets are indestructible. They're custom-made.
Dungeon bracelets are crafted based on the highest cultivation level required for the mission at hand. The materials must be capable of withstanding 2 full levels higher than that rank before there's any chance of them being damaged." Ji scratched his head. As a martial artist born into a commoner family, this was only his second time entering a dungeon for the martial arts exam. Unlike sects which had the resources to send their disciples into dungeons of various levels for training from a young age, he didn't have that luxury. As they spoke, they returned to the woman's body. Mina prepared to put the bracelet on her so the body could be returned to the Martial Artists Association.
Just as Mina was about to press the reset button on the bracelet.
"Wait!" Ji's large hand reached out toward the cold, lifeless body. Mina thought Ji was about to do something disrespectful to the corpse.
"What are you doing?"
He ignored her words and grasped her right hand with one hand. He saw that her right hand was clenched into a fist.
"I think there's something in her palm."
He pried it open with force. It was clenched very tightly. It seemed she had been so angry that she used all her strength to protect whatever was inside. She finally pried open the corpse's right hand to reveal a small stone engraved with strange runes.
"What is this?"
Yang Wu leaned in and asked. "I don't know, but it's definitely related to her death," Mina said, frowning. Ji took the stone and examined it closely. A hint of malevolence seeped into his body. "It's very sinister." She held the stone in his hand, his brow furrowed, and said to Mina and Yang Wu, "This stone radiates malevolence.
We need to be careful." Mina looked worried, "But we know nothing about this thing. How should we handle it?"
Yang Wu scratched his head. "Why don't we just put the bracelet on her first, take the body back to the Martial Artists Association, and let those old guys deal with this stone?" Ji shook his head.
"I don't think that's a good idea.
This stone might be the key to uncovering the truth behind her death. If we just hand it over like this, the truth might be buried forever."
Mina thought for a moment. "Yes, right. We may not be professional investigators, but since we've come this far, we can't give up halfway."
Yang Wu shrugged helplessly. "All right, then.
But where do we even start? I've never seen runes like these on a stone before."
She held the stone up to his eyes. He had spent 2 months in the Alchemist Guild library, imprinting every book there into his spiritual sea.
"I'm pretty sure I've seen this before. Maybe I can find a record of these runes. System, help me figure out what these runes mean."
"Yes."
"Starting search."
She felt a surge of joy. It turned out he was far from having fully unlocked the bloodthirsty system's capabilities. Whoosh!
Chen Cc's body was teleported back to the Martial Artists Association in Fengyue City. Upon receiving the body, the Martial Artists Association representative shook his head repeatedly. He notified his superiors and had a forensic expert come to the scene to collect evidence. The female corpse's wristband contained a record of some text. It was Mina who had recorded the details of how they discovered the body and the steps they took to handle it onto the bracelet's memory. Based on the information they provided, the criminal investigators opened a case. No results were forthcoming for the time being. The wild desert. Dawn was breaking. They continued their journey toward the center of the desert. Yang Wu was fiddling with his bracelet. What do we do if we run into members of the witch clan? She was highly sensitive to killing intent, and having trained in the Alchemist Guild's martial arts, he could sense the aura of its disciples. If a witch clan disciple carried the aura of the Alchemist Guild, they were almost certainly the killer. Kill! Before she could even speak, Mina exclaimed furiously. She was surprised by this woman's lack of fear. Most women would be terrified of these people. Let us go. We're heading toward the pyramids. They had just left the boundaries of the cactus garden and entered the endless desert once more. The closer they got to the center, the more dangerous it became. Not only did they have to defend against attacks from strange beasts, but they also had to figure out how to deal with the blue team's hostile stance. They walked for half an hour. They came across 3 groups from the red team. So, they joined forces with 9 people together. They'd be safer. Another half hour passed. Ji, look. Yang Wu said, pointing not far ahead. Ji squinted and saw someone lying on a sand dune. He hurried over to check on her. It was a woman wearing a blue court dress. She had delicate features and was quite pretty. Mina checked her pulse. She is not dead. She is suffering from dehydration and heatstroke. Miss. Wake up. She fed her some cactus juice to rehydrate her. Soon, she came to. She coughed a few times, and when she saw a handsome man holding her, her face flushed involuntarily. She wanted to speak but didn't know what to say. She is awake. Mina immediately fed her a pill. Thank you all for saving me, the woman said weakly. Young lady, how did you end up here all alone? She asked. I'm a solo adventurer. No one has ever been willing to take me on a party. I met a few other solo adventurers and traveled with them, the woman replied, a hint of panic in her eyes. Do you remember where they went? Mina pressed. The woman shook her head. I don't remember. All I know is that we were attacked by a strange beast. Yang Wu frowned. That's not good. Mina thought for a moment. Let us take her with us for now. That'll definitely be fine. The woman clutched G's neck tightly with both hands, very intimately, her face almost pressed against his. My name is Lu Xiang. I'm from the Sherman City Chamber of Commerce. Big brother, I'd like to join your team. She felt a sudden urge to kiss her, but with so many people around, he had to remain calm. Miss Lu Xiang, you can follow us. You don't have to join our team. Her big, watery eyes seemed to sparkle with electricity as she looked at Ji imploringly. Mina spoke up, Ji, since she wants to join, let her join. Yang Wu was also hoping for more beautiful women to join. Since everyone had spoken up, the two touched their wristbands together. Do I wish to join my team? I do. And just like that, their team gained a new member. The group continued on their way when suddenly a fierce wind whipped up a storm of yellow sand. Watch out! Ji shouted. Once the sandstorm subsided, they discovered a group of mysterious figures had appeared all around them. Desert scorpions. However, their group now numbered 10. She didn't even have to lift a finger. These beasts were all killed instantly. Eager to earn points, the others charged forward at the first sign of a beast. As the team leader, Ji had no choice but to stay behind and provide protection. Along the way, Mina's protective instincts toward the women became increasingly evident. 1, 2, Their numbers kept growing.
While other teams demanded that strong fighters join their ranks, G's team only accepted vulnerable women. It was truly a burden for G after all. The more strange beasts they encountered, the more people he had to protect. These vulnerable women really had no sense of their own limitations. They all bravely charged forward. G had no intention of earning points from these strange beasts either. His goal was the treasure at the end. Although the tournament host hadn't mentioned its importance, G was convinced it must be a hidden requirement for automatic qualification. Another day passed. His team had actually swelled to 12 members, well over the limit. After all, their supplies of water and food were very limited. However, Yang Wu kept insisting it wasn't a problem. He even said cooking with a few girls would be quite pleasant. What a love-struck fool. G looked at the oversized team. Though he had some concerns, he didn't dare say much. That day, they were attacked by a pack of sand wolves again. The sand wolves were extremely fast, and the group fell into a bit of a panic. Lu Xiang hid behind Ji and whispered, "Big brother, these sand wolves are so scary." Ji reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Everyone, stick to our previous defensive formation." Yang Wu, however, shouted, "What is there to be afraid of? We outnumber them. If we charge in, we'll score big." Mina shot Yang Wu a withering. Mina, however, said worriedly, "It could also be dangerous. We can't be so reckless." Ji examined the entrance closely. "Are you okay?" Ji asked with concern. The group continued to battle the scorpion, and after a fierce struggle, they finally defeated it. Yang Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead. "We finally took care of this big guy." She looked at the scorpion's corpse, said thoughtfully, "If this scorpion was guarding this place, could there really be something important inside the cave? At the very least, I think there's water in there." She crouched down and felt the soil on the ground. "I'll go take a look. The rest of you should wait here." Yang Wu left some water and food behind. "No, there must be treasure inside." "We want to go too," one of the girls pleaded. She frowned and shook his head. "It's dangerous and cramped in there. I can't fully guarantee your safety." He sensed that it was a tomb, possibly containing traps and strange beasts. Several girls patted their not particularly large chests and said confidently, "We're not afraid, and we don't need you to be in charge." Time was running out. "If you're not afraid of dying, you can come in with us." With that, they turned on their flashlights and walked inside. 5 fearless girls followed them in. Ji and his group moved cautiously through the cave. "This place is so eerie, it really gives me the creeps," one girl said, trembling. "Keep your voices down, don't disturb anything," Ji reminded them in a hushed voice. Suddenly, a series of clicking sounds came from ahead. "Oh no, there might be a trap!" Yang Wu cried out in alarm. Everyone stopped in their tracks, and she cautiously moved forward to investigate. "Everyone, fall back!" Ji shouted. Suddenly, rows of sharp spikes shot up from the ground. "What should we do?" Lu Xiang asked anxiously. Mina said calmly, "Let us look for any weaknesses in the trap." Just then, a girl accidentally brushed against the stone wall beside her. Rumble, rumble, a massive boulder rolled down from above. "Run!" Ji roared. Everyone scattered in all directions, and chaos ensued. One girl didn't run, she stood alone facing the direction the boulder was rolling from. "What are you doing?" Mina cried out anxiously. Suddenly, she pulled out her long staff, holding it horizontally. The staff immediately shot out rapidly toward the walls on either side, embedding itself firmly into them. The boulder crashed directly into the wall formed by the staff. Boom! It stopped? Everyone stared in amazement at what the girl had done. They thought she was weak the whole time. Who knew her staff had such magical powers? It was just like the Rui Jingu Bang. Next, the other 4 girls each struck with all their might, shattering the boulder. They sent a clear message to the 3 of them, "We're not weak." She clasped her fists in shame. "You truly are heroines among women." The girl wielding the wish-granting staff was surnamed Sun and went by the name Jejia. She said she was the eldest daughter of the Sun family, the head of the Sun clan in Kuan City. Legend has it that their family descends from the great sage Sun Wukong, who descended to the mortal realm and fell in love with a mortal woman. A trace of divine energy remained, giving rise to their descendants. Whether this legend was simply the Sun family's way of embellishing their own reputation or the truth, even they themselves didn't know. The other four. One is Li Ying from the Xiaoyao Alliance in Kuan City, who wields a divine sword with powerful offensive capabilities, though her defense is unfortunately too weak. Another is Ma Ruxian from the Kuan City Merchants Guild, who wields a gold coin sword, balancing offense and defense though neither is particularly strong. Zhao Xian from the Kuan City Medical Association also wields a long sword and possesses skills in surgical medicine. And the fifth is Lu Xiang from Shimen City, the first person they rescued. Let us go. Ji was now brimming with confidence. The group had finally managed to escape the oppressively narrow path leading to the tomb's entrance, but before they could even catch their breath, a sinister aura as if emanating from the depths of the underworld swept over them like a surging tide. In the darkness, the sensation of being watched grew ever more intense, as if countless pairs of eyes hidden in the shadows glowing with a cold, eerie light were fixed intently on their every move, sending a chill down their spines. As they ventured deeper into the ancient tomb, danger followed in quick succession. Bizarre beasts appeared one after another, turning the place into a terrifying battlefield. Look at that gigantic scorpion as massive as a small battle chariot, its hard exoskeleton glowing with an eerie sheen in the darkness, as if steeped in evil magic. On its high-raised tail, the venomous stinger was thick and sharp, its tip, a chilling light, as if a single light prick could plunge all life into the abyss of death. Yet another strange beast ID never seen before. The system chimed again. 4th tier winged python, over 6,000 ox force, special moves, devastating venomous stinger, dragon-s tail swipe. Countermeasure, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. Turning my gaze to the winged python, its massive body coiled and soared through the air, its enormous wings flapping and stirring up waves of eerie air currents. It emitted a constant, spine-chilling hiss from its mouth. The sound echoed through the enclosed ancient tomb like a curse of death, sending shivers down one's spine. Seeing such a repulsive creature, the beauties felt a bit queasy. Unfortunately, they were truly heroines among women. The 6 beauties struck simultaneously. 6 streaks of sword light. Clang. 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 Boom. But the scales of this winged python were far too hard. Ji. Hurry and help us. In this perilous environment fraught with danger, Ji appeared as if the god of war had descended from the heavens. His posture was agile, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, and he exuded a powerful, reassuring aura. He stood like an impregnable fortress, steadfastly guarding the group from the front. Bloodthirsty blade, 4th form. Spiritual energy and killing intent coalesced into a blade of light. His moves were as precise as if calculated to the last detail, striking viciously at the beasts that dared to harm his companions. A single stroke severed the snake at its 7-inch vital point. Ji had plenty of experience fighting snakes. Killed 1 4th tier beast reward, 5000 plus vitality, 500 plus killing intent. Under his protection, the group fought their way through the obstacles, struggling forward toward the main burial chamber. Finally, the door leading to the main burial chamber came into view. All the beasts had been slain. Ji was taken completely by surprise by one of Lu Xiang's actions. She pressed her lips firmly against Ji's. Smack! Smack! Lu Xiang gazed at Ji with love in her eyes and whispered, "Captain Ji, you're so dashing. I fell in love with you the moment I saw you." Ji remained level-headed. He enjoyed being loved, but he wouldn't let just any woman get close to him. Ji's expression turned serious. "Miss Lu Xiang, if you keep acting this way, you'll be kicked off my team." Humph. People always say that when girls pursue men, it's like there's a veil between them, so why doesn't this man have the slightest interest in her? Aren't I pretty? You're pretty. But I only see you as a friend and a teammate. Please respect yourself. Her face flushed bright red. Being rejected to her face was truly humiliating. Nina watched the scene unfold, feeling a pang of envy. What kind of person is this she, anyway?
The other girls also looked down on Lu Xiang, thinking she was being too forward. Lu Xiang, come on.
Ji is so outstanding, there must be plenty of girls who like him.
You need to take a good look in the mirror.
They didn't know Ji's background. If they'd known he was just an ordinary member of the Butchers Guild, they wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. Han Shishi's example had kept Ji grounded when it came to love.
Yang Wu, open the tomb chamber door. She changed the subject. Everyone snapped back to attention and looked toward the door.
The door scraped against the floor with a creak, creak, creak. A chilling breeze swept out, sending shivers down their spines. The moment they stepped into the main burial chamber, a colossal sarcophagus came into view. This sarcophagus resembled an ancient colossal beast, lying quietly in the center of the chamber and exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. That aura seemed to have traveled through time and space from a distant era, carrying countless unknown secrets, inspiring awe while simultaneously making one unable to resist the urge to investigate further.
To lighten the mood, Yang Wu smiled and said, Manny, next time you go on an adventure, just choose midday, that way you'll avoid the early morning and evening hours, and you'll definitely be safe. He.
Mina laughed, realizing it was her fault for being so presumptuous.
Yang Wu actually took out a candle and lit it.
Ji wasn't in a hurry either. He looked around at the walls, examining what was actually painted on them.
It's a formation diagram,
Ji discovered to his surprise.
Whoa. Xiaobai. You're awake.
Xiaobai was seen flying above Ji's head.
His whole body was glowing. Level up. The bloodthirsty system's voice rang out.
Host, this phantom bloodbat is about to break through. It wishes to form a blood bond with you.
Do you accept?
Of course.
I've already come to regard it as family. Consume killing chi to learn the Blood Spirit Alliance technique. A complex incantation for the Blood Spirit Alliance technique flowed into Ji's mind. Damn. This is so hard.
He suddenly swung the bloodthirsty blade, slashing his own skin. Blood spattered, and Xiaobai flew over to absorb it.
Blood as the catalyst, spirit as the witness. Slicing through the void, forging an alliance. Threads of blood, fusion of spirits.
Sharing life and death, the power of the blood spirit.
The spell takes effect. This alliance is eternal.
Ji recited the blood incantation he had just learned.
Ji's body glowed red, and the phantom blood bat cup Xiaobai glowed red in sync. The minds of the man and the beast began to synchronize. Before, they had only a faint sense of each other, vaguely knowing what the other was thinking. Now, they could communicate their thoughts. It seemed that Ji's blood was a powerful tonic for it. They didn't notice Ji and Xiaobai's every move, simply because everyone was staring at Yang Wu's candle. But the candle had been glowing red all along. There was absolutely no change, let alone going out.
I told you so, you're all just being paranoid,
Mina said contemptuously.
Suddenly, they sensed the energy around them shift.
The white bat was sucking Ji's blood. Besides Yang Wu, Mina knew about Xiaobai's existence.
The other 5 were seeing it for the first time. After all, it had been sleeping in Ji's backpack until now.
There's a strange beast.
Yang Wu saw that they were performing some kind of ritual and immediately
jumped in front of them. He hurriedly said, It's one of us. That white bat is Ji's pet. Sun Jiejo's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, That bat can actually suck blood? That's unbelievable.
She smiled and explained, It has formed a blood pact with me. It won't harm any of you.
Mina frowned and asked, So what do we do next? Are we still going to open the coffin? Ji looked at the coffin and said resolutely, Open it. We've come this far, there's no reason to back down.
Yang Wu replied, All right, I'll continue.
Tension mounted once more as everyone watched Yang Wu's every move intently.
Just as Yang Wu was about to push open the stone lid, the tomb chamber suddenly shook violently. A red beam of light shot out from inside the coffin, striking the ceiling directly. The array patterns on the walls of the entire tomb chamber glowed red, signaling their activation.
GGG.
Xiaobai screamed and flew toward the core of the array.
Xiaobai.
She felt much more at ease seeing how much Xiaobai was enjoying himself.
Oh no, there must be a trap. Ji shouted. Sun Jejia screamed in fear, what are we going to do?
Mina forced herself to stay calm, don't panic yet, let us assess the situation. Just then, the stone lid began to shift slowly, and a pungent, sweet scent wafted out.
Everyone, seal your meridians immediately. This is a terrifying, intoxicating fragrance. Mina cried out.
She wasn't afraid after all, he was protected by the Earth Spirit Stone. Plus, with the protection he and Xiaobai provided, it would be hard to confuse him. Suddenly, Yang Wu began his performance, one that was quite a sight to behold. He wriggled his way to the edge of the coffin, as if the spot had instantly become his very own stage. His movements were exaggerated and bizarre as he began performing a pole dance. His body swayed, and every move was imbued with an inexplicable sass. He wiggled his hips in an extremely exaggerated manner, waving his hands wildly around his body, his face wearing a dazed yet comical expression. The scene was utterly jarring, completely at odds with. She drew the bloodthirsty blade and slowly walked toward the stone coffin. Surely there wouldn't be any terrifying zombies inside? But now, a sweet scent was wafting out. Could it be a beautiful female zombie? One step, one heartbeat. He couldn't help but stare at the Imperial engine. He was so nervous that cold sweat poured down his face. She froze in place instantly, cold sweat pouring down his face. His eyes were drawn to her, as if he stepped into a time machine. His soul was sucked into her eyes. G's vision went black. He found himself in a mysterious space. You mortal, how dare you covet my sword, the female zombie roared angrily. She forced himself to remain calm as he saw the female corpse standing before him. Please don't be angry, Lady Warrior. Let this junior have your sword, you won't be able to use it anyway. The female corpse let out a cold laugh. Humph. Even if I gave you this sword, it would be useless. I can tell you're a blade wielder, and you're incapable of mastering this divine weapon. Cold sweat poured down G's face, she had seen right through him. The female corpse's gaze was piercing. Young man, have you actually allied yourself with the Blood Illusion clan? He wouldn't back down now. She knew he couldn't show weakness. So what? The female corpse knew he was protected by the Blood Illusion clan within the illusion. She couldn't despise G's soul. Young man, what is your name? G. Very well, great heroes emerge in youth. At that moment, she also sensed the aura of the bloodthirsty blade. Bloodthirsty blade. G was surprised she had actually named his blade. It seemed this female corpse was no ordinary being. Senior, you know the blade I'm holding is the bloodthirsty blade. And you are? The female corpse, who had been quite arrogant moments ago, now wore a serene expression. To make the bloodthirsty blade take you seriously, you can't be an ordinary person. My name is Pan Banruo. She found it amusing. Pan Banruo? You're not related to Pangu, are you? Pangu is my ancestor. G's heart skipped a beat. He heard of the Pangu clan before. He thought it was just a legend, but it turned out to be true. Why were you sealed inside that stone coffin? A conspiracy. A terrible conspiracy, one you're not ready to understand yet. Pan Banruo pointed at the bloodthirsty blade hanging from G's back and said, it's no coincidence that you ended up here. It's the bloodthirsty blade in your hand. G grew more and more bewildered as he listened. This is fate. You brought the illusionary blood bat, it's the key to breaking this magical formation. Pan Banruo rapidly formed hand seals with both hands. A flash. A charming and familiar figure appeared before them. Xiaobai. It was Xiaobai's human form illusion. What a cute name. Xiaobai looked at this stunning beauty in ancient attire. She was actually even prettier than its own illusion and felt a pang of jealousy. Unfortunately, it couldn't speak. Thank you, Xiaobai. If it weren't for you, I might have remained someone else's pawn forever. Do you have any wishes? What? You want to learn human speech? That's easy. Would you like to choose something even more useful to you? Xiaobai kept shaking his head. It seemed they could communicate telepathically after all.
All right.
Pan Banruo quickly formed hand seals with both hands completely different from before, and even stranger, ordinary human fingers simply couldn't manage them.
A beam of red light entered Xiaobai's forehead. Xiaobai smiled. He stammered out a single word, "Thanks." He'd spoken.
Ji's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Fairy sister," he blurted out. Pan Banruo looked at Ji's astonished expression, smiled softly, and walked over to him with a flirtatious air. Ji watched this stunning fairy sister, his body trembling uncontrollably with nervousness. Pan Banruo smiled at Ji, tiptoed, and gently kissed his forehead. Ji shivered. It felt amazing.
"My reward for saving me." She snapped back to his senses and hurriedly asked, "Is that it?" What else? Do you want me to offer myself to you?" Pan Banruo gave him a gentle push. Instantly, he returned to reality. He saw her open her eyes, lying very still on the coffin. Her body began to tremble. It was Xiaobai, absorbing the power of the magical array. The array's power was beginning to weaken. Suddenly, a divine thought entered Ji's mind. This conspiracy involves the struggle for an ancient divine artifact. Various factions are secretly maneuvering behind the scenes. And I was sealed here precisely because I know the key to it all. Ji furrowed his brow. Then, if Xiaobai and I get dragged into this, we be in grave danger?
There is certainly danger. The bloodthirsty blade in your hand is a key player in this scheme. You can't escape it. Pan Banruo said with a determined gaze.
Then what should we do?
Ji gripped the bloodthirsty blade tightly. We must first find the other sealed guardians of divine artifacts. They might be able to give you more clues. With that, Pan Banruo waved her hands. All the divine light in the tomb poured into Xiaobai, the illusory blood bat. The entire tomb seemed to lose all vitality, then suddenly burst into a powerful red light.
In a flash, they heard a sinister laugh. "You've finally arrived.
You've walked right into my trap." A figure in a black robe appeared before them. The figure's aura was eerie. One could sense no life force emanating from him. Ji looked at the figure warily. "Who are you? Why are you waiting for us here?" The figure in the black robe sneered. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is what you're carrying. Leave Pan Banruo and the bloodthirsty blade behind, and I'll spare your lives."
"You're delusional," Ji roared angrily.
The figure in the black robe waved his hands, and a swarm of dark shadows lunged toward them. These shadows were ghostly in form and moved with blinding speed. She swung the bloodthirsty blade. Its gleaming edge sent flashes of light, and each strike drove back some of the shadows, but they kept coming in an endless stream. Pan Banruo formed hand seals, and beams of light shot from her hands, obliterating the approaching shadows. Xiaobai wasn't about to be outdone either. He spat flames from his mouth, scorching the shadows. However, they seemed to multiply, gradually closing in to surround them. She felt a surge of anxiety.
"Senior, we can't keep this up." Pan Banruo furrowed her brow.
These shadows are formed from pent-up resentment and energy. Ordinary attacks can't completely destroy them. Just as they found themselves in a tight spot, she suddenly recalled a special ability of the bloodthirsty blade. He let a drop of his own blood fall onto the blade, and the bloodthirsty blade instantly burst into a brilliant red glow. With a loud shout, Ji charged toward the densest cluster of shadows. Wherever the bloodthirsty blade passed, the shadows dissipated, emitting waves of agonized screams. Seeing this, the man in black's expression changed. "I didn't expect you to be able to unleash this ability of the bloodthirsty blade." She seized the opportunity to charge at the man in black. "Today, I'll show you what happens to those who covet what belongs to others." The man in black waved his hands, and a black barrier appeared before him, blocking Ji's attack. "It won't be that easy to defeat me," the man in black said, then pulled a magical artifact glowing with a faint, eerie light from beneath his black robe. Upon seeing the artifact, Pan Banruo's expression changed. "That's the banner of shadow spirits. It can summon even more powerful shadow spirits." The man in black waved the banner of shadow spirits, causing the yin energy around them to grow even denser as powerful shadow spirits emerged one after another from the ground. These shadow spirits were massive, with hideous features, and exuded a terrifying aura. Ji watched these specters with a tinge of dread in his heart, but he knew he could not back down now. Heaven and earth, nature's way disperse the impure chi. The cave's profound mystery illuminate the great primordial. Pan Banruo began to chant the incantation. The man in black was stunned. The incantation to purify heaven and earth. That's right. Mighty gods of the 8 directions, grant the power of nature, the divine decree of the spiritual treasure proclaims this to the 9 heavens. Donluo Dana, the profound mystery of the cavern slaying demons and binding evil, saving countless souls and slaying ghosts. The specters began to vanish. No! The man in black was terrified. If the specters could not help him, he would surely die by the bloodthirsty blade. The divine mantra of Zhongshan, the primordial jade script recited once to ward off illness and prolong life, follow the path of the 5 sacred mountains. And the 8 seas shall take notice, the demon king submits, serving and guarding my chariot evil and filth dissipate, and the Taoist vital energy endures forever. Subdue it. The wraith banner exploded, turning to dust. Sis. That move was awesome. Ji couldn't help but exclaim. Without the suppression of those extremely high-level wraiths, her body immediately relaxed. Put. Pan Prajna coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Sis, are you okay? I'm fine. It was just a backlash from the incantation. My soul and physical body have been separated for too long and aren't fully in sync yet, so my soul sustained a minor injury. She wiped the black blood from the corner of her mouth. That man in black is the guardian of the formation. He is very powerful, but unfortunately, they have one weakness: they're vulnerable to your bloodthirsty blade. I'll leave that man in black to you. The man in black burst into laughter. I admit, your bloodthirsty blade has the upper hand over me, but the difference in our power levels is clear. You can't possibly kill me. Those words were merely meant to bolster his courage. As long as the bloodthirsty blade struck him, he would lose all his power. Ji couldn't sense this man's cultivation level at all. He trusted that Pan Banruo wouldn't lie to him. He recited the incantation. The 4th form of the bloodthirsty blade, spiritual energy and killing intent intertwined to form a terrifying will. This will was what the black-robed man feared most. The curse of the ancient era is a joke to our clan. Even invincibility under heaven cannot withstand this will. Overwhelmed by this will, the black-robed man actually fell to his knees. Kill. He was like a lamb led to the slaughter. His cultivation was forcibly reduced to nothing. I refuse to accept this. Ah! With a single stroke of the blade, the black-robed figure vanished into thin air. Ding! Killed 12 foreign martial artists of the same rank. Reward, Vitality Plus, Killing Intent Plus. Killed 1 high-ranking foreign martial artist. Reward, Vitality Plus, Killing Intent 5000 Plus. Received an additional reward from the foreign martial artist, the Heart of the Foreign Realm. Automatically fused with the host. The scene before them began to warp again, and they returned to their original space. Pan Banruo covered his mouth to stop him from speaking further. Don't ask any more questions. I hope you'll grow stronger, or that we'll meet again someday. She looked at the few figures writhing on the ground. Smiling, she said, I'll do one last thing for you. She gave a gentle wave of her hand, and a beam of rosy light shone upon the girls. They immediately fell silent. But then, she vanished into the ancient tomb in a wisp of blue smoke, leaving not a trace behind. He touched his forehead, feeling a sense of deep familiarity. Moreover, the spot where she had kissed him pulsed with a strange energy. Suddenly remembering that Pan Banruo hadn't lifted the nightmare curse from Yang Wu, he rushed over to check on him. Yang Wu remained motionless, yet the qi and blood were circulating throughout his body. Ji furrowed his brow. Is his internal energy actively defending him? He hadn't figured it out yet. Whoosh! A wisp of blue smoke rose from the top of Yang Wu's head. He broken through.
This is the wonder of the supreme Yang constitution. So, he first helped the young women unblock their acupoints.
He gave them some clean water to drink.
Cough, cough, what happened?
Mina was the first to wake up, proving that her mental fortitude and cultivation were the highest. Seeing her completely soaked, one could only wonder what she had dreamed about.
Weren't you affected at all? She kept shaking her head.
It seemed that Pan Prajna had helped them break free from the dream demoness control and erased that strange memory from their minds. One by the other girls woke up as well. They all lost that strange memory, but being soaked from head to toe wasn't exactly comfortable. They used strips of cloth to blindfold Ji and Yang Wu. They began changing their clothes. Amid the rustling sounds, the girls discussed why their bodies felt the way they did.
No one paid any attention to what the two men were doing. Yang Wu was still unconscious, his entire body flushed red.
She covered his eyes, not worried that he might be peeking. But Ji hadn't meant to. Even with his eyes covered, he could still make out the graceful, curvaceous outlines of the women's bodies.
What was going on?
He focused his senses and realized he could use his spiritual perception to peer through the spot on his forehead where Pan Ruan's kiss had landed.
Just what level of being is Fairy Pan? I've really hit the jackpot this time.
She got carried away with his triumph and actually burst out laughing.
Brother Ji, what are you laughing at? Did you see us?
Sun Jiajia looked at Ji in surprise.
Mina was furious. How could that lecherous bastard Ji possibly have seen anything?
She kicked out at him to test whether he could really see.
Ji actually dodged to the side. You really can see.
What did you say?
In such a dark environment, with your eyes covered, how could you possibly see? This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading.
They made it safely to the treasure chamber within the tomb. Inside the chamber, a shimmering light illuminated more than a dozen treasure chests, making it feel as though they had stepped into a mysterious world of riches. The chests were crafted from an unknown metal, their surfaces engraved with intricate runes and patterns. The runes glowed with a faint golden light, as if they were mysterious seals guarding the treasure.
The chests stood slightly ajar, revealing the rare and precious treasures within.
There were exquisitely golden crowns, each inlaid with massive pearls and gemstones. Every pearl was round and plump, radiating a soft glow, while the gemstones shone as brilliantly as stars in the sky. There were also various intricately carved jade artifacts, some depicting lifelike auspicious beasts that seemed poised to soar into the sky at any moment, while others were exquisite jade pendants with patterns as fine as strands of hair. A gentle touch revealed the cool, smooth warmth of the jade. In a corner lay a pile of scrolls radiating a mysterious glow. Though their material appeared ordinary, they faintly emitted a magical aura. These scrolls might be long-lost martial arts manuals, or perhaps magical tomes containing the secrets of the universe. Scattered around were ancient weapons. The blades of the swords gleamed with a piercing coldness, remaining incredibly sharp even after centuries of wear. Their hilts were inlaid with gemstones and mysterious crystals, seeming to possess special powers. Several beautiful women were stunned by the scene. Though gold, silver, and jewels weren't a martial artist's first choice, they couldn't help but select a few pieces of jewelry that suited them. Weapons weren't what Ji was after either. He went straight for several lost martial arts manuals. Divine Sword of Heaven Splitting. Ji opened it and read it with great interest. Not bad. Stashed it in his backpack. Phoenix Riding, Cloud Chasing Technique. An advanced movement technique. Put it away. What else was there? Dog Beating Staff Technique, Falling Petals Divine Palm. This is incredible. I'll take these back first. Selling them would fetch several million, or even tens of millions. Yang Wu cared even more about weapons. He found a short dagger that glinted with golden light. The others also obtained weapons they liked. Mina found a short sword that wasn't particularly sharp, along with a box of ice cypress silver needles. The weapon in Sun Jiejou's hands was already a divine artifact, so she could only take a few pieces of jewelry. Let's go, we're running out of time. After dividing the remaining items equally among themselves, everyone left the tomb. By then, they were familiar with the path, and with no strange beasts to hinder them, they quickly made their way out. They reunited with the other girls. Ji distributed all the jewelry he obtained among them.
Yang Wu followed suit.
After reuniting with the other girls and taking a brief rest, the group set off once more toward the pyramid complex deep within the desert. They spent a lot of time in the tomb, leaving them with only 2 days remaining. The desert sun remained scorching, mercilessly baking the earth. The intense heat even caused the air to warp slightly. Along the way, everyone was exceptionally excited. Their recent haul from the ancient tomb had filled them with anticipation for the journey ahead, offsetting any negative feelings caused by the heat. They slayed monsters and sang songs all the way. This was the true test of the trial. The tomb had been an unexpected detour, not a place they should have ventured into at their current level. As they gradually approached the pyramid complex, the surrounding scenery began to change. The pyramids in the distance shimmered with a golden glow in the sunlight. The outlines of those massive, ancient structures gradually came into focus, as if a colossal beast that had slumbered for 1,000 years were awaiting their arrival. Lu Xiang was the first to spot them, and she cried out excitedly, "Pyramids!" Yang Wu shielded his eyes from the sun and gazed into the distance. Right, they're pyramids. When they finally stepped into the pyramid complex, an even more ancient and mysterious aura washed over them. "Everyone, be careful, people are more dangerous than beasts," she warned, his eyes brimming with vigilance. The group nodded in unison, gripping the weapons they just obtained from the ancient tomb. Pyramid Star, it must be on the tallest pyramid right in the center of the complex. They made their way cautiously through the pyramid complex. Many teams had already gathered here. Secret agents were waiting among the pyramids for the tallest pyramid to open tomorrow. Teams were waiting for the blue and teams to arrive. Once it opened, the two teams would battle for the final victory. Ji and his group found a relatively secluded corner within the pyramid complex to rest. Just then, an unfamiliar team approached them. Leading them was a tall man whose eyes betrayed a hint of arrogance. "Hey, aren't these the little kids who just crawled out of the tomb?" the tall man sneered. Ji frowned and stood up. "We mind our own business. What do you want? Hand over the good stuff you got in the tomb, or you won't have an easy time of it today," the tall man threatened. They had encountered men from the red team on the way, men who hadn't dared to venture inside. And now they dared to block their path and rob them? Yang Wu snorted coldly. "Why should we? If you won't take the friendly offer, you'll get the harsh one." The tall man waved his hand, and his men raised their weapons. GS group didn't back down either. They gripped their bloodthirsty blades tightly and assumed fighting stances. Battle was about to erupt. Without a word, Yang Wu charged at the tall man first, each of his strikes packed with power. The tall man hadn't expected Yang Wu to be so powerful and blocked the attacks in a hurry. Yang Wu swung his short sword, its golden glow flashing in the sunlight. Every swing carried immense power. Awesome! The sleazy man was bald, with a tattoo on the top of his head. It was hideous. Moreover, his weapon was quite sinister, a staff topped with a skull. She hadn't even had a chance to investigate his identity yet, and he actually walked right up to her on his own. "So you must be the fairy from the Alchemist Guild. You're truly beautiful." "My name is Wu and I." Wu and I introduced himself without being asked. With a swoosh sound, the sword was drawn from its sheath. Die! Mina had already lunged forward. She didn't have her ability to sense the aura of the Alchemist Guild. He'd have to wait until this man his power to see if he carried any traces of the Alchemist Guild's techniques. Only then could he confirm whether this man was the thief. When Wu and I blocked the attack with ease. Wow, such a fierce wild horse, I like it." He began chanting a spell. Boom! Mina was sent flying, a trickle of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. With a whoosh, the bloodthirsty blade slashed toward him. He dodged the blow with a single strike. "Oh, not bad. Who are you?" "I'm Ji from Fengyue City." He sensed it, but detected no trace of the Alchemist Guild's aura on him. "Get lost." "Fine. We're all in this together for now, so I'll let you off the hook. As for you, young lady, my love for you is endless." Wu and I didn't want to get injured just yet. Failing this assessment would make it a losing proposition. She shook his head, indicating it wasn't this person.
My instincts never fail me, Mina said with certainty.
Or maybe he's in the crowd after all. There are so many members of the Wu clan. Wait a minute, we'll be able to find him during the big battle. Yang Zhuang looked around menacingly, scaring off the lecherous men. After all, their team had so many beautiful women. Suddenly, everyone heard the mechanical system voice.
Beep, 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 beep. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The Battle of the Pyramid begins. The Pyramid's barrier opened. Mission: capture the pyramid and obtain the pyramid star. Protection mechanism activated. Players with critical injuries will be automatically removed from the dungeon. Upon hearing about the protection mechanism, everyone was ready to fight to the death as long as they protected their vital areas and avoided a one-hit kill. With a swoosh, swords were drawn throughout the arena. It was absolutely breathtaking. Shouts of kill filled the air. Over 4,000 people charged toward the pyramid. Ji and his team fought their way through the crowd, rushing toward the top of the pyramid. Watch out on the left. Sun Jiajia shouted. Don't worry about me, you guys go first. Yang Wu swung his broadsword, clearing a path for his teammates. Mina followed close behind, firing a steady stream of ice pine silver needles. Humph, you think you can snatch the pyramid star? A blue team member sneered. Cut the crap, take this. Ji roared furiously. After a fierce battle all the way up, they finally neared the top of the pyramid. Trouble! It's an ambush! Suddenly, a group of mysterious figures appeared, blocking their path. Whoever you are, you won't stop us? Ji said with a determined look in his eyes. Then go ahead and try, the leader of the mysterious group said coldly. Both sides plunged into another fierce battle. There were too many of them, and a fierce battle raged on the outskirts. People began disappearing one after another. Everyone, be careful! Ji shouted loudly. Oomph, one by one, I'll take them all. Yang Wu roared, swinging his broadsword with fierce momentum. Mina frowned. These mysterious figures aren't ordinary, their moves are unpredictable. Sun Jiajia said anxiously, we can't be trapped here. Ji's eyes blazed with determination. Charge forward, pyramid star is right before us. The leader of the mysterious figures sneered, delusional. Ah! A teammate was wounded and fell. Hold on! Ji shouted. Yang Wu fought fiercely and cut down one of the mysterious figures. These guys are really tough. Mina gritted her teeth, we can't back down. Just as the group was locked in a fierce battle, she spotted an opening in the mysterious figure's defense. Follow me, break through this way. Giving it their all, the group finally, viewed from afar, it resembled a massive gem carved by the forces of the universe, set in the pyramid's most hidden recess. Go up there, grab it. Many people had already given up on the battle and were rushing toward this gem. What should we do? No rush. I don't think it'll be that easy to get. We'll take it one step at a time, she speculated. Yang Wu was already in the heat of battle. He'd just leveled up several times in a row and was having a blast. I'll bring up the rear. You guys go ahead. I'm having too much fun killing right now. It seemed he was so focused on the fight that he was willing to give up the chance to compete for the treasure. He had a great attitude, he knew his own limits and left this opportunity to his brother, Ji. 10% of the group used their lightness skills to weave through the crowd and charge into the pyramid. Yang Wu and Mina became the leaders of this team. Team Red was also made up of many who considered themselves experts, and they all charged in. Only those who could secure the 4 strategic key points within the pyramid would be considered to have executed a successful strategy. This would test not only their combat prowess but also their organizational skills. Whoever could lead their team to victory would prove themselves a military genius and earn bonus points. Yang Wu, Mina. Leave this to you two. Ji, not to be outdone, unleashed his cloud drift step and soared toward the pyramid's entrance. This was the perfect moment to showcase the cloud drift step. It allowed him to jump high, far, and silently.
Once the elite fighters entered the pyramid, a battle for the high platforms began. The pyramid's massive silhouette cast a shadow as 3,000 people engaged in a heart-pounding melee outside its walls, all with a single goal to capture the 4 high platforms at the corners. Each high platform resembled a lighthouse. Amid the crowd, battle cries and the clanging of weapons intertwined, assaulting people's eardrums in wave after wave. The members of the red team, those who considered themselves elite fighters, charged headlong toward the platforms. Dressed in brightly colored attire, they stood out strikingly in the crowd. One of the red team's elite fighters wielded a long spear whose shaft glowed red as fire. With every thrust, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air, forcing enemies near him to retreat one after another. As if no one stood in his way, he raced toward the elevated platform in the northeast corner, leaving a trail of fallen figures in his wake. On the other side, the team led by Yang Wu and Mina faced off against a group of mysterious figures clad in black combat gear. They moved swiftly and with flawless coordination, clearly the result of rigorous training. The curved blades in these mysterious figures' hands glinted coldly in the sunlight as they advanced into the crowd in an eerie formation, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. By now, Yang Wu's eyes were bloodshot from the fighting. His short sword was caked in blood, yet his movements showed not the slightest hesitation. Like a ferocious cheetah, he darted back and forth through the enemy ranks. With every swing of his blade, he struck precisely at the enemy's vital points. Under Yang Wu's assault, countless warriors had been wounded or forced to surrender and retreat. "Come on! You bastards," he roared, his voice still clearly audible above the clamor of the battlefield. Mina remained at the rear of the group, calmly observing the situation on the battlefield. She occasionally swung the short sword in her hand to fend off enemies attempting to sneak attack the rear of the group. At the same time, she directed the members of the group, instructing them to maintain a tight formation and not let the enemy scatter them. The fighting was most intense near the elevated platform in the southwest corner. People from various factions had gathered here, and everyone was fighting with all their might. A burly man, wielding a massive battle axe, cleared a path through the crowd with every swing. His target was also the elevated platform in the southwest corner. As he hacked at his enemies, he roared, "This platform is mine." His roar carried a sense of intimidation that struck fear into the hearts of some around him. At the platform in the southeast corner, a tangled web of weapons made it impossible to friend from foe. Suddenly, a woman clad in a white robe leapt out of the crowd. Her movements were as graceful as a butterfly in flight. Yet the long whip in her hand moved like a venomous snake, lashing out rapidly at the enemies around her. Her target was the elevated platform in the southeast corner. She deftly weaved through the crowd, advancing toward her objective. As the battle raged on, blood stained the sandy ground a dark red, and the number of warriors still capable of fighting dwindled. Yet the fighters' enthusiasm showed no sign of waning. On the contrary, it grew even stronger. For they all knew that capturing any of the 4 corner platforms would grant them a chance to enroll in the martial arts academy, a dream they'd held since childhood. Amid this fierce battle, differences in tactics and coordination began to emerge among the various teams. Some smaller groups, lacking effective organization, began to be gradually wiped out. Meanwhile, the well-organized and strategically planned teams slowly gained the upper hand. The team led by Yang Wu and Mina gradually stabilized after the initial chaos. With Yang Wu as their spearhead, they formed a triangular formation and continuously launched assaults against the enemy. With every charge, Yang Wu tore through the enemy's defenses, creating openings for his team to advance. Mina, meanwhile, constantly reminded her teammates of the enemy's attack directions, allowing them to defend in time. The battle reached a fever pitch. The number of fighters on both sides continued to dwindle. Everyone was fighting desperately for their own goals, while the 4-cornered platform stood there, silently awaiting the ultimate victor. At this critical moment, Yang Wu's team decided to change tactics. Sun Jejia shouted, "Yang Wu, let me handle this." She chanted the incantation, "Transform." Instantly, the golden hoop staff in her hand stretched out at high speed. One woman stands at the past 10,000 men bow in awe. The runes on the golden hoop staff emitted a yellow glow, radiating spiritual energy. She was about to unleash a full power strike. Boom! Dozens of people were knocked flying by her, and several who were already severely injured vanished from the dungeon.
She was completely exhausted.
Lu Xiang embraced Sun Jejia, Jejia.
Mina immediately fed her a pill.
Take care of Jejia, she probably can't fight anymore. Her all-out attack had already created a breach. Noticing that the enemy's black-clad figures were mainly concentrated in front of and to the left of them, the defenses on the right had been breached.
Team Red, charge. Kill. The high platform in the northwest corner was captured by Team Red. For a moment, Yang Wu and his team became the target of everyone's attacks. Yang Wu looked at the enemies chasing him from behind, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Come on, the more the better. The entire red team stood united. They were the first to seize the high ground. As long as they held their position, victory was assured. Nothing could shake their resolve. In the directions of the other three high grounds, fierce battles were also raging.
The northeast high ground.
The red team's spearmaster finally broke through the enemy's defenses and sprinted toward the high ground. But just as he neared it, a hail of arrows suddenly rained down from all around the high ground. The spearmaster quickly swung his spear to block the attack, but several arrows still struck him. He was seriously wounded, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on, charging toward the high ground. However, their leader had fallen. It was quickly captured by the blue team. The score was now 1-1. Yang Lu and his team knew that battles on the other three platforms were still raging. If they couldn't capture them all their efforts might go to waste. However, they had been the first to capture the first platform, and the points had already been recorded on their wristbands. They simultaneously received a system notification. It seemed the next step was to assist the other teams.
Who else wants to score some points? Yang Wu shouted.
20 heroes raised their arms and shouted, "Me." The fire in their eyes, their longing for the martial arts academy,
spoke volumes.
"Manny, you must protect the platform carefully.
Wait for our good news."
"Humph.
I never would have thought this lecherous fatso could be so reliable."
The 21-member suicide squad charged toward the northeast platform.
Reclaim the high ground.
The red team's spearmaster scrambled to his feet, glaring at the man in black with eyes ablaze with fury. Ignoring his injuries, he charged at the man in black once more. He unleashed his most powerful spear techniques, the tip of his spear flashing with a crimson glow. Facing the spearmaster's assault, the man in black calmly swung his staff. The two engaged in a fierce duel, the shadow of the spear and the glow of magic intertwining.
Charge! Reinforcements arrived. Yang Wu and 20 others, the strongest fighters from the other side.
For the red team members, this was like a shot of adrenaline. They had no time to waste. They broke through the enemy's defenses as quickly as possible and charged toward the high platform in the northeast corner.
Take this.
Yang Wu handed a pill to the spearmaster.
Thanks.
Without a second thought, he swallowed it. It was a high-grade healing potion. The spearmaster's body began to recover rapidly. Yang Wu charged at the man in black without hesitation. Sensing a new threat, the man in black began fending off attacks from both Yang Wu and the spearmaster simultaneously. Yang Wu and the spearmaster worked in perfect sync, attacking the man in black from the left and right. Yang Wu's short sword was as fast as lightning, while the spearmaster's spear struck with tremendous force. Caught in their pincer attack, the man in black began to struggle to keep up. The other team members stood by, dealing with the remaining enemies to prevent them from interfering with Yang Wu and the spearmaster's battle.
Thanks to their combined efforts, the man in black finally showed a weakness.
Yang Wu seized the moment and thrust his dagger at the man's vital spot. The man in black let out a scream, collapsed to the ground, and cried, "I surrender." He left the area, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Yang Wu and the spearmaster didn't linger. They headed toward the top of the platform. When they stood atop the northeast platform, a powerful surge of energy flooded their bodies. They knew they had already captured 2 platforms, leaving only the southwest and southeast platforms remaining. They fortified their defenses and organized a 39-member suicide squad to set out.
At that moment, the burly man wielding a battle axe in the southwest corner finally broke through the shield after multiple attacks.
He charged toward the top of the platform, with a group of enemies in hot pursuit behind him. But he paid them no mind. His sole objective was the top of the platform. The 39-man suicide squad raced toward the southwest platform. They intended to help the burly man hold the platform before the enemy reached it. As they made their way there, they saw that a large number of enemies had already gathered around the southwest platform, with the burly man alone on the platform fending off their attacks. Yang Wu and the Spearmaster picked up their pace, charging toward the enemies like a gust of wind. Their arrival greatly relieved the pressure on the tall man. The three of them joined forces and began counterattacking the enemies. At that moment, Ji had just been knocked back by the guardian beast. Several more waves of enemies had already surged forward. Ji was caught off guard by the sudden surrender. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He swallowed a pill. He took a moment to catch his breath. "This isn't working," someone else shouted. Ji's gaze was resolute. "Don't be afraid. Wait until it runs out of strength." Finally, the spirit guardian's movements slowed. Ji rejoiced. "Now is the time. Go all out." The group surged forward, and the spirit guardian crashed to the ground. The bloodthirsty blade radiated a murderous aura. Whoosh. Defeated a 4th tier spirit guardian. Reward 1000 plus vitality. Ji's heart skipped a beat. I didn't kill it? A long spear had pierced the monster's throat. It was him. A captain from the red team. Wielding a flame-patterned dragon spear. This was Ji's formidable rival. She sensed the auras of the martial artists around him. All were at a higher cultivation level than his own. Were they all at the peak of the 2nd tier of the mortal stage? Suddenly, the platform began to vibrate. Together with the platform, they were transported into another dimension. There, on the throne at the center of this space, sat that very pyramid star. A barrier dimension. Before long, 3 more identical platforms appeared. It seemed the martial artists who had entered through the other gates had all defeated the guardian beasts there. The total number of people across the 4 platforms was less than 100. What kind of competition would it take to secure the ultimate victory? Ji looked at everyone, whose cultivation levels were all higher than his own. Truly, there were always those more skilled than him. No wonder not a single member of the Butchers Guild had passed the martial arts exam for several years in a row. The wristband system beeped again. Congratulations to the 99 martial artists who have successfully passed the Spirit Guardian Beast assessment. You are all the cream of the crop in our province. The Pyramid Summit Arena is now officially open. The one who ultimately obtains the Pyramid Star will be awarded the title of Top Scholar for this assessment. The 2nd place finisher will be named Second Scholar, and the 3rd place finisher will be named Third Scholar. The top 3 students will enter the Martial Arts Academy with priority in selecting mentors. 1st place may choose 3 mentors, 2nd place may choose 2, and 3rd place may choose 1. Additionally, the top 3 may establish their own exclusive guilds. The martial arts exam dungeon can be considered a qualifying exam. Upon returning to the academy, the results of the academic exams assessments will limit students' rights to choose mentors. For example, Zhang San passed the dungeon assessment and excelled in the academic exam, but his test results indicated he was only suited for sword cultivation. Consequently, he can only be selected by a few sword cultivation mentors and has no right to choose his own mentor. Ordinary students may also choose a minor field of study, but they must either study on their own or demonstrate the necessary aptitude through testing before seeking a minor mentor to become an outer door disciple. The Martial Arts Academy is essentially a formal, modern academy with no distinction between inner and outer doors. Outer door is merely a term for a minor field of study. Outer door disciples essentially refer to part-time disciples. Another example, Li Si, having obtained the Pyramid Star, can skip the assessment entirely and directly choose the mentor of his preference, and he can even select 2 minors. Furthermore, Li Si can directly establish his own exclusive guild, recruit new students to join, and become the guild leader. Upon hearing about these rewards, the 99 students grew excited. There was one more thing the system hadn't mentioned: fame. Who wouldn't want to be the top scholar? Ji whispered, the competition is really fierce. We've got to tread carefully.
Someone nearby agreed, yeah, we can't let our guard down.
The red team captain snorted coldly, humph, I'm determined to claim that top spot.
Someone scoffed, don't get too cocky. G's eyes flickered.
Stop arguing for now, figuring out a strategy is what matters.
Another person suggested, why don't we form an alliance first? No way. Who knows if our allies might stab us in the back in the end? She pondered for a moment and said, let us fight on our own and play it by ear. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. She continued, in that case, let us unite against the outside threat for now. Everyone agreed, and they launched another attack on the blue team. You bunch of jerks, don't get too cocky, roared a member of the blue team. Humph, we'll definitely defeat you today, shouted someone else from the red team.
The battle grew increasingly fierce, with neither side giving an inch.
She shouted, concentrate our forces and take them down one by one. Zhao Hua also shouted, listen to him, let us go all out.
The blue team gradually began to lose ground, and some members started to back down.
Don't run, cowards, the red team pressed their advantage.
Just then, a mysterious figure from the blue team suddenly unleashed immense power, and the situation instantly became unpredictable again.
What is going on? Someone exclaimed in surprise. The mysterious figure sneered, you're too naive to think you can defeat the blue team so easily. She frowned, everyone, be careful, this guy is no pushover.
Bloodthirsty blade, third form, sweep the 1,000 armies. Killing intent erupted continuously from the bloodthirsty blade. A horizontal slash of red blade light cut through a group of blue team members. Kill 3 martial artists of the same rank, reward, 1,500 plus vitality.
I don't believe even that fatso is this good.
A burly blue team member wielding a spiked club spun his weapon wildly as he lunged at G.
Fatal strike, slay the wolf.
The heavens and earth seemed to shift as the power of thunder threatened to crush She with a single blow. She dodged the heavy strike with his floating cloud step and countered with a backhand slash.
The spiked club immediately flicked upward. They de-sparred for over 100 rounds.
She was drenched in sweat. He had to admit it, this man was formidable.
I am G. What is your name?
The burly man smiled, Shishan City, Ali Shuhua.
An ethnic minority.
Suddenly, Xiaobai communicated telepathically, someone is trying to steal the pyramid star.
I'll hold them off for now, you hurry over here.
You. Xiaobai let out a shriek and flew out of Ji's backpack. It shot toward the pyramid star at high speed.
Ali Shuhua kept Ji tied up, temporarily preventing him from breaking free.
Xiaobai had become his only hope of retrieving the pyramid star.
You, extreme confusion.
This was the new special move of the second-tier illusion Bloodbat. Moreover, its stamina had greatly improved. Originally just a pup, it was now the size of a child.
Magnetic field fluctuations surged around the pyramid star. The martial artists charging toward it suddenly froze in their tracks. Their expressions shifted constantly, some showed pain, some joy, and some even tears.
Ji was frantic, Ali Shuhua, stop this now, this is a matter of great importance.
But Ali Shuhua remained unmoved. Think you can just walk away? It's not that easy.
Ji roared angrily, you're asking for trouble.
Just then, Xiaobai's voice rang out, Master, hurry.
I can't hold on much longer.
She struggled to break free, get out of the way.
Ali Shuhua continued to press the attack, we must settle this once and for all today.
Ji's eyes flashed with determination, then don't blame me for being ruthless.
With that, Ji's sword technique shifted abruptly, his momentum as powerful as a rainbow, the fourth form of the bloodthirsty mad sword, gale and falling leaves.
Ali Shuhua was slightly startled, you actually possess such power.
Taking advantage of his distraction, Ji broke free and sprinted toward Pyramid Star.
Stop! Ali Shuhua gave chase from behind. She shouted as he ran, Xiaobai, I'm coming.
When he arrived, he saw Xiaobai teetering on the brink of collapse. She stood his ground, sword in hand, who dares to approach? Ali Shuhua looked at Pyramid Star, his eyes burning with envy. Earlier, he'd been caught off guard by Ji and wounded, which he couldn't accept. Now that he'd calmed down, he too wanted to claim the championship. Gee, I won't let you keep this treasure all to yourself.
Ali Shuhua glared at him.
She snorted coldly, if you've got the guts, come and take it, let us see if you're up to the task. At that moment, martial artists from all around began to gather. Let us all go at him together, the treasure belongs to whoever gets it, someone shouted.
She scanned the crowd, if you're not afraid of dying, come on.
Xiao Bai panted, Master, they outnumber us. Ji gritted his teeth, don't be afraid.
I'll protect you no matter what. Ali Shuhua swung his wolf-s tooth club, enough talk, let us fight.
Ji raised his sword to meet him, come on, then. A fierce melee ensued, with the glint of swords and the swing of clubs crisscrossing the air.
Hey, don't block my way. This is my chance. Ji roared as he fought, get out of my way, all of you. Suddenly, a dark figure descended from the sky. You all told me to get lost.
A mysterious man appeared, clad in a black robe that gave him an air of mystery. Startled, the crowd froze in their tracks. The man spoke slowly, this treasure is not meant for you lot.
Disperse at once. She frowned, what gives you the right to decide?
He smiled faintly, my strength. As he spoke, a powerful aura radiated from him. A dark magic began to radiate, a magic tinged with malevolence, yet carrying a familiar aura, the aura of the Alchemist Guild.
Even more terrifying were the countless chaotic auras mingling within it.
One martial artist was so terrified his legs went weak.
Yes, the star-sucking demon lord, Tantor.
The star-sucking demon lord. Many who heard his name narrowed their eyes, staring at him intently.
Star-sucking demon lord, give me your life.
Pay with your life for my sister's. A long sword imbued with water surged toward him at high speed.
The water absorbed spiritual energy, transforming into a terrifying water dragon. Water dragon devours the heavens. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Tantor, you scum.
You stole the young girl's credit and raped and murdered her.
Die, you demon. Tantor roared with laughter, what can you possibly do to me? A martial artist, his eyes already bloodshot, shouted to the members of the blue team, even if we all die today, I will never let you off the hook. Ali Shuhua gasped for breath, I'll risk my life to seek justice for the righteous path of the martial arts world. Xiao Bai sent an anxious mental message, Master, don't act impulsively. Understanding Xiao Bai's suggestion, she finally calmed down.
But he simply couldn't let him leave so easily.
Xiao Bai, do you have the power to trap him in an illusion?
No, I've tried. He is carrying a mystical artifact that blocks my illusions.
Tantor sneered, a bunch of fools who don't know when to quit.
GS unyielding will wound let him back down, he had no choice but to press forward. But he couldn't act recklessly either. GS gaze sharpened, Tantor, today you will pay the price. He turned to the others, everyone, follow my plan. We'll do it this way. They all nodded in unison and charged at Tantor once more. She shouted, move out.
Ali Shuhua roared, watch my ultimate move. Iron Staff Storm.
A gale of wind swept toward Tantor. Petty tricks.
He effortlessly dodged it.
Just then, Ji quietly circled around to his back. Ji bellowed, take this.
Ling family sword technique. Tantor was startled, you little brat. Trying to sneak attack me?
His attention had already been focused on this strange bloodthirsty blade, he couldn't let it get hurt. Besides, who was he trying to scare with such a low-level move?
GS strike sent Tantor reeling to the other side.
She smiled maliciously.
Boom! A fire dragon soars in the sky.
A long spear pierced straight into his back.
Crack!
His arm was pierced, but the flames prevented any blood from flowing from the wound. Attack together, don't give him a moment to catch his breath.
Tantor was flustered, damn it.
You're all playing dirty, how despicable. GS eyes were cold and filled with disgust, you're not worthy. Your aura is incredibly chaotic, there are at least 100 different types of energy mixed in. It's horrifying to think that at least 100 female prodigies have died by your hand.
Hearing GS analysis, everyone was enraged. Even the of their own blue team felt uneasy. Many of the girls around them had vanished, and though they'd supposedly withdrawn of their own accord, it was likely. We're joining in too. Most of the blue team's martial artists also joined the fray to slay the demon. Ha, my heroic deeds as Tantor will be the stuff of legends. I've actually managed to draw dozens of people to gang up on me. Too bad. Do you really think my only path was to join the academy? You're all idiots.
Quick, quick, kill him, shouted a martial artist whose relatives had been killed, having realized his motive. More than a dozen people unleashed a thunderous attack together.
He laughed brilliantly, ha ha ha. Waving his hand, 886. Surrender!
His figure began to blur as he prepared to exit the dungeon. Before leaving, he fixed Ji with a piercing glare, determined to remember the one who had ruined his plans.
Boom!
Unfortunately, he was already gone. The explosive effects of over a dozen strikes were useless now.
Oh no, that demon has escaped.
He stomped the ground repeatedly in frustration.
Ah!
A female warrior whose sister had been murdered swung her sword relentlessly, venting the agony in her heart. A chorus of wails filled the air. Ji clenched his fists and swore, "Until I slay this man, I swear I'll never be human. His head is mine." Ali Shuhua's face was etched with grief and indignation. That beast will surely get his comeuppance. Xiaobai said, "Master, hurry. Hurry. While they're distracted, let us get out of Pyramid Star." Ji's gaze was confident, feigning noble resolve. He secretly shifted his feet toward the central throne. However, someone had already noticed. That fat ass sneaking off to steal the treasure. Dozens of pairs of eyes immediately turned toward him. He unleashed the cloud drift step, running and leaping swiftly. "The Pyramid Star is mine. Don't even think about taking the treasure," the crowd roared angrily as they gave chase. She shouted as he ran, "This treasure is destined for me, don't try to fight me for it." He finally raised the Pyramid Star. It emitted a faint yellow glow. It was a pyramid carved with a star. Nonsense! "Everyone, stop him," someone shouted loudly. She darted aside, dodging several attacks. "You think you can stop me?" Ali Shuhua shouted, "Ji, put down the treasure, and we'll spare your life." She snorted coldly, "If you've got the guts, come and take it." Just then, a figure suddenly stepped in front of Ji. "Stop right there." Ji's heart sank. "You're here to join the fray too. The treasure belongs to the virtuous, you're unworthy of it," the figure glared at him. Ji gritted his teeth. "Who do you think you are, daring to say I'm unworthy?" The figure sneered coldly. "You arrogant brat who doesn't know your place today, I'll show you what I'm made of." Ji roared angrily, "Then come and try." The two instantly clashed, their moves crisscrossing as flashes of light danced. "Don't let him get away," the people behind them shouted, hot on his heels. Ji retreated while fighting, "You bunch of rabble." "Humph, let us see how long you can keep acting so cocky," someone shouted. The entire crowd heard the System-S announcement. This year's Yun Province Martial Arts Exam Dungeon Assessment has ended. You will return to your respective martial arts associations in 3 seconds. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Everyone vanished. The dungeon, which had been teeming with people, returned to its former quietude. The beasts could now live in peace at least for a year. They would be able to rest and recuperate. Humans are so despicable. They come here to play every year and kill so many of our brothers. Foamy West City Martial Arts Association. The martial artists returned one after another. This time, 8,000 people participated, 15 died, and 6,890 were injured, including 3,432 with severe injuries. She heard the sound of his wristband announcing an upgrade. Congratulations to Foamy West City's number 8 seed, Ji, for earning the Pyramid Star. Total score, 5,566 points. This startled him. He knew he hadn't fought much. Why so many points? Being the team captain really is a blast. Yang Wu also appeared before him. "Ji, I got 980 points.
Pretty impressive, huh? Humph, don't get too cocky. I got 1,060 points. Mina said with a smile. Mani, why do you have more points than me?
I clearly killed more people.
I think I get points for saving people, too.
They knew Ji hadn't done much. They estimated his score was at most 1,500 points.
My total score is 5,566.
It turned out he triggered the Commander's quest, earning 1,000 points, and by leading the red team to first place, he received an additional 500-point bonus.
That wasn't the important part, though. With the heart of the pyramid, he was guaranteed to rank within the top 16 in the province at the very least. Mentor Wenxi, the head of Fengyue City, was stunned when she received the final list, Ji Butcher's Guild? Is he a descendant of his? When did he have a child without telling me?
However, prompted by her assistant, she quickly regained her composure. With a beaming smile, she said, "Congratulations, everyone, for making it through these 7 days. Fengyue City is a city of heroes." She launched into 10 minutes of official rhetoric. If she weren't such a stunning young woman, many would have fallen asleep long ago. This time, 887 of you have qualified for the final entrance exam at Yun Province Martial Arts Academy.
Congratulations.
For those who have qualified, your wristbands will light up green.
At that moment,
a great many wristbands lit up.
Oh my god. Oh, yes. Oh my god, I actually passed. Is this a dream? Yang Wu was very nervous. He didn't dare look at his wristband.
After all, compared to the other prodigies, he was really just a dead weight.
With his eyes closed, he asked, "Is my wristband lit up?" "No,"
Ji replied bluntly.
Yikes.
Startled, Yang Wu glanced at his wristband and saw that the green light had indeed lit up.
Mina had already returned to the Alchemist Guild earlier. Her score was higher than Yang Wu's, so she was definitely in. But what about Cheng Feng and Changyu?
Among the crowd at the Butcher's Guild,
Sylvia covered her mouth, watching the scene in disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A record. They were Drake, Dina, Xiaoxian, Ji, Yang Wu, and surprisingly Bella.
Bella was hiding behind others, terrified that someone in the know might expose her. After all, she had to sacrifice a bit of her charm to get help from a big brother and secure a higher score.
6 of us from the Butcher's Guild actually made it through. Sylvia was thrilled. She burst into tears.
She could now go to the academy alongside these outstanding students. She had effectively become an academy instructor. The stipend wasn't much, but it was a title that carried a lot of prestige.
"Oh, I never would thought the two of you would actually make it through," Drake said in a condescending tone. "Get lost."
Ji really didn't want to see him.
"You pay to win, eunuch. You just got lucky. Want to bet on who LL rank higher? A bet? Ahem, I won bet unless there's a prize."
She deliberately baited him to name his terms. He was certain he'd score higher, after all, with his terrifying score of over 5,000 points. He'd exploit the information gap to make a quick buck off him.
"Ha, you idiot. Here's the bet: if I win, I'll slash you with a knife. If you win, I'll stab you with a sword. How about it?"
He was startled by Ji's confident expression, but he wasn't about to back down. He refused to believe that this penniless bum Ji could have a higher score than him.
"We're classmates now. Harmony brings prosperity. Speaking of prosperity, how about 1,000,000? Not interested. You? What do you want to bet on?"
Ji wasn't the type to fall for a trick that easily, and insulting him was a bit of a thrill. Whoever loses has to kneel down and call the other guy grandpa. Drake felt tricked, but gritted his teeth. Fine, 1,000,000, plus calling him grandpa.
It was a deal.
Yang Wu couldn't hold it in anymore. He was laughing so hard he was shaking, unable to stop.
"What are you laughing at?" Drake asked, feeling a bit uneasy. Suddenly, the announcements sounded again.
That sweet voice came back. "We're now announcing the top 100 in Yun Province.
Everyone, look at the screen." The giant screen rose.
The screen began with the name of the 100th ranked player. 100th place, Drake from Fengyue City, 1,999 points.
Ha ha. Did you see that? Gee, get down on your knees.
I made it into the top 100. You're not even worthy of playing with me.
Drake sneered with contempt. Drake's henchmen, though they hadn't made the cut, still took the opportunity to mock Ji. Drake had always been proud and unyielding. This kneel stripped him of his last shred of masculine dignity. The yang energy vanished completely, while yin energy gathered, forming an acquired yin constitution. The energy in his dantian suddenly surged. A chill broke through his constraints. Boom! A powerful surge of ultimate yin spiritual energy actually coalesced within Drake. This startled even Ji. What? Ah!
Drake's entire body, every limb and bone was filled with power. His physical constitution had improved exponentially.
Ha ha! Breakthrough! Ha ha! I've broken through! I've broken through! Drake cackled wildly, somersaulting in the air.
His gaze sharp, he pointed at Ji. I'll concede defeat this time, but you won't be so lucky in the future. Using his elusive footwork, he slipped away from the crowd. Just as Yang Wu was about to strike, Ji blocked him with one hand.
Don't hurt my dear grandson.
Pfft, are you really giving up?
You're kidding.
He has broken through to the third tier of the mortal stage. You're no match for him. Everyone was stunned. They never would have guessed that the first to advance would be Drake, that androgynous figure. His mindset has changed. He has fully accepted who he is now. He is a true genius. At that moment, the list of 16 more individuals who had earned a star was announced. Ji was among them. His pyramid star was merely a small embellishment before he began his ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts. Ji was the first person from Fengyue City to receive this honor in 10 years. The president of the Fengyue City Martial Arts Association personally presented the Star Warrior badge and the prize money.
5 million.
This was a moment of glory for Fengyue City. The entire city was immersed in an atmosphere of exhilaration. On the award stage, the lights shone as brilliantly as a shower of stars, illuminating the stage like a dreamlike realm. Below the stage, a sea of people gathered. The audience's cheers and applause intertwined like surging ocean waves, one after another, deafening in their intensity.
Ji! 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 Ji, I love you! Countless young girls were cheering as well. Amid the expectant gazes of the crowd, Ji slowly emerged from backstage.
He stood tall and straight as a pine tree, his stride steady and powerful, each step carrying a rhythm of confidence, as if he were marching to the beat of victory. He was clad in a sleek black outfit. The tailored design accentuated his perfect physique, with the contours of his muscles faintly visible beneath the fabric, exuding a sense of understated yet formidable strength. Exquisite patterns embroidered with silver thread shimmered with a mysterious and noble glow under the lights, resembling the Milky Way sparkling in the night sky. His face was like the most perfect masterpiece from the hands of a master sculptor, well-defined, with sharp yet elegant features. His high, straight nose stood out like a mountain peak at the center of his face, and his deep-set eyes shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, profound yet luminous, revealing a resilience and confidence forged through trials. The slightly upturned corners of his mouth held a faint smile, barely there, yet possessing a captivating charm, as warm and powerful as a spring breeze brushing against one's face. His hair was black and lustrous, neatly combed back to reveal a smooth forehead, adding an air of heroic spirit. As Ji walked step by step toward the podium, the hostesses on either side, holding bouquets of flowers and smiling, bowed slightly to pay the highest tribute to this hero. Ah! The audience below seemed to be swept up by an invisible force, their cheers growing ever louder. Cries of Ji! Ji rang out in waves, as if they were about to pierce the heavens. Flashbulbs flickered incessantly like lightning in a summer downpour, freezing Ji's figure in every spectacular moment and capturing this historic occasion. The president of the Fengyue City Martial Arts Association stood at the center of the podium, holding the Star Warrior badge and a giant check symbolizing the 5 million prize money. With a look of satisfaction on his face, he welcomed Ji's arrival. The president's name was Bai Shao, an elderly man with the air of a reclusive sage. Under the gaze of the crowd, she stepped onto the podium with a firm stride.
The president extended his right hand in welcome. She smiled and warmly shook the president's hand. This was his moment of glory. The president personally pinned the Star Warrior badge to Ji's chest. Now, hanging on his chest were both the badge for 8th place in the city exams and the Star Warrior badge, signifying that he was among the top martial artists in the province. I hope that once you enter the martial arts academy, you will be able to help the martial artists of Fengyue City to assist them. She clasped his hands in a traditional gesture and replied softly, I will do my best. As long as a martial artist is devoted to the way and upholds justice, I will do my utmost to help them. The president knew these were merely polite words, but they put his mind at ease. Sylvia truly shared in the glory. She received the award for Best Instructor. When she took the microphone and continued to discuss the next phase. First, congratulations to the students who were admitted to the Yun Province Martial Arts Academy, and congratulations to Ji for taking first place. It is now time for the Yun Province Military Recruitment Drive. Please look at the screen. The giant screen immediately changed. A figure appeared on it. A handsome, dashing middle-aged man in military uniform. Hello, everyone. I am Zhao Ziyun, Commander-in-Chief of the Yun Province Military District. To those of you who didn't pass the entrance exam, don't lose heart. You still have another chance to serve your country, enlisting in the military. Enlisting meant a direct path to the battlefield, a place where even those with average academic performance or intelligence could stand out. However, only the one who survived a 9-to-1 odds scenario would emerge as the true winner. The assembly concluded, leaving behind the 887 who had successfully passed the dungeon exam. Meet back here tomorrow at 11 a.m. No sooner had she finished speaking than she vanished from the high platform. What a master! Seeing her senior leave, Sylvia's smile was so wide even AK couldn't contain it. Instructor Shershur, I can't catch my breath. Sorry, I'm just too excited. Tonight, dinner's on me. The 7 of them headed to a high-end restaurant in Fengyue City, specifically the congratulations on your wealth private room. Sister Shershur, are you rich? Yang Wu asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. This is Sister Shershur's family business, you dummy. Xiao Xian'er looked down on the chubby guy. She figured he must have relied on Ji to get in. Bella kept staring at Drake. Young Master Long. Get lost. Bella was kicking herself. The man she'd always looked down on had actually come in first. Meanwhile, the rich guy had become all snarky. He'd probably really been ruined by Ji and wasn't a real man anymore. Stepping into the Gongxi Fa Kai room felt like entering a world where luxury and warmth intertwined. This, a uniquely stylish dining venue within a high-end hotel. The entire room was spacious and bright, with clever lighting design. Soft light bathed every corner, creating a warm yet dignified atmosphere. In the center of the room stood a massive round table. The tabletop was crafted from the finest rosewood, with exquisite grain and a warm luster, resembling a masterpiece of art. The table is draped with a pristine white tablecloth and set with exquisite tableware. The silver cutlery glimmers enchantingly under the lights, while the bone china plates are adorned with delicate patterns, every detail exuding elegance. Hanging on the surrounding walls are several classical-style calligraphy and paintings. The charm of the inkwash art complements the room's elegant ambience perfectly, as if narrating ancient tales. Only Drake, having seen the world, sat down casually. The others were quite cautious. After all, it was their first time at such a high-end restaurant. Sylvia smiled and said, "Go ahead and sit down." She took a deep breath and walked over to sit across from Drake. To everyone's surprise, Sylvia took the initiative to sit next to Ji. As Ji's close friend, Yang Wu naturally had to sit beside him to assert his status. But then, that Bella plopped right down in the seat on Ji's other side. Everyone in the room stared at her with strange looks. She was thick-skinned though, and gave an awkward laugh. "Hurry up and sit down, I haven't had a decent meal in days." Ji looked at her with an air of helpless resignation. Drake sneered contemptuously, "Bella, you really have no sense of shame." Bella didn't even bother to pay him any mind. She went ahead and started washing Ji's dishes and pouring him tea. "You're from the countryside. You don't have to wash dishes in a fancy restaurant," Drake sneered. "Humph.
She was thoroughly enjoying herself. She knew that as long as G didn't kick her out, she still had a chance. She was in a good mood, so he didn't make a big deal out of it. Back when he was Bella's lapdog, he used to do all this for her. Now the tables had turned, and he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The others sat down wherever they pleased. A waitress walked in with a smile and handed them the menus. Sylvia said generously, "Everyone, order whatever you like, don't hold back." Yang Wu excitedly flipped open the menu, his eyes widening in shock. These dishes are all so expensive. Xiao Xian'er gave him a light tap. "Don't make a fool of yourself." But Bella beat into it. "Ji, let me order your favorites for you." She frowned. "No need, I'll do it myself." Bella didn't hold back, saying, "Waiter, I'd like to order garlic-flavored spare ribs, dried tangerine peel pork meatballs, braised pork." The others were displeased. Hey! Coach Shershur is treating us to dinner. Why are you ordering these ordinary country dishes?" Di Mei said sarcastically. "Humph, I like them." Ji looked conflicted. "Waiter, let us skip those. Let the others order." "No, these are all your favorites." "You're the star of the show today," Bella said, sounding aggrieved. Sylvia gave a wry smile. Order, let us go with that. Let us order a few more main dishes. Premium abalone and cordyceps sinensis soup, 1 bowl for each of us. Stir-fried fiery bird meat with sky chili peppers. Arctic ice mushrooms stir-fried with wild celestial dragon meat. A case of 1949 mutai. They ordered a full 12 dishes. Enough. It looked like they wouldn't be able to leave the restaurant without spending at least 1 million. What a financial drain. Sylvia's monthly salary is only a little over 10,000. The 3 dishes Bella ordered on her own stood out like a sore thumb among the other high-end dishes. It seemed she really enjoyed the food. Whenever no one was looking, he'd sneak a bite. Bella gazed at Ji with love in her eyes, her toes constantly tracing patterns along his calf. Ji was aroused by her flirtation, probably thanks in large part to all that nourishing food. This woman is so wicked, seducing him like that. He channeled his spiritual energy to his fingertips and tapped Bella's stunning thigh. Bella's feet immediately stopped moving. Ji. Bella was in agony. This pressure point technique not only paralyzed her legs but also caused intense pain. Ji snorted coldly, "Bella, stop clinging to me." Bella bit her lip. "Ji, are you really this heartless?" Seeing this, Sylvia hurried to smooth things over. "Everyone, let us just enjoy our meal. Let us not cause any trouble." Bella was at a loss. She could only agree in a low voice. After all, everyone was watching the two of them right now. It would be too embarrassing. Okay. Only then did she release her. Wow. Her legs are so smooth. I never really had a chance to touch them before. What a shame. Ji was briefly startled by his own thoughts, then proceeded to eat. After a few rounds of drinks, they left the hotel and returned to the Martial Arts Association's dormitory. This was the perk for bringing honor to the city. Sylvia's face was flushed. She was truly a stunning, alluring older woman. Yang Wu stared at her in a daze. "Sis, you're so beautiful. Get a good night's rest. We're leaving for Koan City first thing tomorrow morning. See you there." The alluring older woman left. Yang Wu felt a little down. After drinking, Drake's body was brimming with the power of the tonic. He was the only one here who had reached the 3rd tier. "Gee, it's still early. Want to spar? Get lost." What's that supposed to mean? Are you scared of me? After all, I'm now 1 minor tier higher than you. Oof. If I weren't in such a good mood today, I'd beat you to a pulp. Big talk. Take this. Drake threw a punch, unleashing a surge of hidden killing intent. The gale of energy startled several people nearby. Fighting again? Using the spirit void star pointing technique, Ji had secretly advanced to the great perfection realm. With a casual flick of his finger, a domineering and fierce energy shot out from his fingertip. It struck Drake's fist as big as a clay pot as it came flying toward him.
Boom! Ah! Drake's arm went numb. Why is your finger strike so powerful?
Drake had no idea that Ling Su had gone to the Alchemist Guild to learn this secret technique.
You're just weak. Want to fight some more?
Several people had already pulled them apart, telling them to go back and rest first. Private duels were forbidden within the Martial Arts Association. Fights could only take place on the arena after signing a life and death contract.
How could anyone dare to break this rule? The next day,
Sylvia was waiting in front of their bus first thing in the morning.
She had created a new group chat the night before. Butchers Guild Class of 2024 Martial Arts Academy Group. She was very confident they would pass the written exam.
The exam questions were all simple, and a score of 60 was enough to pass. The subsequent assessments were essentially for class placement. They weren't really exams at all, unless they revealed that someone was unsuitable for the martial arts path or had cheated their way in.
Our bus license plate number is UNQSB 167. One by one, all the martial artists arrived.
The bus slowly pulled out of the Fenghui City Martial Arts Association, setting off toward the Yun Province Martial Arts Academy, the destination of their dreams. The bus sped down the highway, and the atmosphere inside was lively.
We're heading to Kuan City this time. Everyone needs to do their best, Sylvia said.
You bet, everyone replied in unison.
She gazed out the window, lost in thought. Bella leaned over. Gee, are you still mad at me?
Ji ignored her.
Seeing this, Yang Wu chuckled. We're in for quite a ride.
Drake snorted. Don't get too excited just yet, you'll have a rough time once we get to Kuan City.
Everyone chatted animatedly.
After what seemed like a long time, Sylvia called out, we're almost in Kuan City, get ready, everyone.
The group instantly perked up.
As soon as the bus pulled into the Yun Province Martial Arts Academy,
everyone was immediately awestruck by the magnificent sight before them. The academy grounds resembled a small city, its skyline defined by a harmonious arrangement of majestic buildings.
The academy's gates soared toward the clouds, crafted from massive obsidian and carved with exquisite patterns, including agile flying dragons weaving through a sea of clouds, symbolizing the supreme realm of power sought by martial cultivators.
Upon entering the academy, a wide main thoroughfare came into view.
The road was paved with a special type of blue stone slab, each one engraved with tiny runes that emitted a faint glow, as if infusing those who walked upon them with strength. Lush spiritual plants line both sides of the path. These plants come in various forms. Some have leaves as sharp as swords, glinting coldly in the breeze. Others bore enormous blossoms, their stamens emitting a strange light that seemed to possess a spirit of its own, dancing gently around the flowers. Still others had branches that twisted and turned, as if practicing some mysterious martial art. The academy's architectural style blended classical and mystical elements. The martial arts training ground is majestic. Its surface is made of sturdy Vajra rock, which, despite having withstood the trials of countless martial artists, remains as smooth as a mirror. The surrounding stands are constructed from precious jade, carved with various battle scenes, each detail showcasing the courage and wisdom of martial artists in combat. Scattered around the training ground are pavilions serving various purposes. The scripture hall resembles an ancient pagoda, exuding an air of mystery. It houses countless precious martial arts manuals. The glazed tiles on its roof refract a rainbow of colors in the sunlight, as if radiating the brilliance of knowledge and wisdom. The elixir pavilion, shaped like an alchemical furnace, is shrouded in mist, with waves of medicinal fragrance wafting from within, refreshing the spirit of all who smell it. This is where miraculous elixirs are crafted to support the martial cultivators' training. The weapons pavilion exudes a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Its main gate is inlaid with various rare gemstones, and inside, a wide array of weapons is on display, from simple, ancient long swords to uniquely shaped, esoteric weapons. Each piece contains immense power, as if waiting for the right person to awaken it. The bus came to a stop in the vast square. One after another, colorful buses pulled up here. The passengers disembarked in a steady stream. Everywhere, people were holding signs, directing them to their exam locations. Yang Wu, are these all senior sisters and brothers? Sylvia led a few of them to their group leader, a sweet-looking girl. Hello, are you from the Butchers Guild in Fenghui City? Sylvia pulled out her ID card and let her check it. They were led to a skyscraper. Based on their exam numbers, they were directed to different classrooms for the test, presumably to keep them from recognizing anyone nearby and prevent cheating. Ji was assigned to classroom 67, computer number 44, to take the exam. He entered his ID number, and as soon as the bell rang, the exam began. The exam covered an enormous amount of material. There were Chinese, math, and English math, physics, and chemistry, geography, history, and biology, even music. Plus, there were exams on all kinds of weaponry, ethics, and more. In total, there were 100 subjects. This included every academic subject and every martial arts discipline. As long as the average score reached 60, you passed. Anyone could pass that. The weapon training knowledge section was even a bonus. Anyway, the exams went from 1 p.m. until 11 p.m. Crazy. Ji rubbed his sore eyes as the long exam finally came to an end. Stepping out of the classroom, he heard someone complain, "This exam is way too harsh." Yang Wu leaned over. "Ji, how do you feel?" She shook his head. "Hard to say. Let us wait for the results." Just then, Sylvia walked over. "Don't dwell on it for now, everyone. Let us go grab a bite to eat at the lounge." As the group arrived at the lounge, Drake muttered, "I hope I passed. Otherwise, it'll have been a wasted trip." Just as he was speaking, a man who looked like a teacher walked in. "The results will be announced in 3 days. Everyone, be prepared." The group exchanged glances, their nerves growing even more frayed. Ji thought to himself, "No matter what, I've done my best." Yang Wu patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry too much. Let us go back and relax." Before he could finish, everyone received a text message on their phones. 83 points. Yang Wu said in surprise. 88 points. Bella said. Everyone was curious to know how many points Ji had scored. "Me? A little higher than you guys, 91 points. Everyone had thought it was very difficult. How could such a score appear? Even Dina, who did the worst, scored 79. Sylvia smiled. "Who knows? In decades, fewer than 100 people have been eliminated. Oh well, there's no point in overthinking it. There's another test tomorrow. The elimination rate for the test is even lower. As long as you didn't cheat your way in, you can easily pass the written exam. The written exam isn't a hurdle, it's just a formality. This is just for show. They mainly assess the cultural proficiency of the top candidates. Only within the academy can you see the real results," Sylvia whispered. She smiled. "That puts my mind at ease. Tomorrow's test would determine the direction of his future cultivation." A sea of people. Each wore their own ID badge, lining up to take the test. 9527, that was GS number this time. He was in the 9527th spot in line. The members of the Butchers Guild were all following behind him. There were a total of martial arts students in the class of 2024. This test consisted of 3 components. 1. Cultivation and strength assessment. 2. Attribute abilities. 3. Weapon application test. As everyone knows, passing the written exam is equivalent to being admitted to the Martial Arts Academy. The test serves merely to grade the students, categorize them by type, and assign mentors one of the Academy's administrative tasks. For Ji, however, things were different. He cultivated the invincible way bestowed by the bloodthirsty blade and practiced the cultivation techniques granted by the system. He came to the Academy simply to use it as a platform. 9527. Ji. The announcement rang out. Ji? Is that the same Ji who ranked first in the dungeon assessment? People had already started discussing it. Yes, I heard he is a civilian martial artist and a poor guy from a family of pig butchers. No way. How could he have come in first? A handsome young noble sneered. He snuck up on others to get the star badge in the dungeon, and he recruited a bunch of teammates who helped him rack up points. He just got lucky. How do you know that? I was in the same dungeon as him. I saw it with my own eyes. Plus, his only weapon was a butcher's knife.
Isn't that pathetic? That's not true. Luck is a form of skill too, said a stunning young woman.
Everyone turned to look and saw a beautiful young woman dressed in hanfu. It was Mina from the Alchemist Guild.
Fairy, what is your relationship with him? You're so beautiful you don't need to settle for less. He's just a butcher.
A sleazy guy said, leering at her.
Pfft, a dog's mouth can't grow ivory.
Fairy, you shouldn't be cursing people.
We're just sticking to the facts.
That's exactly how he took first place.
I swear it.
Everyone watched as the man spoke with such conviction, and some began to believe him. Just then, a burly man walked over.
Hey!
Old Zhu, you're such a small-minded person.
Since you can't beat him, you just say he's relying on luck. I think he's actually pretty impressive. He just had a bit of luck.
Next time, I definitely won't lose to him.
Ali Shu Hua.
This burly man was a true master. Few in Yun province didn't know him.
Ali, do you acknowledge his skill?
No, I think he's just a tiny bit worse than me. This reply was a major slap in the face to the other man. After all, earning Ali Shu Hua's recognition meant he was, at the very least, a master. Or perhaps first place was down to luck, but what if that person's success wasn't due to luck at all? In war, the one who ultimately wins isn't necessarily the strongest, but they're definitely the luckiest. Now, 9527, G, had stepped up to the test. As the first participant, he became the center of attention. At that moment, the system began scanning G's body. Some people in the crowd could no longer contain themselves and began to grumble, this man looks so ordinary, how could he possibly be first?
Beep. The scan was complete.
The screen displayed
ID 9527. Name Yang Wu. Height 186. Weight 75 kilograms.
Body fat percentage 13.
Physical condition excellent. No diseases.
She heard the instructions and placed his hand on the testing stone.
Beep. Cultivation level mortal stage 2nd tier 8th realm. Potential 5-star rating. The testing stone emitted a purple glow. It drew a crowd of onlookers, and even the instructor was taken aback. Is the machine broken? 5 stars. But why didn't the testing stone show any attribute results? Someone noticed something was off. Ding. Spiritual blood level? Spiritual root level? Spiritual bone level? Muscle rank, top tier.
Several informed disciples from the Alchemist Guild also shook their heads.
This she must be some kind of monster. Even the testing machine can't detect any results.
Their Alchemist Guild's machines were actually more advanced than those at the Martial Arts Academy, and they even had AI systems to assist, yet they still yielded no results.
It gave people a sense of mystery.
They had no idea that the bloodthirsty system was shielding all this from G at that moment. The fact that his surface muscles alone tested as top tier could only prove that his physical training must be exceptional. The lack of results for his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bones suggested an extremely high probability that he possessed extraordinary potential. This drove the instructors wild.
He is definitely a genius. However, some instructors took a more cautious view, yet they couldn't pass up this opportunity to discover a potential genius. They prepared to test his abilities.
Originally, they had only intended to use a standard testing stone to measure his strength. However, one instructor had already requested a spiritual energy power testing stone for him to try. On the testing platform, a turntable rotated a 3-meter-high stone slab into view. Mounted on it was a stone emitting a purple glow, the spiritual energy power testing stone.
G, you may begin the test.
She took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the spiritual energy power testing stone.
Yang Wu couldn't help but exclaim, this guy is actually so versatile.
At that moment, a senior instructor stepped forward, looked at Ji, and said, "Young man, you're truly a surprise." Ji replied respectfully, "Please don't laugh at me, instructor."
The instructor continued, "Have you decided which weapon you'll specialize in?"
She smiled and patted the butcheress knife on his back. I'll use this. A disciple nearby whispered, a butcheress knife. Another disciple said, with such outstanding results, I think you should study swordsmanship, it's much cooler. She thought to himself, my knife is actually pretty good. Suddenly, the academy bell rang. The mentor announced loudly, return to your quarters for now, we'll make a decision tomorrow. She followed the crowd as they left. He was determined to pursue the path of the bloodthirsty blade. Fight? Fight! With the humblest of dreams. I dedicate this to the whimpers and roars in the dark of night. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? The splashing sound of the shower, combined with Jia's older brother's voice, it wasn't just unpleasant, it was downright jarring. Ji, Ling Ji, two older sisters are looking for you. It was Yang Wu shouting. Ji gave a casual reply, then quickly dried off and got dressed. He ran out immediately. The first thing he saw was the back of a beautiful woman holding his bloodthirsty blade. He looked closely. Let go of my blade. Oh, it's so cool. The woman turned around and sheathed the bloodthirsty blade. She gave Ji a seductive look, scrutinizing every inch of his skin as if afraid to miss a single detail. You really do look 8 out of 10 like him. Her movements were eerie. She had already appeared right in front of Ji. If she wanted to, Ji would already be a corpse. Her snow-white, delicate yet powerful hand was now pressed against Ji's face in a suggestive manner. Ji was truly flustered by this, so nervous his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. Teacher Wensi, you? Her amorous gaze left the others standing nearby staring in astonishment. Come with me, Wensi said gently, making her request. Ji, caught off guard by this older woman's boldness, couldn't he help but stammer, I'd rather, no. I have my pride, I want to be a kept man. Wensi couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl upward as she withdrew her hand from his face. You're such a little adult. I'm asking you to choose me as your primary mentor. Ha. Ji was so embarrassed he wanted to jump into the Nujiang River. Wait, Teacher Wensi, what field do you specialize in? Wensi was fiddling with her phone and didn't answer his question directly. Suddenly, she smiled, sure thing. Her smile was truly sweet. If it weren't for the age gap, Ji would have fallen for this woman on the spot. Meanwhile, Sylvia had long been captivated by this older woman. Her charm was boundless, even other women fell for her at first glance. She wasn't the conventionally beautiful type, but her older sister Aura was irresistible. There wasn't a soul who didn't like her. Wait, sure thing about what? Ji noticed Wensi was fiddling with his phone. Sign up, okay? I've already registered you under my name. Ji was genuinely getting annoyed and frowned. Teacher Wensi, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty. Ji was curious. His phone clearly had secrets, so how had she managed to access it? Trust me, I'll definitely teach you well. As she spoke, she picked up Jia's Earth Spirit Stone, her eyes brimming with love and light. She couldn't help but kiss it. Teacher Wensi. It was too mesmerizing. Ji nearly lost her senses. Fine. As long as you say something I approve of, I'll be your student from now on. It was the first time Wensi had encountered such a stubborn student. She was ranked in the top 10 of the Academy's most popular teachers, and many vied to become her students. Wensi chuckled softly, so what do you want me to say? Ji's gaze was firm. You have to tell me why you're so determined to take me as your student. Wensi tilted her head back slightly, because I see limitless potential in you. Ji shook his head, that's not a good enough reason. Wensi's eyes flickered. You're his nephew. Nephew? Related to Uncle Seven? But the moment I saw you a Ling from the Butcher's Guild in Fengyue City, I started paying attention to you. I'm Achi's good friend. She saw the look in her eyes when she said Achi. Their relationship was clearly more than just friends. The fact that she actually kissed the Earth Spirit Stone made it even more certain they were having an affair. Hey, I think you two are hooking up. Suddenly, completely caught off guard, a delicate hand grabbed Ji by the neck. It happened too fast. Startled, she raised her hands in surrender. Excuse me? Her eyes suddenly dimmed as she whispered, "I wish I could hook up with him too, but unfortunately, he."
Ha? Is Uncle 7 gay? Yang Wu blurted out.
Ji and Wensi both glared at him so intensely that if looks could kill, Yang Wu would have died twice over.
I didn't say anything wrong, did I?
Teacher Wensi is so beautiful, and Uncle 7 hasn't XXX. If that is not gay, what is it?
Wensi let go of Ji and sat down.
We're in love with each other. But he is a very stubborn person. He says he is not good enough for me. Suddenly, something popped out from between her cleavage.
It's an Earth Spirit Stone. Ji exclaimed in surprise. This one is the first pair with the one around your neck. What happened after that? Ji couldn't help but ask.
Wensi sighed softly. After that, he left a letter and walked away from me. He said that once he achieved fame and success, that would be the time he'd marry me.
Yuncheng Martial Arts Academy. Training room. Today was his second day at the academy.
Ji had been chosen by Wensi, though as a star badge holder, he was actually eligible to select 3 mentors. However, he felt he didn't need one for the time being. Settling his thoughts and consolidating his cultivation were more important for him right now.
System, how much vitality and killing intent do I have now? Current, vitality plus, killing intent plus?
Ji shook his head repeatedly.
After clearing a dungeon, he only gained this meager amount of points. He really felt exhausted.
He recalled the manuals he obtained in the dungeon. Heaven-splitting divine blade, phoenix riding cloud chasing art, dog beating staff technique, falling petals divine palm. A total of 25 manuals. For him, only the first 2, the higher level ones, were suitable for him to learn. Heaven-splitting divine blade primarily absorbs spiritual energy to unleash a earth-shattering strike. It suited him perfectly. Meanwhile, phoenix riding cloud chasing art, an advanced agility technique, effectively addressed his weakness of lacking speed. The cloud drifting step was sufficient against magical beasts, but it fell a bit short when facing expert martial artists. He heard that once he reached the spirit martial realm, he'd be able to use a spatial ring. After all, he needed to focus on improving his cultivation first.
System, increase cultivation.
Earth Spirit Stone assistance, providing 10 insight.
Ha!
It seems the Earth Spirit Stone has recovered. It had lost most of its spiritual essence when it saved me before.
Or was it Teacher Wensi's kiss that infused it with spiritual energy?
Divine blessing, providing 100 insight. She suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy enter his forehead, clearing his mind.
A blessing from the divine race.
She felt his whole body tremble.
Sister Panbanruo. Consuming, vitality, cultivating. Congratulations, host.
You have broken through to the 9th realm of the 2nd tier of the mortal stage.
Consuming vitality, cultivating. Time ticked by second. Congratulations, host.
You have reached the peak of the 2nd stage of the mortal stage. Great perfection.
Consuming vitality, cultivating.
An unknown amount of time passed.
Ah!
She felt his entire body brimming with power, more than he could ever use.
Spiritual energy flowed into him from his forehead. Congratulations, host.
You have successfully broken through to the 3rd stage of the mortal stage. Martial Master.
Hint, after breaking through a minor realm, you must consolidate your cultivation through actual combat.
Ha ha. I've caught up to that pay-to-win Drake.
Ji took a sip and continued his cultivation. System, I want to learn the 2nd move of Volume 2 of the Bloodthirsty Blade.
Received.
Consuming vitality, the 5th form of the Bloodthirsty Blade, Raging Sea Frenzy.
Ji swung the Bloodthirsty Blade repeatedly, practicing this move.
Once. Twice.
After 100,000 repetitions, he finally mastered the move.
Unlike the first 4 moves, this one had minimal wind-up. It struck immediately. One word, fast. This was the true beginning of the Bloodthirsty Blade's advanced techniques. I wonder how many volumes this sword style has.
The Bloodthirsty Blade has a total of 3 volumes, with 3 moves in each volume. It's also known as the 9 styles of the Frenzied Blade. The bloodthirsty Blade's techniques are far too brutal even in friendly sparring, they can easily injure others, so they shouldn't be used carelessly. He had no choice but to learn that ancient martial arts sword technique as well. System: learn divine sword of creation. Consuming vitality, training in progress. As he practiced, Ji was surprised to find that this sword technique was also incredibly powerful, though it lacked a touch of killing intent. While practicing, he was astonished to discover that this sword technique also had 9 forms. The realization shook Shi to his core. If he were to use this move in an academy competition, it would be earth-shattering. The 4th move of the 9 styles of the frenzied blade was far too lethal, it absolutely couldn't be used within the academy, it was something to be reserved for places like the dungeon. Such domineering presence and overt killing intent, if these highly skilled instructors were to discover it, it would be a disaster. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. She noticed something interesting: his comprehension had improved, saving him a lot of effort and making his learning much more efficient. System: learning the art of riding the phoenix and chasing the clouds. Consuming vitality, cultivating. His souls were filled with spiritual energy, making him feel incredibly fast. He might actually be as fast as Mach 1. He leaped from wall to wall in the cultivation room, just like a little bird. She paused his cultivation and let out a long sigh. With this kind of strength, I should be able to make a name for myself at the academy, right? He really wanted to find a senior student to spar with. The next day, he arrived at Instructor Wenxi's class. An instructor could teach 80 to 100 students, leading up to 3 classes, each with between 25 and 35 students. Ji was assigned to Class 1 of the advanced track. Classes 2 and 3 were likely the regular classes, specifically for students minoring in throwing weapons. However, even though Ji was specializing in hidden weapons, he was also placed in Class 1. This proved one thing: even in this world of cultivation, there were situations where social graces and connections mattered. What he never could have imagined, though, was that his teacher was his 7th uncle's mistress. Such a stunning beauty, yet she was devoted solely to him, that man whom he saw as just an ordinary butcher, merely a bit handsome, nothing special. He knew even less about his 7th uncle's cultivation level, he had never revealed it. The closest he'd ever come to finding out was when a gang from Fenghui City brought over 200 men to the Ling family to collect protection money. 7th uncle simply used the most ordinary butcher's knife and his basic butcher skill to resolve the situation, without revealing even a hint of his true power. Ji looked utterly embarrassed, glaring angrily at the classmates snickering around him. Instructor Wenxi cleared his throat and said, "Quiet. Student Ji, you need to pay attention in class." Ji wiped his face and muttered, "Is this my fault?" Instructor Wenxi raised an eyebrow. "Talking back? Then you answer this question." Ji stood up, looking completely bewildered. Mina tried to whisper a hint, but Instructor Wenxi caught her. "Mina, do you want to stand up too?" Ji was annoyed and wiped the chalk dust off his face. "Teacher 1, isn't this going a bit too far?" "Too far? It's your fault for not paying attention in class. Besides, I have to demonstrate that anything can be used as a weapon. Do you accept that or not?" "I don't accept it." "How do you know I wasn't paying attention?" "If I can repeat the key points you just mentioned, you have to let me throw the chalk eraser once." When she looked meaningfully at this handsome student. "Fine, go ahead. My word is my bond." "Of course, my word is my bond." System: pull up the knowledge recorded from the class just now. Yes. The content of Teacher Wenxi's lecture immediately loaded into Ji's mind. At that moment, the students in the classroom burst into laughter. "I heard this Ji guy uses a knife. The material the teacher just covered was hard to understand, will he actually get it?" "Right. If he can explain it clearly, I'll eat my eraser." "Quiet down. Is the student who is going to eat the eraser ready? I'm about to make you eat it." Ji's eyes lit up, brimming with confidence. "What you just explained was merely the basic principle of using hidden weapons." Teacher Wenxi paused for a moment, then said with interest, "Well then, go ahead and explain it in detail." She cleared his throat and spoke eloquently. The essence of hidden weapons lies in catching the opponent off guard. Speed and precision are both indispensable. Moreover, one must discern the opponent's vulnerabilities to ensure a single, fatal strike.
Virtually anything can be used as a hidden weapon.
Teacher Wensi has created his own martial art called Fatal 3000. I've heard that once mastered, it allows one to wield at least 3,000 different objects as hidden weapons, killing silently. The students all looked surprised, and Mina cast an admiring glance his way. Wensi never would have imagined that this boy, who had been dragged in against his will, actually knew so much about him.
Master Wensi smiled and nodded. Very good. In your opinion, how can one master this art to its fullest potential?
Ji answered without hesitation. One must clear the mind of all distractions, become one with the projectile, and feel its power and rhythm. A hint of approval flashed in Teacher Wensi's eyes. Then try demonstrating it for me with this chalk eraser. By saying this, she was effectively conceding defeat. She took the chalk eraser, took a deep breath, and flung it with all his might. The chalk eraser flew straight into the mouth of the student who had just said, "You can't do it," and who was about to eat the chalk eraser. In truth, the throw wasn't particularly fast. It was just so sudden that the student, caught off guard, was hit without warning.
You!
The student's face turned beet red, but since he'd been the one to speak out of turn, he had no choice but to swallow his anger.
Way to go, the classmates couldn't help but cheer.
Teacher Wensi clapped her hands and said, "It seems you do have a natural talent.
Take your seat.
From now on, you'd better pay close attention in class."
She sat down smugly and winked at Mina.
Even if Ji possessed advanced hidden weapon skills, there was no way he could hit Teacher Wensi. She could use her inner energy to deflect the chalk eraser. That way, everything he said would be utter nonsense, and instead, he hit the talkative student right in the mouth. First, it gave Teacher Wensi a way out of the situation. Second, it served as a lesson for the student, killing two birds with one stone. Wensi silently approved in his heart. Not bad, not bad. The morning classes ended, and after lunch came the students' volunteer activities, time for cultivation and reading, and some people took on quests to earn work points to exchange for secret manuals and weapons. Changyu invited Ji and a few others to lunch, saying he'd treat them. They all headed to the Academy's 7th dining hall, having heard it had private rooms. The guys from the Alchemist Guild were all quite wealthy. They had to make a show of it even when eating out, though Ji was perfectly happy with street food.
Ji, I heard you chose Teacher Wensi. Aren't you supposed to specialize in swordsmanship? Changyu asked.
He shrugged helplessly. Teacher Wen took a liking to me and forced me to follow her. Since they were all good friends, he didn't hold anything back and explained the relationship between her and Uncle Chi, but they agreed to keep it a secret. Changyu and Shangfeng were both skilled swordsmen and had chosen Ho Qianyu, the sword fanatic. Yang Lu, whose martial arts were even better, chose Li Daolong, the fist king. Dina continued with her blade techniques and chose Guan Xiaocheng, the female Guangong. Everyone spoke of their mentors as if they were gods, and they were all very excited.
Changyu changed the subject. Do any of you plan to join a guild?
Mina spoke up then, saying calmly, instead of joining someone else's guild, why not start a new one ourselves?
That's a pipe dream. Do we even have the right to establish a new organization? Chen Baiqian laughed.
Mina pointed at Ji, who was eating with great relish, and said, he can.
Star badge recipients are allowed to found organizations.
Everyone followed her slender finger to look at Ji, who seemed completely unfazed, waiting to see what this man would say. But Ji just kept eating, with no intention of speaking. At that moment, Yang Wu chimed in with a smile. That's a great idea. If we start a guild, we can apply to hunt demons in the Life Forbidden Zone and earn guild points.
Changyu nodded in agreement.
It's been a long time since Fengyue City has had a guild of its own.
Let us start our own.
It wasn't that she didn't want his own guild. He simply intended to wait until things settled down before making a decision. Since everyone else seemed more eager than he was to establish their own guild, he put down his chopsticks and said slowly, forming a guild is no joke. We need to plan it carefully. Yes, he was right. Every year, guilds are formed, and countless others are dissolved. Some perish entirely in the Life Forbidden Zone dungeon, while others dissolve because, after the leader graduates and leaves, there is no one capable of carrying on the legacy.
Chang Feng continued, so, shall we decide on a name first? Dina thought for a moment. How about Star Alliance? Chen Baiqiang shook his head. Too ordinary, lacks character.
Mina furrowed her brow slightly.
Wind in Cloud Society?
Yang Wu slapped the table.
No good, too cliché. Everyone fell silent, deep in thought. Why not call it Wings of Dawn?
It symbolizes breaking through the darkness, said Ji, his back turned to them as he gazed out the window at the endless landscape.
Everyone's eyes lit up.
Chen Yu exclaimed excitedly, that's great, it's got real presence.
Mina asked, so what do we do next? She pondered for a moment. First, we'll set the rules and goals, then recruit members. Cheng Feng voiced his concern, will anyone actually want to join? Yang Wu was brimming with confidence, we're this strong, why would we worry about not having enough people?
Everyone nodded in agreement and began a lively discussion about the guild's future.
Just then, someone rushed in breathlessly, Ji, hurry. Go help Qiu Xian'er. Who are you? I'm Qiu Xian'er's tutor. My name is Ru Hua.
Miss Ru Hua, she was truly a remarkable and extraordinary woman. She stood tall and straight, like a majestic little mountain, exuding an awe-inspiring sense of power. Her muscles were firm and well-developed, each one resembled a carefully carved boulder, harboring boundless strength. Her thick arms were even more muscular than those of the average man. When she clenched her fists, blue veins bulged like small snakes coiled around her arms, showcasing her astonishing arm strength.
A flower-like warrior. Yang Wu said with a laugh. Who would have thought that Qiu Xian'er had a tutor?
She stepped in to stop Yang Wu from rambling further.
Miss Xian'er is highly skilled. What could she possibly need help with at the academy from a poor scholar like me? Young Master Ling, you're joking. Only you can help her.
Here's what happened. Earlier, Qiu Xian'er and he were having lunch in the second cafeteria. A man named Meng Shandu rushed over, taken with Qiu Xian'er's beauty, and asked her to join their guild.
Their guild was ranked 5th in the academy and was very powerful.
However, Qiu Xian'er didn't want to join any of these guilds. Not only would it distract her from her cultivation, but she'd also have to split her work points among them, which was a waste of time. So she told the man she intended to join the guild she was about to establish. She thought using this as an excuse would be enough to fend him off. But the man didn't believe her and started getting handsy. A fight broke out, and Ru Hua saw that Qiu Xian'er was getting the short end of the stick. Fearing the worst for her mistress, she immediately ran over to ask Ji for help. Ji furrowed his brow.
Let us go check it out.
Everyone hurriedly followed
behind him.
When they arrived at the second cafeteria, they saw Qiu Xian'er and Ru Hua were being overwhelmed.
Meng Shandu said arrogantly, pretty girl, don't push your luck. Ji bellowed, stop it.
Meng Shandu shot him a sidelong glance.
Who do you think you are? Ji sneered, bullying women, what kind of skill is that? Meng Shandu snorted, your new guild isn't even established yet, and you're already sticking your nose into other people's business? Mina stepped forward and said, bullying our friends is out of the question. Yang Wu also shouted, if you know what is good for you, get out of here. Meng Shandu's face darkened. Who are you people? We are the Wings of Dawn. What kind of chicken wings? Never heard of them. That's the name of our future guild. Yang Wu continued to act defiantly.
Yang Wu joined the fight. A fierce battle erupted between Yang Wu, Qiu Xian'er, and Meng Shandu, and the air was thick with tension. Yang Wu moved with agility, darting across the battlefield like a nimble cheetah. Every one of his movements was brimming with power. His fists whistled through the air and his legs flashed rapidly as he sought to find a weakness in Meng Shandu's defense. He possessed superb martial arts skills and genuine talent, though unfortunately, he lacked sufficient practice. Qiu Xian'er, wielding a long sword, moved gracefully around Meng Shandu. Her sword glinted coldly in the sunlight. Every swing carried a fierce momentum, its blade sweeping toward Meng Shandu like a silken ribbon. She and Yang Wu worked in perfect sync, flanking Meng Shandu from left and right in an attempt to pin him between them. However,
Meng Shandu stood as steady as a mountain.
The long spear in his hand surged like a dragon emerging from the sea, its tip sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle.
Ha ha ha. You newcomers, 2 words sum you up. A bystander asked with a laugh, what are they?
Trash. As he laughed, he displayed masterful spearwork, every move and technique imbued with immense power and exquisite skill. Facing the combined attacks of Yang Wu and Xiao Xian'er, he remained unflustered. His spear, whether thrusting, stabbing, or sweeping, effortlessly parried wave after wave of their assaults.
Trash is trash,
he sneered as he fought. Ji saw right through his trickery.
Yang Wu, don't listen to his trash talk.
Your martial arts are still rusty, use your dagger. Meng Shandu sneered, with such low cultivation, it doesn't matter what weapon you use. I'm already at the peak of the 3rd stage of the mortal stage. Just one small level away, it's really tough. Yang Wu was struggling, so he had no choice but to draw his short sword. Round after round, in the blink of an eye, they had already fought 100 rounds. Yang Wu's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and his breathing had become rapid, but his gaze remained resolute. He refused to give up. Xiao Xian'er's hair was slightly disheveled. She bit her lip tightly and swung her blade even more frantically, trying to break the deadlock. As for Meng Shandu, though he was panting slightly, he still held the upper hand. His long spear moved as if alive in his hands, guarding his defensive line and making it difficult for Yang Wu and Xiao Xian'er to break through.
Meng Shandu sneered, he. Beautiful lady, just agree to come with me.
It's too dangerous for you to stay with this trash. Meng Shandu was afraid of hurting Xiao Xian'er. It had been love at first sight. Now that this fat guy had shown up, he was truly getting fed up. He channeled the spiritual energy within his body. A blue glow flared at the tip of his spear.
Blue dragon pierces the void.
He thrust his spear toward Yang Wu. A thick aura of death sent a chill through Yang Wu's heart.
Suddenly, bang!
A flash of fire erupted from the tip of Meng Shandu's spear as it struck a rock.
Damn it!
Ji, seeing the situation was turning against them, roared, "You're no match for him, let me handle this."
Meng Shandu sneered, "Oh, this kid has got some potential.
After all, someone capable of landing a fatal blow was not to be underestimated."
She countered, "That's not necessarily true."
The blade in his hand flashed.
"Kill him!"
Someone in the crowd shouted, but no one could make out who it was. The voice was deliberately concealed, leaving no clue as to the speaker's identity. Meng Shandu's face turned pale with rage as he roared, "How dare you destroy my spear?"
Ji snorted coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare?"
Xiao Xian'er shouted, "Ji, don't let him get away." Yang Wu chimed in, "Teach this villain a lesson." Meng Shandu gritted his teeth, "The humiliation I suffered today, I will repay tomorrow." Ji retorted, "If you've got the guts, come at me right now." Just then, another voice rang out from the crowd, "Don't let him get away."
Meng Shandu turned to flee.
Ji leapt forward, trying to run.
It wouldn't be that easy.
The bloodthirsty blade blocked his path horizontally as he unleashed the wind-riding, cloud-chasing technique.
Fast. Awesome.
Using it in actual combat for the first time, she felt its power even more deeply.
How do you plan to let me go?
Get down on your knees and beg our immortal Xian'er to spare you.
Bullshit.
He struck out at Ji with a palm strike, but Ji reacted just as quickly. Spiritual energy erupted from his fingertips, aiming straight for his opponent's palm. It was a showdown where neither would back down.
Just then, a white figure drifted between the two of them. It was a handsome young man.
He gathered his energy and blocked both attacks with his palms.
Boom! Boom!
Suddenly, Meng Shandu's expression changed, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
He landed on his butt. Ah!
Ji's fingertips locked in a struggle with the man's palm.
Crack, crack. Kid, not bad.
To have such profound cultivation at this stage of training, that's incredible. The audience was stunned and began discussing it among themselves.
He is a master from the Tai sect.
His name truly fits him, he is a genuine master. He was the Star Badge recipient of the class of 2023 and even ranked first in that class. The Tai sect he founded rose to third place in the rankings in just 1 year. This freshman is really unlucky he has offended someone from the top 3 of the guild. The master deliberately held back his power, he had his own pride. However, under equal training conditions, he truly wasn't a match for him. Junior brother, what's your name? Ji. I'm Gao Shou, the leader of the Tai sect. Your skills are impressive. Join our Tai sect, and I'll make you a vice leader. How about it? She pushed forward then pulled back, withdrawing his finger. This level of control astonished Gao Shou even more. Oh, you're a star-rank martial artist too? Not bad, you've got both skill and a broad-minded attitude. I should be the one thanking you for not hurting my men. Gao Shou shot Meng Shandu a stern look. Hurry up and thank junior brother Ji. Meng Shandu was far from convinced, but since the sect leader had spoken, he had to save face. Thanks. But I'm truly impressed. If I get the chance, I won't hold back next time. After saying this, Meng Shandu slunk away into the crowd. The master smiled, showing none of the usual air of a martial arts expert. He seemed more like a friendly older brother next door. His lightness skills were formidable. He vanished from the crowd in just a few bounds. Ji gazed thoughtfully in the direction the master had departed. Zhou Xianer stepped forward and said, Ji, this Tai sect seems to be no ordinary group. Ji nodded slightly. But I won't be intimidated. Yang Wu, standing nearby, asked anxiously, so what do we do next? Ji's gaze was resolute. First, we'll improve our own strength, then we'll figure it out. A few days later, while Ji was in the midst of his training, he suddenly received a challenge letter. It must be that Meng Shan who just can't accept defeat. Ji sneered coldly. Zhou Xianer said worriedly, you'd better be careful. Is it true that you want to establish a guild? Yes. She pointed to the martial artists from Fengyue City behind him. Zhou Xianer looked at Ji in surprise. They started from the same place, on equal footing, yet in just a few months, the gap between them had grown wider and wider. At first, she even hoped to fight him. How ridiculous that seemed now. Sylvia had heard the buzz and ran over to check out the situation. Upon learning that they were establishing Fengyue City's first guild, she was both supportive and delighted. He entrusted this matter to Chunyu. In Ji's mind, Chunyu was the top candidate for vice guild master. Indeed, coming from a wealthy family, he was better suited to mobilize personnel. After all, the Alchemist Guild had greater influence. Chunyu, accompanied by a few diligent individuals, set out to handle the matter. They had to apply to both the student council and the board of trustees. Ultimately, both bodies approved the request simultaneously, allocating a plot of land to serve as the guild's headquarters. This process took a week. During this time, the freshmen continued to focus on their studies. During those fascinating Blue Star history classes, she felt as though a door to a mysterious world had opened before him. He became completely absorbed in the lessons, learning many secrets unknown to the general public. It turned out that the world they had always lived in Blue Star was not spherical, as commonly believed. In fact, Blue Star was flat, and behind this lay a breathtaking ancient history. Once upon a time, Blue Star was a perfectly round planet. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, a terrifying war between gods and demons erupted, completely transforming the face of Blue Star. During that great war, the great god Azura unleashed a supremely powerful ultimate move, a force that seemed poised to shatter Blue Star completely. At that critical moment, the great god Pangu stepped forward and engaged the great god Azura in a life-and-death battle. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. Was never one to care about fame or fortune, but he placed great importance on material gain. He had the authority to establish a guild, allowing them to forge their own path and earn work points without having to kowtow to others. Moreover, as the guild master, he would undoubtedly reap the greatest benefits. At the very least, the academy provided him with a substantial annual subsidy. Legend has it that these subsidies are allocated by the state to various academies. The purpose is for academies to explore new, unknown spaces and protect existing ones. The first nation to claim a space becomes its rightful owner.
This is crucial for any nation, as it constitutes a part of its territory.
Strange as it may seem, humans have always been a combative and warlike species, from ancient times to the present. Before the discovery of fragmentary spaces, humans and nations frequently waged war over even the smallest patches of land. After the invasion by alien races, humanity united as never before. Large-scale wars between nations disappeared, replaced only by competitions between nations.
For example, various civilian sports events and the Olympic Games. The martial arts community began organizing all kinds of martial arts tournaments.
People still competed for resources, but now they shared a common goal, fairly and impartially opening up unknown fragment spaces.
Sure enough, martial artists think the same way. Everyone pursues maximum benefit and doesn't hold back. On the same day,
16 new guilds were established, and GS Wings of Dawn was one of them.
At the same time, the Academy issued orders to dissolve 8 old guilds that had unqualified leaders or insufficient members.
G looked at the names of these fallen guilds and mused that the world is like a chess game.
Xiaoxianer looked at G's conflicted expression and sighed softly.
She knew how difficult this was for G, and she understood Bella's feelings as well.
Xiaoxianer stood up, walked over to G, and said softly, "G, I think we can give her a chance. She's one of us in the Butcher's Guild, too. We can all see how determined she is, and with us here, we can do our best to protect her. Besides, she is quite capable. She might even be able to help out."
G looked at Xiaoxianer. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but he finally nodded.
Xiaoxianer walked to the doorway, opened the door, and said to Bella, "Come in, Mimi."
A look of surprise and delight immediately flashed in Bella's eyes. She nodded vigorously, rushed into the room, and walked straight up to Ji, just as she was about to hug him. At that moment, Ji moved with uncanny agility and easily dodged her.
Bella's arms reached out into empty space. "Ji, haven't you forgiven me yet? Get lost."
If it weren't for the fact that she was also a member of the Butcher's Guild, he really wouldn't want anything to do with this woman. Just at this dramatic moment, a flurry of frantic footsteps and blood-curdling shouts shattered the delicate atmosphere inside the room. A man, his face etched with terror, ran toward Ji and the others, shouting as he ran. "Master, someone's here to challenge our guild." Everyone's expressions changed, and Ji's gaze instantly sharpened. Before they could react, a group of people strode in menacingly, led by Meng Shandu. Behind him were several Tai sect masters exuding a powerful aura. Their presence was even more intimidating than Meng Shandu's, clearly signaling that they meant business. A trash guild founded by trash. A smug, cold smile played on Meng Shandu's lips. He swept his gaze over Ji and the others and shouted, "Ji, I let you win by a fluke last time. Today, I've brought the Tai sect's true masters. Just wait, we're going to trample you underfoot." His voice echoed through the air, brimming with defiance. She sat in the president's chair, meeting Meng Shandu's gaze without a hint of fear. Perched high above, he exuded an air of supreme authority. "Meng Shandu, you really just want to give up. But don't think bringing a few henchmen will scare us. Ha 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 ha." The masters behind Meng Shandu burst into laughter. Being looked down upon by these freshmen for the first time was enough to make even a Buddha lose his temper. That laughter was a bit unsettling. The tension in the air had reached its peak. A fierce battle seemed imminent. Both sides gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for the clash. A burly man behind Meng Shandu, at least 2 meters tall, stepped forward. Pointing at Ji, he said, "You're the one who doesn't know." He didn't get to finish his sentence. A flash went before his eyes. He felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and everything went black. Killed a martial artist of the same rank. Reward, 500 plus vitality. Killed 6 martial artists of the same rank. Reward, 3000 plus vitality. The elite fighters surrounding Meng Shandu had all been struck on the forehead and were bleeding profusely. "Damn it, Ji, how dare you attack from the shadows?" Only then did everyone notice that the ground was littered with shards of ceramic cups. Ji had struck. "Ha ha! I just saw these fine gentlemen looking so dashing, So I invited them for tea, but for some reason, they couldn't even catch the cups. Jia's throwing technique was so bizarre that even these battle-hardened martial artists couldn't sense the killing intent as the cups flew toward them. It was simply the unique throwing technique, Death Blow 3000, that mentor Wensi had secretly taught him over the past few days. What a remarkable skill! If Wensi weren't seventh uncle's lover, she might actually be tempted to pursue her. Or perhaps, having grown up without a mother's love, she was only now realizing how much he needed it. He still had his self-respect, though, so he could only treat this feeling as a substitute for maternal love. After all, once a teacher, always a father. Gee, you're such a brute. We came to celebrate the founding of your guild. Is this how you treat your guests? Oh, if you put it that way, then I, Ling, have indeed failed to treat my guests properly. It's just that you scum have smashed all my cups. You're not welcome here. Ji didn't mince words. Ji's gaze grew even more resolute, and a wave of fearless courage surged within him as he recalled the saying, "Good wine for friends, a hunting rifle for enemies." Meng, if you had come in good faith, we would have treated you with courtesy and welcomed you with fine wine. But today you've come with malice and provocation as an enemy, and we will not back down. We have our principles and the beliefs we defend, just as we have our razor-sharp hunting rifle to face our enemies. Jia's voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating through the air and stirring the hearts of his own men, greatly boosting their morale. Xiao Xianer nodded slightly from the side, gripping her long sword tightly. The blade emitted a faint hum, as if echoing Jia's words. I didn't follow the wrong man. Bella regretted it. She always thought that a man who acted like a lapdog was the real deal. Mengshan heard Jia's words and his expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his arrogant demeanor, snorting coldly, "Humph, anyone can talk big. Just wait until you're begging for mercy later." They all believed they'd been hit by hidden weapons because of their own carelessness. The Tai sect's experts also burst into a chorus of laughter. Old Meng, we're here to cause trouble, not to argue. An expert wearing a t-shirt was already swinging his sword as he charged toward Ji. Clang! Xiao Xianer struck, her long sword blocking the attack in front of Ji. Dina also struck, wielding a long sword as well. The two of them truly looked like a pair of female door gods. And they were gorgeous. Both stood over 1.75 meters tall, with stunning figures that were the envy of all. Wow! Two absolute stunners. Of course, they were two of the four flowers of the Butcher's Guild. There was also Bella, and Di Mei. The t-shirt-clad expert, blocked by Xiao Xianer and Dina, flashed a look of surprise and annoyance in his eyes. He hadn't expected these two seemingly delicate women to possess such immense power. He snorted coldly, then flicked his long sword upward with a sudden motion. Spiritual energy surged along the blade, transforming into several streaks of sword energy that shot toward Xiao Xianer and Dina. Xiao Xianer and Dina showed no fear. They exchanged a glance and, in perfect unison, swung their long swords. A pale blue glow emanated from Xiao Xianer's sword, while Dina's was enveloped in a layer of fiery red spiritual energy. The two lights intertwined, forming a colorful shield. The sword chi crashed into the shield, emitting a crackling sound. Oomph, is that all you've got? Xiao Xianer snapped, her body soaring like a swallow as she lunged toward the t-shirt-clad master. Her long sword traced a graceful arc through the air, whipping up a piercing wind as it slashed straight toward her opponent's head. This strike appeared simple, but it actually contained the power Xiao Xianer had cultivated over many years. Its speed was astonishing, and its force was equally staggering. Her progress had been this remarkable in just a few days. No wonder martial artists were so eager to come to the martial arts academy to study. Dina wasn't far behind. She charged at the t-shirt-clad master from the side, her long sword blurring into a series of afterimages as it struck toward the enemy's waist like a nimble serpent. Her attack angles were devious, with every strike aimed at her opponent's vital points. This formed a perfect synergy with Xiao Xianer's assault, trapping the t-shirt-clad master in a pincer movement. The t-shirt master furrowed his brow, feeling immense pressure. He suddenly spun his body, whirling his long sword into a circle that formed a white vortex of spiritual energy, attempting to fend off Xiao Xianer and Dina's attacks. The sword circle collided with the twin blades, producing a deafening roar. The powerful shockwave sent everyone nearby staggering back several steps. It seemed the two of them were still stuck at the peak of the second tier of the mortal stage. She decided to let them have their way. Perhaps this valuable experience would help them break through. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, Meng Shandu shouted impatiently from the sidelines, "What are you lot standing around for? Go all out and take them down." Hearing the command, the other Tai sect masters roared in unison and charged toward Ji and his group. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos, with battle cries and the clanging of weapons intertwining as the fight erupted in full force. Yang Wu seized the moment and leaped into the fray like a cheetah. His movements were swift and agile, even more so than before. Clearly, his martial arts skills had improved significantly during this time. Jeet Kune Do. Every one of his movements was brimming with power and technique. Every punch and kick landed precisely on his enemy's vital points. Under his storm-like barrage of attacks, the Tai sect masters were forced back one after another. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible," one of the masters cried out in frustration. He was like a whirlwind on the battlefield. Wherever he went, his enemies could hardly defend themselves. Meanwhile, Shang Feng also joined the fray. He wielded a sword whose blade gleamed with a chilling light, as if expressing its thirst for battle. Cheng Feng charged into the enemy ranks, swinging his sword and unleashing a dazzling flash of light. His swordplay flowed as smoothly as clouds and water. Every move contained profound inner strength, and wherever his sword struck, the enemy's defenses were effortlessly torn apart. Working in tandem with Yang Wu, one hard, one soft, one launching fierce physical assaults while the other outmaneuvered the enemy with exquisite swordplay, they placed immense pressure on the Tai sect's masters. Thanks to their combined efforts, the Tai sect's offensive was gradually suppressed, and the tide of battle began to turn in Ji's favor. Ji roared, "Don't give them a moment to catch their breath." Xiao Xian'er said playfully, "Just you wait, I'm going to teach them a lesson today." Dina shouted, "Sisters, give it your all." The t-shirt-clad master glared furiously, "Don't get too cocky." Meng Shan was so frantic he stamped his foot, "Hold the line, all of you." Yang Wu shouted as he fought, "You scoundrels, meet your end." Shang Feng barked, "Today is your doomsday." Someone from the Tai sect shouted, "Hold nothing back." Several of them immediately unleashed their true cultivation power. Yang Wu was instantly knocked flying by a punch from a master, coughing up 8 or 9 liang of blood. "Damn it!" Ji shook his head. They were still being suppressed by the difference in cultivation levels. They were truly going easy on the women. Even though their male disciples were injured, the female disciples hadn't been harmed yet. More than 20 beautiful women immediately drew their weapons and charged forward. "You're really hopeless. Did you really think we wouldn't fight women?" A dozen or so female martial artists of average looks were either injured or had their weapons shattered or broken. So it wasn't that they wouldn't hurt women, they just wouldn't hurt beauties. Bella saw the situation clearly and actually charged in as well. Everyone who was supposed to fight had joined the fray. She hoped to put an end to this farce once and for all. She slammed his fist on the chair and unleashed his lightness skills. He drew the bloodthirsty blade and somersaulted forward. "Bella, get out of the way." Ji grabbed her and pulled her behind him with one hand. Killing intent gathered in the blade, resonating with the killing intent within the character blood engraved on it. A sweeping strike. A terrifying blade of light slashed toward the Tai masters. Boom! Several of their weapons shattered. He hadn't expected that advancing even a single minor realm in his cultivation would also greatly increase the power of the bloodthirsty blade. Meng Shandu turned pale. "Chairman Ling, I know I was wrong. Please spare me." Ji's gaze was piercing. "You made a mistake and now you want to beg for mercy? It's not that easy." Bella said, "Brother Ling, we can't let him off so easily." Yang Wu also shouted, "Right. He must pay the price." The Tai sect masters pleaded in unison, "Chairman Ling, we beg you to show mercy." Ji pondered for a moment. "Meng Shandu, disable your own martial arts abilities and get out of here." Meng Shandu collapsed to the ground. "No, please don't." Xiao Xian'er said in a sweet voice, "This is the punishment he deserves." Dina agreed, "That's right, we can't show any mercy." Ji was determined to teach them a lesson. Meng Shandu was pinned to the ground by their experts and could only plead desperately. Bloodthirsty Blade swung his blade horizontally, severing the meridians in this shameless man's hand. Ah! Severely injuring a martial artist of the same rank, reward 1000 plus vitality. Get out! After bowing and clasping their hands in respect, they dragged the man away. Clap, clap, clap. A thunderous round of applause erupted throughout the hall. They saw that this leader truly had presence. He had merely disabled the man's dominant hand without completely crippling him. This eliminated a potential threat while also deterring those petty troublemakers from causing trouble at the guild. His single strike, which swept away 1,000 enemies, showed everyone just how formidable Ji was. After establishing his authority for the first time, Ji handed the guild's affairs over to Chengyu. You really are a hands-off boss, Chengyu said helplessly. Thanks for all your hard work, brother Chengyu. Where are you going? The library. Mina was carrying a backpack. Let us go together. With a beautiful girl by his side, he certainly wouldn't mind, especially since she was, after all, his savior. Let us go. Ji, I'm coming too. Bella ran over and wrapped her arms around Ji's arm. Let go. Bella's sweet smile vanished instantly. Okay. They slipped into the library. The Martial Arts Academy's library was like a mysterious temple of knowledge, exuding an ancient and enchanting aura. Wow! Bella couldn't help but marvel. From the outside, the library was a majestic structure. Its walls were built of massive stone blocks, each bearing faint patterns where spiritual energy seemed to flow. The top of the building featured exquisite eaves, and wind chimes hanging from the corners swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a crisp, pleasant sound as if playing a welcoming melody for this treasure trove of knowledge. The entrance consists of 2 heavy solid wood doors, carved with various motifs related to martial cultivation, including the postures of martial artists in training, scenes of mystical techniques being performed, and those legendary, mysterious, and powerful weapons. Every carving is lifelike, with every detail showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. As they stepped into the library, the first thing that caught their eye was a spacious hall. The hall's ceiling soared high, and the dome was inlaid with countless spirit orbs emitting a soft glow. These orbs illuminated the entire hall as brightly as daylight, leaving not a single dark corner. In the center of the hall stood a massive statue of an ancient martial arts master. His countenance was dignified, and his gaze was deep and wise. The inscription read, Martial Saint Ling Yefeng. Ji never would have imagined that this martial saint also bore the surname Ling. Could he be one of his ancestors? All around were rows of bookshelves stretching as far as the eye could see. Ji's gaze was as sharp as a torch as he scanned the shelves, hoping to find books that would aid his cultivation. The bloodthirsty system he practiced provided the foundational techniques. Any other martial arts were merely icing on the cake for him. But since he was eager to learn, he recorded every technique he deemed worthwhile into the system. At the very least, it would give him more combat strategies to draw upon when facing enemies. So he made his way to the cultivation techniques section. He opened a manual that exuded an ancient aura. Chaos Holy Essence Art? This was a top-tier cultivation technique passed down from ancient times. Practitioners must first draw the chaotic energy of heaven and earth in their bodies, transforming it into sacred primordial power stored in the Dantian. As cultivation deepens, the sacred primordial power nourishes the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as the 8 extra meridians, making the body far stronger than that of ordinary people. However, this dungeon manual isn't suitable for practitioners of every constitution. After entering it into the system, he opened another volume. 9 Yang Heaven Burning Art. A cultivation technique renowned for its yang energy. Practitioners absorb the power of the sun, transforming it into the 9 Yang true fire, which circulates through the meridians within the body. The 9 Yang true fire gradually tempers the practitioner's body, making it as indestructible as a diamond. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for him, or perhaps it was suitable for Yang Wuidi. Call him over to learn it when the time came. He looked for a long time, but finding nothing suitable for himself, he left that section. He arrived at the movement techniques section. Phantom flow steps, ethereal wind shadow art, and heavenly soaring cloud dragon movement all appeared to be very advanced movement techniques, but based on the descriptions, they weren't as good as the ones he'd picked up in the dungeon. The same was true for the sword technique manuals section. Just as he reached the staircase leading to the second floor, a staff member stopped him. The woman was wearing the academy uniform. She was clearly a staff member. However, she looked very young, probably a student herself, a diligent student excelling in both her craft and her studies. She said with a smile, "Excuse me, student, but access to the upper floor is restricted to those at the spirit martial realm or above. Can't I just go in and take a look? Academy regulations prohibit it." In the past, many students with low cultivation levels went in, practiced in secret, and suffered from chi deviation. Now the academy has explicitly banned it. Ji wasn't ready to give up. He called teacher Wensi. Wensi was truly kind to him. Using his authority as G's mentor, he allowed Ji to go upstairs. The upper floor didn't have as many books as the first floor, probably only about a third as many. It seemed that the higher the level of martial arts, the fewer manuals were preserved. However, searching for books here was very different from the first floor, protected by a magical array barrier. It appeared that one could only take a book if they had the specific one they were looking for. At the entrance, there were several computers and a spirit stone, presumably for testing cultivation levels. She sat down in front of a computer. He placed his hand on the spirit stone. The computer screen immediately displayed 2024 martial arts student, G. Age, 19. Height, 188. Constitution? Weight, 75 kilograms. Advisor, Wenshi Associate Professor. Minor Advisor, none. Residential Advisor, Sylvia. Cultivation level, Mortal Stage, 3rd Tier, Early Stage. Preferred weapons, sword, hidden weapons. The computer processed the data at high speed and quickly unlocked the books she was authorized to read. Suddenly, a mechanical arm extended from the air. It swiftly gathered the books. The books suitable for you have been teleported to the reading room. How advanced! Ji entered the reading room and found only a handful of people inside. He found the books meant for him and was just about to start reading when a classmate sitting nearby asked curiously, "Bro, how did you manage to get in here?" Ji smiled. "My mentor helped me. I really envy you. I've been struggling to break through to the spirit martial realm," the classmate sighed. He never would have guessed that this ordinary-looking man was a spirit martial realm master. It seemed the academy was truly full of hidden talents. "Junior brother, since you haven't reached that realm yet, you must be very cautious in your cultivation." He really didn't expect this senior brother to be so friendly. Ji opened a book and furrowed his brow slightly. "This cultivation technique doesn't seem as miraculous as I imagined. Much of it was material he'd already seen on the first floor, just advanced versions of the same techniques. Skipping levels to train really makes it easy to lose control and go mad." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "This one seems kind of interesting." A book titled Cultivation of the Mind, the Eternal Balance. Ji jotted down many insights in the margins of this book. The higher one's martial arts reach, the greater the demands on one's state of mind. In this world of high martial arts, power can easily cause one to lose oneself, and cultivating one's state of mind is the key to maintaining clarity and self-restraint. During my cultivation, I've seen many martial artists driven mad by losing control of their energy. They were blinded by their immense power and lost control of themselves. To prevent such a tragedy from befalling me, I constantly remind myself to maintain a calm and humble heart. Whether facing success or failure, I treat both with equanimity. When I overcome a major hurdle or master a new martial art, I do not become arrogant or complacent. Instead, I view it as a new starting point and continue to train diligently. And when I encounter setbacks or failures, I do not lose heart or become discouraged. Rather, I learn from them, analyze my shortcomings, and strive to do better next time. Cultivating one's state of mind is also reflected in distinguishing between good and evil and using power correctly. Kung Fu itself is neither good nor evil, but the user's intent determines its nature. I deeply understand that possessing great power entails greater responsibility. Therefore, I vow to use Kung Fu only for righteous causes, to protect the innocent and uphold world peace and stability. Thank you, Chairman Ling, for your support of the Academy's mission. Please organize your team, come to the organization department to pick up your wristbands, and sign the waiver. Just a heads up, for this mission, it's best to have martial artists who are at least at the peak of mortal stage level 2. Upon receiving the message, Ji immediately returned to the guild to rally his team. She quickly gathered the guild members, each with a different expression on their face. Chairman, this mission is way too dangerous, someone said with concern. Ji's gaze was resolute, so what if it's dangerous? This is our chance to rise. But that beast is ferocious, can we really handle it? Another person questioned. She shouted, how will we know we can't do it unless we give it our all? Trust me, everyone. The group fell silent for a moment, then nodded in unison. Chengyu was the first to agree, but Zhu Wunti let him go. Someone had to stay behind to guard the base. Otherwise, with new members joining, there would be no one to make the final decisions. Bella was still beautiful, though her expression was somewhat distracted. Ji, I have something to take care of at home. I need to take some time off. Actually, you don't need to tell me. She left the guild headquarters, looking disappointed. Raise your hand if you want to go. As it turned out, the vast majority raised their hands, though he remembered the conditions were quite strict. Very good, everyone is very motivated, but this mission is only open to martial artists at the peak of mortal stage level 2 or higher. This requirement immediately ruled out some people, including that Yang Wu. Those below this cultivation level should stay at the academy, study diligently with their mentors, and focus on their training. Many were disappointed, especially Yang Wu. Hey, this is clearly discrimination. Mina rolled her eyes at him and said, this is a notice from the organization department. As vice president, Mina and Chengyu were also in the guild's management group chat, so they had seen the notice. She knew this mission offered poor value for effort, but she also realized that without missions like this, it would be very difficult for a team of newcomers like theirs to get any opportunities. This is a dangerous mission. Warriors who aren't afraid of death, follow our president. Ji. Mani. Ji. Mani. Everyone called out their names as they followed the two. A total of 38 people left the guild. That was enough. This was a minor mission. Those with lower cultivation levels or insufficient combat experience could stay at the academy to train. They all have to step onto the battlefield someday. They arrived at the organization department in a grand procession. Ji was the first to sign the life and death agreement and receive his wristband. Ji, you'd better think this through, the staff member warned. The others followed suit without hesitation. Ji didn't hesitate, let us go. Hey. What? Ji, a staff member from the organization department, asked, do you even know where to go? Ji and the others were so excited they genuinely had no idea where to start. Senior sister, follow me. The young woman smiled as she led the newcomers to the teleportation wormhole. The staff member pressed a button on the remote control in her hand. A large gate swung open. They stepped into the wormhole teleporter. 38 people. Teleportation destination, B1 Evil Forest Plateau. So comfortable. The academy is the academy, even their teleportation arrays are more comfortable than people. It turned out the academy had invested heavily in installing a large number of spirit stones within the teleportation array, making the teleportation process feel like a form of cultivation. Overnight, their eyes began to close as they entered a meditative state. An endless stream of spiritual energy flowed into their bodies. After an unknown amount of time, their vision blurred. The group stepped into the evil forest, and a sinister aura washed over them. Immediately, they heard a dungeon system notification, ding. Congratulations on successfully entering the B1 level dungeon Evil Forest, ID C1. It was still that child's mechanical voice. Before them, they found themselves transported to the edge of a cliff, with a massive river flowing alongside it. Below the cliff lay the C1 level dungeon Evil Forest that Ji had visited before, a place that felt very familiar. The forest ahead had been ravaged now, only a few small saplings were sprouting. The forest was permeated by an eerie,
dark aura the leaves had taken on an dark green hue, shimmering with an ominous glow in the dim light. It was now the beginning of winter, and the temperature was much lower than the last time they'd been here. Quest: collect evil water ice crystals. Quantity: as many as possible. G furrowed his brow. Everyone, be careful, the monsters here are very ferocious. Mina whispered, this aura gives me the creeps. Just then, a tiny white creature fluttered out of G's backpack. Xiao Bai. As soon as Xiao Bai arrived, it felt as if it had come home. Xiao Bai fluttered excitedly through the air, as if guiding the group in the right direction. Follow Xiao Bai, we might make a new discovery, she said. The group followed cautiously behind, when suddenly a howling gale swept past. Oh no, trouble! Mina cried out. A herd of massive beasts burst out of the woods, bearing their fangs and claws. Pig? The wristband system prompted. Tier 3, entry-level beast, charging porcupine. Attack power, over 2000 newly. Special move, brave charge. Countermeasure, kill. If you run, it'll catch up to you in the end. Everyone, prepare for battle. Ji shouted loudly. The group drew their weapons, their expressions tense. The charging porcupine swept toward Ji and his companions like a surging black wave. These porcupines were enormous, each over 2 meters long and covered in quills as hard as steel. Ji swung his sword with all his might, slaying another porcupine, and shouted, everyone, give it one last push. Kill a tier 3 beast, reward 2000 plus vitality, 1000 plus killing intent. Xiao Xian'er cried out, I can still fight. Sweat soaked through her clothes. Dina gasped for breath, we have to hold on. Suddenly, an even larger porcupine king appeared, and everyone's faces paled. Level 4 early stage beast, charging porcupine. Attack power, over 10,000 Niuli's special move, brave charge. A storm of blood and gore. Countermeasure, kill it. They are ferocious if targeted, you must kill it. Hearing this alert, everyone trembled all over. They'd already fought countless little porcupines, and now a giant one had appeared. However, the porcupine didn't attack. Its blood-red eyes gleamed like a blood moon. The two bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Ji, and the porcupine's body began to tremble. Oink, oink, snort, snort, huff, huff. The rampaging porcupine spotted Ji, sniffed the air, and kept snorting. Mina, who had been standing behind Ji the whole time, also sensed something was off. This porcupine seems to really hate you? She felt the same way at that moment, a murderous intent directed straight at him. He took a closer look and noticed a knife scar on the porcupine's head. The scar hadn't fully healed yet. Is that the little piglet that ran away back then? Is it still alive? Oink, oink, grumble, grumble, huff, huff, as if answering his question. You're here to seek revenge. Grumble, grumble, huff, huff, oink, oink. The giant porcupine raised its head, and the bloodlust in the air converged on its snout. A storm of blood and gore. Everyone, scatter. He had suffered from this move before he'd nearly died from it. Everyone sensed the ferocity of this attack. Even if they weren't killed by the blow itself, they'd be blown off the cliff, which meant certain death. She gripped his knife tightly, bracing for battle. You beast, today I will slay you. The porcupine king roared furiously, and a storm of blood and gore howled forth. The group scattered to take cover, the situation incredibly perilous. Xiao Xian'er shouted, Ji, watch out. Dina cried out, don't panic. Ji sidestepped the attack and gritted his teeth, watch me break your ultimate move. The porcupine king lunged again, its fangs bared menacingly. Mina cried out in alarm, oh no. She seized the moment to leap into the air and swing his sword at the porcupine king. The porcupine king, stung by the blow, grew even more frenzied. He had to take it down before it unleashed that move. If it landed, this place would be too dangerous. The fourth move of the bloodthirsty mad blade, his eyes unlocked the essence of the butcher skill. The two moves fused. Kill. He brought the blade down with a vicious slash at the vital spot on its neck. Grunt, grunt, gurgle, gurgle, roar, roar, grunt, grunt, gurgle, gurgle, roar, roar. Killed a level 4 beast reward, 2000 plus vitality. The porcupine strained, using all its strength to fling G away. G and his blade flew off into the distance. G, the crowd cried out in alarm. He was hurtling toward the edge of the cliff. Refusing to be knocked away, she pushed off with his right foot, channeling the agility of the cloud drifting step. Spiritual energy gathered in his lower abdomen, lowering his center of gravity. With a somersault, he plunged the bloodthirsty blade into the muddy ground. A level 4 beast is truly extraordinary. Although he couldn't land a fatal blow every time, this beast could no longer use its ultimate move. Its throat had been slashed, and it was losing air. The charging porcupine was tenacious, its eyes red with rage. It kept kicking its legs. It intended to take Shi down with it. You can dream on. Shi saw right through its plan. After stabilizing his stance, Shi chanted the incantation, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, gathering spiritual energy, using chaos as a catalyst break. As the incantation left his lips, the air around him began to ripple violently, and the killing intent in the heavens and earth churned the spiritual energy of the cosmos. G's entire body burst into brilliant light, forming a vortex of spiritual energy and killing intent centered on him. Let us call it the spirit-killing chi for now. The surrounding spirit-killing chi surged toward him like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. This spirit-killing chi gradually condensed around him, transforming into beams of tangible light that swirled and danced around his body. Each beam contained immense power, sharp as a blade and exuding a chilling aura. Under the influence of the vortex of spirit-killing chi, G's hair stirred without a breeze, and the hems of his robes fluttered in the air. His gaze grew deep and majestic, as if he had transformed into a deity who controlled the laws of the universe. At that moment, he became one with his surroundings, emerging as the central force on this battlefield. The light grew ever brighter, gradually enveloping G's figure entirely. From a distance, it resembled a dazzling sun rising amidst the porcupine horde, causing even the charging porcupines to sense a profound threat. Their onslaught faltered involuntarily. The fifth form of the bloodthirsty mad blade, raging sea of death. This was the first time he had used it, and it was indeed awe-inspiring. Kill. Dozens of porcupines, including the 4th-tier porcupine, were all wiped out by this single strike. Killed a 4th-tier beast, reward vitality 5000 plus, killing chi 2500 plus. Killed 23rd-tier beasts, reward vitality plus, killing chi plus. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the shocking scene before them, their faces filled with disbelief. The smaller porcupines, the ferocity and madness that had once filled their eyes were instantly replaced by fear. Trembling with fear, the young porcupines let out terrified squeaks as they scrambled backward, actually fleeing. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. Mina stopped in her tracks and looked at G meaningfully. Is it really worth taking this risk? Your rapid growth is crucial to our guild. Besides, your business is my business. She blushed. I know you've always wanted to repay me. But I didn't do anything back then. No. If it weren't for your kindness, I wouldn't be here today. If you hadn't helped me that day, even if I hadn't died, it would taken me several days to recover on my own. By then, everything would been over. I wouldn't be here today. G had a point. They'd have to leave the dungeon once their time was up anyway. If that happened, Shen Yu wouldn't have had a chance to escape, and Xiao Bai wouldn't have come with her. Both of them had been a huge help. Besides, without their help, Yang Wu might have died as well. Ji had been watching all along. This girl, who asked for nothing in return, was kind and brave. But with only a tiny wind element core, even if she asked for the stars and the moon, she'd have to figure out a way to get them. We're already here. This is a great opportunity for real-world combat practice. Besides, those charging porcupines have strong attack power, but their attacks are one-dimensional, so they're easy to handle. The other members also agreed with the president's decision. Ji and the others followed the trail left by the fleeing charging porcupines. The trail was like a clear path, leaving deep imprints in the grass and soil. Along the way, everyone remained highly vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly, ready at any moment to face potential danger.
After an unknown amount of time, a pungent odor began to fill the air, the distinctive scent of porcupines, mixed with the smell of dirt and decaying vegetation. As they ventured deeper, a massive cave came into view. The surrounding land had been trampled into a chaotic mess by the porcupines, and the area around the cave was littered with porcupine quills and gnawed bones. This was clearly the lair of the charging porcupines. "Everyone, be careful, we've found their lair." The entrance to the cave was dim, and faint, low grunts and the sound of claws scraping against the ground could be heard in the distance. G signaled for everyone to stop. He carefully surveyed the area around the cave, trying to determine the best course of action. The lair looked incredibly deep. There was no telling how many porcupines were hiding inside, or if there might even be a more powerful creature guarding the place. Xiao Xian'er moved closer to Ji and whispered, "We don't know what's inside, we have to be careful." Ji nodded slightly. He looked at his teammates and quietly assigned their tasks. "Dina, Xian'er, you two guard both sides of the entrance to prevent any porcupines from sneaking up from behind. The rest of you follow me inside. If there's any danger, watch out for each other." Everyone nodded in unison and took their positions according to the plan. She took a deep breath and slowly made his way toward the cave, taking each step as lightly as possible, afraid of startling the porcupines inside. Once inside the cave, they realized it was even more complex than they had imagined. The interior was a network of passages, like a giant maze. Some parts of the walls were damp, dripping with an unknown liquid, and the ground beneath their feet was slightly slippery. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. A group of small porcupines came running over in a panic upon seeing Ji and the others. They scattered in all directions in terror. Before anyone could react, an even larger porcupine burst out from a side passage. This porcupine was bigger than any they had encountered before, its quills as sharp as spears, and its eyes flashing with rage. Everyone's wristband system issued an alert. Peak Tier 4 Beast, Charging Porcupine. Attack Power, over 10,000 Niu Special Moves, Brave Charge. Bloodbath. Iron Head Ram. Countermeasure, Kill it. These beasts are ferocious. If they target you, you must kill them. Ji bellowed, "Everyone, be careful." Mina shouted, "Don't panic, hold your formation. Encircle it." Everyone unleashed their respective skills one after another. This time, she held back, as if letting the others get some practice in first. He was confident this beast wouldn't use blood and guts inside the cave. That move would accidentally harm the other porcupines. Mina launched the first attack, her long sword flashing as she thrust it straight at the porcupine. "Oomph, just wait until I teach you a lesson, you beast." Dina, standing at the cave entrance, wasn't about to be outdone. She shouted, "Don't let it get away." Xian'er gave a sharp cry, "Everyone, give it your all." The porcupine roared furiously, charging wildly in all directions. "Watch out for its iron head," Ji warned loudly. The team members unleashed a barrage of skills on the porcupine, leaving it covered in blood. "This thing is really tough," someone shouted. The porcupine suddenly turned and charged toward one of the weaker members. "Oh no, help him." Seeing this, Chung Feng drew his long sword without hesitation and roared, "You beast, don't get too cocky." The porcupine hesitated for a moment at the roar, then lunged at Cheng Feng with even greater fury. Chung Feng sidestepped, his sword moving like a gale. "Watch me cut you down, you vile beast." The porcupine spun around and charged once more. Cheng Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I won't believe I can't subdue you." The long sword in his hand blazed with light as he swung it with all his might, striking the porcupine's quills. "Oomph, I will definitely subdue you." Cheng Feng's eyes widened, his aura as powerful as a rainbow. The porcupine, stung by the pain, grew even more frenzied, but Cheng Feng showed not a trace of fear. "Come on, let us fight again." His teammates cheered him on from the sidelines. "Cheng Feng, go for it." Cheng Feng and the porcupine were locked in a stalemate, and the battle grew increasingly fierce. Nina let out a shrill cry, "Cheng Feng, I'm here to help you." With that, a throwing weapon shot from her hand. With a whoosh, the projectile flew straight toward the porcupine's eye. Sensing danger, the porcupine jerked its head violently to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Feng thrust his sword even more fiercely, aiming straight for the porcupine's abdomen.
You beast, meet your end. Chang Feng roared.
The porcupine, writhing in pain, thrashed its body wildly.
Nina shouted again, don't let it break free. Everyone unleashed even more powerful attacks. Xian'er cried out, put more effort into it, we're almost there.
The porcupine's wounds multiplied, and blood spattered everywhere.
Dina shouted, it's almost done for. Ji also shouted, finish it while we're on a roll.
Chang Feng gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength, and drove his sword viciously into the porcupine's vital spot. The porcupine let out one final agonized scream and crashed to the ground.
Excellent. This beast is as good as dead,
Chang Feng said with a smile. She walked over and delivered a finishing blow to its heart with the bloodthirsty blade, putting an end to its life of suffering. Kill a 4th tier beast, reward 5000 plus vitality, 500 plus killing chi.
That finishing blow felt so satisfying.
Other martial artists of slightly lower strength were also slaughtering their way through
the cave. At that moment,
this must be the king of the charging porcupines. I checked the records. The highest tier for this beast is the peak of the 4th tier, which is exactly where they're at. Ji nodded in agreement. His time in the library had been a waste.
Let us go. Time to loot the place.
Ji led the group deep into the porcupine's lair, saying excitedly, search thoroughly, don't miss a single treasure.
Mina rummaged around nearby and called out, there are a few exquisite treasure chests over here. Dina ran over. Quick, let us open them.
As the treasure chests opened, a brilliant light shone forth, and Xian'er exclaimed in delight, they're precious gems. Chang Feng, holding a sharp sword, laughed heartily, this sword will surely boost my power immensely. Etienne.
The Etienne was already the most formidable sword in the mortal realm.
She discovered a simple, ancient-looking box. Upon opening it, a mysterious scroll was revealed. This seems to be a powerful cultivation technique.
The Rongtian Ju.
Upon opening it, they found a manual teaching the art of concealment.
Is this one of the manuals used by warriors from the land of cherry blossoms?
The group continued searching.
Dina called out, there are quite a few gold coins here, too. Xian'er held up a necklace.
This necklace is so beautiful it might even have special powers.
Mina found some rare herbs.
These herbs can be used to refine top-quality elixirs. She looked at the group, their hands full of loot, and said, we've had quite a bountiful haul this time. Let us go back and work on improving our strength. As they looked at the treasure chests, someone asked, these chests belong to us humans.
How did they end up inside their cave? I think they are indeed ours. This dungeon probably opens every year for testing purposes.
Some of the chests weren't discovered by the warriors and ended up being used as toys by these porcupines instead.
Mina jumped onto a high platform where a sky-blue stone lay. Very strong wind attributes. A wind elemental spirit stone.
These porcupines must absorb power from this stone to master their wind elemental techniques.
She eagerly chipped it loose.
Ji exclaimed excitedly, this wind elemental spirit stone is a rare find, we're really lucky. Chang Feng added, with this treasure, we'll definitely be able to boost our strength.
Dina smiled and said, then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry back and study it thoroughly.
The group packed up their belongings and prepared to leave the cave. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed through the air.
Xian'er cried out in alarm, oh no! Could there be another beast? Mina frowned and warned, everyone, be careful. A massive two-headed wolf slowly emerged.
The system notification sounded again.
Peak 4th tier beast, wine twin-headed wolf. Attack power, above bull strength. Special moves, 1, storm 2. Coordinated bite. Strategy, kill. Defeat it before it summons its pack. She gritted his teeth and said, looks like it's going to be a tough fight. Chang Feng gripped his sword tightly, what is there to fear?
We just took down a porcupine, let us take on this twin-headed wolf. A savage glint flashed in the two-headed wolf's eyes as it lunged violently at the group.
Dina shouted, spread out. Don't let it wipe us all out at once. The group quickly scattered, engaging the two-headed wolf in a skirmish.
Cheng Feng stood alone at the front of the group. He drew the Etienne sword he had obtained earlier. It was a legendary divine weapon renowned throughout the land, steeped in countless legends. The Etienne sword had a slender blade, gleaming with a cold radiance like autumn water, and was over 4 chi in length. Its entire blade shimmered with a crisp silver light, as if forged from millennia-old black ice. This glow was not mere reflection, but a chilling luster that seemed to emanate from the sword's very soul, sending a shiver down one's spine. The blade is exceptionally sharp, and a faint blue glow can be seen flickering along its edge. When the Etienne sword is drawn from its scabbard, it emits a crisp, melodious ring, a sound like a dragon's roar echoing through the heavens, reverberating through the air as if it could pierce one's very soul. What a sword! Truly, what a sword! The sword's cry carried a powerful aura of intimidation, causing even the two-headed wolf to flinch slightly. Cheng Feng roared, "You beast, take this," and charged toward the two-headed wolf. The two-headed wolf dodged to the side and opened its mouth to spew a gale. Cheng Feng moved as swiftly as the wind, his sword following his every movement. "You beast, die!" The Etienne sword blazed brightly in his hand as he thrust it straight at the two-headed wolf's throat. The two-headed wolf roared furiously, spewing another gale in an attempt to block the strike. Cheng Feng's eyes widened with rage. "You think such petty tricks can stop me?" He sidestepped, shifted the sword's trajectory, and slashed at the two-headed wolf's leg. Blood spattered everywhere. In pain, the two-headed wolf lunged and bit frantically. Cheng Feng showed no fear. As the sword's shadow danced, he seized the moment and thrust his sword into the two-headed wolf's heart. The two-headed wolf crashed to the ground with a thud. Cheng Feng laughed loudly, "That's all there is to it." The crowd cheered. Dina shouted, "Cheng Feng, well done." Ji also praised, "What a true treasure of a sword." As he spoke, he tried to deliver the finishing blow with his knife. He slashed several times, but there was no system notification. Could this high-tier exotic beast really have been slain so easily, Cheng Feng? Mina smiled and said, "Ji, what are you doing? It's long since lost all signs of life." She felt a mix of reluctance and joy. "Thank you, Ji. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten this treasure. It's truly priceless." Cheng Feng's joy was impossible to contain. When Cheng Feng had rescued him, Ji had given him clothes and helped him wash up. As the saying goes, even a drop of water's favor should never be forgotten. Ji nodded, offering a faint acknowledgement. Cheng Feng carefully wiped down the Etienne sword. The icy gleam of the blade grew even sharper under his touch. He looked up and said solemnly, "Let us get out of here quickly, before something else goes wrong." Though his voice wasn't loud, it rang clearly in everyone's ears amid the tense atmosphere. Hearing this, the group nodded in unison. They knew full well that this was no place to linger. No one could predict whether new dangers might strike from the shadows. She furrowed his brow slightly, a flash of displeasure crossing his eyes. He stepped forward and declared loudly, "First come, first served is no excuse for plundering. We, too, are determined to claim this evil water ice crystal. If you've got what it takes, let us settle this on our own merits." His voice echoed throughout the area, carrying an unwavering resolve. The handsome man let out a cold laugh, and the martial cultivators from Gue province behind him burst into laughter as well. To them, these people were clearly newcomers. Judging by their auras, they were all around the third tier of the mortal stage. "Oomph, with just the two of you? Don't you know who we are? We at the Gue Province Martial Arts Academy aren't pushovers." As the handsome man spoke, he drew the sword at his waist. It shimmered with a strange light, seemingly an extraordinary treasure. "We from Yun Province aren't afraid of you either." Cheng Feng gripped his Etienne sword tightly. Ever since obtaining it, he felt a bit more cocky. The experts across from them were likely all martial arts students from the class of 2023. Ji waved his hand, and his teammates behind him immediately assumed combat stances. Xiao Xianer swung her long sword, its blade humming as it cut through the air. Dina pointed her spear diagonally toward the ground, its tip flashing with a cold gleam. Cheng Feng also braced himself, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. "Then don't blame us for being ruthless." No sooner had the handsome man finished speaking than he charged toward Ji like a bolt of lightning. His speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Ji. He thrust his sword forward with a fierce strike, aiming straight for Ji's throat. Ji was already on guard. He sidestepped and easily dodged the fatal strike, simultaneously swinging his bloodthirsty blade at the man's waist. The handsome man's reaction was just as quick. He performed a backflip to create distance, then immediately unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, aiming at Ji's vital points. At the same time, their respective teammates also clashed. Qiu Xian'er faced off against a martial artist from Gui province wielding twin axes. The martial artist possessed immense strength, swinging his axes with fierce momentum, but Qiu Xian'er's footwork was agile. She weaved effortlessly through the gaps in his attacks, repeatedly striking at him with her long sword. Dina, meanwhile, was battling a female martial artist wielding a whip. The whip moved like a living serpent, constantly changing direction in the air, while Dina danced her spear, creating a series of spear flourishes to fend off the whip's attacks. Over on Chang Feng's side, he effortlessly parried the pincer attack from two enemies with the sharp edge of the Etienne sword. With every swing of the Etienne sword, a blast of biting sword energy erupted, deterring his enemies from closing in. Ji's battle with the handsome man grew increasingly intense, as the two traded blows, neither willing to yield.
Handsome guy, what is your name?
Ji. You're just a newcomer, yet you've got this kind of strength. I'm truly impressed.
Brother Han, can we team up to claim the evil water ice crystal?
This is our destiny. The victor takes all. In this world, the strong devour the weak. Ji's bloodthirsty blade was stained with blood, but the blood seemed to the blade even more, making its glow even more dazzling. Kill a martial artist of the same rank, reward 500 plus vitality.
Although Han Pa was injured, his swordplay was no less impressive.
The strange light emanating from his sword formed a series of light screens during the battle, fending off Ji's attacks.
You're strong, but your men are weak.
They're no match for us.
Give up.
Han Pa shouted as he fought, trying to psychologically demoralize Ji.
Oof.
If you want us to give up, you'll have to defeat all of us first, Ji retorted. His gaze grew even more determined, and he swung the bloodthirsty blade even faster. Chang Feng had already wounded one of the skilled fighters. However, on their side, Dina's long sword had been severed.
We're outnumbered.
Fall back. She suddenly spotted an opening in Han Pa's defense. He gathered all his strength, raised the bloodthirsty blade high, and brought it down on his opponent with thunderous force. This strike channeled all of Ji's power and carried a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Han Pa sensed the danger, but it was too late to dodge. He had no choice but to block it head-on with his sword.
Clang!
The two weapons collided with a thunderous clang, sending a shower of dazzling sparks flying. The powerful impact sent both of them stumbling back several steps.
This man had initially underestimated Ji and paid the price for his complacency.
Only now did Ji realize that he wasn't a pushover either. He was still somewhat inexperienced and lacking in combat wisdom when facing this man.
Meanwhile,
the battles involving his other teammates had also reached a fever pitch. After skillfully dodging an attack,
let us take care of this guy first,
Han Pa said, setting aside his hostility toward Ji and the others. After all, in the face of this common threat, they needed to temporarily put aside their differences.
When humans face an external enemy, they must unite against it first.
By this point, fighters on both sides had sustained injuries. Ji's side had lost more than half of its combat strength.
Chang Feng and Mina were healers, so he led a few people to tend to the wounded first.
Ji gripped the bloodthirsty blade tightly and shouted, "Everyone, be careful.
Don't panic." Han Pa also commanded loudly, "Concentrate your strength. Attack its weak points." Xian'er cried out, "Watch this," and leaped toward the monster.
While treating the wounded, Chang Feng shouted, "Xian'er, watch out."
She seized the moment and swung his blade with all his might, "Die." The monster swung its massive arm, knocking Ji back several steps.
Seeing this, Han Pa pointed his sword at the monster, "Don't get too cocky." Mina cried anxiously, "Everyone, give it your all. The wounded are in critical condition." She gritted his teeth and got back to his feet. "I will definitely take you down." The monster roared again, sending a massive wave of water crashing forward. The water frog monster's attacks were far too powerful, only those with exceptionally strong physiques could withstand them.
Mani. The water column barreled straight toward Mina.
Mina was sitting cross-legged on the ground, treating one of the wounded. The sudden blow startled her, but she had no time to react. She activated the riding the phoenix, chasing the clouds technique. His legs moved as if powered by motors as he sprinted toward her at high speed, raising both hands to block the attack.
Boom! He was struck squarely, and his hands went numb. The shockwaves still hit his chest. Put!
Blood spurted from his mouth.
Gee!
He waved his hand.
I'm fine. You're fine? You're coughing up blood.
The others saw that even at this distance, they were still vulnerable to attack, so the wounded and medics had to run even farther away. Mina remained behind, her hand already resting on G's pulse. Her expression was a mix of emotions.
Your chi and blood are as strong as an ox. You really are fine. It even seems to have cleared a blockage in your meridians. It's like I just gave you a spa treatment.
Right.
I'll give it a try.
Hampa said upon hearing Mina's words, but what was most daring was that he actually stepped in to block the water jet attack.
Ah! Put! Black blood spurted from his mouth. Ah, just as I thought. Mina surmised this was a case of fighting poison with poison. The water was imbued with evil energy. G, however, didn't see it that way. He said, the evil water ice crystals are named after geographical locations.
When these people hit me with one, it hurts at first, but then it feels good. This water contains all the spiritual energy of the evil forest. Although it carries a hint of evil energy, absorbing it is very beneficial for the body.
So, are we supposed to let it attack us? Ji realized this was a major opportunity for them. Brothers! Go help Brother Gue Shang. We'll hold off the water column. Most of them were skeptical. Only Chiu San and Dina from the Butcher's Guild trusted Ji. They charged forward on their own initiative. The water column. Ah. Ya. May. Die. So comfortable. Dina's body had recovered.
Chiu Xianer felt a tingling sensation all over her body, and evil power made her feel incredibly comfortable, a fusion of evil and spiritual energy.
This power. Ah.
Chiu Xianer broke through right on the spot. Mina sensed her transformation. She has broken through. She is already at the third level of the mortal stage. The source of the water monster frog's power is the evil water ice crystal, so it's a powerful tonic. The water jets they unleashed contained the evil water ice crystals.
What are you waiting for? Chang Feng shouted. They pushed the martial artists from Gue province aside. What is going on? Have they gone crazy? The martial artists from Gue province were stunned. Ah. Ha ha ha. I've broken through. Oh, yes. I've broken through too.
Seeing what was happening, everyone charged forward together to challenge the strange beast. Mina experienced it firsthand. It was the evil power that allowed her body to break through rapidly, with no bottlenecks whatsoever.
No wonder the alien and demonic races advance so quickly. Spiritual energy is precisely the power needed to fuel a breakthrough. But if her body accumulates evil like this, will she eventually become evil herself? Ah! She broke through repeatedly, reveling in the absorption of this eerie yet pleasurable energy.
At the Alchemist Guild, they had always followed the righteous path, but now, for the sake of advancement, they were absorbing massive amounts of evil spiritual energy.
Mortal Stage, Tier 3, Realm 1. Mortal Stage, Tier 3, Realm 2.
The more ecstatic they looked, the angrier the water monster frog became. Its attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, and
the more evil energy it released. Ha ha! This is amazing. I can level up quickly even without using vitality. What a huge stroke of luck. Ji laughed. He had already broken through to the third sub-tier of the mortal stage, and was accumulating the power needed to advance to the mid-stage. However, he noticed changes in his mindset in certain parts of his body.
Looking at Nina and Xiao Xian's soaked bodies, he felt an overwhelming urge. His eyes had already turned red. He really wanted to embrace them. The power of the Earth Spirit Stone was also reaching saturation. A faint wisp of black mist had begun to seep from the imperial green jade. Damn it, this evil energy will make people harbor evil thoughts. He saw that members of the other teams were all eyeing the women with predatory intent, and he sensed that something was seriously wrong. He forced himself to suppress his evil thoughts, shouted loudly, and leaped out of the water monster's attack range. Everyone, stay calm. Don't let these evil thoughts control you. G's words, delivered with a fierce killing intent, brought them back to their senses somewhat. But the others weren't listening. They were all lost in the euphoria of their breakthroughs. Nina said anxiously, we have to find a way to suppress these dark thoughts, or we'll all fall into madness. Xiao Xian gasped for breath. I can't control myself anymore. Dina's face flushed crimson. What are we going to do? She gritted his teeth. Everyone, focus your minds and channel your energy to resist. But just then, the water monster frog intensified its attack once more. I can't take it anymore. Someone began to lose control. Ji roared angrily, snap out of it. Don't let desire consume you. Sheng Feng bellowed, I don't care anymore. I'm going to let myself go. Ji was frantic. There was only one solution. Knock him unconscious. Ever since obtaining the Etienne sword, Cheng Feng's mind had been unstable, and now, exposed to this evil energy, he was on the verge of losing control. The martial artists from Guisheng Martial Arts Academy also saw what was happening. They changed their stance, leaped into the fray, pushed G's teammates aside, and stepped in to take over. Seeing G's furious expression, Han Pa stepped forward and said, rookies from Yun Province, you've absorbed too much. What a tremendous opportunity. Let us handle this. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. The Wolf Soldiers. They are a valiant army that has left a legendary reputation in history. Their bravery shines like brilliant stars across the river of time. They are the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. Their fighting spirit is as resilient as steel. The Wolf Soldiers possess an unwavering resolve, which is the very essence of their heroism. No matter what hardships or dangers they face, they never back down. On the battlefield, the enemy's swords, spears, and halberds stand like a forest, and the air is thick with the scent of blood and death, yet there is not a trace of fear in the wolf soldiers' eyes. With every charge, they surge forward like a raging tide, unstoppable. Even when confronted by the enemy's layered defenses littered with spikes and traps, they press forward without hesitation. She understands clearly what the will of the wolf soldiers is. The only way to subdue them is to fight. This battle is one that will push his limits. He must give it his all. Bloodthirsty Blade sensed the pulse of its master's bloodline. Its blade shimmered with color as a blood-red killing intent surged forth. This is bad. A great deal of evil energy has accumulated within me. G's heart sank. He had no choice but to channel his true chi, circulating it through his body several times to expel the evil energy into Bloodthirsty Blade. Absorb it. The blood energy of Bloodthirsty Blade took on a hint of black. The evil energy made this strike even more terrifying. Han Pa placed his hands on his hips. Oh, not bad at all. As a spirit martial realm expert, he normally viewed everyone else as a bunch of ants, so he knew G's aura was exceptionally strong. It was a power that transcended his rank. This killing intent caused Xiaobai to quickly leave G's side and circle high in the sky. G's eyes were sharp. The malevolent aura slowly faded from his blood-red eyes. Raging sea of fury. She swung his blade at this arrogant wolf soldier. Boom! The bloodthirsty blade collided with his opponent's weapon, erupting in a blinding flash of light. Han Pa, who had been smiling, now looked utterly astonished. Crack! Boom! It's shattered. The martial artists from Gue province cried out in unison. Many in GS group covered their eyes, afraid their leader might lose. However, their curiosity compelled them to watch the battle unfold. Ah! GS Pig's slaughtering knife is formidable. Han Pa's hands were numb from the shock. What kind of blade is this? A butcher's knife made to slaughter beasts. Alright, G, is it?
Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. But this time, it was your weapon that won, not you.
Hanpa turned and said to his men, "Let us go.
We'll let them have it."
They glanced at their opponents, the Yunqing martial artists, whose cultivation levels were low and who lay motionless on the ground, and nodded.
"Exit the dungeon." That was their exit command.
The dozens of them immediately vanished from sight.
"Let us go." No one could believe it. Mina was the first to react. She immediately ran over to Ji's side. "Are you okay?"
She gave a wry smile, completely drained of strength, and sat down on the ground.
"I'm fine, I just gave it my all." She asked the question that was on everyone's mind: why did they leave? "If they just swarmed us, we would had no choice but to surrender." 3 factors: honor, comradeship, and satisfaction.
The others walked over as well.
Wolf soldiers have their own sense of honor. Once they give their word, they never go back on it. Besides, we're all comrades from Dragon Nation. They had no intention of exterminating us. And they've gotten what they wanted most: a serendipitous encounter and a great opportunity.
Many of them have broken through to the spirit martial realm.
Work points just aren't important to them anymore. Everyone agreed with Ji's assessment. Hanpa returned to the Guizhou Province Martial Arts Academy. "We failed this mission." Everyone says they're trash. They failed even such a simple mission.
Hanpa punched the rowdy man in the chest crack. Several ribs snapped.
Put. Blood spurted out. "Hanpa, how dare you lay a hand on me?" Wait, had his cultivation level broken through? He actually injured a Lingwu realm expert.
At that moment, his inner power erupted with unprecedented strength.
They're all Lingwu realm. Back at the spring's source.
There was still one tricky water monster left, not particularly powerful, but very hard to kill, which was a bit of a headache. She stared at the water monster, his expression grave. "Everyone, be careful. This water monster is no pushover."
Mina gripped her sword tightly. "No matter what, we have to give it our all." Everyone nodded in unison and braced themselves for battle.
The water monster suddenly launched an attack, sending a massive wave crashing toward them.
"Spread out!" Ji shouted.
The team members quickly dodged and each unleashed their martial arts techniques
in retaliation. "Watch my blazing palm," one team member shouted. But the water monster deftly dodged, emerging unscathed. "This one do. We have to find its weak spot."
Ji frowned deeply.
"Could it be its abdomen?" someone speculated. "Let us try it." Ji charged forward first.
The water monster opened its massive jaws and spewed a jet of water.
"Watch out!" Mina cried out in alarm.
Ji dodged to the side and seized the opportunity to strike at the water monster's abdomen. Ji had already released his evil energy to attack that wolf soldier, Hanpa, so now he could continue to absorb these powers.
The water jet became his elixir.
His blade pierced its abdomen. It was indeed the monster's dantian.
The bloodthirsty blade glowed, greedily absorbing the energy. No blood energy, what is it absorbing? Dark energy. A massive boost. Bloodthirsty blade is being refined. The water monster let out an agonized scream. Refine complete, 5.
"Damn it, I traded 1,000,000 work points for this junk," the exchange teacher muttered to himself.
Ji hurried away, afraid the teacher might change his mind. He'd gotten his work points and, taking Mina with him, was off to go shopping. Singles Day was here.
They arrived at the Academy's shopping center, where many cultivation resources could be exchanged for work points. If purchased with dragon coins, they cost a fortune.
However, the Academy's work points could only be used within the Academy itself. The Academy's shopping mall was a magnificent and imposing structure. The mall's entrance was tall and wide, crafted from sturdy ironwood and carved with various mysterious runes related to cultivation.
The runes glowed with a faint light, as if whispering to those who entered about the extraordinary nature of this place. Upon entering the gates, the first sight to catch their eyes was a spacious, bright atrium with an extremely high ceiling inlaid with a special type of spiritual energy crystal. These crystals emitted a soft, even light, illuminating the entire atrium as if it were broad daylight, without a single shadow. The floor of the hall was paved with precious spirit jade. Each piece contained faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. Walking upon it, one could feel threads of spiritual energy seeping through the soles of their shoes into their bodies, invigorating the spirit. Their first stop was the weapons and equipment section. This area displayed all manner of weapons and gear, each piece a true masterpiece. The weapon racks held traditional weapons such as long swords, broadswords, spears, daggers, bows, and crossbows, all of which had undergone special forging and enchantment. In addition to traditional weapons, there were also some unique items, such as wands capable of unleashing elemental power and shape-shifting hidden weapons. As for equipment, there was battle armor with astonishing defensive capabilities. Crafted from a variety of rare materials, it was not only lightweight and comfortable but also capable of withstanding powerful attacks. Some suits of armor were even inlaid with gems that could enhance a cultivator's specific attributes, such as increasing speed or boosting spiritual energy recovery rates. There were also various accessories with distinct functions, such as earrings that heightened spiritual energy perception and bracelets that boosted strength.
Mina is truly a wonderful woman. She knows how to spend money.
Based on everyone's performance and individual circumstances, she purchased a batch of weapons so that the experts heading to the dungeon wouldn't go there for nothing. Next stop, the elixir and spiritual materials section. A rich, medicinal fragrance permeated the air, and exquisite jade boxes and vials lined the shelves. There was a wide variety of elixirs, including spirit-gathering pills used to boost spiritual power. There was also the heaven-restoring pill, a sacred remedy for healing wounds no matter how severe the injury. As long as there was a single breath left, taking this pill would quickly restore vitality. In addition, there were body-forging pills to strengthen physical constitution and barrier-breaking pills to help break through cultivation bottlenecks. Accompanying the elixirs were all kinds of spiritual materials, some gathered from mysterious dungeons, others cultivated by the academy itself. There are celestial herbs that emit a mysterious glow, imbued with powerful vitality and spiritual energy. There are precious demon beast cores, containing the essence of a demon beast's entire life, and there are various rare ores, which serve as essential materials for crafting weapons and magical artifacts. As a master of the Alchemist Guild, Mina wouldn't be so foolish as to buy what she considered low-grade elixirs. They bought a large quantity of medicinal ingredients and had Changyu refine them into elixirs. This shopping spree was truly something else. They spent 1 million work points all at once. One word to sum it up: wasteful. The sun had already set, and the campus was pitch black. Couples strolled through the campus. They had finished dinner and were walking back to their dorms. The two walked very close together, yet they couldn't break the silence. "Mina, I'm so glad I have you." Ji spoke up first. It was the first time she heard Ji praise her. Her face flushed involuntarily, and her heart began to race. "Don't be silly. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to get such great loot in the dungeon." Mina, looking so bashful like this, was truly beautiful and very attractive to men. "You're so beautiful." "Ah. Are you trying to hit on me? You're so beautiful, who wouldn't want to?" Mina didn't know why she was being so bold. She had always been pure and unworldly. The intrusion of dark energy into her mind had stirred up more earthly desires within her. "But to be my man, you have to be a man of integrity." She never imagined he'd find love again. Being transported to this time was such a rush. Arriving at the academy finally gave him time to settle down. With the help of the bloodthirsty system, he wasn't as weak as he'd been at the start. At the very least, he was a promising young man. She looked at Mina with a determined gaze. "I'll work hard to become the kind of man you have in mind." Before she could even react, a warm pair of red lips pressed against his. His body tensed up in shock. Forced to kiss by a beauty. This must be the plot of a romantic drama. Mina went even wilder, pushing him onto the grass and hugging him tightly. She felt Mina's passion, his heart filled with surprise and confusion. "Mani, this is all happening too suddenly." Mina pouted playfully. "Don't you like it?" She quickly replied, "I do, it's just so unexpected." Mina sat up and smoothed her hair. "Then you'd better not let me down from now on." She nodded solemnly. I wouldn't let you down. I couldn't help myself. It was the moment you shielded me from the water monsteress attack that I realized I liked you. It was still just a faint feeling back then, but while absorbing that evil tainted spiritual energy, my thoughts kept shifting. It was unleashing my desires. I really don't want to wait any longer. I just. Her alluring eyes fixed on him, sending a tingling sensation through him. Hey, hey, hey. We're not that close. Drake felt a bit awkward for a moment. He'd just seen Mina taking G's hand. Out of jealousy, he asked offhand. You're the Chun family's heiress, how could you fall for a penniless butcher? But I'm angry on behalf of your elders. Drake was twisting the facts. She pointed just below his lower abdomen and said, I know you've been castrated, but you're still quite handsome. What a pity, what a pity. I haven't avenged this yet. How dare you run wild here? I sense that I'm not your match right now, but as the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to seek revenge, even after 10 years. Oh, so you're a gentleman after all? Ha ha ha. You can laugh at me now, but I joined the first guild, Changsheng Hall. From now on, I'll definitely level up faster than you. As long as I keep spending money, there will definitely come a day when I avenge this castration. And the woman by your side won't die a peaceful death either. She glared at him furiously. You dare threaten money? I'll make you regret it. Drake let out a cold laugh. Humph. He walked away with a ruthless stride, as if he had no regard for family ties. As he walked, he let out a hideous laugh. Changsheng Hall? Mina had already arrived at the academy and had thoroughly investigated everything going on there. The head of Changsheng Hall is named Long Zhizhou. I hear his cultivation has reached the spirit martial realm, and he is a third-year student. I know Long Zhizhou, he is Drake's cousin. Ji said indifferently. After all, both he and Drake were members of the Butcher's Guild, so he'd heard plenty of rumors about Drake over the years and knew a lot about his background. With the Long group backing him, he had unlimited financial resources, so he'd always been considered a prodigy in the Butcher's Guild. Unfortunately, this so-called prodigy was lazy and complacent, the type who'd settle for a mere 60 out of 100. Given his background, his strength shouldn't have been limited to that. G's damaged reproductive organ actually became a turning point in his martial arts journey, spurring him to start working hard. His current cultivation level is roughly at the mortal stage, 3rd tier, 2nd sub-tier. Life returned to its usual monotony. This meant Ji had more time to accelerate his cultivation. As the guild master, his office had a private cultivation room right behind it. System, report my current vitality and killing intent levels. Yes, vitality plus, killing intent plus. She thought to himself that the most practical thing to do now was to learn the third move of Volume 2 of the Bloodthirsty Mad Blade. After advancing, he would purchase Volume 3. System, I want to learn the third move of Volume 2 of the Bloodthirsty Mad Blade. Received. This will consume Vitality Plus in the 6th form of the Bloodthirsty Mad Blade, Heaven Shattering Strike. Earth Spirit Stone Support, provides 10 insight. Divine Blessing, provides 100 insight. She suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy flow into his forehead, clearing his mind. Divine Blessing. Awesome. She repeatedly rehearsed the move in his mind, then swung the bloodthirsty blade over and over, executing this technique. Heaven Shattering Strike is an evolved version of the bloodthirsty blade's first basic attack, harnessing killing intent and strength into a single strike. It's even more brutal than the 5th move. Once. Twice. Until over 100,000 times. This move has less wind-up than the first, for it strikes immediately. One word, powerful. He glanced at the Bloodthirsty System's purchase list. Now, after a single activation, he saw the manuals available for exchange: Bloodthirsty Blade, Volume 3, Evil Blood Body Forging Technique, and Mad Bee Blood Palm. There were 3 books. He had to check the table of contents before making a choice. Bloodthirsty Blade, Volume 3, exchange price, 100,000 killing chi. These were advanced techniques from the first 2 volumes. The preface already stated that they must be cultivated at the 3rd stage of the mortal stage. Evil blood body forging technique, exchange price, 200,000 killing chi. Requires cultivation at the peak of mortal stage 3. I didn't have enough points, so I didn't look any further. Frenzied Bee blood palm, exchange price, 50,000 killing chi. It's a physical technique that complements the blood drinking spirit gathering art. I have to learn it, I absolutely must. But first, I need to improve my physical techniques. Although acupoint sealing techniques are decent, when it comes to going head to head with an enemy, they're no match. System, exchange for Frenzied Bee blood palm. Frenzied Bee blood palm consumes 50,000 killing chi. The manual's data continuously flowed into G's mind as he repeatedly simulated the moves. Cultivating Frenzied Bee blood palm. Okay, consuming vitality plus, cultivating. A blood-red glow emanated from G's palm, as if countless mad bees were swarming within it. When he struck out with his palm, a buzzing sound filled the air, like thousands upon thousands of mad bees swarming at once. This strike possessed immense penetrating power upon hitting an enemy. It not only inflicted massive physical damage such as tearing muscles and severing meridians. After several days of training, he finally mastered this technique. Now he could challenge Yan Wu to a sparring match to see whose martial arts were superior. He hadn't attended any guild activities these past few days, so this was his first time seeing everyone since emerging from seclusion. He saw that everyone was all smiles. With the help of the elixirs, they all improved to some extent. Moreover, Chen Yu had led them on several dungeon missions, earning them some guild points. Those points were then exchanged for essential guild supplies. Chen Yu had organized everything well, ensuring everyone had opportunities to train. How are Dina and the others doing now? Mina smiled, they're all fine, except Chung Feng hasn't fully recovered yet. He absorbed too much evil energy. Also, tonight is our guild's 1-month anniversary celebration. Xian and the others went to buy food. We're having hot pot and barbecue tonight. And we'll play mahjong, too. Grilled chicken wings, I've loved them since I was a kid. Nina brought G some beer. Have a sip. No one knew the nature of their relationship, so when they saw the hint of intimacy between them, they found it rather strange. But some people just love to stir things up. A toast. A toast. Everyone was watching the two of them. Their behavior really did seem a bit suspicious. Spill it, hurry up. Are you two a couple? Just then, Bella came running back from the door and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, G is mine." I asked my dad. G and I are betrothed since childhood. G looked taken aback. A betrothal by promise? I've never heard of that before. Mina's expression shifted slightly. That's quite a surprise. Bella put her hands on her hips. Anyway, it's the truth. Don't even think about making a move on G. Xianer chuckled to herself from the side. This is getting interesting. Bella pulled a letter out of her backpack. The envelope was made of a simple, antique-looking silk, embroidered with exquisite patterns whose lines were delicate and flowing. The seal at the top of the envelope was a red wax seal bearing a unique family crest, a complex and mysterious design that exuded an air of solemnity. The Ling family seal. Xi recognized it at a glance. He had known this seal since childhood. Xi, you recognize this seal, don't you? Bella said proudly. She gently opened the envelope, and the letter unfolded. Protected by the envelope, the paper inside was still in pristine condition. The handwriting on the paper was vigorous and powerful. Every stroke seemed to have been written with inner strength, exuding an undeniable air of authority. The letter read, "I, an elder of the Ling and Chen families, hereby establish this document to arrange a betrothal between Ji and Bella. This is a matter of great importance to both families, concerning the honor and legacy of our clans. The two have been betrothed since childhood. Upon reaching adulthood, they shall marry to continue the bond between our families. I hope future generations will strictly abide by this agreement and not violate it." She stared at the contents of the letter, his brow furrowed, his mind filled with confusion and astonishment. "It's a fake," he exclaimed in disbelief. G's cry of "it's a fake" was like a pebble tossed into a calm lake, instantly sending ripples through the crowd.
A commotion erupted as everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between G and Bella. Bella's eyes widened in disbelief. G, what are you saying? How could this possibly be fake? This letter bears the Ling family seal. You recognized it yourself. G's brow remained furrowed, his gaze revealing determination.
The seal may be genuine, but the contents must be a deception.
I've never heard anyone in the family mention this, and besides. He looked at Bella with a complex expression. It was you. You were the one who broke up with me. We've been apart for a year.
Mina stood nearby, biting her lip lightly, a fleeting, barely perceptible sense of relief flashing in her eyes before she quickly regained her composure. She said softly, G has a point. The others had no idea Bella and G had been dating. It turned out that the president they all respected had been dumped by this Bella. They shook their heads repeatedly, all thinking this woman was ungrateful. The letter bore the name of his father, Ling Lingy, which filled G's heart with endless sorrow. No wonder Uncle Chi had taken him to the Han family's house to play since he was a child, always joking that Bella was his little wife. He'd been chasing her for years, and Bella really was beautiful back then. He'd taken care of her as if she were his own wife. The original host really is pitiful. G sighed. If it weren't for me, a time traveler, he'd have been nothing but a pathetic love-struck fool forever. Get lost. The moment you stabbed me with that knife, there was no way we could ever be together. If we hadn't known each other for so many years, I never would have let you join our guild. When Bella heard she deny it, she broke down in tears. Why? She hated herself, hated her greed, her materialism, and her ignorance. Mina frowned and pushed G behind her. Bella, don't get your hopes up. I'm G's woman now. Bella wiped away her tears. No way. How could you people from prestigious clans ever set your sights on commoners like us? I don't believe it. She grew frantic, the dark energy within her surging uncontrollably. You want to die. Before she even realized it, the silver needle in her hand had already appeared in her palm. She sensed something was wrong. He immediately grabbed her hand holding the silver needle. Yes, I'm with Mani now. Give up on me. She gently kissed Mina's charming cheek. Everyone had just discovered this earth-shattering scandal today. Oh my, oh my. My beloved Mina is actually with the guild master. It really hurts, a male disciple lamented. Ha ha. I really did think there was a bit of a fling between them. Bella's eyes widened in fury. G, you'll regret this. G snorted coldly, regret? That's been impossible ever since the moment you betrayed me. Mina said playfully, don't waste your breath on her. Let us go. Go where? This is our guild. She wondered if Manny had lost her mind. Bella screamed hysterically, you're not leaving. Just then, an elderly man suddenly appeared. G, don't you really want to discuss your father's wishes? Everyone was startled. G asked in confusion, Great uncle. Why are you here? Several men followed behind him. G recognized one of them. It was Bella's father. Bella pleaded urgently, Great uncle, you have to stand up for me. The elder's gaze was piercing. This matter requires careful consideration. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. Mina happily embraced G passionately in front of everyone. She felt this man was quite reliable. Bella watched G and Mina embrace, her eyes filled with despair. G, are you really this heartless? G shot her a cold glance, you destroyed all of this with your own hands. Mina cooed, darling, don't pay her any mind. Bella's father sighed deeply, enough, enough. It's all a fateful entanglement. At that moment, murmurs of discussion broke out again among the guild members. Bella has only herself to blame. She did the right thing. He shouldn't be bound by old constraints. Bella shouted at the crowd, what do any of you know? Right now, she hated Mina more than anything. This woman had stolen her man. I will have my revenge. After receiving the letter of engagement annulment, Bella saw an opportunity. I'm going to win my man back. Dina shook her head and tried to comfort her. Mimi, I think you should leave the union. It'll just make things uncomfortable for you in the future.
I won T leave the union.
Pointing at G, she uttered something shocking, I'll change.
I'll make you fall in love with me all over again.
She was confident that her beauty, which had captivated him for over a decade, wouldn't lose out to Mina now. If only she hadn't been so blinded by passion back then, none of this would have happened. Mina felt sick to her stomach upon hearing this. She truly wanted to kill this shameless woman right then and there. Evil energy was slowly corrupting this woman. What was supposed to be a joyful victory banquet was marred by this farce, ending on a sour note.
For G, this whole incident was just a minor ripple. Time flew by at the academy. The spring festival was approaching.
Many students went home for the holiday, but martial arts students had no concept of winter or summer breaks. Improvement was their ultimate goal. If you don't sweat now, you'll bleed even more on the battlefield.
This isn't a world of immortal cultivation. It's easy to die here.
Teacher Wency had been waiting all along for that sighing butcher, all alone. Looking at his nephew, he had come to treat this boy whose talent seemed to surpass that of the loser as his own son. She didn't return to Fengyue City after all. There was no one waiting for him at home, so he stayed at Teacher Wency's house. He, too, treated this beautiful teacher as family. G, in this selection tournament, you absolutely must finish in the top 10.
That way, you can represent the province and join the national team.
G nodded firmly. Teacher, I will definitely give it my all.
The day after the Spring Festival marked the start of the 2024 Freshman Hero Selection Tournament.
This was a grand competition for the freshmen, an excellent stage for them to showcase their abilities and make a name for themselves. The tournament was open to all freshmen whose strength had reached at least the third tier, first sub-tier of the mortal stage. On the Academy's bulletin board, the competition rules were clearly displayed
via a spirit energy light screen. Registration rules.
1. Eligible freshmen must register at the Academy's selection tournament registration desk within the specified time frame.
When registering, they must submit their name, affiliated guild, and proof of cultivation level results issued by the Academy's spiritual energy tester.
2. There is no limit on the number of registrants per guild. However, to ensure the fairness and manageability of the competition, the final list of participants will be determined based on the order of registration. If a guild registers too many participants exceeding a certain number, subsequent registrants will be placed on the waiting list. In this competition, the Dawn S Wings Association had 38 registrants, making it a major highlight, while most other associations had fewer than 10 registrants. 2. Competition stage rules. The competition is divided into 3 stages: the preliminary round, the semifinals, and the finals. 1. Preliminary round, free for all elimination tournament. All 188 successfully registered freshmen will be teleported into the Academy's large spiritual energy illusion array space. This illusion array space was jointly set up by the Academy's elders and simulates various complex terrains, including rugged mountains, dense forests, deep gorges, and swift-flowing rivers.
The terrain greatly influences combat and tests the contestants' ability to adapt.
Within the illusionary array space, contestants may fight freely. Once the competition begins, each contestant will be issued a specially crafted spiritual energy scorecard to wear at their waist. When a contestant defeats an opponent, they may use a special spiritual energy marking technique to transfer half of the opponent's score onto their own scorecard. At the same time, the defeated contestant will be automatically teleported out of the illusionary array space. The preliminary round is limited to 3 hours. Once the time is up, the top 100 contestants with the highest scores on their score tokens will advance to the second round. In the event of a tie, a comprehensive evaluation will be conducted based on factors such as the number of opponents defeated and the amount of remaining spiritual energy.
2. Second round, group competition.
The 100 contestants who advance to the second round will be divided into 20 groups of 5 by drawing lots.
The group assignments will be posted on the spiritual energy display screen in the Academy Plaza after the preliminary round concludes.
Each group will hold a round-robin tournament, meaning each contestant must fight each of the other 4 members in their group once. Battles take place on the Academy's standard combat platform, which is surrounded by a spiritual energy barrier to prevent the battle from affecting spectators.
Each battle ends when one party concedes defeat, loses the ability to fight, or is knocked off the platform. Winners receive 3 points, draws receive 1 point, and losers receive 0 points. After the round-robin stage, the top 2 contestants in each group based on points advance to the finals. In the event of a tie, a tiebreaker match will be held to determine who advances. Chapter 3, The Battle for Rankings. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. Zhao Hua. His aura is actually stronger than GS. Gee, you'd better be ready. Just then, several more people stepped forward, the burly Ali Shuhua, Tantor, and other top fighters. A few beautiful girls also ran out. It's been a long time. It was Sun Jiejia. Her figure has really changed. It looks like this is going to be a real battle of titans. She scanned the crowd and declared in a loud voice, since all of you want to fight me, then bring it on. He knew these people resented the fact that a fatso like him had taken first place, and this time, they were all determined to win. Drake said with a sinister grin, "Gee, you're bound to lose this time." G sneered, "It's not certain who will win or lose yet." Sun Jiejia giggled, "Gee, don't lose too badly, okay?" Ali Shuhua roared, "Cut the crap, brother G, you're still so cocky." Zhao Hua seized the opportunity to attack, "Great, great, great. I can't wait." Tantor also joined the fray, "Gee, I'll show you what I'm made of." "Ahem, quiet, quiet," the host called out, clearing his throat. At that moment, an elderly man with the air of an immortal appeared on the Academy's high platform. He was clad in a long white robe embroidered with mysterious runes in gold thread. The robe fluttered gently in the breeze, as if spiritual energy were coursing through it. His white hair and beard cascaded down like silver snow. His gaze was deep and wise, as brilliant as the stars. A single glance was enough to make the crowd below sense his intangible majesty. This immortal was none other than Ouyang Ziyuan, the Academy's swordmaster. Dean Ouyang slowly walked to the front of the high platform. With a slight raise of his hand, the previously boisterous freshman below instantly fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on him. He cleared his throat, and his voice, resonant as a great bell, echoed throughout the entire academy. "Dear freshmen of the class of 2024, today we welcome the new Hero Selection Tournament. This is a celebration for you, a stage where you can showcase your strength and potential, and a crucial step as you embark on your path to becoming heroes. In this world, strength is the foundation of survival and the sharpest weapon for upholding justice. The world we inhabit is filled with challenges, and the unknown powerful beasts lurk in the shadows, and mysterious, evil forces are stirring. And you, as the Academy's new generation, bear the mission to protect our homeland and uphold justice in the future. This selection tournament is your opportunity to hone your skills and prove yourselves. Each of you standing here has already demonstrated extraordinary strength, having reached at least the first sub-tier of the third stage of the mortal stage. This is the fruit of your diligent cultivation, but do not forget it is merely a small milestone on your path of cultivation. The Hero Selection Tournament will propel you toward even greater heights and open your eyes to a broader world. Here, you will compete against your peers and experience both the thrill and the brutality of battle. Combat will leave you wounded and exhausted, but it will also serve as a catalyst for your growth. Every wound will forge a more resilient spirit within you. Every failure will become a stepping stone on your path to success. Do not fear failure, for on this battlefield, there are no true losers, only brave warriors. At the same time, I hope you will uphold the principles of fairness, impartiality, and transparency. During the competition, respect your opponents and respect the rules. Win through your strength and wisdom, not by resorting to tricks or underhanded tactics. Because true heroes must possess not only great strength but also noble character. Regardless of the outcome, this selection tournament will be a valuable experience in your lives. It will bear witness to your growth, as you gradually transform from freshmen into true heroes. Now, I hereby declare the 2024 Freshman Hero Selection Tournament officially open. As Dean Ouyang's final words echoed, the entire academy erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The freshmen's blood ran hot, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and eagerness for the competition. G's heart also began to race. This old man sure knows how to work a crowd. The auras of his companions behind him were also becoming unsettled. They were excited. The host opened the entrance to the first match.
Everyone immediately entered the illusionary arena, a space constructed by humans. They were still within the Academy's grounds. The environment of the original arena had simply been transformed by a magical formation. The moment Ji stepped into the illusionary arena, an ancient and mysterious aura washed over him. Before his eyes, a dreamlike panorama unfolded, as if he had entered a completely unfamiliar world. All around him lay a vast, boundless forest. The trees soared into the clouds, each one requiring several people to encircle its trunk. The trunks of these trees displayed strange hues, and the leaves on their branches were broad and thick. A thin layer of mist permeated the forest, flowing slowly across the ground. Through the mist, one could faintly make out all manner of strange flowers and plants. This is really great. An environment like this ensures a high degree of fairness for all kinds of martial artists. Still, don't those with ranged attacks have an advantage? So, he climbed up a tree, first taking out a few people with throwing weapons to give himself a head start. In just a few swift moves, he reached the treetop. He looked around. He didn't spot a single ally. It seemed this place was designed to separate members of the same guild, preventing them from banding together. At first, many of his teammates had suggested sticking together, believing that would give their guild the greatest advantage, but now it appeared that advantage was minimal. However, Ji believed that as long as they made it to the end, his guild would still come out ahead. Zhao Hua's formidable skills had made him a prime target. "You've actually joined forces?" Zhao Hua, spear in hand, gazed solemnly at the four figures surrounding him. These four had clearly reached some sort of tacit agreement. Their eyes gleamed with the determination to win. They were well aware of Zhao Hua's prowess, so they decided from the start to work together to eliminate this greatest threat. "Humph. Zhao Hua, you're on our hit list." One of them launched the attack first. Moving as fast as lightning, he charged at Zhao Hua's back with twin blades. As he swung them, a cold glint flashed, and the wind from the blades whistled, as if intent on slicing Zhao Hua down in an instant. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Zhao Hua spun abruptly, his spear surging forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing precisely at the point where the twin blades crossed. Clang! A thunderous clang rang out as sparks flew in all directions. The powerful impact sent the attacker staggering back several steps. At the same moment, the other two closed in from both flanks. The man on the left was a brute, wielding a massive battle axe engraved with spiritual runes. Every swing was imbued with immense power. He swung the axe horizontally at Zhao Hua's waist, as if intent on cleaving him in two. On the right was an agile martial artist wielding a pair of short daggers. Moving with lightning-quick agility, he lunged toward Zhao Hua's neck. The daggers glowed with an eerie light, clearly coated in poison. Zhao Hua remained calm in the face of danger. With a loud shout, he thrust his spear into the ground, sending a wave of spiritual energy radiating outward from him. This spiritual energy ripple formed a temporary barrier, successfully deflecting the attacks from the battle axe and the short daggers. Seizing this opening, Zhao Hua violently yanked his spear from the ground and thrust it forcefully toward the strongman, the spear tip aimed at his throat. The strongman hurriedly withdrew his axe to defend himself, but the spear tip still slashed his arm, causing blood to gush out. "Ah! He is so strong. Help me!" Just as Zhao Hua was locked in fierce combat with these three, a fourth person began casting a spell from a distance. Muttering incantations, he rapidly formed hand seals, and spiritual energy began to converge rapidly around him. Suddenly, strands of spiritual energy formed ropes in the air, coiling toward Zhao Hua like spiritual serpents. Once entangled, Zhao Hua's movements would be severely restricted. "Damn it, a sorcerer! Do you guys know each other?" There was no way they could coordinate so seamlessly on their first attempt, attacking from both close and long range. The sorcerer chuckled. "Haha, we do know each other. We're both from Koan City, but we just happened to join different guilds. Now we've been assigned to the same group. It's just your bad luck." Zhao Hua gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he sensed danger behind him. He stomped his foot hard, leaping high into the air and executing a graceful backflip to evade the ropes. However, the four didn't give him a moment to catch his breath. They closed in on him once more. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Zhao Hua was gradually struggling under their combined assault, but his gaze remained unwavering. He gripped his spear tightly, ready to face the next wave of attacks. She watched all this from the tree. This Xiao Hua is really something. Even facing 4 experts of comparable skill, he is holding his own and he has even injured one of them. He decided he could play the role of the third party. He took out some rations and began to eat. They fought for another 10 or so minutes. It seemed they were all injured, and their stamina was rapidly depleting. This was the moment for him, the third party, to make his move. He pulled out several small daggers. He silently chanted in his mind, death dealing 3,000, Shaoli as flying daggers. He fired 5 daggers in rapid succession, sending them straight toward the 4 men. Ah! Oh no! Oh! Defeat 3 martial artists of the same rank. Reward, vitality 6,000 plus, killing intent 3,000 plus. The 3 were gravely wounded and vanished, protected by the grand formation. It wasn't he that she was too weak to kill them, he simply wanted to win. The sorcerer's perception was incredibly sharp, he actually managed to dodge Ji's throwing knives. Zhao Hua was even more impressive, he managed to use the enemy's body to block the flying dagger with a single spin. Who's there? The 2 shouted in unison. Ji used his lightness skills to leap down. Glad to see you're safe. Ji! You're a despicable scoundrel. I was about to win, and you stole my victory. Zhao Hua said angrily. Oh? A despicable scoundrel. She didn't get angry, he said calmly, this is a simulated battle. War is about winning any means or fair. The principle is simple, the victor is king. The sorcerer didn't dare criticize Ji. After all, their own actions constituted an unfair fight, and they had no grounds to complain about being ambushed. Besides, he could see that Ji was also fighting for victory and Han Ti struck a fatal blow. The sorcerer eyed Ji warily and said, as for today's events, I'll admit defeat. He knew they wouldn't join forces, but even alone, he was no match for Ji, so the best strategy was to flee. Ji sneered, think you can just walk away? It's not that easy. Zhao Hua glared at him. Ji, don't push it too far. She raised an eyebrow. Going too far? On this battlefield, there is no such thing as going too far. Zhao Hua clenched his fists, you'll surely face retribution for your actions. Ji shrugged it off, retribution? We'll talk about that if I live long enough. Just then, the sorcerer suddenly struck, firing a beam of magical light at Ji. Ji dodged to the side and cursed, you foolhardy fool. Zhao Hua seized the opportunity to attack Ji, today, I'll fight you to the death. She fended off the attacks from both men and shouted, since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ji couldn't believe his eyes. Pointing at Zhao Hua, he said, did you use a pill to advance your cultivation? Ah. Zhao Hua looked both tormented and exhilarated, his expression resembling that of a wild beast. That's right. Is it the rapid ascension pill? He didn't answer, but it was clear he had taken such a pill. As long as a family had enough money, they could purchase this type of pill from a high-level alchemist. It was a spiritual pill designed for cultivation at the mortal stage. Even a single pill cost over 5 million, and the higher the quality, the more expensive it was, but the cultivation boost was all the more pronounced. You must be at least 18 years old to take this pill. The side effect is that the cultivation level gained this way isn't very stable, you must fight to solidify the effect. My Zhao family is the wealthiest in the region, taking a rapid ascension pill is like eating candy to us. How dare you commoners even think you beat us? Zhao Hua said, pointing at Ji. He hadn't noticed him taking the pill earlier. Zhao Hua guessed he'd taken it before entering the battlefield. Too bad I haven't even used my ultimate move yet. Don't you know? I can fight opponents of higher ranks. I call you a fool, but you won't admit it. Damn it! Zhao Hua charged at him again. This time, his power had surged significantly, and every strike of his spear was packed with force. Ji silently counted in his mind, 10 minutes left. They fought for over 10 more rounds. Zhao Hua, I'll admit you're impressive, but you really aren't a match for me. Xiao Hua could tell that Ji had been holding back the whole time and hadn't he gone all out. She felt there was no need to exert too much effort against a righteous martial artist from Longwood, just enough would do. He suddenly sheathed the bloodthirsty blade, raised his right hand, and waved his palm with a smile. 3, 2, 1. The match is over. Back to the real world. What? Zhao Hua cried out in shock. He knew Ji had tricked him again. He hadn't scored a single point. Damn it! The 3 rounds went by incredibly fast. Ji had been watching the spectacle from the tree for over an hour, and watching Zhao Hua break through took another 40 minutes or so. A slow, drawn-out fight was all it took to run out the clock. Back at the square, he saw the martial artists from his own guild around him wearing a variety of expressions. Some were crying, others were laughing. Guild master, one martial artist, spotted Ji and spoke up immediately. I got knocked out. Ji patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. You'll get another chance later. Mina pushed her way through the crowd and said sweetly, I made it to the very end. Did you defeat any enemies? No. As they chatted, they discovered that out of 38 people, a staggering 28 had been defeated and kicked out. Only 10 remained until the very end. At that moment, the results began to appear on the big screen. They watched the Dawn Wings members' scores with rapt attention. 100th place, Dawn Wings Mina. Damn, you can qualify even without a loss. Then, they noticed that among the Dawn Wings members, there were originally 8 who had neither defeated anyone nor been defeated themselves, yet had stayed in the game. They all advanced. It turned out there were 78 people like that. However, members of other teams rushed up to the podium and shouted angrily, why can they advance without defeating anyone, while I got eliminated? The host looked at them with disdain and said sarcastically, I guess you were just too scared to die, so you hid, right? Me. They all blushed.